Chapter 1. Have I become a card pool character drawn out? In this final 10 draws, I am guaranteed a high-tier spirit. Please grant me this wish. At the Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy, on the draw platform, a girl dressed in a student uniform, her beauty striking, clasped her hands in fervent prayer, bowing 3 times. Then, with a resolute heart, she exclaimed, "Reveal it to me." Her last 1680 spirit stones dissipated into the ether. 10 beams of light, akin to shooting stars, streaked across the sky, descending upon the draw platform. Among them, one golden beam, a distinct sign of a character drawn from the coveted card pool, illuminated the atmosphere. The surrounding young spirit masters began to murmur excitedly. Golden light, the guaranteed card pool character, is here. Jiang Li truly is a fortunate one. It took her 180 draws to land a hit. What a loss. One wonders what tier the spirit will be called at being SSR. Do you really think SSRs grow on trees? How many SSR spirits has our Gacha produced thus far? Cultivating such high-tier characters is akin to nurturing national strategic weapons. If we could just get a tire, the Jiang family tomb would surely be smoking. On the draw platform, Jiang Li's gaze was fixated on the golden light descending from above, her heart racing with anticipation. She had nearly exhausted all her spirit stones and resources to draw from the high-tier card pool of the myriad beings. Despite the pool's exceedingly low drop rates, the chance of obtaining a high-tier spirit, or even the legendary SSR, ignited her determination. Jiang Li was never one to back down, and her luck had always been commendable. Therefore, she was ready to take this monumental gamble. As long as she drew a spirit of tier or above, she would be satisfied. Let the game begin. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li widened her eyes, eager to discern the tier of the spirit within the golden light. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, the air thick with tension. All eyes were riveted on the golden glow, the crowd collectively holding their breath in anticipation. This was no mere game. The character drawn could transcend the virtual realm, becoming a tangible presence to share life within reality. Who could not feel exhilarated? Amidst the collective focus, the golden light gradually faded, revealing a human silhouette. The crowd erupted with gasps and exclamations. Goodness, a humanoid spirit. A humanoid spirit must be a masterpiece. Is it an ancient hero, a mythological warrior, or perhaps another humanoid race? Humanoid spirits are the most sought after, as they allow for seamless communication and interaction. If they're also handsome or beautiful, it's akin to drawing a husband or wife. Jiang Li is about to soar. The myriad beings card pool encompassed a vast array of spirit races. Beyond humans, there were elves, dragons, beast folk, and the undead, among numerous other exotic varieties. Humanoid spirits, in particular, are generally easier to cultivate and align with the aesthetic preferences of the average person. Jiang Li's excited face flushed a rosy hue, her breaths quickening. She fixated on the head of the humanoid spirit, desperate to ascertain its tier. The tier of the spirit dictated its strength. Finally, as the golden light fully dissipated, a striking young man clad in flip-flops and a Huaxia youth t-shirt materialized, standing on the platform with a bewildered expression. The grayish-white symbol atop his head seared itself into the eyes of the onlookers. Xia Yuan gazed vacantly at the unfamiliar surroundings, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. What was he doing here? Was this really the domestic realm? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, voices rising in disbelief. Goodness, it's an R card. What the heck? A mere low-tier waste? Isn't this even rarer than SSR? Ha ha ha. Jiang Li is truly lucky. Aeons in a century are tier failure. Indeed, Jiang Li is quite the extravagant spender. After 180 draws, she's been interrupted at the finish line by this pitiful R card. Puffed. Still wearing flip-flops, with spindly arms and legs though not unattractive, it's likely he couldn't even defeat a slime. The spirit contracts were categorized into various levels based on their strength and potential. From lowest to highest, they are R, F, E, D, C, B, ASR, and SSR. The R card is deemed a worthless spirit. No spirit master would invest time in contracting and nurturing it, as its combat power is so feeble that it might even fall short against the spirit master themselves. It wasn't even worthy of being a fodder card for other spirit characters. Xia Yuan listened to the peculiar discussions from below, his mind swirling in confusion. He caught a few familiar keywords, igniting the instincts of a seasoned player of card-drawing nurturing games within him. Guaranteed draw? Or card? SSR? Have I transmigrated into a card pool character, only to be drawn by someone? After indulging in character nurturing games for so long, he never imagined that one day he would become a card pool character himself. Just then, an abrupt mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on transmigrating into a world of universal card drawing and spirit cultivation, successfully activating the versatile combat power ceiling system. The host is currently at our tier upon successfully contracting with a Spirit Master. The versatile mode will be unlocked, and a beginner's gift package will be activated, rewarding one of the random SSR combat power ceiling character templates. Defeating monsters will accumulate reward points to draw new SSR ceiling character templates. Current reward progress is at 0. Other functions are yet to be unlocked. Please stay tuned. Current task. The host is as weak as a university student. Hurry and find a great fool cough, a Spirit Master to sign a contract with. Without the spiritual energy from a Spirit Master, the spirit cannot exist for long in this world and will vanish into oblivion. Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled. The long-awaited blessing of a transmigrator had finally arrived. After absorbing the system's explanation, he grasped the situation. Although he was currently in our card, as long as he successfully contracted, he could metamorphose into an SSR, gaining immense combat power. Furthermore, he could accumulate points through monster slaying to draw new SSR templates. Did this not imply that drawing him was akin to acquiring all SSR characters? He was far from being a worthless character card. He was, in fact, an infinitely powerful divine being. Absolutely extraordinary. Xia Yuan snapped back to reality, instinctively glancing at the individual performing the draw, eager to see which fortunate soul had the luck to pull such an exceptional card pool character. Yes, he raised his gaze. He beheld a delicate, oval face. However, the expression of excitement and anticipation that had adorned her features began to contort at an alarming rate, transforming into a pallid and unsightly visage. Jiang Li stared incredulously at the R hovering above his head, as if she had encountered the most vile symbol in existence, her despair palpable. And our card. How could she, Jiang Li, a scion of a noble lineage of spirit masters renowned for their exceptional talents, draw the most inferior and worthless character imaginable? No, Jiang Li cried out in near madness, startling Xia Yuan. Listening to the jeers and gloating from the crowd below, she glanced at the unremarkable yet self-assured Arcard spirit before her. It seemed she had found an outlet for her pent-up emotions as she declared, "Impossible. How could I, Jiang Li, draw such a worthless character? Garbage. Despicable thing." Her eyes glistened with resentment as she glared at Xia Yuan. That was my 180 draws. My guaranteed golden spirit. All my spirit stones. My brilliant future as a spirit master. Ruined by your card. A new journey begins, seeking various forms of support and encouragement for more updates. Handsome men and beautiful women, don't forget to add this to your bookshelf. After playing so many card drawing games, let us embody the mightiest SSR character in the pool and see how exhilarating it can be. Chapter 2. The Versatile SSR. Xia Yuan was somewhat bewildered by the barrage of insults directed at him. Why was she shouting so loudly? This woman truly seemed to have lost her senses, thinking he was merely an ordinary card. While he understood her frustration at drawing an unsatisfactory card that did not justify her unrestrained scorn toward him, his gaze turned cold as he let out a couple of derisive chuckles, expressing his disbelief. Jiang Li was further incensed by his scoffing. You worthless card dare to mock me? Her spirit energy surged around her, the golden-hued robes of a spirit master rustling ominously as she raised her hand without a moment's hesitation, severing the spiritual connection between them. Do you even deserve to be contracted by me? She spat. A card as useless as you is a waste of energy simply existing in this world. You're not even worthy of being a doormat. Do you understand? Useless. A newly drawn card from the spirit pool establishes a spiritual bond with the spirit master, which is essential for the spirit's existence. The spirit master who draws the card also holds the primary right of contract. Many spirit masters, even if dissatisfied with their draw, might not immediately sever their connection, opting instead to sell it to others or to official institutions to recuperate some losses. Xia Yuan found himself bemused by her anger. Was she venting her frustrations on him for her own shortcomings? Since she had chosen to be so ruthless, he would not extend her any mercy. Wow! Which asylum left its doors ajar and let you out to bite? Xia Yuan retorted sharply, unyielding. Did you think I wanted to be drawn by you? Had I known it was you, this short-sighted madwoman, I would have preferred to remain buried in the card pool. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, astonished that her opponent would retaliate within her card. You worthless card, occupying my guaranteed spot, and you dare insult me? Xia Yuan clicked his tongue, gazing at her, as if she were a fool. Your own luck is so dismal that it could serve as a totem for the chief of the unlucky, and now, humiliated by others, you shift the blame onto me. How foolish! The audience was left in stunned silence. The students watching never anticipated that our card could be so audacious in its outbursts. Typically, the spirits emerging from the card pool carried an air of dignity and spoke little. To witness one that could fiercely banter with its summoner right upon arrival was truly a rare spectacle. You. Jiang Li's fingers trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's, unable to articulate anything beyond trash and waste, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. Xia Yuan, growing impatient, dug at his ears. All right, enough already. You've spent enough time introducing yourself. We get it. You're a waste of space. No need to be a parrot. Laughter erupted from the crowd, barely contained. Jiang Li realized she was akin to a clown and wished to spare herself further embarrassment. Stamping her foot in frustration, she gathered her remaining resources and turned to leave the platform, hurling a fierce remark. Indeed, an card is just an card, devoid of any semblance of a spirit. Prepare to be obliterated. Xia Yuan felt his own strength waning, his expression turning serious. Indeed, his situation was perilous. Without a contract, he would cease to exist, equivalent to death. Yet, with his retired status, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to contract him. Scanning the audience, he noted the disdainful gazes of the young summoners, all mocking and reveling in the spectacle. Taking a deep breath, he decided to advocate for himself. I'm not just any ordinary card, I am a hidden character from the card pool. Whoever contracts me will reap guaranteed rewards. This was his only strategy. To survive, he had to market himself. However, his proclamation only elicited more laughter from the crowd. This our card spirit is simply too hilarious. Calling itself a hidden character from the card pool? I see, a new type of spirit comedic performer. Don't dismiss him, he could indeed serve as a lively presence in a spirit team. And our card waste dares to boast about leading the charge? Will it make the monsters die laughing, or what? And our card spirit should just gracefully fade away. Who would be foolish enough to contract a useless card and waste their spirit energy? The laughter continued unabated. Jiang Li, arms crossed, scoffed from below, still so obstinate even at death's door. Today, I will watch you vanish into thin air. Her gaze fixed on the boy atop the platform, brimming with disdain. Listening to the ridicule echoing around him, Xia Yuan felt his spirits plummet. It was over. These natives had no understanding of what potential truly meant. Here he was, a protagonist from a web novel, starting off in a dismal position, yet no one was inclined to contract him. Did these people not read any web fiction? As time passed, within the entire Chuanbei Spirit Summoner Academy, no one expressed a willingness to contract a worthless card. Xia Yuan's form grew increasingly ethereal, his presence fading with each moment, but he was utterly helpless. Was it possible to face immediate defeat upon arriving in this new world? How frustrating. If only the contract could be successfully established, he would transform into an SSR, gaining unparalleled combat prowess. At that moment, a stir arose from the crowd below. Someone exclaimed, "It's Mo Shiyu." A path suddenly opened in the back of the throng. So beautiful. No wonder she claimed the top spot on the Chuanbei Campus Flower leaderboard right upon her arrival. I've heard her spiritual power is also the strongest among this year's freshmen. The Mo family of Chuanbei, they are a prestigious clan known for producing and nurturing SR contracts. Goodness, her beauty, her figure. I would believe she was an SSR character from the card pool. Is she here to draw cards from the Myriad Realms spiritual card pool? It seems the goddess Mo only has a tire support contract spirit, that little cat perched on her shoulder. As a newcomer, she must still lack a main DPS. Xia Yuan raised his gaze and immediately spotted the campus beauty among the crowd. She was strikingly conspicuous, her luminous fair skin, tall stature, and exquisitely beautiful features captivating all. She did not possess the typical oval face instead. Her slightly chubby cheeks lent her a charming cuteness. Though her demeanor was aloof, her large, expressive eyes, as clear as day, exuded a naive purity reminiscent of a fawn in the woods, adding an inexplicable touch of adorability. A cute black cat with snow-white wings rested on her shoulder. The pure white robe of the contract spirit master, adorned with golden threads, could not conceal her extraordinary shaped figure. Her long legs, straight as jade, appeared and disappeared with her movements, resembling a stunning illustration from a two-dimensional realm. This enchanting woman, with a hint of cuteness, possessed a unique allure. Xia Yuan couldn't help but steal a few more glances before his imminent demise. Witnessing the beauty of a campus goddess from another world was indeed worth the journey. Shiyu's gaze swept across the elevated platform of the card pool, ultimately resting on a youth clad in a Huaxia youth t-shirt, her pupils narrowing slightly. From a perspective unseen by others, a golden light curtain materialized before her, revealing the attributes of the retired contract spirit. True name of the contract spirit: Xia Yuan. Tier or level: 1 race, human. Combat power: 1 barely human skills, none growth potential, SMAX. Hidden attribute: transformable SSR. Contract recommendation index: full stars. Hint: an exceptionally rare card pool character. It is highly advised that the host must contract this being. Missing out will lead to lifelong regret. Though Shiyu maintained a cool exterior, her heart was tumultuous, filled with shock. Since childhood, she possessed a unique ability: the power to perceive the values and potential of unbound contract spirits, allowing her to decide whether to contract them. Transformable SSR. The growth potential and contract recommendation index were nearly maxed out. The data displayed for this retired contract spirit was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Gazing at the nearly translucent figure of the contract spirit, she made a swift decision and ran forward. Her abilities would not fail her. She must contract this her card. Chapter 3. The Bell of Destiny. Xia Yuan felt the ebbing of his spiritual power, a wave of despair coursing through him. His body was becoming increasingly translucent and thin, teetering on the brink of dissolution. The contemptuous and mocking faces in the audience only intensified his revulsion. Most notably, Jiang Li's triumphant expression, which was accompanied by her final taunt. "A mere our card dares to boast. Having squandered so many of my resources, it's only fitting you meet this end." However, just as Xia Yuan was on the verge of complete annihilation, a fragrant breeze swept past him. Suddenly, Shiyu dashed onto the card-drawing platform, extending her hand. Pure and white as jade, contract. The newcomer, panting and earnest, bowed politely as she reached out her hand. Beneath her spirit master's robe, a glimpse of alluring snow white was revealed. "My name is Shiyu, and I wish to form a contract with you, if I may." In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world appeared to press the pause button. The audience was stunned into silence. No one could fathom why the most powerful spirit master of this year's new students, the acknowledged beauty of Chuanbei Academy, would contract with the most worthless or card character. Xia Yuan's dissipating pupils refocused as he looked up at the figure before him, feeling as though he had glimpsed salvation. That jade-like hand, suspended in front of him, had become the sole lifeline for a drowning man. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the delicate hand. In an instant, brilliance surged forth. The contract formation illuminated beneath his feet, binding him to Shiyu in a soul contract. A surge of spiritual power, pure and more abundant than ever before, flooded into Xia Yuan's being, revitalizing him as if he had been reborn, his form solidifying once more. Shiyu exhaled a long sigh of relief, finally catching up to him. Her bright eyes gazed at Xia Yuan, sincerity in her voice. "From this moment on, you are my contracted spirit. Please take care of me." Xia Yuan looked at her with deep gratitude. He had never felt a hand so warm, having been given a second chance at life. He truly did not wish to fail again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the contract mission and receiving a beginner's gift package. Beginning to open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character template of the early power peak from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. SSR, Satoru Gojo. Character template loading complete. Would you like to initiate your first transformation? Upon hearing that name, Xia Yuan was taken aback. In his previous life as an avid fan, he naturally knew who Satoru Gojo was. 6 eyes, limitless techniques, and that exhilarating domain expansion. Although he had become a joke in the later stages, his combat prowess was beyond question. At this moment, the audience finally reacted, gazing incredulously at the scene before them. Insanity. The esteemed MO, the campus belle, actually contracted an R-tier spirit. Oh, my goddess has been tarnished. How could she choose such a worthless spirit? The sky has fallen. Who could have imagined that a comedic spirit would indeed be chosen among the fresh entrants? The spirit master with the most extraordinary aura has forged a contract with the weakest card. Who would believe such a tale? The illustrious reputation of the MO family, spanning a century, is on the brink of ruin. Below the stage, Jiang Li, upon witnessing the revived Xia Yuan, felt a surge of frustration. She had not been able to witness the disgraceful figure who had insulted her vanish, and her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Mo Shiyu, have you lost your mind to contract in our card?" The MO family is renowned for its spirit masters in Chuanbei. Your actions are nothing short of disgraceful, bringing shame upon our lineage and the MO family. Mo Shiyu, however, remained oblivious, her focus solely on Xia Yuan. She distinctly sensed that the moment the contract was sealed, the aura emanating from him had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both his presence and the energy he exuded were utterly transformed. After all, having signed a soul contract with him, she, as his master, could perceive the subtle changes occurring within Xia Yuan. The once feeble aura akin to a flickering firefly was now metamorphosing into a tempest that threatened to engulf the heavens. A sudden sense of overwhelming pressure washed over Mo Shiyu. Meanwhile, her C-grade spirit cat, perched on her shoulder, suddenly bristled, frightened, and sought refuge, peeking out cautiously. Mo Shiyu. Such a lovely name, Xia Yuan remarked, patting her shoulder with a smile. I must say you possess remarkable insight in choosing to contract with me. I shall fulfill my promise and elevate you to new heights. My name is Xia Yuan, and from this day forth, you shall be my master. A wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd below. It was hard to fathom that such words could emanate from an Arcade character. It was sheer hubris. Jiang Li was amused by his words and intended to continue her mockery, but her tongue faltered, caught in her throat. For the figure who had once been deemed worthless, the lowly Arcade character began to undergo a startling transformation. An overwhelming sense of power suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Within the Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy, the resounding chimes of the European King bell heralded the arrival of an SSR spirit. The entire academy was set abuzz. Goodness, this is the sound that signals the presence of an SSR spirit. The European King bell has not rung in centuries. Someone among this year's newcomers has drawn an SSR. What incredible luck. Let us go see. An SSR spirit, an existence one could only dream of, had truly been summoned? Atop the grand platform of the myriad beings card pool, Mo Shiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Xia Yuan was enveloped in a radiant glow. His form began to contort and stretch, transforming before her very eyes. This sudden and bizarre phenomenon captured the attention of the entire assembly, leaving them utterly speechless. Under the collective gaze, the hazy light began to dissipate, and the original youth was abruptly replaced by a tall figure clad in black, standing over 190 centimeters. He sported striking silver hair and wore a black eye mask that obscured his eyes. Dressed in a sleek, pure black uniform that fits his tall frame impeccably, he exudes an air of competence and elegance. Even with much of his face obscured, the sharpness of his jawline, reminiscent of an ice sculpture, betrays his extraordinary handsomeness. A mysterious and powerful aura envelopes him entirely. However, referring to you as master feels rather peculiar. The silver-haired man stroked his chin, scrutinizing Mo Shiyu with a gaze that lingered, his lips curled into a subtle, elusive smile. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her ear, adopting a nonchalant and lazy demeanor, and affectionately remarked, "Your little face is quite chubby. I shall call you Fat You, as it seems more convenient." Xia Yuan had transformed into a persona reminiscent of Wu Qiao Wu, and even his character appeared to be influenced to some extent. The R-tier insignia atop his head had astonishingly transformed into a resplendent SSR. In that moment, the entire room was engulfed in shock and astonishment. Chapter 4. Regret Too Late, a card long deemed useless. The R card, astonishingly transformed into an SSR before the eyes of the multitude. A profound silence enveloped the arena, quickly shattered by a tsunami of gasps. The golden glimmer of the SSR hovered above Xia Yuan's head, nearly scorching the gazes of all onlookers. Jiang Li's face turned ashen, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. Her lips trembled as she repeatedly murmured, "Impossible. How could this be? How can our card become an SSR?" Mo Shiyu took a step back, pressing her burning ears, inhaling deeply before raising her gaze once more. The battle power panel of the figure before her had undergone a remarkable transformation. True name of the contract: Spirit. Xia Yuan, transformed into the character Gojo Satoru. Rank: SSR. Level: Race: Human Sorcerer. Estimated battle power: Skills: 6 Eyes, Limitless Technique, Curse Technique Blue, Technique Reversal Red, Void Technique Purple, Technique Reversal, Domain Expansion, Idle Death Gamble. Growth Potential: SSS Max. Hidden Trait: Shape-Shifting SSR. Contract Recommendation Index: Full stars. Hint: the host has contracted with a contract spirit that is flawless in every aspect except for personality. They are indeed the strongest, requiring no effort to nurture. Guaranteed to prevail. It has changed. It truly has changed. Mo Shiyu's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She gazed at the SSR before her, overwhelmed by an uncanny sense of unreality. Unable to resist, she pinched her cheek, wincing in pain, thus confirming this was no dream. This time, she had truly seized a miracle, a fortuitous stroke of luck. Xia Yuan. Suddenly, she recalled something, her face flushing as she retorted, "I am not at all overweight." Soon, the venue became a veritable sea of teachers and students, congested to the point of suffocation. Everyone yearned to catch a glimpse of the legendary SSR and discern its true appearance. Xia Yuan, of course, did not disappoint. Whether in beauty or in the enigmatic and formidable aura he exuded, he left them utterly astounded. Moreover, he possessed a charm that was utterly unmatched by any other contract spirit characters. In an instant, the expressions and gazes of the crowd below underwent a complete reversal, all directed towards Mo Shiyu with envy and jealousy, especially the freshmen who were privy to the entire sequence of events. They were now filled with regret. Who could have anticipated that the words spoken by this card were indeed true? It was the ultimate hidden character of the card pool, transforming into an SSR upon contract, truly capable of elevating one to greatness. Ironically, it was Mo Shiyu, the last to arrive, who fortuitously claimed this monumental opportunity. Naturally, among them, none were more regretful than Jiang Li. She had become the center of mockery among the crowd, the jester among jesters. After all, this was the card pool character she had drawn, and it was her own decision to relinquish the contract that allowed Mo Shiyu to reap the rewards. Jiang Li's nails dug deeply into her palms, oblivious to the pain, as she stared blankly at the figure on stage, shaking her head in denial. Impossible. How could this be? An R card transforming into an SSR. I must be seeing things. It must be a mistake. She found it difficult to accept this reality. No one could have imagined that the scruffy, reclusive youth could transform into the enigmatic and handsome figure clad in black, standing at an impressive height of 190 centimeters. A wave of overwhelming regret nearly crushed Jiang Li, her back teeth grinding, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth as she cried out, "He is mine. He is my character drawn from the card pool, my SSR, Mo Shiyu." Return him to me at once. Sever your contract with him. The crowd erupted in astonishment, taken aback by her shameless antics. Xia Yuan scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. This woman had publicly discarded him like refuse, yet now she dared to utter such words? Truly, it was laughable. Mo Shiyu regained her composure, suppressing her ecstatic emotions, and gazed coolly at the woman below. Jiang Li, everyone here has witnessed your abandonment of Senior Xia Yuan. According to our nation's spirit contract law, once a spirit is forsaken, its ownership no longer belongs to the original summoner, but rather to the next willing contractor. She articulated her reasoning with clarity. As a spirit master, you failed to cherish and respect the spirit you summoned, even harboring malicious thoughts of wishing to see him vanish. Do you truly believe I would return him to you? You are utterly unworthy of possessing Senior Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked at the young girl beside him with a sense of appreciation, teasing her. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent, Fat You. Mo Shiyu, upon hearing this moniker, felt a surge of frustration and retorted, puffing out her cheeks, Senior Xia Yuan, I'm not fat. Can you please refrain from calling me Fat You? She conceded that her face might be a tad round, but only slightly. In some respects, she was indeed more robust than others. Yet, her figure remained quite slender. Xia Yuan responded, All right, Fat You, no problem, Fat You. Mo Shiyu began to comprehend the meaning behind the battle panel's assertion that everything was perfect aside from her personality. This fellow was entirely oblivious to what others said. Jiang Li, witnessing her SSR flirting with another woman, felt an urge to vomit blood in her fury. Her eyes reddened, and she began to cry on the spot. With tears streaming down her face, she humbly pleaded with Xia Yuan, Lord Xia Yuan, it was my fault. I failed to recognize your greatness. I lost my composure, and that is why I acted thus. She presented a pitiful visage as she gazed at Xia Yuan, entirely disregarding her own dignity. Please forgive me. Grant me another chance. I promise to treat you like a revered ancestor. As long as you can reconsider, forgive me, and reestablish our contract, I will do anything for you. The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Jiang Li, who had once been so proud, now reduced to such a humble state. They were witnessing her audacity. What good was her weeping now, when she had been the one to abandon him first? Xia Yuan was too weary to engage with her further, casually gesturing to the growing crowd of spectators. With a hint of annoyance, he turned to Mo Shiyu and said, Fat You, the crowd is getting larger. It's becoming quite noisy. Shall we take our leave? Having just arrived in this world, I am now brimming with inquiries. Mo Shiyu had relinquished her struggle against the moniker Fat Rain, letting out a sigh and nodding in agreement. She, too, wished to depart promptly. After all, she had indeed stumbled upon a remarkable fortune, and being overly conspicuous would not serve her well, as it might inevitably attract individuals with ulterior motives. A contract spirit master who has recently forged a pact with a new spirit must remain cautious, should the master meet an untimely demise within 6 months of the contract. The spirit would revert to a state of being unbound and could be claimed anew. Mo Shiyu dared not grow complacent simply because she hailed from the Mo clan, a lineage of considerable standing. There were certainly those who might resort to desperate measures, particularly for an SSR which held immense value worth fighting for. Jiang Li, feeling utterly disregarded by the two, trembled with rage. Aware that Xia Yuan would not regard her kindly, she directed all her resentment towards Mo Shiyu. Mo Shiyu, you cannot leave. This SSR is mine, Jiang Li's, and you must return it to me. Otherwise, the Jiang family will not let this go. Jiang Li was becoming increasingly unhinged, shouting as she charged onto the stage, reaching out to grasp Mo Shiyu. Yet before she could make contact, she was abruptly flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground below. Struggling to rise, she appeared disheveled and incredulous as she looked up. There stood the silver-haired man, his gaze piercing and condescending, a dangerous smirk playing upon his lips. Fat Rain is now my master. Should you dare to act again, I shall not hold back. As for those lurking in the shadows, Xia Yuan, with hands in pockets, surveyed the surroundings. I may not know your intentions, but should you dare to harm Fat Rain, feel free to try. I will be the one to end you. He bore a cheerful demeanor, his tone laced with an overwhelming arrogance, for the aura you exude is rather feeble. His words, seemingly lighthearted, resonated with an oppressive might that sent shivers through the gathering, instilling a palpable fear. Jiang Li had never encountered such an imposing presence. She fell silent in terror, crouching on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. All she could do was grit her teeth and swallow her rage. Following this exchange, those spirit masters and spirits who had previously been lurking in the shadows, eager to pursue Xiu, suddenly became far more subdued. The spirit before them was a legendary SSR, starting at level 10. Moreover, it remained uncertain what extraordinary skills and abilities it possessed. Even though it had only just been summoned and had yet to be cultivated, its level 10 status still commanded respect and caution. For in this world, a saying has long prevailed regarding the strength of spirits. Those below SR are but ants. How much more formidable, then, is an SSR? Positioned at the pinnacle of spirit hierarchy. Chapter 5. The Era of Contract Spirits. Xiu gazed vacantly at Xia Yuan beside her, feeling the surging and depleting spiritual energy within her, experiencing the formidable power of SSR for the first time. Had he already sensed the presence of someone lurking in the shadows? Nevertheless, reassured by Xia Yuan's formidable words, Xiu felt a sense of calm. It was unwise to linger in this place. Without succumbing to hubris, Xiu promptly guided Xia Yuan away from the scene. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the faculty and students, Xing, hands clasped behind his head, tilted his face skyward, striding along with an air of nonchalance. Following Xiu as they departed from the card-drawing venue, they continued until they reached an exquisite and opulent standalone villa within the dormitory area of Chuan University. Only then did Xiu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Xin cast a glance at the luxurious villa, surprised to find himself contracted to a wealthy heiress. In his previous life, he had never tasted the sweetness of reliance. In this life, he had finally realized that dream. Meanwhile, Xiu could no longer suppress the elation bubbling within her, her eyes sparkling as she circled around Xin, her excited cheeks flushed. She even took out her phone, snapping pictures of Xia Yuan with enthusiastic clicks. This is SSR, haha. I too possess an SSR now. The once aloof campus beauty now exhibited a rather infatuated demeanor. Having not scrutinized him closely before, Xiu now found herself increasingly captivated by the striking features of her SSR. He looked exceptionally handsome even with the eye mask. She yearned to see what he resembled without it. Senior Xia Yuan, is there something amiss with your eyes? Xiu pondered curiously, examining the eye mask adorning his face. Could it be that you are blind? Yet you seem to navigate the surroundings effortlessly. I contemplated whether to hold your hand, but it appeared you had no need for assistance. With a swift motion, Xia Yuan playfully tapped her on the head, retorting, "What nonsense are you talking? My eyes possess 6 orbs, providing a 360-degree field of vision. Even when obstructed, my sight remains unimpeded. Distant objects are as clear as day to me." He gestured towards his eyes, explaining that their processing capabilities were extraordinarily advanced, akin to a super information processor. Only by donning an eye mask or sunglasses could he mitigate the influx of information, thereby alleviating the burden on his brain. Xiu rubbed her head. Though she did not fully grasp the explanation, she felt it was incredibly impressive. Indeed, the skill of 6 eyes was inscribed on his contract spirit panel. The ability to observe without blind spots undoubtedly enhanced his combat capabilities. SSR truly is remarkable. With that, Xia Yuan cheerfully strode into the villa, his excitement palpable as he explored the living room, marveling at his surroundings. Finally, he plopped down onto the genuine leather sofa, expressing astonishment. I can't believe Fat Yu is this affluent. She resides in a villa while at school. Supporting me should be a cinch. I can finally relax. Xiu watched quietly from the side. She often perceives herself as an SSR, yet feels somewhat clumsy, lacking grace in her gait and demeanor. Xia Yuan instinctively propped his long legs, measuring 190 centimeters, upon the table, inadvertently toppling a toy bear and several charming decorations that adorned the surface. Xiu winced, her eyes twitching at the sight. Those were her absolute favorites. Xia Yuan, lazily sinking into the sofa, feigned ignorance. Ah, what? What do you like? Is it me? Quite understandable, given my striking handsomeness. Xiu rolled her eyes in frustration. Garlic bird, garlic bird. She had to endure. Even when he lorded over her, it was something she must tolerate, for he was the dream of every spirit master, an SSR. Suddenly, Xia Yuan shed his languid demeanor, adopting a serious tone. So, what is the true nature of this world? Why were you able to summon me? What precisely are spirit masters and spirits? Although he grasped the concept of card summoning, his comprehension of this realm remained vague. As a spirit, what was his purpose? What significance did his arrival in this world hold? Xiu inhaled deeply, adjusted her spirit master robe, and gracefully seated herself before speaking slowly, at some unknown point. An array of bizarre, magical realms and monster dungeons surfaced quietly across the globe. More perilous still are the world bosses that may descend at any moment. These creatures are formidable and numerous, invading human society without restraint, viewing humanity as prey. Among them, the world-class bounty bosses wield despair-inducing power. Each appearance heralds a catastrophe for humankind. Despite our possession of modern firearms and various ranged weapons, they prove largely ineffective against such foes. Their rampage has inflicted devastating blows upon the entirety of human civilization. Perhaps out of divine compassion, at the brink of human extinction, spirit masters endowed with spiritual power emerged. And miraculously, diverse pools of origin spirit cards appeared worldwide. Spirit masters can hunt monsters to obtain spirit stones, which they consume to randomly draw powerful beings from these origin pools, forming partnerships to combat alongside them. It is through the might of spirits that human spirit masters gradually began to conquer dungeons, eradicate monsters, and vanquish formidable adversaries, ultimately stabilizing the foundation of human society. Xiu sighed softly, lamenting the exceedingly low drop rates of spirits from the pools. The more powerful the being, the more elusive it became. This reality left humanity perpetually at a disadvantage when facing monster dungeons. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. It seemed that this world closely mirrored his expectations. This scenario unfolded like a card-summoning cultivation game materializing in reality. Universal card draws, extracting characters from pools, nurturing them, and battling various monster dungeons. Xia Yuan raised his hand in a feigned grasp, sensing the power within him. My strength has been curtailed, limited to a mere 10% of my peak capacity. What would be the reason for this? Xiu continued to elucidate. I have yet to guide you through the dungeons for leveling up. The initial level of an SSR is 10, thus you can only wield 10% of your potential at present. To regain your pinnacle strength, you must engage in combat to elevate your level. The highest level of a contract spirit is 100. Her gaze fluttered, her voice lowered to a whisper, as she bashfully murmured, "Moreover, since I am a fresh entrant to the Contract Spirit Academy and my total spiritual energy is not particularly abundant, this also contributes to the diminishment of your power." Xia Yuan rested his hands behind his head, a playful smile curving his lips. I sensed this from the very beginning of our contract. Well, during the initial phase of development, 10% will suffice. He could distinctly perceive that any utilization of his abilities would consume Xiu's spiritual energy. Consequently, he refrained from maintaining an unlimited technique activation. Otherwise, she likely would have been drained of her energy by now. My skills tend to be rather forceful, consuming a considerable amount of spiritual energy, I presume. Xia Yuan gazed at his enchanting classmate with a grin. So, do your best, Fat You, and do not let me down. His cheeky demeanor instantly ignited the girl's indignation. Xiu puffed out her proud chest, her small face brimming with pride as she retorted, "Humph, do not underestimate me. I am recognized as the most potent in spiritual energy among this year's newcomers, a certified genius." Furthermore, she lifted her shoulder to cradle her petite black cat with white wings, proudly displaying it to Xia Yuan. Xiaohei is my C-Class auxiliary contract spirit. It possesses a rare hidden attribute that can enhance my spiritual energy and reduce your consumption of it. Therefore, during combat, feel free to unleash your skills. The white-winged black cat trembled slightly, its obsidian eyes filled with trepidation towards Xia Yuan. Curiously, Xia Yuan pinched the scruff of its neck, examining it from side to side. Oh, a winged cat? Such a rare breed. Bird cat? Cat bird? He raised an eyebrow and let out a chuckle. Cat urine? Haha, what a ludicrous name. Mo Shiyu swiftly reclaimed the pitiful Xiao Hei into her arms, glaring fiercely at him. How rude. What bird cat? Its name is Xiao Hei. It is a noble spirit species. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Xia Yuan smirked, expressing his disdain. Wow, Xiao Hei, your naming skills are truly difficult to articulate. Mo Shiyu clenched her tiny fists, her knuckles cracking ominously. She desperately wanted to land a punch on this guy. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their playful banter, astonishing news regarding Xia Yuan swept through the entire realm of contract spirit masters in Daxia like a tempest. Nationwide news flash. Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy has unveiled a new SSR tier contract spirit. Today's draw revealed explosive news. Someone discarded an R-tier contract spirit, only for it to transform into an SSR, subsequently picked up by another. Latest information on the card pool for all beings in the myriad realms. Take note, R-tier contract spirits may also transform into SSR. Chuanbei newcomers have drawn hidden characters from the card pool. Chapter 6. Ascending a lone wretched spawn. How could my Jiang family produce such a foolish descendant? In the grand courtyard of the Jiang family in northern Sichuan, the patriarch, Jiang Li, slammed the table with a resounding thud, nearly choking on his rage. He pointed at Jiang Li, who knelt before him, and exclaimed furiously, "And you let go of an SSR? You allowed the Mo family to snatch it away." Jiang Li, her face smeared with tears and snot, protested pitifully. "Father, how was I to know that an R-card could transform into an SSR after the contract?" She leaned closer, clutching Jiang Li's trouser leg in desperation. "Father, I cannot accept this. You must help me retrieve it. It was my draw. We must go to the Mo family and demand it back." Jiang Li's expression darkened, his teeth grinding together as he retorted, "How dare you speak? No matter the tier of the contracted spirit, it must never be carelessly discarded or allowed to dissipate. This is the most fundamental virtue of a spirit master. Yet you, without a second thought, severed the first soul contract and watched it fade into oblivion." He crouched down, gripping Jiang Li's shoulders tightly. "Do you understand? An SSR main C-type spirit could elevate our entire Jiang family to the pinnacle of the great Xia aristocracy. How could the Mo family possibly return it?" Jiang Li gazed at his daughter, his desire to slap some sense into her overwhelming. An SSR, it was the dream of countless spirit masters. If he had contracted it, he could have propelled the Jiang family to unprecedented heights. Yet this opportunity was squandered by his foolish daughter before him. Jiang Li sobbed inconsolably. "Father, I miscalculated during the draw. I was overwhelmed with anger. You must help me reclaim the SSR." Jiang Li gritted his teeth, resigned to try. Even if they could not retrieve it, he would ensure the Mo family paid a price. As night fell in the villa, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu conversed until late, gradually unraveling the intricacies of this world. After their lengthy discussion, Mo Shiyu's stomach growled, prompting her to consider ordering a sumptuous takeout feast. Xia Yuan lounged on the sofa, his head hanging back, beckoning her, "Hey, affluent lady, I desire the full Manchu Han imperial feast of this world." Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. What on earth was a Manchu Han imperial feast? Moreover, spirits do not require sustenance. Their existence is sustained by spiritual energy. Xia Yuan leisurely lifted his head. "I am not like other spirits. I enjoy eating." It was a jest, for although he had become a spirit, he was once an Epicurean at heart and would not forsake the joy of fine cuisine. With no other option, Mo Shiyu ordered an abundant array of delicacies for Xia Yuan. After satisfying their appetites, they prepared to retire for the night. Xia Yuan yawned and asked, "So, where will I sleep?" Mo Shiyu blinked. "Sleep? Spirits do not need to sleep, and you can remain in the spirit space. Spirits can rest in their designated space, akin to Pokemon, without occupying any physical space." Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Oysters, oysters, what are you thinking, fat you? I'm not a Pokemon. Prepare a room for me. And oh, I also require a top-notch computer." Mo Shiyu found his request increasingly absurd. "What do you need a computer for?" Xia Yuan replied with utmost seriousness to play games. Xiu was taken aback. Who in their right mind would allow their contracted spirit to indulge in gaming? For the first time, she firmly refused. No purchase. We are extremely busy, and the National College Spirit Master Competition is approaching. I must elevate your level as swiftly as possible. Xia Yuan, however, was unyielding, reclining on the sofa. If you don't buy it from me, I won't fight any monsters. I will simply lie here every day. Xiu stared at him with her big, beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. What kind of contracted spirit behaves so capriciously? Is he still a child, needing her as a nurturing figure? Moreover, it is typically the spirit master who commands their spirit to act. Yet, upon witnessing his handsome visage and the dazzling SSR atop his head, Xiu found it impossible to remain angry. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. All right, wait a moment while I tidy up your room. Sure, I shall take a shower, he replied. After a day of interaction, Xiu's address for Xia Yuan had shifted from a respectful title to a casual one, primarily due to his cheeky and exasperating demeanor that rendered any respect impossible. Their relationship had grown more intimate, shedding the initial awkwardness. By the time Xiu had painstakingly organized the room, Xia Yuan emerged, his 8-pack abs on full display, having swapped his eye mask for sunglasses. One could easily mistake him for someone heading to a beach holiday. This sight was quite a shock for the young woman. She stole a glance, her cheeks flushing crimson, quickly turning away, nervously exclaiming, "You must wear clothes at home." The thought of the scandalous tale she had heard about spirit masters and their contracted spirits danced in her mind, where many had crossed boundaries due to their complex relationship, being both partners and co-beneficiaries. If a male spirit master and a female spirit were to grow close, it would be all too easy for things to escalate. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Xiu felt her head grow warm. What if her SSR made such a demand? Would she comply or refuse? Xia Yuan passed by her, towel in hand, a playful smile on his face. "Thank you for your hard work, Fat You Master. See you tomorrow." Watching his carefree departure, Xiu shook her head, trying to dispel any unhealthy thoughts. She firmly patted her cheeks, steeling herself. She could not be consumed by thoughts of abs, as she had a dungeon to tackle the next day. The following day, at the Chuan University Spirit Master Academy, the monster dungeon area was already bustling with activity. Despite the early hour of 6 o'clock, the spirit masters, accompanied by various spirits, were vociferously calling out in the team assembly hall. C-rank level 50 spirits needed for leveling up. Any support spirits are welcome to join for share experience. Priority will be given to females and attractive female spirits. Team strategy for 2-star dungeons. E-rank spirits below level 30, please refrain from joining. B-rank level 60 spirits are forming a team, requiring 10 spirit stones and a few trinkets for entry. Newcomer spirit masters are forming teams for beginner dungeons. No restrictions. Just gather 5 and set off. To ensure their safety, most spirit masters in the academy prefer to team up for monster dungeons as a precaution. Moreover, teaming up can significantly enhance their combat prowess, allowing them to tackle higher-level dungeons and reap bountiful rewards. Of course, there are solitary spirit masters, but they are exceedingly rare, typically being the Academy's prodigies with powerful high-tier spirits at their command. The arrival of Xiu and Xia Yuan instantly drew everyone's attention. Indeed, even with the concealment of one's rank, it was impossible to go unnoticed. Xiu sighed helplessly, glancing at the tall figure of the silver-haired man in black beside her. Xia Yuan, unfazed, laughed heartily, casually surveying their surroundings. The dungeon area of Chuan University was vast, sprawling across several mountains. From a distance, one could see the hills adorned with swirling vortexes radiating various colors, likely the entrances to the dungeons. Xia Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his head, smiled and inquired, "So, Fat You, which dungeon shall we tackle first?" Xiu, studying a dungeon map, replied, "Of course. We should start with the safest beginner dungeon. I am still unfamiliar with your combat strength and skills." Xia Yuan, however, was reluctant to waste time in a beginner dungeon, fully aware of his formidable strength as a 5-barrier template. Dungeons must be categorized by danger levels, he mused. Shiyu glanced at him in surprise, nodding slightly as she explained, "As a spirit, you possess considerable understanding. Monster dungeons are graded by strength. Beginner dungeons, 1-star dungeons. 2-star dungeons, 3-star dungeons, 4-star dungeons, 5-star dungeons, and finally, the most terrifying abyss dungeons." Xia Yuan nodded slightly. "All right then, let's start with at least a 3-star dungeon." Shiyu gasped in disbelief. "What are you thinking? That's out of the question. This is our first foray into a dungeon." Xia Yuan regarded her thoughtfully. "True. I almost forgot that you are still a novice spirit master. You might hold me back." Shiyu's cheeks visibly flushed with frustration as she quietly exclaimed, "Let's play it safe. If we perish in the dungeon, it would all be for naught." Xia Yuan, feigning nonchalance, spread his hands. "Fine, 2-star dungeon it is. Anything lower, and I refuse to participate." Shiyu clenched her fists in irritation, yet she found herself utterly helpless against him. After all, he was an SSR. Shiyu reluctantly asked, "Shall we team up?" Xia Yuan shook his head. For forming a team would mean sharing experience with others, which was far from ideal. "I wish to level up alone." Chapter 7. The Enchantment of Tsang Mo Shiwame. My level 60 C-rank rock armor giant is capable of both enduring and dealing damage. With a team, we can confidently conquer a 2-star dungeon. I wish to deploy my level 50 B-rank Flame Lance Knight. I merely yearn to witness the grandeur of an SSR. The esteemed campus belle. I can also assist you in dungeon runs. According to the spirit rankings at the Academy, my silver armor general is among the top 20. Would you require support? I possess a level 60 D-rank support spirit, guaranteed to enhance the prowess of the abyssal god. Shiyu coldly declined one by one. She exuded a frosty demeanor towards outsiders, contrasting starkly with her private self. Yet, Xia Yuan took a keen interest in the so-called high-level spirits and suddenly chuckled. "With such weakness, what confidence do you have to accompany me in dungeon runs?" The atmosphere instantly thickened. His words offended all the spirit masters and their spirits in the vicinity. Among them, several high-level spirits glared with palpable anger, exuding an oppressive aura. A towering giant warrior, hefting a massive blade, narrowed his eyes slightly. "What did you say?" "We are weak." He slammed his 1,000-pound weapon to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater. The silver armored general's spear resonated with a dragon's roar, mocking, "Huh, kid, don't presume that a higher rank makes one invincible. What's so great about an SSR? Who knows if it's merely a hollow title? After all, you are just an Arkar transformed." In the face of these wrathful glares, Xia Yuan languidly stretched, replying, My, I didn't realize that speaking the truth could bruise one's pride." Veins throbbed on the foreheads of the gathered spirits. Shiyu recognized that Xia Yuan's tongue was venomous, and if this continued, he might provoke a mob. Thus, she hurriedly pulled Xia Yuan away from the scene, leading him to the location of the 2-star dungeon. Taking a deep breath, Shiyu earnestly confirmed, "Xia Yuan, are you certain you can solo the 2-star dungeon? The boss within is level 40. With his hands in his pockets, Xia Yuan smiled. "Of course, Fat You. You must trust me, for I am the strongest." Shiyu had always been conservative, reluctant to take risks. Yet today, she was willing to accompany her SSR on an adventure, mainly because it was Xia Yuan's request, and she found it hard to refuse. If she did, he would adopt a nonchalant attitude, showing no regard for her. Whether or not he was an SSR, the audacity to solo a 2-star dungeon on their first entry was likely unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. With a sigh, Shiyu raised her small fist and declared fiercely, "Xia Yuan, if you fail and we perish within the dungeon, I will surely hunt you down." Xia Yuan replied, "Isn't that a rather convoluted logic you're presenting?" Leading the charge, Xia Yuan took Shiyu's hand, stepping into a swirling green portal. Their figures vanished, instantly transported into a random 2-star dungeon. Their every action was being closely observed. When the crowd learned that Shiyu was daring to solo a 2-star dungeon with an SSR, it ignited a frenzy across the official website of Chuan University. I was astounded to witness Xiaohua embarking on a solo expedition into a 2-star dungeon with an SSR. How audacious! Indeed, in a realm teeming with onlookers. It's utterly unbelievable. The boss of the 2-star dungeon is at level 40, while the minions within hover around level 20. Even if one possesses an SSR, starting at level 10 poses a significant challenge. It is truly reckless. Even we seniors must form a team and proceed with utmost caution in such dungeons. And yet they dare to venture alone on their first attempt. Surely it is sheer folly. Given the prowess of an SSR, wouldn't it be more prudent to steadily grind for experience points? Jiang Li, having depleted her reserve of spirit stones and resorted to borrowing from the contract Spirit Master's official site to procure a spirit, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this news. That rascal Mo Shiyu is recklessly misusing my SSR. Curse it. However, as she pondered further, the thought struck her that if the other party were to perish within the dungeon, she might find solace in that. Thus, a deranged smile crept upon her face. Go ahead and court disaster. If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. Before Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, the scenery began to shift, the space contorting and radiating light. When their vision cleared once more, they found themselves in a dimly lit underground cavern. The surrounding blue crystal formations illuminated the path ahead. Mo Shiyu began to assess the terrain, running her fingers along the rocky walls. In a dungeon of this nature, the space is confined and evasion is challenging. One must remain vigilant for potential traps. Xia Yuan casually remarked, "You seem to know quite a bit." Mo Shiyu proudly replied, "As contract spirit masters, our role extends beyond merely providing energy for your spirits. We also offer insights into the weaknesses of common monsters and strategic planning." No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of skittering sounds erupted from the depths of the cavern, sending chills down their spines. Before long, a dozen or more gigantic scorpion monsters charged toward them. Each creature measured approximately 5 meters in length, their bodies comprised of angular, multi-hued energy crystals. They boasted massive crystalline pincers and a lethal tail tipped with a sharp stinger. Their level and designation illuminated above them. Level 23, Crystal Devouring Scorpion. Mo Shiyu quickly ducked behind Xia Yuan. She recognized these monsters. Their exoskeletons were remarkably tough, offering formidable defense. With their weakest point being the joints of the crystalline shell. Attack there, Xia Yuan, adjusting his ears and revealing a hint of madness in his smile, retorted, "Were you babbling about weaknesses? I can't gauge that. It's simpler to just crush them all." Excited for his first real battle, he was eager to engage. With a swift motion, he initiated the spell, channeling the minimal output. Xia Yuan raised a hand, rotating it slightly, and a point of ghostly blue energy began to coalesce in his palm, causing the air in the cavern to roar. A powerful gravitational pull erupted from his hand. Buzz! The blue light engulfed the cavern passage, propelled by Xia Yuan's palm toward the swarm of scorpions, surging forth with ferocity. Crack, crack, crack! The scorpion monsters, drawn to the blue light, were irresistibly compressed and forcefully crushed into a mass of sanguine pulp. Even their exceptionally resilient crystal exoskeletons shattered into countless fragments. Reduced to mere powder, their vitality extinguished in an instant. Following this singular strike, the cavern fell into a profound silence once more. Over a dozen crystal-devouring scorpions lay transformed into spirit stones, scattered across the ground. Due to the constraints of Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy, Xia Yuan refrained from employing more brutal methods to vanquish his foes. He aimed to adopt the most efficient and energy-conserving approach possible. Such are the creatures of level 20 and above, seemingly devoid of any defensive capability. Xia Yuan casually returned his hands to his pockets and continued onward, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Mo Shiyu stared in astonishment at the crushed crystal devouring scorpions, pondering. Was this the essence of spellcraft? Monsters of level 20 and above crumbled before the blue light as if made of mere paper. Noticing her curious expression, Xia Yuan elaborated. This is one of my most frequently employed attack techniques, characterized by an attraction centered on the principle of Zōngmàn, capable of exerting a force that approaches negative infinity. How should I explain it to you? It's somewhat akin to a miniature black hole. Mo Shiyu, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered. The destructive potential of this technique rivaled that of other spirit beings' ultimate moves, and yet it was merely a commonplace attack method. Moreover, the ability to exert a force approaching negative infinity, akin to a miniature black hole, seemed overwhelmingly invincible. With such a formidable skill, what need was there for tactics? Chapter 8. No Lower Limit, Spirit Contract, Xia Yuan. Level Up, LV, 10 LV, 11 Spirit Contract, Black Cat Sprite. Level Up, LV, 1 LV. 15. Mo Shiyu gazed at the upgrade notification, momentarily lost in thought. Without comparison, there can be no pain of realization. How could this be? Over a dozen monsters at level 20, and yet Xia Yuan only advanced by a single level. Meanwhile, the auxiliary Black Cat, which had barely contributed, soared by an astonishing 15 levels. Indeed, the experience required for an SSR upgrade far exceeds that of an ordinary spirit contract. Why is Fat Yu in a daze? Xia Yuan turned around to find Mo Shiyu still standing there, bewildered. Hearing him, she snapped back to reality, hurriedly jogging to catch up, and with a gentle wave of her hand, summoned all the spirit stones scattered on the ground into the exclusive space of the Spirit Contract Master. This space, constructed with spiritual energy, conveniently holds spirit stones and various materials dropped by monsters, akin to a storage ring. This pace is rather slow. Let's quicken our speed, Xia Yuan declared. He then extended his hand, employing a spell of attraction to grasp Mo Shiyu by the waist, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Wait, what are you doing, Xia Yuan? She exclaimed, her words cut short as he swiftly began to run. The surroundings blurred as they dashed forward, the wind whipping against their faces. Monsters from the depths of the cave continuously surged toward them, yet Xia Yuan effortlessly swatted them away, crushing them and converting them into spirit stones. The stones automatically flew into the Spirit Contract Master's space at Mo Shiyu's waist. She could hardly resist, feeling like an object being whisked away, and could only lament loudly, "Can't you carry me like a princess?" The little black cat clung to her collar, echoing her sentiment with a soft meow. Thus, their efficiency in conquering the dungeon indeed increased dramatically as Xia Yuan ran and fought. He moved through the tunnels of the cave with the grace of a dragon, annihilating any monsters that dared to approach in an instant. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the final boss room of the dungeon. Xia Yuan finally paused, releasing her from his grasp. "You're quite heavy. Perhaps it's time for you to lose some weight." Mo Shiyu was somewhat exasperated. How could I possibly be heavy, having been carried the entire way? She struggled to regain her balance, smoothing her hair that had been tousled by the wind. Despite having vanquished numerous level 20 monsters, Xia Yuan's level had only just reached 12. The little black cat had already attained level 20. Xia Yuan surveyed the boss room before him. "Fat Yu, how much spiritual energy do you have left?" Mo Shiyu took a moment to assess, her expression one of surprise. As the top newcomer in spiritual energy, bolstered by the passive enhancement from the little black cat, she had nevertheless depleted 30% of her energy during this endeavor. 70% perhaps. Mo Shiyu felt somewhat disheartened. Her pride in her spiritual energy seemed woefully insufficient for Xia Yuan. They hadn't even faced the dungeon boss yet. Xia Yuan placed his hands on his hips, stretching his body slightly. This time, he refrained from speaking harshly. He merely sought to comprehend the situation to allocate his strength appropriately. It was sufficient. Let us confront the boss. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly, her nerves taut, seeking solace behind Xia Yuan. The boss of a 2-star dungeon typically manifests as a level 40 creature. However, there exists an exceedingly rare instance where a level 50 red-named boss may arise, a formidable foe that offers abundant experience, spirit stones, and rare materials upon defeat. It is said that the conditions to trigger such an event are quite stringent. Surely, we cannot be so fortunate. Xia Yuan casually placed one hand in his pocket while pushing open the boss door with the other. A resonant hum filled the air as layers of blue bonfires ignited, illuminating the surroundings. The silhouette of the boss materialized. Suspended in midair was a colossal creature resembling a dark specter, towering approximately 3 stories high. It was draped in a black cloak adorned with celestial engravings and wielded a massive scythe, reminiscent of the harbinger of death. Above it, the distinctive red name indicator of a red-named boss glowed ominously, proudly displaying its formidable title. Level 50, red name boss, Scythe of Calamity. Xia beautiful eyes widened in terror as she swallowed hard. Could be, just when I feared the worst. Xia Yuan, however, chuckled with delight, reveling in his good fortune for having encountered such a remarkable challenge. The shadowy specter trembled, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept through the room, causing Xia's long hair to dance and her garments to rustle. Her exposed, delicate legs trembled uncontrollably. This was her first encounter with a powerful dungeon boss, and she found herself genuinely frightened. Gazing at the crimson name, she hesitated, suggesting to Xia Yuan, perhaps we should flee. A level 50 red-named creature is far too daunting for a level 12 like you. Even with an SSR, it seems improbable for a level 12 to contend with a level 50 boss. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. Having entered the dungeon, was retreat truly an option? Xia produced the teleportation crystal provided to freshmen by the academy, explaining, the dungeons within the Spirit Binder Academy differ from the wild monster lairs outside. They offer a safety guarantee, allowing us to use the teleportation crystal to escape at any moment. With a confident smile, Xia Yuan strode forward, asserting, no need for that. Trust me, I have claimed the title of the strongest. Is this not a divine opportunity for advancement? He had no intention of letting it slip away. Xia Yuan removed the eye mask from his face, revealing a pair of sky-blue eyes that sparkled like precious gems. Xia found herself momentarily entranced. It was the first time he had unveiled his eyes. She had never beheld such beauty. They resembled the profound ocean, the expansive sky, and the shimmering Milky Way. Such eyes, combined with Xia Yuan's handsome features and dazzling silver hair, rendered her utterly captivated. In that instant, her trepidation dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of calm. The dungeon boss regarded the silver-haired youth before it, infuriated by his audacity to approach without any semblance of caution. With a sudden swing of his scythe, he aimed a strike at Xia Yuan's head. Boom! A powerful gust swept across the arena. Xia, startled, closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was astonished to see that the sharp scythe had come to an abrupt halt before Xia Yuan. What has happened? Even the boss, the Scythe of Calamity, displayed a hint of astonishment. Xia Yuan brushed off the dust from his shoulders, his bright eyes turning towards the boss, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Do you understand?" Between us, he smiled, raising two fingers separated by an infinite distance. Xia Yuan was aware that Xia was eager to comprehend his abilities to facilitate her tactical planning in the future. Though he felt it unnecessary, he respected his master and began to explain, "This is my limitless technique. Its essence is the manifestation of the Achilles and the tortoise paradox. It can interfere with atomic-level matter and manipulate space. However, it requires extremely meticulous control of magical power, which is why only those with 6 eyes can wield this technique. In simpler terms, the limitless technique induces a state of relative stillness in reality. The closer objects and attacks come to me, the slower their speed becomes, rendering them perpetually unable to touch me." Xia was left in awe. She had witnessed numerous formidable spirit skills on the Spirit Master official website, but had never encountered anything so overpowered. The concept of infinity in mathematics had indeed manifested in reality. Initially, Xia thought Xia Yuan was an arrogant braggart, but it was now evident that he possessed the audacity to back it up. With the limitless technique, even if Xia Yuan were only at level 10, he could contend against formidable foes. This skill is a mechanism-based ability, independent of level strength. Whether he is at level 10 or level 100, he can unleash it. This implies that Xia Yuan's defensive capacity is approximately equivalent to infinity. Chapter 9. The virtual Xia Yuan's leisurely demeanor and sardonic remarks ignited a tempest of fury within the Scythe of Calamity. It frantically accelerated its swinging motion. Bang! 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 The force of its slashes generated a gale, causing countless fissures to mar the surrounding walls, a testament to its immense power. Yet, it could not breach Xia Yuan's defenses. With a piercing shriek, Realizing its scythe could not fell the individual before it, the entity hastily altered its method of attack. The cloak enveloping the scythe of calamity abruptly collapsed into a swirling black hole. Dozens of dark currents surged forth, hurtling towards Xia Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy, even before grazing the hem of Xia Yuan's attire, collided with an impervious dimensional barrier, dazzlingly dissipating into nothingness. Xiu, hiding behind, exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, even such long-range assaults cannot penetrate the unlimited technique. The assault persisted for an extended duration, yet Xia Yuan remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. It was only when the scythe of calamity exhausted its strength that it came to a halt, impotently roaring at Xia Yuan in frustration. Are you enraged now? Standing there. I've granted you the opportunity, yet you prove utterly ineffectual. Seizing the moment, Xia Yuan raised a hand, extending a finger towards it, and calmly declared, "Since you are the boss, it seems rather impolite to employ song." In the next instant, a small orb pulsating with crimson light coalesced before his finger, exuding a heart-stopping, terrifying power. Though somewhat apprehensive, Xiu forced her eyes wide open, eager not to miss witnessing her SSR skill. What skill could this be? Xia Yuan's voice resonated, technique reversal. Upon utterance, the red light flashed, hurtling towards the boss, the scythe of calamity, before it could even react. Suddenly pierced through its body. A formidable repulsive force shattered its form, the ensuing horrific shockwave even fracturing the walls behind it, causing the entire boss chamber to tremble on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom. The ceiling incessantly rained down debris, prompting Xiu to cover her head and flee in panic, while the black cat spirit on her shoulder quivered in fear. Fortunately, Xia Yuan grasped her with one hand, shielding her from the residual shockwaves. All right, do not scurry about like a frightened mouse. Contracted spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV, 12 LV. 15, contracted spirit black cat spirit, level up, LV, 20 LV. 30, Xia Yuan distinctly felt his strength unlock further, while the progress bar for the system rewards indicated. 3. Xiu, resembling a small shrimp, was held aloft in Xia Yuan's grasp, still in shock. Wait a moment. That formidable level 50 red name boss was vanquished in an instant. This is not Song. What skill is this? It seems to possess far greater power. Xia Yuan continued to elucidate his sorcery. Infinity is, in fact, omnipresent. I have merely summoned it into reality through my sorcery. Convergence and divergence correspond to attraction and repulsion. The technique's forward flow, Song, represents attraction. The technique reversal, He, is indeed a repulsive force. He lowered his gaze to glance at Xiu and added, at this moment, I am utilizing the gravitational pull of Song to hold onto your waist. Xia Yuan playfully squeezed her delicate waist, finding the sensation rather agreeable. But his usual irreverence prompted him to jest. The elasticity of pork is quite commendable. Xiu felt a surge of indignation mixed with embarrassment, retorting, You are the pig. Upon successfully completing the 2-star dungeon solo, the rewards began to tally. Xiu joyfully collected a precious 1,300 spirit stones, along with a plethora of rare materials dropped by the red-named boss. Acquired the Grim Reaper's scythe, acquired the Dark Core, acquired the red-named crystal. Ecstatic, Xiu stored all the materials in her space, feeling she had struck gold. The items dropped by the red-named boss were indeed rare treasures. Essential breakthrough materials for Spirit Contract upgrades. If sold on the Spirit Contract Master's official website, they could fetch a handsome price in spirit stones. Every 30 levels, a Spirit Contract must undergo a breakthrough to continue its advancement. As one progresses, the required breakthrough materials become increasingly valuable and scarce. After clearing this dungeon, Xiu found her spiritual energy diminished to a mere third. While she initially contemplated tackling the dungeon once more, she realized it was time to return. Upon successfully strategizing, Xia Yuan and Xiu were transported back to the initial location of the Academy's dungeon entrance. Their return instantly stirred a commotion. They were back. It appeared they had succeeded in their solo endeavor. Goodness, is this the strength of an SSR? To solo a 2-star dungeon on the first attempt, entering at level 10 and emerging at level 15, they had only gained 5 levels? Indeed, leveling an SSR seemed to be a daunting task, but this was utterly extraordinary. Could one truly defeat a level 40 dungeon boss at level 10? The crowd buzzed with astonishment and speculation. Xiya shared in the surrealness of their experience. Had they known they had just conquered a level 50 red name boss, their disbelief would have intensified. Just as she sighed in relief, a sudden whoosh echoed above her. A colossal axe descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Xiyu's head. Her shoulder-mounted black cat spirit instantly bristled, sensing the impending danger. Xia Yuan raised his hand in a split second, narrowly blocking the massive axe, activating his limitless technique in advance. With a resounding crash, he tore off his unmask, his azure eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Before my eyes, you dare to harm my master? The assailant-esque figure gradually came into view, revealing a brawny, leopard-patterned female warrior wielding a giant axe. She possessed the ability to become invisible, having lain in ambush to assassinate Xiyu. Failing her initial strike, the warrior retreated, creating distance while her coarse voice rang out. Oh my, the SSR's reaction is truly against the rules. Her gaze swept over Xiyu's pale face, her smile transforming into a sinister grin. Let me make quick work of this little girl. It will be for everyone's good. The assassin's rank was concealed, yet her level remained unmasked. She was a level 70 spirit contract. The entire venue was in utter chaos. The students and spirit masters who had gathered to witness the spectacle hastily dispersed, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Xiyu stood frozen in place, staggering a few steps as her legs weakened. The memory of that axe struck terror in her heart. She had nearly met her demise. Had it not been for Xia Yuan's quick reflexes, she would have become a headless corpse. She had underestimated the obsession that spirit masters held for SSRs. This was the Chuan University Spirit Master Academy, and yet the assailant dared to strike so brazenly. Xia Yuan meticulously scanned the crowd with his 6 eyes, but he could not identify the spirit master among the distant students. Since the attack was aimed at him, the spirit master was surely lurking nearby, ready to contract with Xiyu should she perish. Fat you, in this scenario, if I were to kill her, you wouldn't mind, would you? Xiyu was taken aback by Xia Yuan's serious demeanor, a warmth blossoming in her heart. To be honest, she was quite angry as well. The timid expression faded from her face as she rose, her gaze sharpening as it swept the surroundings. She directed her question at the female warrior spirit. Pray tell, who is your spirit master? Or rather, who is orchestrating this? Do you understand my identity, daring to attack me? The warrior hoisted her hefty axe and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Little girl, do you think I divulge that? She cast a glance towards the center of the academy, her brow slightly furrowing. Time is of the essence. If those meddlesome individuals arrive, it will be far less convenient to kill you. SSR Handsome, I advise you to step back. I have no desire to slay you. After all, my task is solely to eliminate the woman beside you. Xiyu's delicate features turned frostbitten as she coldly replied, Xia Yuan, eliminate her. It seems we cannot extract the mastermind behind this. The muscular warrior sneered, little girl, do you truly believe that a level 15 SSR can vanquish me? A B rank, level 70 spirit? How boastful. Xiyu was momentarily taken aback upon learning that her opponent was indeed a B rank. It was quite a bold move to employ a B rank spirit for an assassination attempt. Xia Yuan. She intended to voice her thoughts, but Xia Yuan interrupted her, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gestured with his hands. This time, I may have to be rather forceful. Since you are a wealthy lady, I trust you can afford to compensate for some damage to the academy structure. Chapter 10. Master, you are incapable. What did you say? Xiyu was somewhat perplexed. Xia Yuan, with a sinister grin, had already assumed the stance for casting a spell. Technique, turn clockwise song. Technique, reverse heat. Fat rain. What do you think will happen if these two forces collide without restraint? Xiyu, utterly bewildered, admitted I don't know. Xia Yuan smiled enigmatically. You'll find out soon. No sooner had he spoken than a force that sent shivers down the spines of all present began to coalesce and erupt. The female warrior, wielding a massive axe, was the first to feel its impact. Observing Xia Yuan's movements, she broke into a cold sweat, sensing that something monumental was about to occur. Battle frenzy armor. The female warrior gritted her teeth and roared. Layers of luminous armor materialized around her, dramatically enhancing her defenses. Without hesitation, she raised her axe, crushed the ground beneath her feet, and charged towards Xia Yuan with a speed as swift as thunder. Void technique. Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glass-like brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, unleashing a flurry of silver hair. The space before him warped and distorted, and a small sphere of violet energy burst forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards the female warrior. The violet light surged, illuminating the heavens and the earth, blinding the onlookers. Xiao's face turned pale as the remaining spiritual energy within her was drained in an instant, leaving her weakly collapsed on the ground. Realizing she could not evade the impending attack, the female warrior let out a desperate roar, swinging her axe to strike the violet energy sphere. Boom! The violet light, imbued with terrifying power, rendered her immobile. The axe was effortlessly pierced through. Even her battle frenzy armor, akin to tofu, was smoothly penetrated. The female warrior's face contorted in despair. There was no escape, and she could only watch helplessly as the small violet light carved a gaping hole through her abdomen. Where the violet light passed, it was unstoppable. The ground behind the female warrior was violently torn apart, creating a deep chasm that extended towards the distant mountains, forming a hollow. Stones tumbled endlessly as the earth trembled slightly. The female warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. She was a level 70 Spirit Contract, yet faced with a level 15 SSR, she found herself utterly powerless. Was the disparity truly so vast? Hey, you shouldn't be a meat shield. You took one of my axe blows and remained unscathed, yet you still output such damage. The female warrior began to dissipate, forcing a smile as if gazing at a monster. So, this is SSR. Truly formidable. With that, she completely vanished. Unlike in games, a spirit contract could not be revived upon death. Xiu crouched on the ground, her mouth agape in astonishment. She gazed at the chasm and shattered mountains behind the female warrior, finally comprehending Xia Yuan's earlier words. It seemed she would have to pay some compensation. The students and spirits observing from a distance felt their heads buzzing. The recent strike has profoundly transformed their understanding of SSR. Defeating a level 79 opponent at level 15 is nothing short of extraordinary. SSR stands in a league of its own, distinctly separate from other spirit contracts. The prowess of the Abyss God is truly remarkable, and what an impressive skill it possesses. If I were to have such an SSR, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. It is no wonder that it can solo a 2-star dungeon. The Abyss God must be a versatile spirit, capable of both enduring damage and delivering powerful strikes. Have you all noticed the Abyss God's debut? Indeed, he is strikingly handsome, especially with those stunning blue eyes. I often envy the fortune of Xiaohua. How did she come across such an extraordinary find? Xia Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, pulling up his eye mask again. The power was indeed insufficient. Without peak combat strength, it was rather lacking. He needed to level up and confront more monsters swiftly. At level 100, his void skill would not be so feeble. Xiu's lips twitched slightly. Was the power still insufficient? Xia Yuan turned a glance at the girl, slumped on the ground. Could she rise? Xiu attempted to get up, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, but alas, she had no strength left. The spirit energy within her had been completely drained. Xia Yuan laughed heartily, declaring, "This won't do, Fat You. You need to train." It was indeed a humbling experience for a spirit master to be told by their own spirit that they were lacking. Xiu huffed in indignation, but had no rebuttal. Her spirit energy was utterly inadequate for Xia Yuan, the output monster. She had boasted earlier, stating that he could strike freely during combat. At that moment, the faculty members of the academy arrived with their spirits. Upon witnessing the exaggerated ravines and the perforated mountainside, they were left in bewilderment. What on earth happened here? Who unleashed a laser cannon? Mo, are you alright? What about the spirit that attacked you? I heard it was a level 70 spirit. The teachers inquired, scanning the surroundings with caution. Upon learning of the incident, they rushed over, for Mo Xiu was the pride of the Mo family and had just contracted an SSR, making her a prized asset of the academy. Mo Xiu struggled to lift her head, assuring them that everything was fine as Xia Yuan had resolved the situation. The teachers and esteemed spirits exchanged incredulous glances at Xia Yuan. Wait, a level 15 SSR altered the academy's landscape? Upon grasping the true circumstances, the faculty fell into silence. Xia Yuan's combat prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. They were seasoned individuals familiar with the world and had some knowledge of SSRs. Yet they had never heard of any SSR achieving such terrifying feats as Xia Yuan. At level 15, he had annihilated a B-tier level 70 spirit. The disparity in levels was astounding. After all, that was a spirit of significant rank within the B-tier. Among SSR spirits, there exists a distinction in strength. For instance, support and control-type SSRs tend to possess relatively less exaggerated combat power. Evidently, Xia Yuan, possessing such formidable combat capabilities, belongs to the SSR category of output-type spirit contracts, undoubtedly a powerful character within the card pool. The teachers could not help but envy Mo Xiu's fortune. Student Mo, this matter stems from our school's oversight, allowing external spirit contract practitioners and spirits to infiltrate. The principal has assured us that we will thoroughly investigate and provide an explanation to the Mo family. Subsequently, all the young spirit contract practitioners present at the academy were retained for an investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, the true culprit remained elusive. Clearly having been well prepared and having anticipated an escape route, it is entirely possible that the perpetrator is, in fact, a student of the academy. Once this matter had temporarily subsided, Xia Yuan escorted Mo Xiu back to the villa for some rest, as she had exhausted her spiritual energy for the day and could no longer engage in dungeon runs. However, the following day, news arrived from the northern Mo family, requesting her return home. Mo Xiu understood that evasion was not an option and reluctantly prepared to face the situation. After acquiring Xia Yuan, this SSR spirit, she had refrained from proactively contacting or informing her family due to her inner reservations. Before departing, Mo Xiu felt a twinge of unease as she reached out to Xia Yuan, who was dressed casually in a relaxed outfit and sporting sunglasses. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, Xia Yuan, if a more powerful spirit contract practitioner were to seek you out for a contract, would you be willing? Xia Yuan, sensing her heavy heart, playfully pinched her waist, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Rubbing her tender side, she glared at him in embarrassment and irritation. What are you doing? Xia Yuan relinquished his carefree demeanor, gazing at her with a serious expression, and declared, when I was on the brink of dissipating, it was you who pulled me back. Regardless of how strong another's spiritual energy may be, my spirit contract practitioner can only be you. Others simply do not hold that privilege. Mo Xiu was moved to tears by his heartfelt words, sniffling as she murmured, Xia Yuan, with his hands in his pockets and sunglasses resting on his nose. He glanced back at her with a sidelong glance and added, of course, your spiritual energy is indeed insufficient. It would be wise to stock up on those restorative potions to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Mo Xiu felt a pang of humiliation. Relying on potions to sustain her spirit was a disgrace. Chapter 11. As long as Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan exited the academy, the exclusive chauffeur of the Mo family awaited them outside. Once they settled into the car, it glided through the bustling and vibrant streets of the city. Xia Yuan, reclining lazily in his seat with one hand resting on his chin, observed the scenery outside. It was his inaugural venture into the world beyond the academy. It appeared that the technological advancements of this world were not vastly different from those of his previous life. Towering skyscrapers and lively thoroughfares abounded. To maintain such an urban scale amidst the perils of this chaotic era was indeed commendable. After 20 minutes, the vehicle finally arrived at the grand estate of the Mo family. The family members had long been awaiting their arrival at the entrance, their faces alight with excitement. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was eager to behold the appearance of the SSR. As Xia Yuan stepped out of the car, he instantly became the center of attention. Clad in casual attire and sunglasses, his impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches exuded an undeniable charm and coolness. The younger members of the Mo family erupted into enthusiastic squeals, utterly captivated by Xia Yuan's striking looks. Noticing their reaction, he waved at them with a cheerful greeting, "Hello." Mo Xiyu, observing the scene, felt a mix of exasperation. She had once shared similar feelings, but after days of interaction, she had grown accustomed to Xia Yuan's allure. The Mo family extended a warm welcome to Xia Yuan, attending to his every need as if he were a revered ancestor. His achievements within the academy had already become widely known among the Mo family members, single-handedly clearing a 2-star dungeon and effortlessly defeating a level 70 B-rank spirit. Such feats showcased the remarkable prowess he possessed, firmly establishing him as an output-oriented character among SSR spirits. Xia Yuan's presence heralded a golden opportunity for the Mo family to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Xia's elite families. With his complete cultivation into a national strategic asset, the Mo family could soar to unprecedented heights. In the grand hall of the Missouri estate, Xia Yuan lounged like a dignitary, crossing his legs and sipping tea, relishing the attentive service of the Mo family youths. Mo Xiyu, watching from the sidelines, felt a tinge of resentment. Why was she not afforded such privileges? The current head of the Mo family was none other than Mo Xiyu's uncle, Mo Cheng. With a beaming smile, he addressed Xia Yuan, "Senior Xia Yuan, from now on, the Mo family shall be your home. Whatever your commands may be, we will strive to fulfill them." Xia Yuan, unreserved, replied with a jovial smile, "That sounds splendid. I would like to savor a full manhan chuanchi feast. Having just arrived in this world, I am eager to sample its culinary delights." Mo Xiyu clenched her small fists, feeling vexed at Xia Yuan's request. Mo Cheng, clapping his hands, promptly ordered the preparations to commence. Before long, a grand banquet of diverse delicacies adorned the long table before Xia Yuan, featuring an array of exquisite dishes and delicacies, with charming maidens by his side, assisting him in sampling the fare, even feeding him at times. The experience was purely indulgent. Only after ensuring Xia Yuan's satisfaction did Mo Cheng's attention shift to Mo Xiyu, his tone adopting a slightly stern quality. "Xiyu, why did you not inform us immediately about your contract with Senior Xia Yuan?" Mo Xiyu turned her face away, muttering, "It's nothing. I simply did not wish to." Mo Cheng let out a cold snort and sternly inquired, "This is a matter of great significance. Do you have any idea how many people are fixated on the SSR contract spirit? Previously, the Jiang family made an attempt, but fortunately, we were able to thwart them. With your current abilities, you cannot possibly defend it. If it weren't for the formidable strength of Elder Xia Yuan, you would already be dead." Mo Xiyu could not suppress a cold sneer within her heart, realizing that his concern was not for her well-being, but rather a fear of the SSR being seized by others. Mo Cheng sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Enough. You are a great contributor to the Mo family this time, so I shall overlook these matters. You must sever your contract with Elder Xia Yuan. With your current spiritual power, you cannot support Elder Xia Yuan in utilizing his full strength. Let Mo Wushuang take over his training for now." A sharp-eyed young man with short hair, clad in an exquisite uniform and sporting black-rimmed glasses, stepped forward. It was Mo Wushuang. He gazed intently in the direction of Xia Yuan and declared, "Sister Xiyu, this favor I shall remember for a lifetime. I will exchange my SR contract spirit with you, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits." Mo Wushuang adjusted his glasses confidently and continued, with the combat prowess of Elder Xia Yuan, "I am certain I can lead the Mo family to the pinnacle of esteemed families." Mo Xiyu had anticipated this, and her expression turned cold as she resolutely rejected, "No, my contract spirit is not to be given to anyone." On the other side, Xia Yuan, overhearing the conversation, slowed his pace in savoring the delicacies. It was no wonder Mo Xiyu felt so uneasy. It seemed the family intended for her to relinquish her contract with him. Mo Cheng furrowed his brow and said, "Xiyu, This is a matter that concerns the prosperity of the entire family. You cannot be willful. Wushuang is our most powerful genius and has been accepted into one of the top 3 contract spirit academies of the Great Xia, Tianxiong Academy. Only by having him contract Elder Xia Yuan can we maximize the potential of the SSR. You must not be so selfish. Think of the greater good. Mo Wushuang chimed in. Elder Xia Yuan has always been limited by your spiritual power, unable to showcase his strength. Is this what you desire? Mo Shiyu stood her ground, her gaze unwavering as she declared, it's merely a top-tier university. Within a year, I will enhance my spiritual power and directly advance to one of the top 3 contract spirit academies. Mo Chung slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You!" He took a deep breath to calm himself and continued, "Shiyu, after your parents perished at the hands of a world-class bounty boss, have I ever treated you unfairly? This matter is non-negotiable. You must terminate the contract." Mo Shiyu resolutely responded, "I will do so only over my dead body." The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The other members of the Mo family hesitated to speak further. Be it Mo Shiyu or Mo Wushuang, both were prodigies of spiritual cultivation within the Mo family, holding high status. However, in terms of spiritual power, Mo Shiyu, being a fresh entrant into the Contract Spirit Academy, was indeed at a disadvantage compared to the university student Mo Wushuang, who was already enrolled in a prestigious institution. Just as both parties found themselves at an impasse, a languid voice broke the silence. "Pardon me. As the object of your contention, I believe I have the right to speak." Xia Yuan, with an air of ennui, tugged at his mask, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The only one qualified to contract with me, to be my master, is Mo Shiyu. The rest I do not acknowledge." All eyes turned towards him. Mo Chung appeared equally astonished, not anticipating that Xia Yuan would speak on behalf of Mo Shiyu. Generally speaking, when it comes to the notion of spirit contracting, they yearn to bond with spirit masters of greater power. After all, this would enable them to unleash their full potential and navigate the path of advancement more smoothly. Mo Wushuang was taken aback as well, and promptly, with reluctance, offered his own candidacy. "Senior Xia Yuan, my spiritual energy can allow you to realize your full power. Moreover, my aptitude for nurturing spirits, be it in tactical arrangements or knowledge of dungeons, is undoubtedly more professional than that little girl Shiyu." Xia Yuan chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. "My apologies, but I only hold Mo Shiyu in high regard. She is the one I desire. Others need not apply. Should anyone wish to dissolve my contract with her, well, that would make them my adversary." While Xia Yuan did not consider himself a virtuous person, he would never commit an act of ingratitude. Mo Shiyu had saved him, and thus he would assuredly protect her. Chapter 12. Your physical skills are impressive, though Xia Yuan's words were light. The members of the Mo family felt an unprecedented weight upon them. The hall fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Mo Chung finally spoke. "Since Senior Xia has said it, we have no choice but to comply." Mo Wushuang hesitated, his reluctance evident, yet he understood the necessity of not offending Xia Yuan. However, Mo Chung shifted his gaze to Mo Shiyu, stating, "Shiyu, since you have proclaimed this, you must strive to gain admission to a top-tier Spirit Master University within a year. You cannot go back on your word." Mo Shiyu nodded, her expression exceptionally serious. "I will not falter. If I fail, I shall willingly dissolve the contract." She recognized that Xia Yuan's commitment to her stemmed from a sense of gratitude. Should she fail to support him in battle, she would not wish to remain by his side, hindering his progress. Mo Shiyu possessed her own sense of pride. Xia Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a vow from Mo Shiyu. Mo Chung nodded slightly in approval. Mo Shiyu understood that Mo Chung, as the head of the Mo family, harbored no ulterior motives and always prioritized the family's interests. Conversely, Mo Wushuang shared little blood relation with Mo Chung. He was merely a distant relative with the talent for cultivating spiritual energy. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Mo Wushuang ultimately had no choice but to leave decisively. Before departing, he lingered near Mo Shiyu, sneering, "A year to gain admission to a top university? Sister Shiyu, you truly are confident." I shall await your good news, hoping you can prove worthy of a formidable SSR spirit like Senior Xia. Mo shot him a cold glance. That is of no concern to you. Mo and Xia Yuan did not linger long at the Mo family estate. After enjoying lunch, they returned to the academy, eager to tackle dungeons. With the knowledge of Xia Yuan's monstrous prowess, Mo's courage surged. The new students at the academy were still struggling to form teams, laboring through beginner dungeons, while they were prepared to conquer a 3-star dungeon. As prominent figures within the academy, they inevitably drew attention wherever they went, becoming the center of excitement. By unfortunate coincidence, Jiang Li arrived at the dungeon area with her newly acquired C-rank spirit, the skeleton general, intending to grind through the beginner dungeon. Upon spotting Xia Yuan amidst the crowd, her eyes immediately turned red with emotion. She took in the sight of the silver-haired, striking figure standing at nearly 2 meters tall, a powerful SSR, and then glanced at her own C-rank spirit, which she had bought on loan for 10,000 spirit stones, emanating a terrifying aura. A wave of regret washed over her. Having relinquished the opportunity to contract an SSR, she had become a pariah within her family. Even her father refused to provide her with spirit stones. Jiang Li was well aware of Xia Yuan's remarkable achievements from the previous day, having single-handedly cleared a 2-star dungeon and annihilated a B-rank spirit at level 70. Such an invincible spirit should have been hers. However, she took the initiative to abandon the contract. Damn it, you are still such a formidable SSR. Why must the heavens treat me this way? The more Jiang Li contemplated, the more her anger simmered, and she kicked the skeletal general beside her with great force. What are you staring at? A spirit that can't even speak is utterly useless. Why can't you transform into an SSR? The skeletal general gazed back at her with hollow eyes, a look of innocence etched upon its visage. Meanwhile, Mo and Xia Yuan had already resolved to enter the 3-star dungeon. The senior students, accompanied by their own spirits, approached eagerly, wishing to join them. Unfortunately, they were met with cold rejections. Xia Yuan desired to level up alone. Mo's C-rank feline spirit possessed a hidden trait that reduced mana consumption, providing minimal experience to Xia Yuan. Otherwise, he would be reluctant to bring Little Black along. Fat you, do you have enough mana reserves? Did you bring any potions for replenishing mana? After the recent assassination incident, Xia Yuan had remained vigilant at the academy, constantly observing his surroundings with his 6 eyes. Though he couldn't maintain the limitless technique, it was sufficient for prevention. Mo's expression turned slightly peculiar, akin to a helpless husband forced to take medicine. Feeling both embarrassed and frustrated, she turned her face away and muttered softly, "I brought some." Xia Yuan nodded slightly. "That's good. To avoid any ambushes from those who might take advantage of your lack of mana." Mo understood Xia Yuan's concerns. But this trip back to the Mo family was not in vain. Besides bringing numerous potions to temporarily replenish mana, she also carried various protective talismans for emergencies. By the way, how do you spirit masters cultivate mana? Xia Yuan inquired curiously. You just need to use it frequently. The way to train mana is to continuously exhaust it, Mo replied. Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. How simple. No wonder you dare to bet against that old fellow from the Mo family. Mo huffed. I'm not foolish. Just as her words fell, she felt a sudden whirl, and the world around her turned upside down. Xia Yuan adeptly lifted her and stepped into the portal of the 3-star dungeon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How reckless. This time it is solo run in the 3-star dungeon. Even our seniors wouldn't dare to easily team up for such a challenge. Indeed, the power of an SSR cannot be judged by ordinary standards. With such prowess, is it possible that our Chuanbei Academy will finally gain recognition in this National Collegiate Spirit Master Competition? Successfully soloing a 3-star dungeon once might yield a reward of 3,000 spirit stones, almost enough for 20 consecutive draws. How be it? This 3-star dungeon seemed to resemble a tropical rainforest, vast and brilliantly lit. Vine grasp hunter, corrupted mire beast, symbiotic spore moth. Mo proficiently and expertly revealed the weaknesses of these monsters, yet Xia Yuan had no need for such information. He carried Mo and swiftly commenced the slaughter with lightning speed. The ground suddenly erupted with numerous spiky vines. Xia Yuan sprinted forward, executing a flawless 180-degree flip in midair, deftly evading the onslaught and delivering a powerful spell, Song, to the clawed predator. Just then, a colossal beast with an abyss-like maw surged from the marsh beneath him, intent on swallowing him whole. However, Xia Yuan had already sensed its approach. With a swift kick, he sent it flying and followed up with a spell, piercing through its neck. Monsters in the rainforest emerged in relentless waves. Yet Xia Yuan navigated through them with grace and ease. In his grasp, Emo Shiyu and Xiao He experienced a thrill akin to a roller coaster ride, their faces reflecting a sense of existential despair. Emo Shiyu had never anticipated that while Xia Yuan's skills were already so formidable, his physical prowess was equally impressive. Her SSR truly lived up to its description. Aside from her personality, her other abilities were flawless. No wonder she was an all-rounder spirit. The monsters in the 3-star dungeon range from levels 40 to 60, with the dungeon boss fixed at the highest level of 60. The challenge was significantly greater than that of the 2-star dungeon. Nevertheless, as long as Xia Yuan activated his limitless sorcery, he became nearly invincible, able to clear the dungeon without sustaining any injuries. Coupled with his nearly instantaneous spells Song and He, along with his exaggerated physical techniques, his efficiency remained commendable. 10 minutes later, they arrived once more at the lair of the dungeon boss. Emo Shiyu finally had the opportunity to disembark and take a moment to rest. Being carried had left her waist quite uncomfortable. She stretched her elegant form and moved her body, pondering whether this time they faced a red-named boss. In a 3-star dungeon, a red-named boss would be level 70, but surely luck wouldn't favor them twice in succession. Xia Yuan removed his sunglasses, revealing his ice-like eyes, and silently hoped for the best. Once Emo Shiyu had sufficiently recovered, the two entered the domain of the boss. As soon as they stepped in, a red warning line materialized around them. Suddenly, a vibrant green humanoid mantis descended from above, its physique robust, with sharp blades embedded in its arms and legs, and its pupils a blood-red hue. Though not particularly large, resembling a human in size, it emanated an imposing aura. A red level indicator shone above its head. Level 70. Blade King. Cold sweat broke out on Emo Shiyu's face as she instinctively recoiled in fear, realizing their luck was indeed quite precarious. In stark contrast, Xia Yuan's expression was one of delight. He rationally analyzed that perhaps it wasn't mere fortune. Triggering a red-named boss likely involved completing the dungeon swiftly. Chapter 13. The expansion of Sorcery Song is approaching. Xia Yuan's pupils flickered slightly as the emerald mantis flashed into view, its form appearing before him in an instant, delivering a swift strike. Bang! The blow met with the infinite. Xia Yuan, with hands casually tucked into his pockets, remarked nonchalantly, "So you're a speedster, impressively swift." As he raised his hand, the emerald mantis seemed to sense something, vanishing with a whoosh and reappearing 10 meters away, warily observing him. Emo Shiyu, hidden behind Xia Yuan, watched intently, her delicate brows furrowing. Such speed, indeed deserving of its title as a level 70 red-named boss. She had begun to grasp some of Xia Yuan's abilities. Whether it was Sorcery Song, Reversal Technique He, or the mightiest Void Technique Z, their launch speeds were not particularly fast. Hitting a creature with such fearsome velocity would prove to be quite a challenge. This was far more formidable than that B-rank, hulking female warrior. Emo Shiyu focused her attention on another skill in Xia Yuan's panel that had yet to be revealed, the one she was most curious about, the domain expansion. The very name sounded grandiose, leaving her to wonder about the nature of its power. She speculated it must be Xia Yuan's ultimate move. "Xia Yuan, are you going to use domain expansion?" she inquired, her anticipation palpable. Xia Yuan turned to her in surprise. "How did you know I possess this technique? Have you perhaps seen Sorcery Fight?" "What is Sorcery Fight?" Emo Shiyu replied, her expression one of confusion. "As a contract spirit master, I have access to the skill panels of contract spirits, so I naturally know of your skills, though I'm temporarily unaware of their effects." She smiled with pride, adding, "Let me share a secret. I can also perceive the values and potential of unbound contract spirits without forming a contract." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a system as well?" Emoshi responded, "I don't understand what you're saying." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade flashed. Seizing the moment when Xia Yuan was distracted, the mantis launched another series of attacks, landing several strikes, yet achieving no success. Xia Yuan attempted to seize it in return, but was thwarted as it evaded once more. A grin spread across his face as he lifted his palm, aiming at the distant boss. Under such circumstances, there was no need for domain expansion. Allow me to demonstrate another advanced application of sorcery song. Can you guess what will happen if I compress the distance and space between myself and that mantis creature? Emoshiyu's mind raced. Sorcery song relates to gravity, so it must be connected to gravitational forces. The effects of compressing the distance and space between the two parties were undeniably evident. Teleportation. In the next heartbeat, Xia Yuan vanished from his location, instantaneously reappearing before the mantis boss, his palm colliding forcefully against its form. The Blade King was struck as though hit head-on by a truck, the violent impact causing its body to contort grotesquely, spewing forth green liquid. Correct. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily immobilized from the impact, Xia Yuan raised a finger and unleashed a reversal technique. A flash of red light erupting. Boom! The mantis boss was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the tree trunks within the lush greenery, breaking several of them before finally coming to a halt. Its health, which was in the tens of thousands, had only diminished by a third, not entirely depleted as one might expect. Xia Yuan sighed, noting its resilience. Indeed, the power of a mere dozen levels was still insufficient. The mantis boss had not been pierced through. Instead, a fissure appeared on its emerald shell. Emoshiyu gasped in astonishment, fully aware of the formidable strength of he. It was no wonder it could withstand such an attack, being a level 70 red-name boss. She immediately exclaimed, "Foolish Xia Yuan, why didn't you utilize the more potent void style?" The battle raged on. Upon regaining its footing, the mantis boss dared not linger, but instead fled with remarkable speed, leaving behind a flurry of green afterimages. I had thought he's power sufficient, forgetting that I was still under a restriction of strength. Xia Yuan chuckled, then raised his hand once more, though speed alone would not suffice. Bang! Another instance of teleportation occurred. Xia Yuan reappeared, pressing his palm against the mantis boss. But this time, the creature had anticipated the move, raising its arms to shield itself and dissipating much of the impact. Quite capable, yet still inadequate. Simultaneously, his long legs, measuring 190 centimeters, lifted, delivering a kick to the creature's side. The mantis boss was once again sent flying, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Its health diminished once more. Xia Yuan's assault did not cease. He gestured toward the fallen boss with a flick of his fingers, invoking the void style Ji. The familiar violet light illuminated the world once again. Boom! This time, the mantis boss could no longer withstand the energy of void style Ji, resulting in its complete disintegration. The earth was pierced, leaving behind a massive pit. The boss's health bar was entirely depleted. The strategy for the 3-star dungeon was a resounding success. Radiance enveloped Xia Yuan as he ascended from level 16 to 20. He had also leveled up by 1 from battling the lesser foes prior. Meanwhile, the system's reward notifications reached 6. Successfully completed the dungeon. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan. Level up, LV, 16 LV, 20. Contract Spirit Black Cat Sprite. Level up, LV, 35 LV. 50. Acquired Mantis Heart. Acquired Red-Named Crystal. Acquired Whirlwind Blade. The notifications of leveling up and rewards echoed in his ears. Emoshi joyfully gathered the boss's drops. This endeavor had yielded over 400 spirit stones, a bountiful harvest. Soloing was exhilarating. Within the entirety of the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy, it was likely no one surpassed their efficiency in dungeon runs. The two returned to the Academy's dungeon entrance via teleportation. Xia Yuan remained vigilant. This time, no one attempted to ambush them. Perhaps they had recognized Xia Yuan's formidable strength and dared not strike carelessly. Other students, witnessing their successful conquest of even the 3-star dungeon, erupted in a chorus of envious exclamations. Comparisons among peers could be infuriating, especially when Jiang Li heard the commotion nearby. She felt a surge of irritation. She had to bring her skeletal general along, sacrificing her own allure to seek out her elder brother to lead the team before she dared to challenge the instance dungeon. Yet, others had already soloed the 3-star dungeon. They were raking in spirit stones and rapidly leveling up. Jiang Li, what are you staring at? Hurry over. We are preparing to enter the dungeon, called a rather unsavory-looking senior student with impatience. If it weren't for your decent looks and the fact that you're from the Jiang family, I wouldn't bother bringing a novice like you along. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Li's eyes, but she quickly transformed her expression into a sweet smile as she approached. Oh, brother, I'm here. Subsequently, Xia Yuan and Xia Yuan resumed their assault on the 3-star dungeon. The difficulty was just right, rewards were plentiful, and they cleared it swiftly. They continued, draining Xia Yuan's spiritual energy, and even after consuming some potions, they completed the 3 runs of the 3-star dungeon before concluding their day's endeavors. Xia Yuan, carrying the seemingly lifeless school beauty, returned to the villa and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. At last, his level had reached 25. The system reward bar had also reached 10. As one progressed, the experience required for leveling up increased, making it increasingly challenging. Xia Yuan, I really can't go on, Xia Yuan mumbled, sprawled on the bed, her spirit master robe accentuating the graceful curve of her form, her long, slender legs slightly closed, mumbling incoherently. Xia Yuan was left speechless. What kind of dream was she having? He tossed a blanket over her, just barely covering her alluring figure. Night fell. At 4 a.m, feeling bored, Xia Yuan passionately continued gaming in his room. The high-end computer was arranged by the Mo family, as they seemed to meet all of Xia Yuan's needs without fail. There was one notable advantage to being a spirit master. Staying up late felt utterly tiresome. The more he played, the more invigorated he became, likely due to Xia Yuan's spiritual energy gradually recovering. Suddenly, a chilling alarm blared outside. The academy's broadcast crackled with a panicked voice from a teacher. Attention! Attention! Chuanbei City, South Huazhong District is under sudden attack from a deep abyss dungeon. The Daxia Spirit Master Alliance is understaffed. Please, Spirit Masters with contracts at level 50 and above, proceed to assist. Chapter 14. The unusual teleportation, a situation of urgency, has arisen. All Spirit Masters possessing a spirit level of 50 or above, please render immediate assistance. Xia Yuan was jolted awake from her slumber. Xia Yuan had already teleported into her chamber, arms crossed before him, leaning against the wall, intently listening to the broadcast outside. Fat Yu, it seems there is an emergency outside. Xia Yuan, still drowsy, rose from her bed, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. As she tuned in to the broadcast, her awareness sharpening. This was dire. The Abyss Dungeon? Upon hearing the requirement of level 50, Xia Yuan chuckled softly. Although we have yet to reach level 50, our strength is formidable enough to partake. Like an arrow released from its bow, Xia Yuan sprang from her bed, hastily preparing herself before dashing outside. The wild dungeons emerging outside were exponentially more perilous than the fixed-refresh dungeons within the academy. Each outbreak claimed numerous lives. Xia Yuan followed closely, inquiring, "How is your spiritual energy recovery?" Xia Yuan clenched her small fists confidently. "No worries, I've already regained 80%. The two of them burst forth from the villa. At 4 a.m, the dawn had yet to break. In the dim night, the sounds of spirit masters leaping between the buildings echoed, their forms ghostly. These were students summoned to provide support, predominantly from the upper grades. Xia Yuan wrapped his arm around Xia Yuan's slender waist, lifting her up to keep pace with the main group. Was the monster level in the Abyss Dungeon? Xia Yuan had grown accustomed to being carried, and with a serious expression, she explained, "The minimum is level 50. The Abyss Dungeon earned its name due to the sheer number of monsters exceeding that of ordinary dungeons. In a typical dungeon, even the mightiest 5-star ones boast a maximum of merely 100 monsters. Conversely, The Abyss Dungeon can host up to thousands. Each emergence heralds significant calamity. With a smile gracing his lips, Xia Yuan leaped between the towering structures with Mo in tow, remarking, "Sounds promising. We should gain a wealth of experience." The site of the Abyss Dungeon outbreak, located in South China, was approximately 30 kilometers from the Chuanbei Spirit Academy. For the Spirit Masters advancing at full speed, it was not too distant. Before long, they beheld the terrifying Crimson Domain in the distance. Ordinary citizens were being evacuated under the auspices of various official organizations of the Great Xia. The streets were teeming with crowds and vehicles, abuzz with commotion. That must be where the red light emanates from. Xia Yuan tightened his grip on Mo, urging, "Time is of the essence. Let's make haste." Mo, bewildered, queried, "Haste?" Next moment, she felt a flash before her eyes, and the surroundings began to shift. Upon opening her eyes once more, they found themselves at the site of the Crimson Barrier. Wait, did we just teleport?" Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Yuan gently set her down, replying with nonchalance, "What is there to be surprised about? In essence, we utilize the gravitational pull of the void to swiftly draw ourselves to the destination, achieving an effect akin to long-distance teleportation." Mo's lips curled in a slight twitch, a reaction that was hardly surprising, for this was nothing short of a miraculous feat. How many more extraordinary skills did this individual possess that she remained oblivious to? "Are you students sent by the Academy for support?" A stern male voice resonated from behind them. The two turned to find a burly man clad in a Spirit Master military coat, his brows furrowed in disapproval. Behind him stood several formidable spirit beasts, each of which boasted a level exceeding 90. Chun, who shot a glance at the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head and could not suppress a derisive snort. Today's Academy students truly are as fearless as newborn calves. Regardless of how you arrived here, you should retreat quickly. This is not a place for level 25 spirit beasts. As Xia Yuan's SSR rank had been concealed by Mo, outsiders could only perceive his level. Upon noticing the 3-star insignia on his chest, Mo's demeanor shifted to one of respect as she explained, "Sir, although my spirit beast is only level 25, it is an SSR, with combat capabilities far surpassing that of an ordinary level 50 spirit beast, a military spirit master, and a 3-star officer at that. This burly man holds a position of considerable authority." Chun, who regarded the casually attired Xia Yuan, who had his hands in his pockets and exuded an air of nonchalance, with a mixture of surprise and scrutiny. Even the powerful spirit beasts behind him turned their curious gazes upon them. "SSR, you are the student from Chuanbei Academy who drew the SSR, a member of the Mo family?" Mo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, sir." Xia Yuan, however, paid no heed to the burly officer, his attention fixated on the impenetrable red barrier before him. He cut straight to the chase. "Is that the Abyss Dungeon within?" Chun, who did not take offense at his rudeness. After all, SSRs were typically characters with inflated egos. He elaborated precisely. To prevent the monsters from the Abyss Dungeon from escaping, an SR spirit beast from the Alliance has erected this barrier. The strategy team has already entered the Abyss Dungeon to confront the boss, but the difficulty of this dungeon exceeds our expectations. Upon investigation, the number of monsters may reach an astonishing 3,000. Mo's tone reflected disbelief. 3,000? Such a sudden emergence of a dungeon in a bustling urban area, coupled with such a vast number of monsters, it's no wonder support was required. "You arrived quite promptly, as the first to do so," Chun, who complimented, but reassured them. "However, you need not lead your spirit beasts into the barrier to form the first line of defense. Our Alliance personnel are already stationed there. You simply need to remain outside the barrier to form the second line of defense, dealing with any monsters that break free." Xia Yuan let out a sound of disbelief, struggling to accept this arrangement. Chun, who assumed he found the task daunting, his brows knitting together once more. "Given that you possess a level 25 SSR, surely this should be manageable?" Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "I refuse to linger outside. How many monsters could I possibly defeat that way? Fat you, we are preparing to enter." Chun, who was momentarily taken aback, Good heavens! You don't think the second line of defense is too challenging, yet you still wish to venture inside? Foolish ones, do you wish to court death? Even if it is an SSR at merely level 25? What formidable power could it possibly possess? The abyssal dungeons outside are far from the gentle nature of your academy's fixed instances. Chunhu immediately interjected. Yet, it seemed that Xia Yuan was oblivious to his words, as he had already seized the nearby Mo and was departing. This barrier seemingly only obstructed exits from within, allowing us to enter freely. Mo, quite exasperated, could only offer an awkward smile to the burly officer. Sir, I apologize. We shall be just fine. Chunhu's forehead throbbed with veins, and even his patience began to wane. Hey, you little rascal, obey the orders. He promptly gestured for his summoned spirits to restrain him. A few spirit beings were about to act, but before they could react, the figures of Xia Yuan and Mo vanished from sight, leaving them grasping at shadows. Chunhu was left bewildered. The high-level summoned spirits exchanged glances, astonished. Vanished? Was it not with this very ability that they arrived first? Instantaneous teleportation? The rumors of SSR summoned spirits possessing exceedingly bizarre skill mechanisms were indeed confirmed today. Chapter 15. The battlefield meat grinder Xia Yuan and Mo instantaneously transported to the interior of the barrier, where chaos had already erupted. The spirit masters and their summoned beings from the Alliance were fiercely engaged in combat against a multitude of level 50 monsters, unleashing a dazzling array of skills. In the center, there loomed a dark portal, significantly larger than a typical dungeon entrance. Countless creatures surged forth from this gateway, all seemingly of draconic origin. Level 50, Wingless Abyss Dragon. Level 55, Corpse Rot Dragon. Level 60, Ice and Fire Two-Headed Dragon. Level 65, Howling Funeral Dragon. They soared through the sky, unleashing elemental breaths that dazzled the eyes. The entire city had been transformed into a hellish landscape. These were monsters Mo had never seen in her textbooks. They were unrecorded new varieties. Xia Yuan needed to exercise caution. Draconic creatures possessed formidable physical prowess, making them challenging foes. If so many dragons were to escape, it would spell disaster. One could scarcely imagine the devastation that would befall the city of Chuanbei. The Alliance's spirit masters and their summons on the front lines quickly took notice of the two. Upon seeing the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head, they were utterly bewildered. What on earth? A level 25 spirit master dares to enter here. Hey, this place is far too dangerous. You must leave. Students should remain outside the barrier. What were the others doing? Wasn't it agreed that the supporting students would have level 50 spirits? It's too noisy. Xia Yuan removed his eye mask, his azure eyes emitting a brilliant glow in the night. He conjured a blue spiral between his palms, channeling his spell to its maximum potential. With a single arm rotation, he manipulated the twisting power of the blue spiral. Centered upon himself, he began to draw circles. A powerful blue gravitational sphere surged forth, mercilessly compressing and tearing apart the draconic monsters that charged towards him, transforming them into spirit stones. Around him, wherever the blue force passed, the ground sank significantly. Only the small area occupied by Xia Yuan and Mo remained unchanged. With this strike, he dispatched over a dozen draconic creatures. The terrifying spectacle rendered the rest of the Alliance momentarily speechless, their mouths agape. What is happening? How can a level 25 possess such power? This is off the charts. Has he unleashed a special ability? Even our level 70 or 80 spirits cannot achieve this. Xia Yuan had successfully made a name for himself. Mo felt an inexplicable thrill as she stood tall, exuding an air of confidence. This was her SSR, terrifyingly strong. Subsequently, emboldened by the absolute defense granted by his limitless spell, Xia Yuan launched into further assaults with reckless abandon. A manic smile played upon his lips as he unleashed spells, Song from his left hand and he from his right. Occasionally, when confronted with particularly formidable high-level draconic monsters, he would send forth a void-style Z. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Yuan resembled a formidable artillery piece on the battlefield. ruthlessly eliminating his foes, rendering the once fearsome dragon-like creatures as fragile as parchment, shattering upon contact. The other spirit masters and their spirits within the alliance watched in trepidation, nearly convinced that a boss from the abyssal dungeon had emerged to wreak havoc. Yet, it was poor Xia Yuan who bore the brunt of this chaos, as she felt her spiritual energy being incessantly drained. With the inclusion of Xia Yuan, a veritable monster of destruction, the alliance's situation had improved. Yet the overwhelming number of adversaries still eluded complete control. Numerous creatures had begun to assault the Crimson Barrier, desperately seeking an escape. Time slipped by unnoticed. The count of level 50 monsters dispatched by Xia Yuan had exceeded 100. His level had ascended to 28. The system reward bar now stood at 13. Xia Yuan tore the head off another dragon-like creature with his bare hands, sending it flying, and inquired of Xia Yuan, who was concealed behind him, how much spiritual energy remained. Xia Yuan promptly replied, "Only a third left, but with the spiritual potions I brought, I can replenish half, totaling about 80%. She had been steadily improving over the past few days. Each time Xia Yuan drained her energy, her overall capacity surged upon recovery. Moreover, her feline spirit had also reached level 50, poised at the brink of a breakthrough, significantly aiding her in both replenishment and mitigation of energy. In earlier times, Xia Yuan would not have dared to unleash such reckless output. She would have long since faltered. Xia Yuan gazed towards the central portal, contemplating the endless onslaught. Surely, the abyssal dungeon's boss was concealed within that portal. If they were to vanquish it, would the lesser monsters not also perish? Had anyone ventured inside to strategize? Xia Yuan nodded, affirming that the Alliance's officials must have dispatched a strategy team into the dungeon. Their task was merely to hold their ground. Xia Yuan raised his hand, employing a reversal technique to crush another creature. Yet, so much time had passed, and the team had yet to succeed in their strategy. One could only surmise they had encountered insurmountable difficulties. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan understood Xia Yuan's thoughts. With a peculiar expression, she remarked, "You wish to enter the dungeon, don't you?" Xia Yuan pondered that defeating the boss of the abyssal dungeon would surely yield a substantial experience reward. In his previous dungeon runs, he had discovered that taking down a dungeon boss not only granted copious experience, but also had the most beneficial effect on the system's reward bar. Xia Yuan immediately waved her hands frantically. No. The boss of the abyssal dungeon is nearly max level, with immense health and high attack power. With our current strength, we would surely be unable to conquer it. Boom! A massive shard of ice struck Xia Yuan's face, but was shattered into fragments by his limitless technique. Were there not other spirits from the Alliance present? Could they not handle the output? Xia Yuan blinked in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Xia Yuan, smiling, clarified, "Did you not wish to see my domain unfold? My domain is actually a control-type ultimate move. It might just assist them." Xia Yuan was taken aback. "After unleashing such terrifying output, you now tell me that you are, in fact, a control-type spirit?" Xia Yuan chuckled softly. In a certain sense, his most formidable domain was indeed control, yet his output was not to be underestimated. "All right, it's settled then. Let's proceed." Without waiting for Xia Yuan to react, Xia Yuan grasped her and dashed towards the portal leading to the Abyss dungeon. Along the way, the members of the Alliance were taken aback at the sight of the outrageous level 28 charging towards the portal. Has he lost his mind? Is he really intending to brave the Abyss dungeon again? The strategy team has already entered. He just caused chaos? Are the students in the academy truly this reckless? They recalled a recent news article about the emergence of a new SSR from the Chuan University Spirit Contract Academy, and it was likely him. Otherwise, his combat prowess would not be so monstrous. Yet even as an SSR, a level 28 should not dare to challenge the Abyss dungeon. Did he treat it as a mere routine leveling ground? Truly a fierce one. Xia Yuan felt somewhat despondent. She felt like a power bank, perpetually tethered to Xia Yuan, providing him energy without a semblance of agency. However, she recognized that despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor, Xia Yuan possessed a sense of measure in his actions. Since he claimed his ultimate move could control the battlefield, it would not hurt to see for herself. If he could indeed assist the Alliance's strategy team in conquering the Abyss dungeon ahead of schedule, they would not only gain a wealth of experience, but also expedite the end of this calamity. Xia Yuan, with Mo Shiyu in tow, unleashed a torrent of power, vanquishing the dragon-like monsters that assailed them, and plunged into the portal. The surrounding scenery shifted in an instant, revealing a desolate expanse of desert. Yellow sand stretched endlessly beneath the blazing sun. Suspended in midair, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu temporarily evaded the onslaught of the monsters. A glance around revealed a dark swarm of dragon-like creatures relentlessly surging towards them, all intent on breaking free from the dungeon. From a distance, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. As they raised their eyes, they beheld a colossal black dragon standing majestically in the desert. Its towering figure reached heights of 100 feet, reminiscent of a prehistoric tyrant. Obsidian scales adorned its entire body, and its head bore 3 crimson eyes, arranged in a perfect line, exuding an aura of malevolent power. Its limbs were robust, with claws sharp as blades. Each time it opened its cavernous maw, it unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Level 100, Abyssal Desolation. Nidhogg Shadow. Phase 2, World Destruction Tyrant Form. The Alliance's strategy team was engaged in battle, akin to a swarm of flies, incessantly assaulting it. Mo Shiyu, witnessing such an overwhelmingly oppressive boss for the first time, felt her complexion pale with fear. Xia Yuan raised his hand, gazing in awe. This is nothing short of a monster. Has Ultraman arrived? Mo Shiyu, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Ultraman?" Xia Yuan replied, "Light." Chapter 16. Unable to defeat the level 100 boss. This boss has a second phase? Xia Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Mo Shiyu gazed at the colossal creature, trembling in fear. High-level dungeon bosses typically possess multiple phases of attack patterns, akin to having several lives, making them exceedingly difficult to vanquish. They hovered in the air, observing the battle from a distance. The Alliance's strategy team was certainly not to be underestimated. Each spirit companion boasted a level exceeding 90, with the lowest rank being B tier. The most formidable and captivating among them was a valiant female swordswoman clad in white armor, an SR tier spirit. Each of her strikes emanated tremendous power, matching Xia Yuan's own destructive capability. Even the immense black dragon boss sustained injuries under the onslaught of these spirit companions, its health gradually diminishing, nearing depletion. It appeared that the Alliance's strategy team had been engaged in combat for quite some time, on the verge of depleting the boss's health bar. Remarkable, they were close to defeating it. Xia Yuan felt a tinge of regret. He had initially thought he could assist and gain some experience in the process. It seemed, however, that his help was no longer needed. Mo Shiyu reassured him, "Xia Yuan, you are undoubtedly more powerful than that max level. Do not feel disheartened. In that case, let us defeat some lesser monsters. We can still gain significant experience." Xia Yuan playfully squeezed her slender waist, teasingly replying, "Pang you, when have I ever felt disheartened?" Mo Shiyu squirmed, unable to contain her laughter. "No, I was wrong, Xia Yuan. Please stop." Just then, the black dragon boss's health bar was finally emptied under the relentless assault of the strategy team's spirit companions. However, to the astonishment of everyone present, the black dragon boss did not fall. Instead, it transitioned into a third phase. Mo Shiyu was left utterly speechless. 3 phases? Is this a joke? It possesses a third phase. The mountain-sized black dragon began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a humanoid monstrosity. Its once formidable health bar, teetering at nearly 100,000, was fully restored. Level 100, Abyssal Starry Abyss. Nidhogg Shadow, Phase 3, Humanoid Tyrant Form. The strategy team's spirit masters and companions appeared equally unprepared for this third phase, momentarily frozen in astonishment. In an instant, the humanoid tyrant launched a ferocious assault. Unlike the clumsy behemoth of the previous phase, its speed, reflexes, and strength seemed to reach their zenith, swiftly knocking several max-level spirit companions from the air, rendering them incapable of fighting. It even maneuvered behind, swiftly eliminating a support-type spirit that provided control skills. In the blink of an eye, the Alliance's strategy team found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Only the SR tier white-armored swordswoman remained capable of engaging in combat with the foe. The situation was dire. It appeared that it was our turn to intervene. Xia Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. Just as he lamented his inability to gain experience, an opportunity had presented itself. Mo Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Even from a distance, she could perceive the formidable aura emanating from the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss. Xia Yuan, do you have confidence? Of course, I am the strongest. This expedition, aimed at conquering the Abyss dungeon boss, was composed of a coalition of 5 spirit masters and 13 spirits, all above level 90. The leader of this group was none other than Han Yu, the T1 level spirit master of the Alliance. She was also the contract holder of the current strongest combatant in the team, the 95 level SR Ice Queen. Han Yu and the other 4 spirit masters remained within the energy barrier, closely observing the unfolding situation. The circumstances were dire. She had already requested reinforcements from the Alliance. The battle strategy initially devised had been thrown into disarray by the emergence of the formidable boss in its 3rd phase. Their remaining combat strength was dwindling. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus displayed exaggerated combat prowess, incapacitating several spirits to the brink of death, forcing them into the spirit space for safety. Currently, only the Ice Queen and 3 supporting spirits remained on the battlefield. Han Yu bit her finger, forcing herself to remain composed, her gaze fixed intently on the battle. The figures of the Ice Queen and the humanoid boss had transformed into 2 streaks of light in the air, engaged in a frenzied clash that appeared evenly matched. However, the boss's health was alarmingly high. The Ice Queen had suffered significant losses early in the fight, and her remaining energy was scant. If they continued to prolong the battle, it was highly likely that they would succumb before the Alliance's reinforcements arrived. The imbalance was staggering. This creature had been overwhelmingly powerful in its first 2 phases, and their spirits were nearly exhausted, yet it still had a 3rd phase? This was entirely unforeseen. Captain Han Yu, what should we do now? Suddenly, a white-armored female swordsman in the sky unleashed a sword strike, releasing a wave of chilling air that sent the boss reeling backward. She then appeared above Han Yu, shaking off the frost from her body. With a cold gaze, she spoke, "Master, this cannot continue. Do we have any other strategies?" Han Yu bit her finger hard, sighed, and reluctantly concluded, "There is no choice left. With our current strength, it seems implausible to conquer the boss. We must prepare to retreat." The Ice Queen paused for a moment, her golden eyes filled with defiance. "Retreat? I wish to try again. At this stage, its defenses are not as robust as in the previous phases. If I unleash my ultimate attack, I am confident I can defeat it. However, its evasion speed is too swift to land a hit. If only I had some form of control. As an SR, the strongest ice swordsman, she was unwilling to flee at such a critical moment. What would become of her reputation as the undefeated queen? Han Yu, exasperated, replied, "That creature is cunning. The last crowd control spirit was just slain by it. Queen, do not be headstrong. Retreating is the best option now. Otherwise, once my energy is depleted, there will be no means to escape." The remaining spirit masters exchanged glances, knowing they had exhausted their options. It appears that this abyss dungeon can only be tackled after a prolonged delay. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a languid male voice suddenly resonated. "What are you discussing? Are you preparing to retreat? That would be such a pity, having reached the 3rd stage." Han Yu was taken aback, and as she raised her eyes, she beheld a silver-haired man clad in black, effortlessly lifting a young girl, floating above them. The conspicuous level 28 emblem atop his head was particularly striking. The Frost Queen abruptly turned around, her frosty visage reflecting immense surprise. "You, how did you get here?" she exclaimed, completely oblivious to his arrival. It is worth noting that she possessed an exceptionally keen passive perception. Anything within 100 meters of her would be detected. Yet, she had failed to sense his approach. Level 28. Han Yu's eyes widened in realization, and she hastily exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Are you seeking death? Quickly, enter the barrier. You are already within the boss's attack range." In that fleeting moment of the Frost Queen's distraction, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss, which had been several hundred meters away, suddenly charged forward. appearing directly in front of Xia Yuan in the blink of an eye. This is bad. The Frost Queen's pupils constricted sharply. She intended to intervene and rescue him. But it seemed she was already too late. The boss's bone blade struck with precision, aiming directly at Xia Yuan's head. Bang! The force of the blow was tremendous, the speed of the strike nearly exceeding the speed of sound. An explosive sound followed in its wake. The terrifying power stirred a whirlwind, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air. The expressions of the Frost Queen and the Alliance's spirit masters turned to horror, thinking to themselves, it's over. A single strike from the boss would surely be insurmountable for a level 28 spirit, and perhaps even the young girl would perish. However, as they beheld the scene, they were met with an astonishing sight. The boss's bone blade halted abruptly before the silver-haired man, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The Frost Queen's golden eyes were filled with shock as she incredulously uttered, "It stopped?" Xia Yuan, unfazed, reached out a hand and flicked the blade before him with his fingers, remarking with a click of his tongue, "This blade possesses quite the force. No wonder it's a level 100 boss." Emoshiyu's heart surged with excitement, reveling inwardly. Indeed, even a maximum level boss of the Abyss could not breach Xia Yuan's limitless spellcraft. Chapter 17. I possess one more than you in close proximity. The form of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus was vividly etched in the eyes of the onlookers. Astonishingly, she was a woman of charming beauty, adorned with 2 black horns atop her head and clad in sleek, black scale armor. Her figure was both voluptuous and athletic, exuding an undeniable allure. The bone blade she wielded extended from her arm, a testament to her formidable nature. A single strike failed to fell Xia Yuan, and the expression of astonishment crossed her face as she stammered, "What is happening? What blocked it?" Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the boss of the dungeon could articulate thoughts. Initially, it was merely a female Tyrannosaurus. Without hesitation, the Ice Queen unsheathed her sword and struck toward the back of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. A flash of sword light erupted, accompanied by an oppressive chill. The temperature in the entire space plummeted, and the moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into frost. An icy expanse enveloped the area. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus swiftly turned and raised her bone blade to parry, yet the frigid sword energy continued to surge, violently propelling her away. Crack, crack, crack. As the sword energy passed, it crystallized into a thick, sharp ice wall, dragging the humanoid Tyrannosaurus backward. She raised her bone blade and, with a counterstrike, cleaved the earth, finally managing to escape. "Well, that swordplay was commendable," Xia Yuan remarked, stroking his chin with a nonchalant demeanor. As expected of an SR tier, level 95 contract spirit, she did possess some formidable output. "So who are you exactly?" "At level 28, how did you withstand her assault?" The Ice Queen sheathed her sword and cast a piercing gaze at Xia Yuan, the aura of a high-level SR palpable. Emoshiyu, visibly anxious, hurriedly explained, We are students from the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy. He is my contract spirit, named Xia Yuan. His abilities are quite unique." "Ah, I can't explain everything in a moment." Xia Yuan gently tapped her on the head. "Pang Yu, your explanation is too chaotic." He succinctly summarized, "In any case, I am here to assist you. That creature seems to possess a degree of autonomy. I should be able to control her and induce a state of stupor. However, given my current level and Pang Yu's spiritual energy, it may only last about a minute." Han Yu glanced at Xia Yuan, who was holding Emoshiyu, and said, "Wait. Let's first allow the young lady into our spiritual energy barrier. It is the safest place here." Xia Yuan reached out to touch the barrier, which appeared rather fragile. "Is this truly reliable?" Han Yu explained, "This is a barrier exclusive to the strategy team, designed to obscure the boss's perception. Instinctively, it will not attack here, and the residual effects of typical battles cannot breach this barrier." Only then did Xia Yuan place Emoshiyu inside. The Ice Queen furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Xia Yuan's level above him. "You claim you can control the boss? But as a level 28 contract spirit, how can we trust you?" Xia Yuan placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head back with a grin. "You're an SR, right? I possess one more than you. This should suffice." Han Yu and the other Alliance contract spirit masters present were taken aback. You're an SSR? Indeed. I previously came across a report indicating that the College of Spirit Masters at Sichuan University has produced a new SSR. The Ice Queen, gazing at the silver-haired man before her, felt an inexplicable annoyance and retorted haughtily, "What good is having multiple S's? I am of level 95 and possess fully upgraded spirit inscriptions." Xia Yuan, undeterred, mockingly replied, "So, you're still an SR, haha. There's a whole S difference between us. Why not add another S? Is it because you dislike it?" Observing his smug demeanor, the Ice Queen gritted her teeth and inquired, "Master, may I strike him?" Han Yu immediately interjected sternly, "Enough, both of you. Do you even realize the current situation?" Shiyu, fuming, complained, "Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan shrugged helplessly. "All right, I understand such a hassle. In any case, as I mentioned earlier, I can control her for 1 minute. During that time, all this SR lady needs to do is unleash her utmost power alongside mine." Han Yu bit her finger, deep in thought. The abilities Xia Yuan had just demonstrated were truly remarkable. As a T1 level spirit master in the Alliance, Han Yu was well informed and had some understanding of SSRs. SSRs are renowned for their exceptional skills. Some abilities are entirely unaffected by levels, and perhaps there is indeed a chance. Thus, she decided to give it a try. Han Yu glanced at the distant boss, which had grown cautious due to Xia Yuan's presence and seemed momentarily disinclined to launch an offensive. They had time to strategize. "All right, you must inform us of the specifics of your control abilities so we can formulate a strategy." Xia Yuan, with no intention of withholding information, promptly shared the activation method and capabilities of his boundless domain. "In simple terms, I can draw the opponent into my domain, forcibly subjecting her brain to countless repetitions of perception and transmission." He pointed to his head, explaining, "This is akin to inundating her mind with an abundance of irrelevant information, causing her brain to malfunction, thus rendering her dazed and paralyzed. Once the domain is established, only those I touch remain unaffected. Moreover, within my domain, my attack power is significantly enhanced, accompanied by guaranteed hits." Upon hearing his explanation, everyone was engulfed in profound astonishment, particularly the Ice Queen, whose exquisitely beautiful face was marred with disbelief. How could such an outrageous control skill exist in this world? Shiyu stood frozen, utterly astounded that Xia Yuan's ultimate move was so overpowered, forcing a brain malfunction, coupled with guaranteed hits within the domain and Xia Yuan's formidable spell attacks, rendered him virtually invincible. No wonder Xia Yuan incessantly proclaimed himself as the strongest. It turns out he was not boasting at all. Han Yu and the Alliance's spirit masters were equally taken aback. The skills of SSR are indeed absurd. This is beyond extraordinary. What I heard is truly hard to believe. Han Yu bit her finger resolutely. "Very well. Let us see. I hope you're not boasting." The remaining auxiliary spirits were summoned back, fully apprised of the final battle plan. Do not underestimate their supportive roles. Their assistance is quite substantial. Among them, 2 can amplify the main damage dealer spirit's attack power by as much as 300. Another can provide a boost to speed. This is also the reason why the Ice Queen has been able to withstand the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss for so long. Xia Yuan moved his body, directing all these buffs to Miss SR, as he deemed them unnecessary for himself. The Ice Queen snorted, stating that he should focus on control while she would handle the rest. Xia Yuan glanced at her with a grin, reminding her to hold on tightly when his domain was unleashed. Otherwise, if she ended up daft, he would not take responsibility. The Ice Queen ignored him, slowly closing her eyes and taking a deep breath as a powerful chill erupted from her being. Her knightly skirt crystallized into dazzling icicles, making her appear as a blooming ice lotus, enveloped in frost, a sight to behold. All attributes enhanced. Valkyrie form. Xia Yuan clapped from the side, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive. Impressive. She is entirely encased in ice. I never expected Miss SR to have a second phase like the boss, the ice cream form." The Ice Queen, with a vexed expression, shouted, "It's Valkyrie form. Are your ears deaf?" At some point, Xia Yuan adopted a serious demeanor, earnestly stating, "All right, Miss SR, in this situation, let us refrain from jokes and take things seriously." The Ice Queen thought to herself that after conquering the boss, she would definitely give this guy a good thrashing. How could there be such an insufferable spirit in this world? Chapter 18. The field unfolds, battle imminent. The atmosphere is taut as a drawn bowstring. In the distance, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, resembling an adorable maiden yet adorned with menacing bone blades and scaled armor, fixes its crimson vertical gaze upon us. Miss Ice Cream, prepare your ultimate move. May you vanquish the boss in one fell swoop. Xia Yuan flexes his wrists, donning a slightly frivolous smile. Yet, deep within his cerulean eyes, a glimmer of silver emerges. It is the ice goddess Valkyrie. Moreover, my most formidable strike requires no scrutiny from you. The chilling aura surrounding the Ice Queen surges once more. The air crystallizes, the ice shards swirling around her, as if imbued with life, refracting the surrounding light into a dazzling azure halo. She scoffs, suggesting he reconsider whether his control can adequately restrain it, for that creature is exceedingly swift. Xia Yuan glances down at Han Yu and the others beneath him. He cannot unleash his full power here, lest he inadvertently ensnare them. Swift? That bears no consequence for me. A manic smile curves his lips as he raises his palm, aimed at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss. Now, in the instant his words leave his lips, Xia Yuan vanishes from sight. Disappeared? The Ice Queen's eyes narrow, and, upon searching, she discovers Xia Yuan has somehow teleported to the boss's front, delivering a strike to her abdomen. Bang! The previously red-named boss is momentarily stunned by Xia Yuan's sudden onslaught. However, this humanoid Tyrannosaurus is a different challenge altogether. She absorbs Xia Yuan's powerful impact, enhanced by the gravitational spell, taking only around 5,000 damage from her 12,000 health points, showing no signs of staggering. Roar! The adorable dragon maiden unleashes a fearsome roar. Clearly startled by Xia Yuan's abrupt advance, a profound sense of danger compels her to retaliate. Her arms extend, and colossal bone blades slice through the air, accompanied by a devastating gale, sweeping towards Xia Yuan's waist. Clang! Yet, akin to before, the bone blades are once again thwarted by an infinite block. Halting mere inches from Xia Yuan, with a flick of his fingers, he instantaneously casts a virtual strike. In an instant, a radiant purple light bursts forth. At level 28, Xia Yuan's power has significantly increased. The virtual strike he unleashes, in both scale and might, far surpasses his previous efforts. The formidable purple energy sphere warps and cleaves through space, colliding with the boss. A mystical shield suddenly envelopes her, absorbing a substantial portion of the virtual strike's force. Her health diminishes slightly yet again. However, she still boasts over 100,000 health points. This is merely a fraction of her vitality. Xia Yuan had initially sought to gauge how much damage he could inflict upon a level 100 Abyss boss with his own output. Yet, he clearly overestimated his capabilities. At present, he stands at level 28, possessing less than a third of his peak strength. His damage output remains insufficient. Nevertheless, to Han Yu and the others, this spectacle is nothing short of extraordinary. A level 28 Xia Yuan dares to clash with a level 100 boss. Not having witnessed it firsthand, none would dare to believe. Han Yu curiously inquired of Mo Shiu, who had just effortlessly thwarted the boss's assault. It seemed he possessed more than just a single supermodel skill. Mo Shiu nodded, providing a brief explanation of the capabilities of the limitless technique. The group was once again astounded. The concept of infinity and formulas for mathematics materialized into reality. No wonder the adversary could withstand the boss's attacks unscathed. Regardless of how formidable the summoned spirits and the creatures within the dungeon might be, they were primarily numerical entities, while this individual was undeniably a mechanized anomaly. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan recognized that he could not handle this alone. With one hand forming seals, he prepared to unleash his domain. He called out, "Ice Cream Miss." In a flash of ice blue afterimage, she darted past like lightning, arriving behind the boss in the blink of an eye, delivering a decisive strike. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus momentarily succumbed to rigidity, its body beginning to plummet. Bolstered by the support of 3 auxiliary spirits, the Ice Queen's attack power and speed soared to their zenith. With a single stroke, she unleashed a terrifying force, inflicting over 5,000 points of damage to the boss. Here it comes. Reluctantly, the Ice Queen grasped Xia Yuan's arm, hoping he was not merely boasting. His azure eyes shimmered with an extraordinary light as his lips parted, and a calm, yet chilling voice resonated. Domain expansion. Infinite void. In an instant, the Ice Queen's hair stood on end. A nearly rule-like forceful domain began to emanate from Xia Yuan at its center. And Mo Shiyu felt his spiritual energy deplete in an instant, collapsing limply to the ground. An absolute, silent, spherical space abruptly descended, enveloping Xia Yuan, the Ice Queen, and the descending humanoid Tyrannosaurus. It distorted the light, forming a hazy barrier that appeared filled with a viscous gray substance. Everything from the outside world was wholly consumed by this gray expanse. The internal scenery became indistinct and warped. At the center of the domain, Xia Yuan maintained his raised hand posture. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an extreme tranquility, while within his silver eyes, endless swirling seals mirrored the cosmos. The boss's eyes, once filled with frenzied, killing intent, suddenly appeared exceptionally clear and vacuous. Its slit pupils dilated and contracted violently, then expanded again, flickering like a malfunctioning light bulb. Gore! Within the depths of its brain, brimming with destruction and combat fervor, an unending torrent of information was forcibly inundating it. The perceptions and sensations arising from its life activities were being relentlessly imposed upon it. At that moment, it felt as though it could perceive all things in the universe, akin to a deity. Yet, overwhelmed by the billions of useless transmissions and information bombardments, its brain overloaded and crashed, leaving it in a state of despairing stupor. Ultimately, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss stood frozen, utterly immobile, reduced to a mere living target. Xia Yuan broke into a grin, exhaling deeply. It seems effective. Indeed, even a dungeon boss possesses a fundamental consciousness. The Ice Soul Goddess, her nerves taut and her face devoid of expression, was engulfed by a tempest of emotions within. She had initially believed that Xia Yuan's description of his abilities was merely hyperbole. Yet at this moment, witnessing the once mighty level 95 tyrant dragon boss rendered lifeless, akin to a mere puppet, her understanding was irrevocably transformed. SSR could indeed wield such an absolute power that transcended levels and struck at the very essence. Had she not been in contact with Xia Yuan, even she, a fully leveled SR, would have succumbed to paralysis, her mind overwhelmed by an influx of information, becoming an unresisting target. The Ice Soul Queen silently retracted her earlier decision to retaliate later. In the outside world, Han Yu and the others stared in astonishment at the silent gray sphere of domain above, utterly shocked. Could such a commotion truly be conjured by a mere level 28 contract spirit? And Mo Shiyu had already consumed every potion available to replenish her spiritual energy, desperately pouring them into her mouth. The energy expenditure of the domain's manifestation far exceeded her expectations. Had she not been well prepared, frantically consuming potions, she would have already fainted by now. Chapter 19. You will all perish. Act now. 1 minute. Xia Yuan urged. The boss's cerebral structure was extraordinary, allowing for rapid recovery. The opportunity was fleeting. The Ice Phantom Queen, initially stunned, suddenly transformed her gaze into one of chilling sharpness. All shock and doubt were cast aside in that moment, leaving only the unwavering focus and resolute killing intent of the primary contract spirit. With a fierce shout, she raised her longsword. An overwhelming force of frigid energy surged from within her, infusing the blade in her grasp. The sword emitted a melodious hum, its length expanding exponentially, transforming into a colossal blade, crystalline and seemingly sculpted from ancient ice. Buzz! Her aura soared once more. The icy atmosphere surrounding her thickened into a palpable substance, freezing the space beneath her feet into a deep blue ring that spread outward. The Ice Phantom Queen siphoned every ounce of spiritual energy from Hanyu, pouring it unreservedly into this strike. Gripping the now massive Ice Phantom Greatsword, She leaned back and swung with all her might. Absolute silence. The judgment of absolute zero. A blade of icy blue light, refined to perfection and capable of freezing all, shot straight toward the heart of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, which remained in a state of stupor. At that very moment, Xia Yuan also sprang into action. The spiritual energy generated by Mo Shiyu's frantic consumption of potions invigorated him for battle. He raised his 5 fingers, directing them toward the creature's head, and forcefully grasped the air. Void technique. Z. A wave of violet energy erupted from his fingertips, aimed directly at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Within the domain, the attack was guaranteed to hit. Moreover, this void technique Z, bolstered by the domain, was amplified in scale and potency. Caught in a stupor, the boss had no means of evasion or defense, and could only endure the onslaught of their combined attacks. Puffed. The frigid sword energy of absolute zero precisely pierced through the boss's armored chest, clad in black scales. The void technique Z followed closely, tearing at her form from another angle. The boss's health bar, towering at 100,000, visibly plummeted. Roar! The once adorable visage of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus contorted in agony, unleashing frenzied howls. The excruciating pain, deep-rooted in her very bones, awakened her primal instincts. Her eyes rolled back, and she began to thrash violently, attempting to break free from their control. Mo Shiyu, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground. Han Yu supported her. Xia Yuan could no longer maintain the boundless void of the domain. The dark expanse dissipated, revealing the scene within. Witnessing the boss's relentless loss of health, the hearts of the onlookers raced to their throats. Failure was not an option. Should they falter, they would possess no surplus strength to escape the relentless pursuit of the boss, potentially meeting their demise in this desolate place. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's words, a surge of fury ignited within the Ice Spirit Queen, transforming her into a frigid core of wrath. She summoned the might of her colossal sword once more, roaring as she infused it with her final strength. Submit to your demise. The air erupted with a thunderous clash as the absolute zero sword energy and the void's essence forcefully struck the boss, driving it into the desert floor. The ground yielded, forming a gaping chasm. 10 seconds elapsed. The icy sword energy dissipated. The Ice Spirit Queen descended from the heavens, her long sword plummeting like a meteor, piercing through the boss's cranium. The creature, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, began to show signs of disintegration. Both its formidable black-scaled armor and the protruding bone blades fractured like shattered porcelain, fissures sprawling across its form. 1 second passed, and just as Xia Yuan's words fell silent, the beast's once white vertical pupils regained their color. A wave of despair washed over the onlookers as the control over the void ceased. Could this creature possibly rise again? Yet, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus lacked the strength to regroup. In a moment of vulnerability, she, taking on a youthful visage, managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. They have arrived. You humans shall all perish. With a resounding explosion, her entire being disintegrated into a myriad of ethereal lights. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the abyssal boss's health bar finally reached its limit, and it succumbed to death. The abyssal dungeon was successfully conquered. The situation had been dire, as these level 50 monsters had just breached the second line of defense composed of academy students. However, at that moment, the boss was vanquished. The rampaging dragon-like creatures outside the dungeon shattered and dissipated into nothingness. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the air. Success in conquering the abyssal dungeon. Contractor Xia Yuan. Level increased. LV. 28 LV. 38. Contractor Black Hat Spirit. Level increased. LV. 50 LV. 50. Experience can only be gained after a breakthrough. Mo Shiyu, barely clinging to consciousness, finally succumbed to her faintness upon hearing the announcement of level advancement. Han Yu and the allied contractors erupted in jubilant cheers. Hooray! We have triumphed. That was perilous. This abyssal boss was formidable beyond measure, with 3 distinct phases. Fortunately, an SSR appeared mid-battle, fortuitously wielding a control ability. Otherwise, we would have been forced to retreat in disgrace. Xia Yuan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gracefully descended to the ground, smiling as he remarked, "Impressive prowess." Miss Ice Cream. The Ice Spirit Queen knelt on one knee, her longsword supporting her weary form as she gasped for breath. Her Valkyrie form had long since dissipated, reverting to her white armor, revealing a strikingly curvaceous silhouette. She cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yuan with her captivating golden eyes. "Your praise is unwarranted. However, I cannot deny your strength." The Ice Spirit Queen had always held a profound respect for the powerful. If it were not for Xia Yuan today, she alone would have been incapable of conquering the boss. Xia Yuan clapped his hands and stretched widely, declaring the completion of their task. "Do not forget to distribute the spiritual stones from the dungeon raid, along with the spoils dropped by the boss." Han Yu gazed at him with immense gratitude. "Of course, you are the true heroes of this endeavor. The spiritual stones are a given, and you may choose any two materials from the boss's rewards." He glanced at Mo Shiyu, who was already fast asleep, and sighed helplessly. "I'm not well versed in these matters. I shall decide once my master awakens." Han Yu nodded and handed over her contact information to Xia Yuan. "I am Han Yu, T1, level contract spirit master of the Alliance. Once she wakes, let her reach out to me. After we complete our tasks, we will deliver the rewards to your academy." Xia Yuan discreetly noticed her fingers, marked with bite marks, as he accepted the business card, thanking her. This mature woman in a black professional outfit appeared quite composed. Yet it was perplexing to see such a peculiar habit of biting her fingers. Han Yu chuckled. "We should be the ones thanking you. Were it not for your timely intervention, we would have struggled to conquer this abyssal dungeon. The consequences of allowing those dragon-like monsters to rampage would indeed be dire." She glanced at Mo Shiyu. "Your contract spirit master is truly courageous, charging into the chaotic abyssal dungeon with a level 28 SSR. In my youth, I lacked such audacity. After all, should one falter within, the losses would be monumental." Xia Yuan mused silently. It seemed he had rather insistently brought Mo Shiyu along, yet he had, at least, inquired about her thoughts beforehand, indicating that she was in agreement. Indeed, it is quite brave. Chapter 20. The world-class bounty of the billion lives debt. Following the successful of the Abyss Dungeon, the Spirit Contracting Masters Alliance commenced the cleanup of the scene. Various official organizations and departments intervened to initiate the rescue of the injured and to repair the city's ruins. Han Yu was aware that Mo Shiyu had just contracted the SSR, Xia Yuan, and that the soul contract was still unstable, making it susceptible to the attention of other nefarious spirit contracting masters. Thus, she thoughtfully dispatched the Ice Queen, who retained some spiritual energy, to drive Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu back to the academy. Xia Yuan was entirely unprepared for the sight of this knightly figure, who, despite her medieval appearance, exhibited remarkable skill and flair behind the wheel. With a burst of speed and deft drifting around corners, she drove at an exhilarating pace. Mo Shiyu, slumbering in the passenger seat, swayed precariously, prompting Xia Yuan to support her under his arm. "Miss Ice Cream, do cars exist in your original world?" he inquired. The Ice Queen shot him a glance through the rearview mirror, her demeanor unfazed as she replied, "No. But do you think I have been in this world for only a short time? It has been over a decade. Naturally, I have adapted. My pastime is racing." Slumped in the back seat, Xia Yuan felt lethargic due to Mo Shiyu's drained spiritual energy. "Speaking of which, I notice Han Yu seems to have little energy left as well. How is it that you remain so spirited after defeating the boss?" The Ice Queen let out a self-satisfied huff. "I am level 95 and can carry 5 inscriptions. Since I do not lack damage, I have equipped a set of inscriptions that replenish my own spiritual energy. Even if a spirit contracting master exhausts their energy, I can still engage in battle for a while thanks to the energy inscriptions." She cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yuan, as if relishing her superiority, and elaborated. "You are only level 38. Do not even think about inscriptions until you reach level 50. Only after breaking through to level 90 can you carry a complete set of 5 inscriptions." Xia Yuan was not at all surprised upon hearing this. After all, Such mechanics were prevalent in card collecting and nurturing games from his previous life, like relics and artifacts. The requirement of reaching level 50 to carry inscriptions meant he would have to wait. Currently, what he lacked most was spiritual energy. It felt somewhat cruel to continually exhaust Xia. Taking a moment to glance at the system, Xia Yuan could only marvel at the formidable nature of a max-level Abyss boss. Following this battle, the progress bar for system rewards had surged to 20, an impressive increase of 10. Xia Yuan resolved that whenever the opportunity arose, he would certainly partake in such monstrous dungeon calamities. What did the dragon-like Abyss boss mean with its final words? Who were they referring to? Xia Yuan was particularly intrigued by this matter. It was evident that the monsters in this world's dungeons might possess a degree of self-awareness, transcending mere numerical data, as in a game. The Ice Queen chuckled softly. Who knows? Perhaps it was just a last hurrah before death. Her tone turned considerably colder. However, the they that creature spoke of most likely refers to the world-class bounty boss. Though reluctant to admit it, their power is indeed formidable. This is the first time Xia Yuan has heard of world-class bounty bosses. Just how powerful could they be? Is it possible that the entire Spirit Master Alliance of the Great Xia cannot conquer them? The Ice Queen continued, stating that only those bosses who carry the burden of 1,000,000 human lives and have never been successfully defeated can be placed on the global bounty list. They are ranked by the number of lives they have claimed, with some even being ancient remnants that bear the weight of over 100 million souls as ultimate bosses. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million, Xia Yuan's heart raced. These ancient bosses remain unconquered to this day. The Ice Queen took a deep breath. Even someone as proud as she seemed to exhibit a hint of humility when discussing world-class bounty bosses. These entities not only possess boundless strength, but they also seem to have transcended into a higher form of existence. They can conceal their boss insignia and assume the guise of ordinary humans, blending into society. There was a case where a security guard, in a fit of anger after an argument with a resident, transformed into a world-class bounty boss and slaughtered every resident in the building. Xia Yuan felt a chill at this revelation, glancing out at the pedestrians. The thought that a monster boss might be hidden among these ordinary people was indeed unsettling. However, such rare bosses must yield a wealth of experience and rewards when defeated. He mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Ice Queen scoffed. You really are quite oblivious. They are not to be trifled with. Even a top-tier SSR-led group of fully leveled SRs might not prevail against them. Xia Yuan contemplated this and asked, I understand the concept of world-class bounty bosses. But what about dungeon bosses? How do they differ? The Ice Queen replied, in essence, there is little difference, merely a disparity in strength. You may consider dungeon bosses as the minions under the command of world-class bounty bosses. Suddenly, the Ice Queen slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop in front of the academy. Xia Yuan lifted the frail Mo and exited the vehicle. Just before leaving, the Ice Queen couldn't resist asking, Hey, Xia Yuan, would you be interested in joining my spirit team, essentially becoming Hanyu's spirit? Our alliance can offer the girl in your arms a truly satisfactory compensation. Xia Yuan waved her off nonchalantly, responding, even if you offered her the position of leader of the Great Xia, she likely wouldn't consider it. The Ice Queen chuckled at his response, her icy demeanor thawing into a radiant smile. You truly are quite conceited. As a protector of humanity, I am delighted to encounter someone of your impressive SSR caliber. Xia Yuan, I hope that even when faced with those world-class bounty bosses, you maintain your audacious and invincible spirit. As Xia Yuan turned toward the school gate, he gave her a thumbs up, declaring, of course, for I am the strongest. The Ice Queen exclaimed, Moreover, my true name is Ice Phantom. Please refrain from addressing me by my favorite food, as it is quite peculiar. From a distance, Xia Yuan's teasing voice echoed, Understood, Miss Ice Cream. The following day, news of the calamity caused by the Abyss dungeon that descended upon the Huanan district of Chuanbei City resonated throughout the entirety of Daxia. The number of affected individuals reached 80,000, with casualties totaling 1,029. Although the Spirit Master Alliance responded swiftly, dispatching both strategy and defense teams almost simultaneously with the eruption of the Abyss dungeon, the sudden onset in the heart of the city inevitably resulted in loss of life. Particularly, given the high intensity of this abyss dungeon, featuring a 3-phase dragon-type boss, managing to limit the death toll to around 1,000 is already considered a historical low. The exploits of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, witnessed by many, were naturally broadcasted by major television networks. According to numerous frontline spirit masters from the Alliance, a young spirit master from Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy, named Mo Shiyu, alongside her level 25 spirit, made significant contributions to the successful strategy against the Abyss Dungeon's boss. Reports indicate that this level 25 spirit is an SSR that recently emerged from Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy. It is hoped that the new generation of spirit masters in Daxia will learn from their example, embodying the spirit of courage and determination in the face of danger. Following the news broadcast, there was no doubt that Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan gained notoriety once again. A level 25 spirit daring to traverse an abyss dungeon teeming with level 50 monsters and contributing immensely to the defeat of a maximum level 3-phase boss is nothing short of sensational within the circles of Daxia's spirit masters. The tale, akin to a fantastical fable, was substantiated by official accounts. Reporters flocked to the scene. Fortunately, the Academy's security was robust. Otherwise, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan would have been overwhelmed by the attention. Subsequently, the Spirit Master Alliance dispatched a representative to personally visit Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy, where, in front of the entire faculty and student body, Mo Shiyu was awarded an honor badge. They also presented her with a reward of 10,000 spirit stones from the Abyss Dungeon, along with 2 exceptional materials dropped by the boss of her choosing. The honor badge is no ordinary accolade. It serves as a merit for advancing to a prestigious Spirit Master University in the future. Possessing such a badge ensures that, even with lackluster scores in the Spirit Master entrance examinations, one could still gain admission to a top-tier university. The envy among other students in the academy was palpable. This is the allure of an SSR. Contracting an SSR signifies overwhelming combat prowess, public recognition, and a pathway to success, transforming the trajectory of a spirit master's destiny. In the audience, Jiang Li gazed at the spotlighted Mo Shiyu, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Regret consumed her to the point of despair. This moment was meant to be hers. Xia Yuan should have been her SSR. It was Mo Shiyu who had usurped everything from her, rendering her the biggest joke at the academy. Jiang Li's dark and venomous gaze flickered momentarily as she muttered to herself, Mo Shiyu, revel in your triumph, while you can. After all, your days of joy are numbered. What I cannot possess, you shall not lay claim to either. Chapter 21. This contract spirit is exceptionally handsome. The matter concerning the Abyss Dungeon has come to a close. Inside the villa, Mo Shiyu eagerly brought forth all the spirit stones stored in the contract spirit space, counting them with a beaming smile. Ever since she fortuitously contracted with Xia Yuan, her collection of spirit stones has seen an explosive increase. To date, she has amassed nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Coupled with the 20,000 initially distributed by the Mo family, she now possesses a total of 40,000 spirit stones. With 40,000 spirit stones, if I were to spend them all on card draws at 1,680 per 10 draws, I could perform 242 draws in total. Just 180 draws would guarantee a contract spirit. Perhaps I could even obtain 2. Mo Shiyu excitedly calculated, her silly grin widening. Moreover, there were the special materials dropped by the Abyss boss. Mo Shiyu chose the Dragon's Heart and the Black Dragon's Horn, both of which contain substantial breakthrough power for contract spirits. She intended to reserve them for Xia Yuan's advancement. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yuan sighed deeply and said, Fat you, your spiritual power is barely sufficient for my needs. Do you still wish to draw for new spirits? Using the spirit stones I earned to pursue new favorites? He made a mock sob, his expression one of heartbreak, as he rose as if to leave. Ah, indeed, women are truly fickle. Perhaps I should take my leave. Seeing this, Mo Shiyu panicked, quickly rising to gently push him back onto the sofa. diligently massaging his shoulders with her delicate, boneless hands. "Oh, Xia Yuan. Great handsome Yuan. I was merely jesting. I certainly won't use these spirit stones for card draws. I'm saving them to cultivate you." The SSR breakthroughs and rune sets require a significant amount of spirit stones. She raised a hand, swearing, "I, Mo Shiyu, would go to the ends of the earth, even resorting to selling my talents or begging, to provide you with the best." Xia Yuan crossed his legs, finally nodding in satisfaction. "Are you not hungry?" The corner of Mo Shiyu's eye twitched, her small fist instinctively clenching. This guy truly blooms like a garden with just a bit of sunshine, having been the pampered young lady of the Mo family all her life. She had never had to serve anyone in such a manner. This mere contract spirit really saw itself as a lord. "Xia Yuan, why stop? Continue." "Mo Shiyu, all right. Is this pressure sufficient?" Xia Yuan hummed contentedly. "Yes, quite nice." Recalling Xia Yuan's nearly invincible combat prowess, Mo Shiyu felt no anger, completely yielding to him. Xiaohei leapt from Mo Shiyu's shoulder into Xia Yuan's embrace, affectionately rubbing against his hand and mewing softly. Xia Yuan smiled as he stroked the white-winged black cat. "Xiaohei is already level 50. Isn't it time for a breakthrough?" Mo Shiyu observed the endearing Xiaohei and found it hard to believe that it was once an arrogant spirit, now bowing under the silver might of Xia Yuan. Indeed, it required at least 3,000 spirit stones for a breakthrough, along with some materials. "Give it to him," Xia Yuan generously stated. Xiaohei seemed to understand, its gem-like eyes sparkling, and it even extended its tongue to obediently lick his palm. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly, murmuring, "I know I originally intended to do this." Xia Yuan, gently stroking the cat's head, replied with a smile, "Fat you, since this little black cat is so useful, do not hesitate to invest resources into it. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will take care of it." The hidden ability of this black cat spirit is exceedingly beneficial, providing the enhancement of spiritual energy that Xia Yuan currently requires most. Mo Shiyu rubbed her sore little hands and said, "Yes, I understand. Let us proceed to the breakthrough platform and enhance it now." Xia Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Why have you stopped? I didn't tell you to halt. Just take a moment and then continue." Mo Shiyu, nearly expending all her strength in frustration, pinched his shoulder fiercely, emitting a gritted teeth grunt. "Ah." Unfortunately, her display of defiance merely elicited Xia Yuan's response. "Now that's some decent strength." The Spirit Breakthrough platform has always been established not far from the source card pool. Within Chuanbei Academy, there are 3 such locations. However, due to the difficulty of leveling up spirits and the exorbitant cost of breakthrough materials, there are not many spirit masters who come here for breakthroughs. Most are senior students in the academy, while first-year students are virtually non-existent. The appearance of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan was remarkably conspicuous, attracting numerous onlookers among other students eager to draw cards for a change of fate. No way. Is God Yuan about to break through? How could that be? It's impossible for an SSR to upgrade so swiftly. Are you blind? Can't you see that God Yuan is only level 38? He must be breaking through that level 50 C-grade little black cat. Indeed, it is an auxiliary spirit, constantly gaining experience alongside God Yuan, so its level must be soaring. They seem to have been solely tackling 3-star dungeons recently, and with an SSR, the efficiency of dungeon runs is remarkably high. A mere week's effort is equivalent to several months for us. God Yuan is truly strong, handsome, and stylish. I envy Mo Shiyu, who gets to see him every day. Every time Xia Yuan appears, the young female spirit masters in the academy cannot help but swoon, their screams and furtive photographs filling the air. Thus far, he has already ascended to the top of the most handsome spirit rankings at Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy. Some of the candid photos circulated online have gained considerable notoriety, attracting quite a few fans. Even female students from other academies have been drawn in. After all, they are young girls. Even though Xia Yuan is taken, it does not hinder their secret admiration. "Oh my, he is truly so charming. God Yuan, look over here. Can you take off your sunglasses?" Xia Yuan, unfazed, even relished the attention. He removed his sunglasses, revealing his azure eyes, which triggered an uproar of female screams. While others were taking pictures, he effortlessly struck a few charming poses, displaying no hint of shyness. Xiu gazed wistfully from the side, murmuring softly, generally, powerful spirit contracts tend to be quite aloof. How could one be so eager to display their flair? She placed the little black cat upon the breakthrough platform, where the requirements for the transformation materialized. Spirit contract, C-rank black cat sprite, level 50, conditions met. First breakthrough, please provide 3,000 spirit stones. Please provide breakthrough materials valued at 10,000 breakthrough power. Upon seeing the requirement of 10,000 breakthrough power, the surrounding senior students gasped in astonishment. What? A C-rank auxiliary spirit requires 10,000 breakthrough. So much. I recall that my B-rank output main spirit only needed 8,000. The breakthrough process for spirit contracts varies according to their rank and strength, indicating that the white-winged little black cat is indeed extraordinary. Its abilities must be formidable. The discerning eye of the campus beauty, Emo, in selecting her spirit contract, speaks volumes. After all, she has contracted with the abyssal god, who, unbeknownst to many, could evolve into an SSR. Xiu retrieved 3,000 spirit stones from the spirit space and placed them on the platform, followed by the various breakthrough materials she had acquired from defeating the notorious red name bosses. After adding 2 red name crystals and a dark core, she finally met the criteria for the breakthrough. The peculiar inscriptions at the base of the platform began to rotate. Soon, radiant light enveloped the little black cat, as if it were undergoing an evolution. The form of the dual-winged black cat began to shrink and transform, ultimately becoming a smaller, cat-eared fairy sprite. She slowly opened her large, glistening eyes, adorned with fluffy black cat ears atop her head, while her wings morphed into the delicate, ethereal wings unique to fairies, exuding an irresistible charm. Oh my, I have finally attained a true fairy form. It has not been an easy journey. The cat-eared fairy sprite moved to tears, fluttered towards Xiu and Xia Yuan. She clung to Xia Yuan's leg, her voice trembling with gratitude. Lord Xia Yuan, oh, thank you so much. Without you, I might have taken much longer to transform into human form. From now on, I shall be your devoted assistant and will repay your kindness. Xia Yuan gently lifted her from his leg, scrutinizing her alongside Xiu, both astonished. Can a spirit contract's breakthrough actually alter its form? I must say, this little darling is indeed quite unique. It is true that breakthroughs possess a chance to change forms. But who would have imagined that my little black could transform into a cat-eared fairy sprite? The onlookers were filled with envy. Both catgirl spirits and fairy spirits are exceedingly rare. Regardless of their strength, their appearance is undeniably delightful. With hands on her hips and a proud expression, the cat-eared fairy declared, "Master, I initially intended to part ways after becoming human. However, you are fortunate to have contracted with Lord Xia Yuan. Thus I shall remain by your side." Xiu felt a deep sense of insult. In an instant, she clasped her delicate face with both hands, her expression stern as she gazed intently at her. "Little black, what did you say? If you have the courage, repeat it." The cat-eared sprite immediately faltered, her large eyes brimming with tears, apologizing in a hesitant tone. Private Marseille. "Master, I shall not dare again. I was merely speaking." Xiu snorted coldly, finally releasing her with satisfaction. As the master, her status before Xia Yuan was already somewhat diminished. Was she to be ridden by a mere little calamity? Xia Yuan recalled the inscription mentioned by Miss Ice Cream and inquired, "Fat you, after Little Black reaches level 50, can she carry inscriptions?" Xiu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, purchasing inscriptions on the official website is exceedingly costly. Even a single 1-star inscription requires thousands of spirit stones. Thus, today's objective is to venture into the monster secret realm to secure a functional set of inscriptions for Little Black. The monster secret realm differs from monster dungeons. Upon successful, it not only grants experience, but also provides inscriptions that enhance the capabilities of the contract spirits. Its characteristics are distinct. The monster secret realm is generally stable and does not erupt spontaneously within human society. They predominantly exist in remote locations and respawn in fixed intervals. In contrast, monster dungeons can be both stable and volatile. For instance, the dungeon area behind the Sichuan North Contract Spirit Academy is a consistently safe dungeon where monsters do not emerge from the portal on their own. After, it will automatically refresh at random intervals. The volatile and unstable monster dungeons, like the sudden emergence of the Abyss Dungeon in the southern Sichuan region, appear all at once. Monsters surge forth from the portal, actively assaulting humans, posing the greatest danger. This is currently one of the most frequent disasters faced by humanity, with the highest mortality rates. Countries around the world loathe it deeply and are plagued by it, establishing the Contract Spirit Master Alliance specifically to address such sudden disasters. Upon hearing about inscriptions, Xia Yuan inexplicably felt a pang in his heart. In his previous life, he had tirelessly engaged with card-drawing development games. However, as long as the inscriptions could enhance Little Black's ability to reduce blue consumption, they were essential to farm. Xia Yuan contemplated that if he were to draw templates of other top-tier characters in the future, he could seamlessly switch between various peak combat powers to address different situations, especially considering the exaggerated ultimate skills of certain characters. The spirit power consumption would be enormous, and squeezing Emo-Shiyu dry would likely not suffice. Thus, spirit power is currently his utmost priority. Chapter 22. Forming teams for engraving and seeking assistance. The monster secret realm is quite rare within Yunchuan province, and there is none to be found within the northern Sichuan Contract Spirit Master Academy. For contract spirit masters in the province to obtain engravings, they must almost invariably travel to the central city of Zōngmàn. To facilitate the students, various contract spirit academies have constructed high-speed train lines that provide direct access to Zōngmàn. After a journey of over 30 minutes, Emo-Shiyu and Xia Yuan arrived at the secret realm area of Zōngmàn. As they exited the station, they were greeted by a cacophony and a wave of heat. As the largest hub for secret realms in the province, this area has developed a comprehensive ecosystem. The team formation hall was abuzz with voices. The engraving exchange was bustling with crowds. The contract spirit battle arena echoed with cheers. The commercial street, providing food and lodging, was thriving with vibrancy. Everywhere one looked, there were students and teachers adorned with academy emblems, mingling with wandering independent contract spirit masters. After all, the demand for engravings from throughout the province converges here. With a curious gaze, Xia Yuan surveyed the surroundings and could not help but jest. So diligent so early in the morning. You all truly are valiant warriors. Emo-Shiyu sighed lightly. How can one not toil? If we do not nurture our contract spirits well, who will safeguard humanity? Once outside the academy, they finally felt a respite from the watchful eyes. The two of them felt considerably more at ease, making a beeline for the teleportation portal to the monster secret realm. The levels of the monster secret realm are akin to those of monster dungeons, categorized from 1 star to 5 stars, along with the Abyss. Each star level corresponds to the same level of engravings produced. The Abyss engraving dungeon, however, yields the rarest and most potent colored engravings. Xia Yuan, let us begin with the 4-star secret realm. The number of monsters there is significantly fewer than in monster dungeons, typically under 10. One boss and a few guardian creatures. The 4-star secret realm features monsters ranging from level 60 to 80. With your current strength, soloing should not pose much of a challenge. Emo-Shiyu assessed the situation, instinctively seeking Xia Yuan's opinion. She was no longer timid. She boldly opted for the moderately challenging 4-star dungeon. Primarily, Xia Yuan's prowess was formidable, instilling her with complete confidence. Xia Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering that since they were here, he ought to procure a fine set of engravings for Xiaohei. Perhaps they could even attempt the 5-star secret realm. At present, he was level 38, his strength nearly restored to half its potential. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei, perched on Emo-Shiyu's shoulder, was overjoyed, excitedly rubbing his hands together and flattering. As expected of Lord Xia Yuan, Emo-Shiyu believed she had exhibited considerable bravery, but Xia Yuan's ambition was even more audacious. 5 stars. The monsters within were all above level 80, and the boss was at level 100. It was exceedingly difficult. Xia Yuan inquired, "Is the level 100 boss in the secret realm perhaps as formidable as that of the Abyss dungeon we encountered previously?" Emoshi replied, "Not quite. The secret realm is the most stable, and the boss is naturally not as strong as those in the chaotic Abyss dungeon, but it is still a level 100. She took a deep breath, resolved to assert her authority as the master. "How about this? Let us first attempt the 4-star dungeon, and if you find it manageable, we can then contemplate the 5-star secret realm." Xia Yuan found this suggestion agreeable and nodded in agreement. After all, he needed to assess the strength of the monsters within the secret realm. If he relied solely on light spirit power to brute force his way through a 5-star dungeon, it would be impossible to gather a complete set of inscriptions for Xiaohe. Emoshi finally exhaled in relief. "Very well, let me see if I need a queue." She took out her phone and scanned the QR code of the secret realm's location. An official WeChat public account for the monster secret realm of Chongyang City popped up. After registering an account, Emoshi navigated to the 4-star dungeon and perused the details, discovering that the queue had already begun. Their reservation number had reached 19. Given the high difficulty of the 4-star dungeon, the number of people queuing was relatively modest. In contrast, for dungeons below 4 stars, it was common to see queues exceeding 100. Many spirit contract masters had to book their spots several days in advance to enter the dungeons. Emoshi furrowed her brow as she fiddled with her phone, noting, "The queue for the 4-star dungeon has reached 19, and it is expected to take about an hour to wait." Xia Yuan leaned in closer. "Is it really that troublesome? Can we cut in line?" Emoshi pressed her lips together tightly. Cutting in line is definitely out of the question unless one possesses a T3 level Spirit Contract Master certification. However, we can team up with others. The second team in line is currently short of members. Xia Yuan appeared reluctant, expressing, "But splitting the team rewards seems inefficient." Emoshi explained, "When teaming up for a dungeon, while the experience gained may be slightly less, the inscription rewards for each Spirit Contract Master remain unchanged. Moreover, it allows for an exchange of the types of inscriptions each desires, which is why teaming up is commonly practiced." Xia Yuan conceded, "That sounds reasonable. I can reluctantly accept that." Seeing that he had agreed, Emoshi began communicating with the second team via her phone. The other party did not immediately request to join, but instead sent a location, asking her to gather at the destination with her spirit for a face-to-face discussion. They were quite nearby. After just a few steps, they arrived at a pavilion where several individuals were waiting. There were only 2 spirit contract masters, a male and a female, both seemingly students dressed in their academy uniforms, though clearly not from the Chuanbei Spirit Contract Master Academy. Beside them stood a level 75 B-class spirit, an extraordinarily peculiar sight, a standing male lion. It wore a cowboy hat that concealed its golden mane, donned a leather jacket, and had a long knife hanging at its waist, exuding a melancholic yet imposing presence. Upon seeing Emoshi and Xia Yuan approach, the male student's eyes lit up, immediately fixating on Emoshi. It seemed he had not expected to be paired with such a stunning beauty. The other female, possessing a delicate appearance, showed little reaction to Emoshi, but her gaze noticeably shifted upon noticing Xia Yuan beside her. The pairing of these handsome youth and beautiful maiden was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, the glaring level 38 emblem above Xia Yuan's head was quite jarring, causing them to feel a sense of regret. The male student, with an air of resignation, rubbed his forehead and chuckled wryly, "Beauty, is this your first time running a dungeon? In the pursuit of a 4-star dungeon, it is essential that the contract spirit reaches a minimum level of 60. The lion contract spirit glanced at Xia Yuan, lowered the brim of its cowboy hat, shook its head, in a deep, resonant voice declared, "The ignorant are fearless." Xia Yuan, captivated by the lion spirit's speech, could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "A lion cowboy, is it? This spirit's appearance is simply too peculiar." The lion spirit could no longer uphold its enigmatic demeanor and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Nonsense. This is a retro wild aesthetic, far superior to your juvenile eye mask." The more Xia Yuan observed, the more amusing he found the scene, doubling over in laughter. After all, a lion standing upright, adorned in cowboy attire, speaking with a toothy grin, was undeniably comical. Noticing the lion spirit's increasing displeasure, Xiu urgently tugged at Xia Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Xia Yuan, tone it down a bit. We need to join their team to clear the dungeon more swiftly." At last, Xia Yuan stifled his laughter, adopting a serious expression. A striking young woman glanced at her phone and, with a hint of haughtiness in her tone, remarked, "Level 38 is perfectly acceptable. Let it be. We have sufficient combat power, and the timing is just right, so I cannot be bothered to seek others." Chapter 23. Gathering numbers and enjoying leisure. What a delight. Several individuals made their way to the secret realm location provided by the public account. Along the journey, one of the boys began his self-introduction. Beautiful lady. Today is truly your lucky day for encountering us. Otherwise, you would surely be denied entry by those with inferior combat abilities. He cleared his throat a few times and continued, "I am Su Hang, and this is my cousin Su Yun. We are both students of the Chongyang Spirit Academy, currently in our 3rd year of high school." Out of courtesy, Xiu introduced herself as well. Xiu from the Chuanbei Spirit Academy, 1st year. She was genuinely surprised that these two did not disdain her for bringing along Xia Yuan, a level 38 spirit, and allowed them to team up without any explanation. Su Hang raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. Why does your name sound familiar? However, I can't quite place it." Su Yun rolled her eyes beside him and remarked, "Such a cliché approach. Just ignore him, Mo." She cast a few envious glances at Xia Yuan, her eyes betraying her admiration. "Mo's spirit is human? How wonderful. I have always wished for a human spirit myself." Su Hang interjected, "Hey Su Yun, your spirit is an A tier and a remarkably powerful one at that. Its combat prowess is nearly approaching SR. Why are you envious of others?" Su Yun scoffed. "What do you know? I merely desire a companion to share my days with. My spirit is undeniably strong, but its size is simply too imposing. It is only suitable for battle. Otherwise, it is hardly appropriate to have it around." Xia Yuan, hand behind his head, languidly inquired, "I'm at level 38, and you allow us to join your team without fear of insufficient combat power?" The lion spirit, crossing its arms, replied confidently, "Not at all, for I am exceptionally strong, and Su Yun's A-tier spirit is even stronger." Xia Yuan chuckled. The lion spirit, irritated, pointed at him. "Hey, you must be mocking me again, right? Laugh at me one more time, and I won't take you along for the dungeon runs." Xia Yuan adopted a pleading demeanor, raising his voice in an exaggerated manner. Almighty lion, do not abandon us. I implore you to take us along." The lion spirit snorted, nodding in satisfaction. "That's more like it. Since you're here to enjoy leisure, you must embody that spirit." Su Hang, looking exasperated, couldn't he help but remind him, "Sword God, he is clearly still mocking you. Can't you tell?" Xia Yuan responded, "Sword God? Your name is Sword God?" The lion spirit retorted, "Hey." Su Yun halted her steps, interrupting their banter. "We have arrived." The portal to the 4-star secret realm stood before them, with an official staff member awaiting them at the entrance. After Su Yun presented her phone to him, he gestured for everyone to enter the dungeon, advising, "Each spirit master must form a team and reserve a room. You can challenge the dungeon up to 3 times in a single day." The 4-star secret realm is populated by elite monsters above level 60, with a boss at level 80. There is a chance that second-stage monsters may appear, and an extremely low probability of encountering a level 90 red name boss. Please act within your means. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, do not attempt to be brave. Use the teleport crystal to escape immediately. Should any unforeseen events occur in the secret realm, our Chongyang City Monster Secret Realm Service Area will not bear any legal responsibility. With that, Su Yun took the lead and boldly stepped into the teleportation portal. The others followed suit. The surroundings transformed, and they found themselves in a deep, ancient forest, where the plants emitted a ghostly blue glow. In the distance stood a colossal tree radiating a dim light. Mysterious inscriptions glimmered and swirled around the gnarled trunks, exuding an aura of sanctity. Beneath the tree lay a wide, flat ancient altar, adorned with peculiar characters and murals. This was the inscription god tree. The spirit inscriptions were birthed from it. Mo Shiyu, entering the secret realm for the first time, could not help but exclaim in awe. Hearing this, Su Hang felt a flush of embarrassment and remarked, "So, you are indeed newcomers to the monster's secret realm. To challenge a 4-star dungeon on your first attempt. You possess quite the audacity." Taking a deep breath, Su Yun prepared herself. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed beside her, a titan clad in armor, shouldering dual axes and a gigantic cannon, emerged from the void. Its towering form, nearly 5 meters tall, resembled a giant. Standing at its feet, Su Yun appeared diminutive. A-class, level 78, armored titan beast. As Mo Shiyu beheld the giant titan, she comprehended why Su Yun had expressed such caution. This titan was undoubtedly formidable, yet it was indeed challenging to coexist with. Its immense size and fearsome appearance made it more suitable for residing within the spirit space. Casting a few glances at Xia Yuan beside her, she found him much more agreeable. Although he often displayed a carefree demeanor, had a foul mouth, and indulged in reckless behavior, his flaws paled in comparison to the titan beast. Xia Yuan, keenly sensing her gaze, remarked, "Pang you. Did you just insult me?" Mo Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes. "Huh? How did you know?" Xia Yuan replied, "Let us go. Let us see what kind of boss awaits us in the secret realm." Su Yun led the way toward the ancient altar, and the titan beast moved alongside her, causing tremors with each step. The group followed closely behind. As they stepped into the ancient altar, the secret realm's boss finally revealed itself. Buzzing, the air barrier surrounding the ancient altar was activated. In the center, 3 ominous doors materialized. From the left door emerged a skeletal creature clad in blood-red armor and wielding a long spear. It slowly uttered, "Though this body may decay, this spear remains." Level 70. Bone-corroding spear guardian, elite monster. From the right door stepped forth another skeletal being, brandishing a massive shield and adorned in radiant white armor. With a thunderous slam of its shield upon the ground, it bellowed, "Those who dare cross this shield shall behold the yellow springs." Level 70. Indestructible iron shield of the fallen elite monster. From the central portal, a regal figure draped in a tattered cloak and crowned as the king of the dead emerged. Bathed in eerie blue flames, its eye sockets glowed with a crimson light as it raised its sword and proclaimed, "The yellow springs endure. The god of death reigns eternal." Level 80. Sovereign of the Yellow Springs boss. This grand entrance was indeed impressive, commanding an aura of authority that left Xia Yuan and the others momentarily speechless. With a mere glance from Su Yun, the titan beast beside her surged forward, causing the ground to tremble. The 3 skeletal monsters appeared as mere fledglings in its presence. Xia Yuan could not help but jest. This titan beast resembles a boss far more than those in the secret realm. The sword god stepped forward, shouldering past Xia Yuan with a grin, asserting, "Stand back, human contract spirit. We shall lead the charge. Do not steal our experience. You may remain behind to cheer for us." "Oh, such a delightful prospect?" Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, retreating behind them and cupping his hands to amplify his voice. "Cowboy lion, so dashing. Go forth and slay it. Titan beast, so grand. You must also press onward, crush them with your might." He relished the leisurely moment. Since he could acquire runes without exerting effort, why not enjoy it? He could reserve his spiritual energy for other endeavors as well. At level 38, Xia Yuan was indeed not considered a formidable force in their eyes, merely a participant to increase numbers. Each additional ally meant an enhanced opportunity for rune rewards, thus increasing the likelihood of acquiring the desired type of rune. Chapter 24. The cheerleading of Xia Yuan. Something seems amiss. Go. Xia Yuan became a cheerleader, waving flags and shouting encouragement from the sidelines. Mo Shiyu wore a look of exasperation. Without a doubt, Xia Yuan's audacity was as extraordinary as his skills. Her expression was barely able to contain her disbelief. Su Heng and Su Yun, however, were unperturbed. They had never anticipated much utility from a level 38 contracted spirit. "Titan, swift and decisive, do not squander time," commanded Su Yun with a regal air. The armored titan unleashed a thunderous roar towards the central realm's magical creatures. Roar! The sheer force of its bellows sent two elite monsters staggering backward. The titan advanced with heavy footsteps, charging at them with determination. Thud! 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 It collided with the undead elite carrying a massive shield, who stepped forward, raising the shield to guard the front line. Immovable fortress! Boom! The impact sent the immovable fortress hurtling backward, crashing against the transparent barrier of air and reducing its health by a quarter. Oh my! Brother Titan is so fierce. I absolutely adore him. Xia Yuan squealed, her voice rising in excitement. Su Heng, feeling a chill of discomfort, turned to Mo Shiyu with a sympathetic glance. Mo, your contracted spirit truly is a lively character. Mo Shiyu offered a shy smile, her toes gripping the ground. As the Titan drew near, it lowered its body, aiming the dark cannon on its back at the king of the underworld and the Spear Guardian. Boom! A devastating cannon shot erupted, enveloping the arena in smoke. The king of the underworld and the Spear Guardian managed to evade some of the blast, but not entirely, losing a portion of their health. Emerging from the haze, they flanked the Titan and launched their assault. The Titan glowed with a circle of mysterious runes, standing unfazed against their onslaught, embodying the true essence of an immovable fortress. Mo Shiyu, observing the runes, was slightly taken aback. A 3-star defensive set. Suya nodded. Indeed, I equipped the Titan with a defensive set, intending to cultivate it into a frontline tank. Xia Yuan, hands in pockets, chimed in. Who said this hefty fellow is no good? I think he is incredibly cool. Noticing the lion remained idle, he yelled, Lion cowboy, what are you doing? Get in there. The blade god, furrowing his brow, drew his sword and charged forward. No escape. His blade gleamed as he engaged the Spear Guardian. The clash of sword and spear sparked violently. The blade god's martial prowess was evidently superior, deftly neutralizing the Guardian's attacks while inflicting damage in return. An opening. Lion's dominance slash. The blade god delivered a strike that tore through space, instantly diminishing the Spear Guardian's health by a quarter. Xia Yuan cheered again. Oh, Brother Lion's strike was so impressive. Keep it up. The shield-bearing undead, previously knocked back, rejoined the fray. In a fierce clash among 5 factions, a 3-against-2 scenario unfolded, with exchanges of blows that showcased the intensity of the battle. However, it became evident that the health of the abyssal creatures was steadily diminishing, while the spirits remained largely unscathed. The outcome of the struggle was all but assured. 20 minutes later, the level 80 boss unleashed its final surge, a sword strike releasing a torrent of ghostly flames, forcing both the Titan Behemoth and the Blade God to retreat, finally sustaining some damage. Yet this was to be its swan song. After a valiant struggle, the Titan Behemoth and the Blade God launched another assault, completely depleting the boss's health bar. The 4-star secret realm had been successfully conquered. It must be said that the Titan Behemoth and the Blade God exhibited commendable strength. Without them, such an achievement would have been unattainable. Xia Yuan, standing by, not only acted as a cheerleader, but also assessed the combat prowess of the abyssal creatures within the 4-star secret realm. A modest increment of experience was noted, a quarter of a level gained. The system reward bar also showed a slight movement. As a freebie, this was quite satisfactory. The rewards from the secret realm began to be calculated. The lush, intricate tree of inscriptions overhead began to sprout branches, dividing into 3 limbs that pointed towards Mo Shiyu, Su Heng, and Su Yun. Each of them received 3 inscriptions of varying colors and types. After some deliberation, they exchanged according to their needs. Su Yun opted for defensive inscriptions, while Su Heng took those that enhanced attack and speed. Naturally, Mo Shiyu sought inscriptions that could bolster her supportive capabilities. However, among the 9 inscriptions, only 1 aligned with her needs. She reluctantly chose an inscription for spiritual power alongside an attack inscription. Even amongst similar types, the distinctions in set names posed a challenge in completing a cohesive set. Let us proceed. I shall utilize my 3-room formations first, said Su Yun. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan readily concurred. After all, the allure of freebies was irresistible. They temporarily exited the secret realm to re-enter. Along the way, The Blade God flashed a triumphant grin at Xia Yuan, boasting, "What do you think? Your brother Blade is still formidable, isn't he? You're fortunate to cross paths with us. I'll let you enjoy a couple more freebies." Xia Yuan stifled a laugh, adopting an adoring demeanor as a junior. He complimented, "As expected of Brother Blade, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly dazzled by the prowess you display. It feels as though we exist in entirely different dimensions." The lion spirit was instantly amused, bursting into hearty laughter as he patted Xia Yuan's shoulder, encouraging, "Fear not, keep honing your skills, and one day, you too shall become a powerful spirit like me." Upon re-entering, the scene shifted once more. This time, it was not the shadowy ruins of an ancient forest, but a relic center surrounded by the sea on all sides. The only constant was the enchanting tree of inscriptions above. The group, filled with laughter and camaraderie, ventured once more into the ruins. However, their mirth was short-lived as the abyssal creatures reappeared. This time, they could not afford to smile, for the boss was distinctly different. A deep blue humanoid creature emerged, accompanied by 5 subordinates of various aquatic monstrosities from a void. The expressions of Su Yun, Su Heng, and Dao Shun instantly froze. The emblem above the head of the humanoid monster boss was astonishingly red. Level 90, Deep Sea King, red name boss. Surrounding him were his monstrous subordinates, each boasting a formidable level of 80. Level 80, Octopus King, elite monster. Level 80, Shark King, elite monster. Level 80, Lobster King, elite monster. Level 80, Turtle King, elite monster. Level 80, Jellyfish King, elite monster. Despite the seemingly unremarkable and somewhat silly names of these monsters, the aura and pressure they exuded were incomparably more intimidating than the monsters encountered previously. The Deep Sea King was a towering figure, far surpassing that of a human, his muscles bulging with explosive strength. His entire body was covered in smooth, moist skin reminiscent of fish, adorned in a deep ocean blue hue. His head bore a resemblance to both human and fish, with distinct facial features yet unmistakably fish-like characteristics. The Deep Sea King wore an exceedingly human-like comical grin as he gazed at Su Yun and her companions, revealing sharp teeth as he remarked, well, how fortunate I am to have 2 beautiful human women before me." The faces of the group darkened instantly, their expressions becoming increasingly grave. A red name boss, aside from being 10 levels higher, was generally much stronger than an ordinary boss. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan remained composed, having encountered even more formidable abyssal bosses before, and had already fought a few red-named ones. However, the other 2 were noticeably anxious. Su Heng swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Goodness. 5 elite monsters at level 80 and a level 90 red-named boss. This is utterly unmanageable. Everyone, get ready to use the teleport crystals. Let us abandon this opportunity." A cold sweat broke out on Su Yun's delicate face, yet as it was her first encounter with a red-named boss, she still wished to give it a try. "No need to rush, let us test the waters first. Hold on to the teleport crystals. If things go awry, we will retreat immediately." Dao Shun tightened his grip on his long blade, feeling the immense pressure, yet managing a smile as he declared, "Fleeing outright does not suit the demeanor of my brother Dao. What if this Deep Sea King is merely a Fade, much like the last boss we faced?" Chapter 25, Despair. It's time for a change of guards, Titan. You go first. Blade God, protect us. I sense that this Deep Sea King is formidable. At the very least, hold it off long enough for us to shatter the teleportation crystal. Su Yun remained vigilant, calmly orchestrating their strategy. She turned to Mo Shiyu. "Mo, you and your spirit can use the teleportation crystal to escape. We might not be able to ensure your safety against the red-named boss." Just as she finished speaking, the Deep Sea King burst into laughter, covering its face. "Thinking of fleeing? Not today. You 2 young ladies must honor me with your company for dinner." It revealed a twisted smile before suddenly disappearing and launching an unrelenting attack. The Titan beast immediately positioned itself in front of the group. Bang! The Abyss King struck with a finesse akin to a seasoned boxer, delivering a resounding blow to the Titan beast's midsection. The force was tremendous. Despite the Titan iron-like physique and a set of 3-star defensive runes. It faltered, its waist caving in as it staggered backward. Shaking its fist, the Abyss King appeared almost indifferent. Quite tough. Indeed, Su Hang's expression was one of shock. A single punch has injured the Titan? Xia Yuan, we must retreat. The red-name boss is too powerful. Cold sweat beaded on Xia Yuan's forehead. I understand. We have no choice but to withdraw. Shatter the teleportation crystal. Without hesitation, they crushed the crystals in their hands. However, nothing happened. They remained in place, trapped within the secret realm. Xia Yuan was bewildered. What is happening? Su Hang's voice quivered. It seems we cannot teleport. Xia Yuan gritted her teeth. Let us try with more crystals. They hastily retrieved all the teleportation crystals from their spirit space and shattered them one by one. No response. No response. None of them worked. How could this be? Inside the secret realm, all the creatures observed the two with mocking laughter, their voices dripping with derision. Hoping to teleport away? The space has been sealed. How do you intend to escape? You must remain here. Did you think the secret realm was so easy to traverse? You humans have a way out. Do you think we monsters lack countermeasures? At that moment, Su Hang and Xia Yuan grasped the gravity of their situation. Fear and despair surged within their hearts. It's over. Su Hang trembled uncontrollably, his voice shaking. I'm still so young. I'm still a virgin. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die like this. Xia Yuan clenched her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at the Deep Sea King and the other monsters. What a disgrace. It's just that we have no way out. Let us fight to the death. Titan, Blade God, we're counting on you. The Titan beast let out a roar that echoed through the air. The sword god, for the first time, exhibited an unprecedented seriousness as he unsheathed his long blade and bellowed in fury. They had no other choice. Upon learning that the teleportation crystal was inoperative, Xiu remained unperturbed, for she had unwavering faith in Xia Yuan's capabilities. Xia Yuan, with his characteristic languor, analyzed the situation at a leisurely pace. The red-name boss had indeed evolved, employing spatial lockdown techniques to thwart human-packed masters from utilizing the teleportation crystal. As expected, the dungeon monsters and fiends in this world were far from simple. However, the frequency with which I encounter red-name bosses seems rather excessive. Surely there must be a reason behind it. Could it be merely because I am the protagonist? The Deep Sea King spread his arms wide, casting a grotesque gaze upon Xiu and Xia Yuan. Beautiful ladies, he proclaimed, do not struggle. It would be far more agreeable to submit to me. The Deep Sea King. One day, I shall conquer all of humanity and reign as the supreme ruler over you all. The sword god shielded Xia Yuan and Su Hang behind him, his resolve firm despite the overwhelming pressure, as he declared loudly, we have not yet lost. Blue Lizard, do not be so arrogant. I, your sword brother, shall never allow you to lay a finger on us. Before he could finish his sentence, whoosh. The Deep Sea King's fist was already inches from his lion-like face, moving with such speed that the others could scarcely perceive it. The sword god felt his entire body tense up. His passive skill for sensing killing intent enabled him to react in advance, raising his blade to block. Bang! However, he was utterly unable to withstand the blow, sent flying into the air wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The Deep Sea King, with a tightly clenched fist, wore a scornful expression. You chatter too much, foul lion. God! Su Hang cried out in alarm. It was only then that the Titan beast reacted, turning to seize the Deep Sea King with its enormous arm. With all its might, it gripped the Deep Sea King, its palm creaking ominously as it exerted pressure to restrain him. The other sea monsters, witnessing this, attempted to rush forward, but the Deep Sea King commanded, do not move. They are my prey. You shall not disturb my pleasure, or I will slay you. The sword god, having been knocked away, endured his injuries and suddenly darted to the side of the restrained Deep Sea King, drawing his blade in a swift motion. This was his opportunity, a fatal strike, the lion overlord decapitation. He roared with fervor as he swung his blade towards the Deep Sea King's head. In the next instant, the Titan's grip erupted, releasing a cloud of smoke. The Deep Sea King broke free, his claws flashing. Crack! The sound of the long blade shattering rang out. The sword god and the Deep Sea King brushed past one another, his long blade severed in two, deep gashes carved in his chest, blood gushing forth. The sword god, kneeling in agony, gazed in disbelief at the remnants of his long blade. How could this be? This was a 4-star weapon bestowed upon me by my master. How could it possibly be broken? He could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, filled with frustration. In Su Heng's spirit panel, the blade god was nearing its last breath. Despair washed over him as he cradled his head in his hands, lamenting that they could not possibly win against such a formidable boss. Meanwhile, one of the Titan Beast's hands had been blasted apart, significantly diminishing its combat power. Su Yuan was equally surprised that their spirit would fall so swiftly. Her complexion turned pale, yet her indomitable spirit forbade her from succumbing to weakness. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, "Titan, eliminate him." The Titan Beast charged forward, launching itself at the Sea King with reckless abandon. However, the Sea King merely raised a hand, effortlessly countering the assault and stirring only a gust of wind. With a derisive chuckle, he exerted his strength, his muscles bulging as he lifted the entire Titan Beast and hurled it away with ease. Su Yuan stood frozen, unable to maintain her facade of strength. The pride and superiority she had felt from summoning a powerful A-tier character evaporated in an instant, leaving only an overwhelming sense of despair in her beautiful eyes. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. The Sea King strode towards Su Yuan, his towering figure casting a formidable shadow over her, exuding an oppressive aura as he expressed his delight. "I absolutely revel in witnessing such despair in the eyes of you feeble human creatures. It is truly magnificent." Su Yuan trembled as she raised her head, gazing at the terrifying Sea King drawing closer, enveloped by a profound sense of dread. Her eyes brimmed with tears of fear, and instinctively she cried out for help. Save me, is there anyone?" The Sea King completely disregarded the presence of a level 38 human spirit, fixated solely on Su Yuan, savoring her terror as he licked his lips and slowly extended his hand toward her. "I will cherish you dearly." Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in Su Yuan's tear-blurred vision. Xia Yuan had arrived at the midpoint between them, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance as he spoke in his usual irreverent tone. "So, does this mean it's time for a change of personnel?" Chapter 26. I am the father of your monsters. The smile on the face of the Deep Sea King vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. "Hey, level 38, can't you read the atmosphere? Do you realize you just interrupted my enjoyment?" In the distance, the blade god lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head and gaze in this direction. He yearned to assist, yet his body had long since betrayed him. Had that guy stepped forward? But what could a level 38 contract spirit possibly achieve against a level 90 red-named boss capable of sending a level 78 armored titan behemoth flying? With such thoughts consuming him, the blade god howled in agony, attempting to rise once more. Xia Yuan tilted his head, glancing over with a smile. "Brother Dao, you're gravely injured. There's no need to overexert yourself. I will handle them. You should rest." The blade god was struck with disbelief. Even as blood trickled from his lips. He couldn't help but retort, "Hey, is that something a level 38 should be saying? Even if you're trying to look cool, you ought to be mindful of the situation. Why not use your head instead?" Mo Shiyu calmly approached, lifting the collapsed Su Yuan and reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Su Yuan, my contract spirit is quite powerful." Su Yuan was utterly perplexed by the tranquility exhibited by the two, given their dire circumstances. They were on the brink of death and had no chance of victory. How could she, at level 38, possibly triumph over a boss? They had already lost. And Mo Shiyu smiled confidently. "Not at all, for my contract spirit is the strongest." She swiftly summoned Xiao He. Typically, to conserve spiritual energy, Xiao He remained in the contract spirit space, only emerging during Xia Yuan's battles to utilize her energy-saving abilities. Xiao He was thrilled. "Finally, I can stretch my legs. Are we going to fight?" Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, instantly believing that both Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had lost their minds, spewing nonsensical words. The Deep Sea King, observing the nonchalant figure before him, felt a surge of disdain and arrogance reflected in the other's expression, causing his countenance to darken. You dare to underestimate me? Xia Yuan slowly lifted his hand, removing his eye patch to reveal azure eyes. Grinning broadly, I apologize. I am not targeting you specifically, but rather all of you monsters. You are all trash. Su Heng listened in disbelief, despair evident in his voice. Hey, it's the end. Why provoke him? Wouldn't it be easier if we died without a fight? Su Yun was equally astonished that Xia Yuan would dare to mock their adversary at such a critical moment. The 5C monsters were instantly enraged. Human, you are far too arrogant. A mere level 38 dares to boast. You must be deranged from despair. Your mind has become muddled, and you are spouting nonsense. Boss, let him die a miserable death. The Deep Sea King furrowed his brow, feeling the sting of humiliation for the first time. His voice turned icy. Very well, then you shall die. With unwavering confidence, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Xia Yuan's face. At such a close distance, there was no time to react. Bang! The fist of the Deep Sea King unleashed a terrifying shockwave, resonating with a thunderous sound. Yet, Xia Yuan stood there, unwavering. The enormous fist, akin to a sandbag, seemed to strike an invisible wall of air, never making contact with Xia Yuan in the slightest. He emitted a soft gasp, turning his head to meet Xia Yuan's azure gaze, utterly astonished. This punch felt peculiarly unusual, as if it had collided with an indomitable barrier. How could this be? The blade god's eyes widened in disbelief. From his vantage point, the scene was crystal clear. The boss's fist appeared to collide with an ethereal barrier, inflicting no harm upon Xia Yuan whatsoever. Su Yun and Su Heng were equally taken aback. The anticipated calamity had not transpired. He withstood it? This was a punch that even a Titan beast, with its defenses maximized, could not endure unscathed. How could a level 38 contract spirit emerge unscathed? Su Yun, bewildered, inquired, "What has happened? A skill?" It was only then that she recalled the concealed rank above Xia Yuan's head. What rank was his contract spirit? And Mo Shiyu smiled proudly, declaring, "SSR." Upon hearing this, Su Yun's mouth fell agape. Yet, even an SSR at level 38. Suddenly, Su Heng shouted in a fit of realization. I remember now. SSR. And Mo Shiyu, you are the ones reported in the news, the high school contract spirit masters who made significant contributions in a previous Abyss dungeon. Though Su Yun was not in the habit of following the news, she had heard whispers of a new SSR emerging from the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy. The Abyss Dungeon? Significant contributions? The combination of these terms left Su Yun utterly perplexed, her mind a blank canvas, as it transcended her understanding. However, one thing was certain. They had regained a glimmer of hope. Everything hinged upon Xia Yuan. You seem fond of using your fists. Allow me to give it a try. Xia Yuan maintained a nonchalant smile, clenched his fist, and concentrated his spell power, delivering a blow to the Deep Sea King's abdomen. Black, flash, boom. The Deep Sea King was sent flying, skidding across the ground, leaving a long trench before gradually coming to a halt. His health bar diminished by 1/6. And Mo Shiyu blinked her large eyes in astonishment. Xia Yuan, you sly devil, you have more tricks up your sleeve? The black flash was a skill she witnessed for the first time. It appeared to be a martial arts technique, and the power of that punch was formidable enough to send such a physically robust boss flying. Su Yun, Su Heng, and the Blade God, who was still on the ground, were all stunned. They had not anticipated that the seemingly weakest contract spirit in their team harbored such profound strength. Was this still the same carefree, audacious cheerleader they had known? Its might exceeded their wildest imaginations. At that moment, the Titan beast, having been knocked back, finally turned over and began to rise, preparing to rush in for assistance. Xia Yuan cast a glance at it and spoke. Su Yun, store the big fellow in the contract spirit space. Also, put away Blade God. He has too much of a hindrance. They are all my prey. The blade deity initially intended to retort, but after choking on a mouthful of blood, he refrained. Indeed, his presence was quite a hindrance at this moment. Nonetheless, he genuinely wished to remain and witness whether Xia Yuan could triumph. Su Yun and Su Heng, having recovered from their astonishment, promptly retracted their spirit companions into the spirit space. They had now entirely entrusted their hopes for survival to Xia Yuan. Their gazes upon him resembled that of worshippers beholding a deity, naturally obedient to his every command. The deep-sea king, incredulous, cast a glance at the imprint of a fist on his abdomen, his arrogance dissipating, replaced by a grave demeanor. "Who are you?" he demanded, astonished that such power could emanate from a level 38. Even now, he struggled to comprehend Xia Yuan's abilities, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. With his hands in his pockets, Xia Yuan strode forward, his gait exuding a swagger far exceeding that of the deep-sea king. A monster should not masquerade as a human. It is quite repulsive. How should I respond to you? I am the progenitor of creatures like you. Before fully grasping Xia Yuan's capabilities, the deep-sea king hesitated to act recklessly. He immediately commanded his subordinates, "All of you, join forces and eliminate him." The 5 sea monsters roared as they charged forward, launching a collective assault on Xia Yuan. Yet, regardless of the attacks or skills they employed, they could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Every assault was thwarted by the boundless technique. Xia Yuan brushed the dust from his clothing and disdainfully surveyed the gathered monsters with his cerulean eyes. "Seafood belongs on the dining table, not in the grotesque forms you have evolved into. How am I to consume you?" He then initiated his own offensive. With a grin, he raised his hand slightly, causing the Octopus King and Shark King to lose control and collide violently. The Lobster King, with its enormous pincers, attempted a surprise attack from behind, ensnaring him. The Jellyfish King ascended, hovering in air as dozens of tentacles lashed out at Xia Yuan. The Turtle King remained undeterred, flipping and spinning, transforming into a spinning top adorned with sharp blades, incessantly slicing at Xia Yuan. However, to Xia Yuan, who wielded the boundless technique, none of these assaults could breach his defenses, remaining forever isolated. Su Yun's mouth hung agape in astonishment. What manner of ability was this? Why were their attacks rendered ineffective? Xiu imitated Xia Yuan's earlier gesture, raising her snow-white arm to indicate, because there exists an infinite distance between them. In simpler terms, any attack or entity that approached Xia Yuan would slow down to an almost standstill, eternally unable to reach him. This distance was indeed infinite. Little Black chimed in proudly. In short, invincible. Chapter 27. Who is the true villain? Infinite. The hearts of Su Yun and Su Heng were struck with profound astonishment. The abilities of SSR once again surpassed their wildest imaginations, ruthlessly shattering their preconceived notions of spirit contracts. The incantation commenced. Maximum output. Song. The cold, merciless words of Xia Yuan echoed, accompanied by the sweeping motion of his hand, as 5 sea monster kings succumbed to the azure gravitational sphere, their anguished cries resonating incessantly. The health bars above the elite monsters' heads diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Boss, save me. I don't want to die." The tide had turned. The pleas for mercy transformed into the wails of the monsters. Xia Yuan appeared as a demon king, effortlessly crushing them. Su Yun, in a daze, murmured how remarkably powerful. She felt a sense of shame for her previous arrogance, believing her A-rank titan to be nearly invincible within the academy, among the top few. Yet, in the face of a truly absolute powerful spirit, her strength was akin to that of a mere chick. The deep-sea king, surveying the fallen subordinates, spat in disdain. Utterly useless, worthless indeed, he took a deep breath, fixating on Xia Yuan with a maniacal grin. "I must concede, you are formidable." However, the deep-sea king assumed a combat stance, organs resembling fish gills sprouting from his body, opening like vents to unleash a torrent of gas. A formidable aura enveloped everything around him, conjuring a whirlwind. He roared, "I'm stronger than you." Deep-sea king, Phase 2, Rage Mode. Xia Yuan stood firm, as a multitude of shadowy fists rained down upon him, dense and overwhelming, nearly engulfing his entire being. Su Yun, Xiu, and Su Heng, watching from the sidelines, could barely keep their eyes open, feeling as if innumerable invisible fists were battering Xia Yuan relentlessly. The maniacal laughter of the deep-sea king echoed around them. "Ha ha ha! Can you catch me? Do you see me? I am unlike those worthless beings. I have aspired to be a world-class bounty monster since childhood. Ultimate technique. Saturation combo. Xia Yuan remained calm, allowing the onslaught to continue. No matter how relentless the barrage, it could not breach the infinite distance before him. After some time, the Deep-Sea King realized his attacks were futile. He promptly abandoned the assault on Xia Yuan and redirected his focus towards Mo Shiyu. If I am not mistaken, the human spirit master is your weakness, isn't it? The Deep-Sea King flashed before Mo Shiyu, delivering an abrupt punch. Bang! A layer of transparent barrier materialized. The Deep-Sea King's fist struck the spirit master's barrier. Mo Shiyu blinked her large eyes in surprise, showing no signs of shock, and coldly retorted, "Don't underestimate human spirit masters, you scoundrel." For this red-named boss was astute, capable of thinking like a human, and thus Mo Shiyu had anticipated such a move. She is not merely a power bank for Xia Yuan. She is a power bank endowed with self-preservation capabilities, intelligent and beautiful. Su Yun and Su Heng were nearly petrified with fear. Upon witnessing the formation of the barrier, they finally exhaled in relief. However, creating a barrier as a contract spirit master is a skill that can only be mastered by those with spiritual energy exceeding 10,000, is it not? Typically, only the genius contract spirit masters who have ascended to university level possess such formidable spiritual prowess. How could Mo Shiyu, a mere high school student, possibly have spiritual energy exceeding 10,000? They began to comprehend the situation. Not only was the contract spirit an extraordinary anomaly, but the contract spirit masters themselves were utterly beyond human comprehension. The Deep-Sea King was infuriated. How dare a mere human woman mock him? Just as he was about to unleash his wrath and shatter the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xia Yuan's hand had already reached his back. Performing a reversal of the spell, hark! A tremendous repulsive force erupted, propelling the Deep-Sea King violently against the barrier at the edge of the ruins, flattening him. Xia Yuan stood before Mo Shiyu, casting a glance back at her. "Master, splendidly executed. The barrier experiment is complete. It is time to conclude this battle." Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is time. We still need to continue inscribing." The two simultaneously placed their hands on their hips, grinning mischievously at the Deep-Sea King. Su Yun and Su Heng were left dumbfounded at the side. Their exuberant expressions made one wonder if they were the villains. The Deep-Sea King was utterly enraged, roaring madly, "I cannot endure this. I shall absolutely exterminate you." He clasped his hands together, bellowing mystic art, infinite ocean. In an instant, torrents of seawater erupted from the pores of his body, engulfing the entire ruins as if it had sunk into the depths of a cerulean sea. Fortunately, Mo Shiyu's barrier kept all the seawater at bay. However, lacking air, they could not hold out for long. Within the water, the Deep-Sea King's attributes and values surged to new heights, his speed and strength skyrocketing. His form flickered within the waves, his voice resonating from all directions. "Feel honored. Humans, you are the most formidable adversaries I have encountered thus far, worthy of my third stage of power. Deep-Sea King, third stage, ruler of the sea. In the water, I am invincible. I know I cannot breach your defenses, but you humans do require oxygen, do you not? To become a world-class bounty boss, I have even neglected my studies. Tremble, humans." Su Yun and Su Heng were on the verge of despair. The red-named boss they faced was exceedingly formidable. The fact that he could enter a third stage of power was simply outrageous. Such strength was likely on par with that of a raid boss. And what was this about learning? He could think as well, planning to avoid combat until they suffocated from lack of oxygen. Su Heng exclaimed, "What should we do?" Su Yun expressed her anxiety, remarking that if he continued to flee without engaging with Xia Yuan, by the time our barrier's oxygen was depleted. Indeed, even someone as formidable as Xia Yuan is ultimately merely human. Without oxygen, he too would perish. Mo Shiyu's expression turned grave as she contemplated Xia Yuan. With a single hand, Xia Yuan formed a seal, resignedly stating, "I understand. It appears we can no longer conserve spiritual energy." Su Yun's eyes brightened momentarily. Could there be another solution? The voice of the Deep-Sea King echoed once more. "With my speed, how can you possibly kill me?" As long as I avoid combat, none can defeat me. Xiu rose on her toes, entwining her arms around Xia Yuan's, and urged the other two, quickly, come over and hold on to Xia Yuan. There is no time for explanations, just do as I say. As long as we maintain contact with Xia Yuan, no matter what transpires, do not let go. Though Xu Yun and Su Heng were perplexed by the necessity of their actions, they complied nonetheless, each grasping Xia Yuan's legs. The Deep Sea King, observing this absurd scene, laughed derisively. Ha! Have you all lost your minds? Seeking solace in your final moments? Ignoring the mockery, Xia Yuan merely smirked slightly, slowly uttering the words, domain expansion, infinite void. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed by his domain of infinite void. Even the Deep Sea King's swiftness could not facilitate its escape. It felt an overwhelming torrent of information inundate its mind, rendering it incapable of thought, abruptly freezing in place. Su Yun and Su Heng stared at the peculiar dark expanse, their faces blank with confusion, unaware of the events unfolding. All they knew was that the once erratic boss had suddenly halted, as if ensnared in an enigmatic state, frozen in place. Chapter 28. The lottery of versatile skills and the enormous spiritual energy consumption of the Zanpakuto's domain expansion. Missouri Shiyu's complexion instantly paled as her spiritual energy diminished by 50%. Thanks to Xiao Hei's recent breakthrough, her ability to conserve spiritual energy had significantly improved. Moreover, with each battle, her spiritual reserves continued to grow, making her far better off than before. Time was of the essence. Xia Yuan snapped his fingers, and a terrifying energy coalesced into a purple light at his fingertips, resembling a radiant violet star. He had numerous inquiries he wished to pose, but it seemed there was no time left for such questions. The Void Technique Z was unleashed within the domain, guaranteeing the skill's success. Xia Yuan did not hold back. This iteration of the Void Technique Z utilized all of his current power. It must be said that the Deep Sea King was one of the most intelligent and formidable bosses he had encountered thus far, deserving of a modicum of respect. The entire space was enveloped in dazzling purple light. The Void Technique Z struck the defenseless Deep Sea King directly, and the immense purple energy pierced through its muscular form, creating a gaping hole. Its health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. The Deep Sea King perished without ever regaining consciousness, unaware of the manner of its demise. The tumultuous sea receded like a tide. The mission in the secret realm was a success. Rewards began to be tallied. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV, 38 LV, 43. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV, 50 LV, 60. Xiu was somewhat astonished. Typically, experience gained from secret realm instances was minimal, yet Xia Yuan had advanced by 5 levels. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Clearly, the notorious red-name boss, the Deep Sea King, was no ordinary foe. Xia Yuan glanced at his system reward bar, which had now reached 25. Simultaneously, the system presented a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accumulated the system reward bar to 25, granting you a chance to draw for a versatile skill, usable by any character template. This skill includes characters from various universes, but its potency is below the power ceiling. Would you like to initiate the draw? Note: each time the reward bar increases by 1/4, this reward will be triggered. Please accumulate rewards diligently, dear host. What is a surprise? This, indeed, is a surprise. Gratitude was extended to the Deep Sea King's contribution. Xia Yuan sincerely praised the turn of events. Versatile skills, though beneath the ceiling of power, were still commendable, as they would enhance his combat abilities. Moreover, within the realms of various anime worlds, there existed numerous exceptionally powerful and useful skills that resided below the power ceiling. He could hardly contain his excitement as he initiated the draw. A magnificent wheel of fortune materialized, spinning into motion. Xia Yuan felt a surge of anticipation, hoping for a skill that was both powerful and impressive. For instance, the curry stick from Saber, the mirror flower water moon of Aizen, or the unrestricted 8 gates of Night Guy. If all else fails, even Doraemon's magical pocket would suffice. The system seemed somewhat speechless. Were you making a wish? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired all the abilities of the Soul Reaper world, including the Shinigami character Byakuya Kachiki Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, both its initial and final releases. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, his heart blooming with joy. Fortune was on his side. He was undoubtedly familiar with this skill, the final release of Senbenzakura, Kageyoshi. While not the most formidable in the Soul Reaper world, it certainly exuded an unparalleled elegance, and its lethality was not to be underestimated. In an instant, Xia Yuan felt a surge of unfamiliar power within him. From now on, regardless of the character template he embodied, he could wield the abilities of the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura. This bounty was indeed fruitful, all thanks to the Deep Sea King. This battle had not been in vain. The threat of death had passed. Su Yun and Su Heng collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, still shaken by their near escape. Had it not been for the hidden elites like Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan and their team, they would have perished in the secret realm. Both expressed their gratitude towards Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, their tone sincere and their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Thank you so much, Mo classmate. And esteemed Xia Yuan. Previously, we failed to recognize your worth. We hope you will not hold it against us. Mo Shiyu helped Su Yun to her feet, saying, no need for formality. Since we are in a team, it is only natural. The Blade God, deeply concerned about the situation outside, was also released by Su Heng. What of the boss? What is the situation? Is everyone unharmed? Did Xia Yuan prevail? The Blade God scanned his surroundings, anxiety etched on his face. After recovering in the Spirit Contract space, he felt significantly better. Su Heng explained, the esteemed Xia Yuan has successfully completed the quest. Xia Yuan, with a mischievous grin, remarked, is my Blade brother all right? I was almost done for just now. It truly was a close call. The Blade God stood frozen, unable to fathom that Xia Yuan, who appeared to be an unreliable and frivolous human spirit, could be the legendary SSR. Upon hearing the title of Blade Brother, a hint of embarrassment crossed the Blade God's lion-like visage. He chuckled, scratching his head, and humbly replied, Yuan God is indeed a hidden gem. How can one such as I, a mere little card, be addressed so? You flatter me. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, suggesting, let us call you Lion King instead. Your techniques are all about lion dominance, rather impressive. The Blade God awkwardly waved his hand. What Lion King? Before you, I am but a small kitten. Just kidding. One can conquer a level 90 red name boss like the Deep Sea King at level 38. At equal levels, defeating him would indeed be as effortless as crushing a mere kitten. The inscription divine tree began to grow wildly, its branches extending once more before the three spirit masters. The rewards for inscriptions are on the horizon. I have heard that the Crimson Name boss will drop rewards of a higher tier, which means 5-star inscriptions. Su Heng exclaimed with great excitement. Su Yun, receiving the inscriptions, felt her hands tremble slightly. 5-star inscriptions are exceedingly rare, though they may seem only a step above 4-star inscriptions. One typically must conquer the 5-star secret realms to obtain them, a feat of considerable difficulty. It is likely that they would need to rally the most formidable spirit masters from the Chongyang Academy to manage such a task. Moreover, the price of 5-star inscriptions on the Spirit Master official website is exorbitantly high, and their market value is unpredictable. The three began to peruse the categories of inscriptions. After some contemplation, Su Yun and Su Heng resolved to entrust all the 5-star inscriptions they acquired to Mo Shiyu. You saved our lives. We shall not take these 5-star inscriptions. Furthermore, we were of no assistance during this secret realm expedition. Mo Shiyu returned the 5-star inscriptions, refusing to accept them. In the first round, we were not entirely without assistance either. You also allowed us to coast through. Let us exchange and take what we need. The two hesitated. Xia Yuan teased with a smile. This is rightfully yours. After all, you nearly lost your lives. Take them. This is the rule of teamwork. We are not so stingy. Although Su Yun and Su Heng initially bore some pride, they did not belittle or disdain Xia Yuan for being level 38. Even if Xia Yuan had coasted in the first round, they did not seek to diminish Mo Shiyu's inscription rewards. In other teams, a lower-level member like Xia Yuan would likely only gain experience and be barred from receiving inscriptions. Thus, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were naturally not miserly. What do you plan to do next? Do you need to rest? Mo Shiyu inquired. I still have ample spirit energy and intend to continue farming inscriptions in the secret realm with Xia Yuan. What about you? Su Yun and Su Heng exchanged glances. Having just escaped the gates of hell, they still felt a sense of trepidation. However, with a powerful SSR like Xia Yuan leading, who would T want to farm more inscriptions? As long as you don't mind us, we can help you gather the numbers. They suggested. Yes, this way, you'll also have a greater chance of obtaining the inscriptions you desire. Subsequently, Su Yun and Su Heng gazed upon the 5-star secret realm before them, where the level 100 secret realm boss and elite monsters above level 80 awaited, and they fell into a state of shock. Wait, you didn't mention that you were going to farm the 5-star secret realm. Chapter 29. The efficiency of SSR swift passage in the realm of 5-star dungeons. Queues are virtually non-existent, primarily due to the formidable challenge of confronting level 100 bosses. Consequently, Mo Shiyu and her companions effortlessly entered the dungeon, a decision orchestrated by Xia Yuan. Fortunately, this time they did not encounter any red-name bosses. Su Yun and Su Heng observed the level 100 boss, trembling with trepidation. While it lacked the overwhelming presence of the Deep Sea King, it still instilled a sense of dread. The blade god clutched the hilt of his sword, lacking the courage to draw it. However, Xia Yuan had no intention of involving them in the fray. To optimize efficiency and ensure a risk-free dungeon run, he resolved to unleash his domain from the outset, denying the dungeon's monsters any chance to react. Hold on tight, he cautioned, or you might find yourselves in a state of brain death. Xia Yuan raised his hand, poised to initiate the casting gesture for his domain. The blade god, perplexed, wondered what this meant. It's nothing much, Xia Yuan replied casually. I merely intend to see if I can solo the 5-star dungeon in an instant. The blade god transitioned from confusion to sheer disbelief. How could one possibly achieve such a feat? With familiarity, Su Yun and Su Heng clasped Xia Yuan's legs, originally intending to draw the blade god into their spirit space. Yet, his curiosity about Xia Yuan's ultimate move compelled him to remain outside, his claws resting on Xia Yuan's shoulder. The elite monsters and the boss within the dungeon surged forward. The blade god, drenched in sweat, was filled with dread. Domain expansion, infinite void. The world plunged into darkness once more, reminiscent of traversing through the cosmos. Whether it was the level 100 boss or the elite monsters, all halted, rendered immobile in their tracks. The blade god was astounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even Su Yun and Su Heng, despite having experienced this before, were left in awe. At level 43, Xia Yuan's power had significantly escalated. Soloing a 5-star dungeon posed its challenges, as the monsters boasted substantial health. Thus, he showed no restraint, first utilizing the gravitational technique of Tsang to draw the boss and elite monsters together, then unleashing a full-powered technique, Z, before entering the dungeon. Mo Shiyu had consumed potions to elevate her spiritual energy to its pinnacle. Otherwise, she would have been unable to withstand the onslaught. Half of her spiritual energy dissipated in the process. Boom! As purple light flickered, the elite monsters were nearly obliterated, their health depleted. However, the level 100 boss remained standing, with a quarter of its health intact. Despite being an easy target, it withstood one of Xia Yuan's most potent attacks. Ultimately, Xia Yuan followed up with the technique reversal H to successfully conquer the dungeon. He sighed regretfully, swift passage dungeon, a failure. Su Yun, Su Heng, and the blade god were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. They glanced at the time, barely 1 minute, although they did not complete the dungeon in an instant. The speed of their run was remarkable. They could already envision that once Xia Yuan reached maximum level, a single skill would likely enable him to solo the 5-star dungeon with ease. This exemplifies the extraordinary strength of SSR. Nonetheless, can any other SSR rival the invincibility of Xia Yuan? Su Yun and Su Heng are genuinely envious. If they could possess an SSR like Xia Yuan, they would willingly sacrifice 10 or even 20 years of their lives. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yun inquired, Mo, from which source card pool did Xia Yuan emerge? Mo Shi replied, the all-world beings card pool. Su Yun and Su Heng secretly noted this, resolving to draw from this grand pool for their future card acquisitions. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level upgrade, LV, 43 LV, 45. Contract Spirit Black Cat Sprite, level upgrade, LV, 60 LV, 75, can undergo secondary breakthrough. Listening to the upgrade notifications, Mo Shiyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The little black cat perched on her shoulder reveled in the moment, exclaiming, "I'm also a level 75 contract spirit now." Hanging out with Xia Yuan means feasting 9 times in 3 days. After completing the Secret Realm challenges, even a Blade God and Titan Beast had leveled up by 7 or 8 levels. The 5-star Secret Realm strategy was a resounding success, and each of the trio received 5 5-star inscriptions. With her remaining spiritual power dwindling, Mo Shiyu decided against further dungeon runs. They organized the inscriptions they had acquired that day. At last, the 3 inscriptions needed to enhance the Black Cat support capabilities were complete. 1 4-star and 2 5-star inscriptions. Though they were not from the same set and lacked a set bonus, they were more than sufficient for the little Black Cat's current level. As they prepared to part ways, Su Yin couldn't help but ask, "Mo, will you be participating in this year's National College Contract Spirit Master Competition?" Mo Shiyu nodded. "I have already registered." Su Yun and Su Heng exchanged glances with Xia Yuan, breaking into a cold sweat. With Xia Yuan's prowess, participating in this competition would be akin to a dimensional strike against the other contract spirits. Su Heng scratched his head, realizing that the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy was likely to gain fame, and the national championship would probably belong to them. Su Yin sighed. She had once harbored aspirations of making a name for herself in the competition, but now those thoughts had vanished. If she were to encounter Xia Yuan, she would surrender immediately. Mo Shiyu humbly remarked, winning the national championship might be a bit challenging. After all, there should be more SSRs among the contract spirit masters across the entire Great Xia than just me. She had seen news reports indicating that many students from renowned universities had drawn SSRs, with at least 5 having been reported. Xia Yuan interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, fat you, do you lack confidence in me? That hurts." Su Yun gazed at Xia Yuan with starry eyes, having transformed into his ardent admirer. "Mo, you're mistaken. I am certain that no other SSR possesses the prowess of the great Xia Yuan. He is undoubtedly the strongest." Xia Yuan laughed heartily, indeed. "Sister Su Yun has discerning eyes. I am the strongest. To be honest, as long as the opponent's contract spirit lacks the means to deploy a protected domain, victory is virtually assured. However, one must remain humble and vigilant to avoid the fate of being bisected, as seen in the world of curses." Xia Yuan had no desire to become a mere shadow of himself. However, once he accumulated enough system rewards to draw the next pinnacle template, his combat prowess would surge once more. He truly could not fathom how he could ever lose. Upon hearing her sister's endearing address, Su Yun's petite face flushed a vibrant crimson, her beauty resplendent. "Then, may I call you Brother Xia Yuan?" she ventured. "Of course," Xia Yuan replied, his countenance softening as he donned a tender expression. "May I do the same?" He inquired of Dao Shun, only to receive a cold rejection. "No, you may not." Mo Shiyu glanced around, her cheeks puffing adorably. She turned and pulled Xia Yuan away, declaring, "We'll meet again another time." Xia Yuan, being tugged along, protested, "Hey, I still wish to converse with Sister Su Yun." Mo Shiyu frowned, mumbling in discontent, "I'm out of spiritual energy and quite fatigued. I need to return to rest." Xia Yuan, hands buried in his pockets, lowered his gaze to her head. "What's the matter? Are you jealous? Can't bear to see me with other female contract spirit masters?" With an impassive expression, Mo Shiyu replied, "No, you are simply too self-absorbed." Xia Yuan reclined against the sky, hands cradling his head, sighing, "Ah, fat you is actually cuter than Su Yun. If only she could sweetly call me Brother Xia Yuan as well." Mo Shiyu's translucent little ears turned a deeper shade of red, her lips curling in a playful pout as she muttered, "I'm sorry if I'm not the sweet girl you fancy." The two arrived at the station to await the high-speed train. With nothing to occupy her, Mo Shiyu began to examine Xia Yuan's contract spirit panel. Level 45, she was nearing level 50, and she needed to prepare the breakthrough materials in advance. Surely, the SSR would require quite a few. As she studied the panel, she noticed several new skills had appeared in the skill section. Rubbing her eyes to dispel any illusion, she exclaimed, "Xia Yuan, your skills seem to have multiplied." Yet, Xia Yuan did not respond, his expression devoid of its usual playful demeanor. A voice laced with menace resonated. "Fat you, take your medicine first. It seems someone is seeking death." Chapter 30. The assassin spirit's Mo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, raising her head to survey her surroundings. Xia Yuan withdrew his hands from his pockets, one of them resting on his eye mask, and explained, "We are surrounded. Someone is watching us. They must have been lurking for quite some time, waiting for us to finish our exploration of the secret realm, especially when you're devoid of spiritual energy." A cruel smile crept across his face, indicating that their previous encounter had not instilled fear in them. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated unearthing the individuals behind this ambush. Mo Shiyu tensed, immediately consuming a spiritual energy potion. She forcefully elevated her spiritual energy reserves to 70%. The number of potions a spirit master could consume in a day was limited. Excessive intake could result in severe aftereffects and potential harm to the body. However, Mo Shiyu could not afford to concern herself with such matters at this moment. Given the number of spirits sent against them, it was evident that the adversaries had prepared numerous strategies, and vigilance was imperative. "Little Black, come forth." The cat-girl spirit emerged once more, her 3 inscriptions radiating a faint glow as she exclaimed, "I'm here, master." She perched on Mo Shiyu's shoulder, her vigilant face scanning the surroundings. In the crowd, 4 enigmatic figures clad in black hoods approached from 4 directions, encircling Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. They wore dark cloaks that obscured much of their appearances. The leader of the spirits pulled back her hood, revealing the face of a mature woman with flowing purple hair adorned with a long, pointed witch's hat. She was an A-rank, level 81, Dark Night Witch. After glancing at Xia Yuan's level, and then at Little Black, she stifled a laugh, her alluring red lips parting slightly. A C-rank at level 70, and another spirit at level 45. The employer has truly invested heavily. To eliminate such a weak human spirit master, they dispatched 3 A-rank assassins. Xia Yuan inquired with curiosity, "Assassin spirits?" Mo Shiyu furrowed her delicate brows, sweat glistening on her exquisite face. "They are illegal spirit masters who cultivate spirits in violation of regulations, sending them out as assassins to accept killing tasks online for substantial rewards. This lineup is indeed a significant investment. The spiritual stones expended on 3 high-level A-rank assassins could likely summon a top-tier spirit." She forced a bitter smile, conceding, "They are truly relentless. However, it is understandable. The stronger you appear, Xia Yuan, the more they desire you." Xia Yuan tore off his eye mask, his azure eyes gleaming with ferocity. "You have no knowledge of our identities. How can you be certain you can defeat me?" Another figure in black removed their hood, revealing a robot with 4 arms. Its emotionless mechanical voice resonated. "Assassin's Code. We merely require the time, location, and target." An A-rank, level 76, multi-armed battle machine. A dragon man discarded his black attire, his golden-red physique shimmering in the sunlight as he coldly remarked, "How tedious. The opponent has only a level 45 spirit, and yet they mobilize such forces. The employer instructed us not to kill the spirit, only the woman. Let us hasten this task. I want to clock out." At the A-rank, level 78, the Crimson Golden Dragon Man, as the 3 contract spirit assassins lifted their cloaks. Their ranks and levels were no longer concealed, becoming evident to all. Observing the escalating tension in the atmosphere, the surrounding crowd hastily evacuated the station area. Xia Yuan refrained from immediate action, apprehensive of causing harm to innocent bystanders. Once the area was cleared, he could unleash his full potential. Suddenly, the sorceress broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Though I know not who you are, our strategy has been set from the very beginning." Dragon Man attack. The Golden Dragonman's piercing golden eyes fixated on Xia Yuan, an overwhelming force enveloping him, rendering him immobile as the ground beneath him shattered. Noticing the predicament, attempted to approach Xia Yuan to facilitate his activation of the domain. Yet, the immense pressure completely isolated her from reaching him. The sorceress swiftly recited an incomprehensible incantation with remarkable speed. In the next moment, a magical circle illuminated beneath Xia Yuan's feet. Their coordination was astonishingly rapid. Even Xia Yuan found himself momentarily caught off guard. The assassins did not strike at first. Instead, they directed their assault towards him. From the outset, victory was ours. The sorceress reveled in her triumph. In an instant, Xia Yuan's figure vanished from sight, and after a blinding flash, he was transported to another location. Momentarily stunned, gazed at the towering figure that had disappeared from the station, her sense of security evaporating in an instant. Xia Yuan. Meanwhile, in another realm, Xia Yuan opened his eyes to find himself in an enclosed space, shrouded in darkness. With no notion of his whereabouts, an excited female voice echoed, "It's happening. It's happening. SSR. Ha ha ha, we've succeeded. As long as the assassins eliminate, he shall belong to me." In that moment, Xia Yuan comprehended their sinister design. The sorceress among the assassins had utilized her skill to transport him away, only to then eliminate, rendering her a masterless contract spirit, allowing the employer to forge a contract with her in this confined space. The plan was clever, but alas, it would prove futile against me. "I shall return for you." Xia Yuan's icy declaration resonated, his cerulean eyes radiating an overwhelming aura as they scanned the oppressive darkness. Instantly, the voice in the shadows fell silent in fear. Without lingering, he began to snap his fingers, unleashing the void technique Z above him. In an instant, the entire dark space was illuminated by a radiant purple light. Xia Yuan casually surveyed his surroundings. The space resembled an underground research facility, with walls constructed from incredibly durable steel alloys. Yet, no matter how sturdy the walls, they could not withstand the cutting force of his void technique Z. Boom, boom, boom. A massive breach erupted in the space. Light poured through the opening. In a flash, Xia Yuan's figure vanished once more. The employer, concealed in the shadows, was left in utter disbelief at this spectacle. He has disappeared. It is incorrect to assume that even if he escapes from here, he would be able to rescue Mo Shiyu. The distance to Chongyang City is over 1,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, at the Chongyang City station, after Xia Yuan disappeared, several A-rank spirit assassins leisurely approached Mo Shiyu. The sorceress smiled cheerfully and said, "I apologize, young lady. It seems our employer has taken a liking to your spirit and wishes to claim it as their own." The dragon man crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Had I known it would be this simple, you could have come alone, sorceress. Can you truly not handle a level 45 spirit?" It appears that the employer behind them is rather foolish, excessively cautious. The multi-armed war machine emitted a mechanical voice. "Thanks to their caution, we stand to gain a substantial reward." The three spirits steadily advanced toward Mo Shiyu. Xiaohei stepped forward, gritting his teeth and blocking their path. "What do you intend to do? If you dare to lay a finger on my master, the great Xia Yuan will not let you off easily." This was the first time Mo Shiyu felt a sense of crisis in Xia Yuan's absence. To claim she was not afraid would be a lie. In response to the astonished expressions of the three spirits, she activated her spirit master barrier. Simultaneously, she produced various protective spiritual artifacts, enough to sustain her for a while. "You cannot kill me. From a moment I sensed something was amiss, I sent a distress signal to my family, and they will be here shortly. Furthermore, no matter where you send Xia Yuan, he will return swiftly." Mo Shiyu took several deep breaths, her exquisite form rising and falling as she gradually subdued the anxiety of being without Xia Yuan's protection and calmed herself. She had accompanied Xia Yuan through many grand spectacles. She was not merely a spirit master who would cry. Chapter 31. Dashing, cool, and invincible. The Spirit Contract Master S Barrier. Am I not seeing correctly? ISNT. This ability, supposed to require a spiritual power exceeding 10,000 to master? Never mind. We cannot afford to be careless. Let us attack together and shatter the barrier. Let us resolve this swiftly. The three assassins were somewhat taken aback that Mo Shiyu, merely a high school student, possessed over 10,000 spiritual power and had learned the Spirit Contract Master's barrier. They ceased their chatter and commenced their assault on Moshu's barrier. The sorceress chanted incantations at an accelerated pace, illuminating successive magical circles as various shockwaves battered against the barrier. The crimson gold dragon opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying breath of fire. The multi-armed war machine transformed its limbs into cannons, bombarding incessantly. Moshu's barrier visibly began to crack, the fissures multiplying until it teetered on the brink of collapse. Xiaohei, observing the increasingly fractured barrier, grew frantic. What to do? What to do? My attacks are feeble. Merely a minor support. Oh no. Moshu felt an unusual calmness wash over her mind, her hands already clutching a spiritual artifact ready to continue her defense. She could not perish. If she died, she could no longer grow stronger aliside Xia Yuan. If she died, she could not avenge her parents. After being assassinated one after another, a surge of fury ignited within Moshu. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. With a voice that was both clear and enchanting, she vehemently scolded, "You scoundrels! Xia Yuan is my SSR. No one shall take him away. If I discover who hired someone to kill me, I shall annihilate their entire family." Xiaohei was taken aback, clutching his head in despair. It's over, my master has gone mad." A familiar, cheeky laughter echoed. "Huh, I never expected that fat you would possess such a fierce side. Truly enlightening." Xia Yuan descended from the heavens, placing himself before her. The attacks from the three assassin spirits all struck him, dispersing as if hitting an invisible barrier. Moshu, upon seeing that familiar tall figure, felt her nose tingle, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. With a heavy, nasal tone, she exclaimed, "Xia Yuan, you have finally returned." Moments ago, she had merely shouted to bolster her courage. In truth, she was terrified of death. Xiaohei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Exhaling deeply, then placing his hands on his hips, declared defiantly, "You are finished." The sorceress, the dragon, and the war machine were all taken aback, bewildered as to how Xia Yuan had appeared here. "How is this possible? How did you return? I had sent you away." The sorceress exclaimed. "Could it be your teleportation failed?" The three stood agape, seeing their attacks thwarted, and thus chose to cease their assault. The sorceress vehemently retorted, "Impossible. My teleportation magic cannot fail. He must have employed some means. But the destination is over 1,000 kilometers away, separated by several cities. How on earth did he return?" Xia Yunko exhaled white vapor, gasping for breath. Turning his head, he glanced at the tearful and aggrieved Moshu, offering her a faint smile. "Well done. Truly worthy of being my master, enduring for so long." It was only then that Moshu realized Xia Yuan was already panting heavily. It was the first time she had witnessed him display signs of fatigue. It must have been quite a challenge for him to rush back. "Xia Yuan, are you all right?" Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "What could possibly be wrong? I merely collided with a few buildings on my way here and stumbled into some pits in your direction." With his boundary-defying protective technique, he was unharmed. The sorcery cyan allowed for long-distance teleportation, requiring precise positioning. However, his bearings around the Chongyang station were not entirely accurate, necessitating some adjustments along the way, and thus he felt somewhat fatigued. Listening to the exchange between Xia Yuan and Moshu, the three contracted spirits of the assassins appeared bewildered. The witch spoke with incredulity. "You smashed through several buildings? Did you fly back or something? Even if you did, that's excessively fast. It's barely been 2 minutes." Xia Yuan's azure eyes, filled with a menacing glint, turned towards them as he calmly replied, "I shall refrain from explaining myself to the deceased." The golden dragon man snorted, "Though I have no idea how you returned, do you believe that as a level 45, you can withstand the three of us, high-tier A-class contracted spirits?" Moshu instinctively reached out her small hand to grasp Xia Yuan's arm, contemplating whether to unleash her domain. Xia Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Despite the fierce battle nearby, causing most to keep their distance, there were still some reckless onlookers, daringly close and even filming the situation with their phones. "No, the area is difficult to control," he declared, cracking his knuckles with a sinister smile. I happen to be brimming with rage, and I shall use them as an outlet. The multi-armed war machine retracted its 4 cannons, transforming back into iron fists. It seemed that ranged attacks would not reach him. He decided to engage in close combat for a swift resolution, lest the city defense spirits arrive and complicate matters. The witch cautioned, "Remember, do not kill them. It's the employer's request." No sooner had she spoken than Xia Yuan teleported to her side, grinning widely as he leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Can you guess why that employer wanted you to relocate me first?" The witch's pupils dilated in alarm as she activated her trap magic, engulfing him in blazing flames. Xia Yuan's cerulean eyes drifted down to the red magic circle glowing beneath his feet. Boom! A surge of magnificent flames erupted, engulfing him entirely. The witch watched with glee as Xia Yuan was consumed by the fire, exclaiming, "Kid, I know the contracted spirit our employer seeks is certainly of a high tier, but you truly underestimate us A-class spirits." Yet, a bony hand emerged from the inferno, seizing her neck and lifting her effortlessly. What followed astounded the witch and the other 2 assassins. Xia Yuan emerged unscathed from the flames, declaring, "Woman, you underestimate me far too much." The witch struggled violently, her magical energy swirling around her, coalescing into a circle of enchantments, a spell without incantation, a cascade of light. Streams of white radiance bombarded Xia Yuan. It was as if raindrops fell into the ocean, creating not a ripple. Xia Yuan remained unfazed, ruthlessly dispatching her with a swift motion. Flinging her aside and casting a counterspell, the immense repulsion crushed the witch against the station's pillar, contorting her into a shrimp-like shape, creating a deep indentation. She suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, a gaping wound appearing in her abdomen. As a fragile being, enduring such an impact was utterly unbearable. Her form began to dissipate. The red gold dragon man and the multi-armed battle machine stood frozen in shock at this horrifying scene. Xia Yuan's assault transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to intervene. How could a level 45 possess such terrifying power? An A-rank level 81, which stood no chance against him, akin to a chick being crushed effortlessly, simply perishing. The witch's attacks seemed entirely futile. What on earth were his defensive skills? The 2 assassin spirits had lost all their previous bravado, their bodies chilled at the sight of the witch's tragic demise. They could accept defeat, even death, but not in such an ambiguous manner. The A-rank, which indeed wielded formidable strength, possessing numerous devastating spells yet to be unleashed. Alas, against Xia Yuan, she had no opportunity to cast any offensive magic. Even if she did, it would merely appear spectacular, failing to breach the defenses of his limitless spell. Xia Yuan turned, his icy gaze from his cerulean eyes fixating on the remaining 2. Next, Mo Shiyu and Xiao He stood in stunned silence, typically appearing languid and carefree. Xia Yuan transformed into an awe-inspiring and formidable force once he engaged in earnest battle. Chapter 32. Divine Favoritism. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man and the multi-armed war machine had no intention of remaining passive. Almost simultaneously, they launched an assault on Xia Yuan. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man narrowed his eyes, the brilliance of his golden gaze flaring forth, exerting a descending force that constrained Xia Yuan's movements. Indeed, such power is beyond your resistance. The multi-armed war machine propelled itself forward, flames erupting from its thrusters, closing the distance to Xia Yuan in an instant. With the aid of its thrusters, its 4 mechanical arms struck down upon him with tremendous force. Alas, the iron arms halted just before Xia Yuan, unable to penetrate even an inch. What? Unable to land a blow in close combat, as if something invisible was obstructing them. Xia Yuan cast a glance at the robot, then extended his long legs, steadily advancing towards it. An unfathomable pressure compelled the multi-armed war machine backward until it was pinned against the wall. Cracks echoed as even its ultra-durable mechanical alloy strained under the force. Sparks flying in all directions. It seemed the multi-armed war machine was on the verge of being utterly crushed against the wall. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man rushed in to assist, roaring as he swung his claws, even transforming his upper body into a dragon form to bite at Xia Yuan. Yet all of his attacks appeared to strike against an insurmountable dimensional barrier. Xia Yuan did not even spare him a glance, his aura surging and continuing to compress the multi-armed war machine. As it neared its obliteration, the machine's mechanical eyes still brimmed with confusion. How? Is this possible? With a resounding crash, the wall shattered. The entire robot seemed to have been crushed by a hydraulic press, scattering into a heap of thin metal sheets, which began to dissipate into fragments of spiritual energy. Did you enjoy my wall slam? A mad smile curled at the corners of Xia Yuan's lips as he turned to face the Crimson Gold Dragon Man, declaring, "You are the last one." The Crimson Gold Dragon Man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively retreating, dread seeping into his heart. For a contract spirit, death meant oblivion, an irreversible severance from all worldly sensations, and an inability to return to the original realm. Hence, they were naturally filled with fear. Since the contract spirit master had assigned him the role of an assassin, he had never encountered a contract spirit as overwhelmingly powerful as Xia Yuan, one that transcended all reason. They were A-rank contract spirits, not mere trifles. Even if the opponent were a legendary SSR, the disparity in strength should not be so vast. The adversary had become so monstrous that he could employ various brutally violent methods to annihilate them. What? Are you that our attacks are utterly ineffective? The Crimson Gold Dragon Man shouted in despair. Why shout so loudly? If you seek clarity in death, I can enlighten you. Xia Yuan casually tapped his ear, stepping before him and raising a hand. You may try to touch me if you wish. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man remained vigilant, yet could not suppress his curiosity, raising his hand to attempt to touch Xia Yuan's palm. However, to his astonishment, his hand could not make contact with the other. Following the slaughter of the two assassin contract spirits, Xia Yuan's mood visibly brightened as he explained, "Infinite. What lies between us? Can your assault traverse infinite distances to reach me?" The Crimson Gold Dragon Man widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? It utterly disrupts the balance, rendering it profoundly unfair to the other spirit contracts. Suddenly, he distanced himself, his upper body transforming into a dragon's head, unleashing a deafening shriek towards Xia Yuan. Roar. The evil dragon's roar. The intense sound wave generated by this cry pushed Xia Yuan back, forcing him to cover his ears. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man, having lost the spirit to continue the fight, turned to flee. I warned you not to roar so loudly. Xia Yuan raised his hand to invoke the gravitational spell, Song, and in a flash, collided with him. Following that, he delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, bouncing like a basketball. Stay still. City Defense Officer, halt. At that moment, nearby city defense spirits arrived, calling out to Xia Yuan. The area had already been cordoned off by various city defense spirits, isolating the onlookers who were filming and gradually surrounding the scene. Given the brutality of the encounter, with a half-dead spirit contract lying beneath Xia Yuan's feet, smiling rather sinisterly, the city defense spirits mistakenly assumed he was the perpetrator. Xia Yuan felt a headache coming on. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. Must I explain myself? Suddenly, a snow-white, pure-winged horse descended from the heavens, stirring a tempest as it landed before Xiu. Upon it sat a knight enveloped in holy light, dazzling and impossible to behold clearly. Cheng leapt down, immediately assessing Xia Yuan's condition, and upon seeing him standing unharmed, turned his gaze to Xiu, asking with concern, "Xiu, are you all right?" Xiu nodded. "I'm fine." The knight on the white horse was none other than the fully trained SR spirit contract cultivated by the Mo family, the Holy Light Knight. Cheng surveyed the complex situation around them and inquired, "What exactly happened?" Xiu explained, "3 A-rank spirit contracts above level 70 ambushed us. Xia Yuan has already slain 2. Only the last one remains, lying at his feet." She sighed. "Now the city defense officer probably thinks we are the villains." Upon hearing this, the knight's voice emanated from within his helmet, tinged with surprise. "I must be mistaken. A level 45 has slain 2 A-rank spirit contracts above level 70 in such a short span?" His tone was neutral, revealing neither gender. Yet he fixated on Xia Yuan with fervent eyes, exclaiming, "Indeed, SSRs are distinct. He appears incredibly powerful. If given the chance, I would love to spar with him." Xia Yuan glanced at the blinding holy light knight, slightly raising his hand, poised to unleash a virtual spell, Z. However, upon noticing Mo Chang beside him, he relaxed, smiling. "Ah, it is merely the Mo family's old champion. I thought another assassin had arrived and nearly acted." Glanced at the fallen Crimson Golden Dragon Man, who had succumbed to his injuries, and respectfully addressed, "Elder Xia Yuan, might we be entrusted with this last killer contract spirit? I shall uncover the identity of his employer." At level 45, he had effortlessly dispatched several rank advanced contract spirits, and this was the first time had witnessed Xia Yuan's true prowess, stirring a tumult within him. Meanwhile, the city defense contract spirits began to tighten their encirclement. Observing this, promptly displayed his credentials, exclaiming, "I am a T1 contract spirit master of the Alliance. I will handle this matter." Upon seeing his identification, the city defense spirits halted their actions. Soon, the commander issued a retreat order, and they withdrew like a receding tide. Ceasing further investigation. "It need not be so complicated." Xia Yuan waved his hand, his mind already focused on pinpointing the previous location. "I have confirmed the employer's position. I shall seek her out. She cannot have fled far. I will bring her back." Turning to, he instructed, "During this time, please ensure the safety of. She must not lose a single hair." With that, Xia Yuan vanished from the spot, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. The Holy Light Knight and stood in a daze, surveying their surroundings. Noticing their confusion, spoke up, "No need to search. Xia Yuan has already left. He likely has a lead. We shall wait." Astonished, exclaimed, "Does Xia Yuan possess the ability of instantaneous teleportation?" Nodded, approximately. "You may interpret it that way." The Holy Light Knight, in awe, remarked, "Incredible. The skill mechanics of SSR truly defy comprehension. The creator of the divine seems rather partial, despite being just one rank short of an S. They have been granted such exceptional designs." Chapter 33. My preference for the tender Xia Yuan returned to the precise location where he had previously been transported. Familiarity bred comfort. And this time, he moved with remarkable swiftness. Unsurprisingly, he found himself in a highly secretive private laboratory, concealed within the remote mountains. The individual lurking in the shadows was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xia Yuan reappear, uncertain of the circumstances. However, upon observing that Xia Yuan was not in a state of disarray, coupled with the absence of a call from the assassin's spirit indicating the completion of the task, she deduced that Mo Shiyu was still alive. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Xia Yuan surveyed the surroundings with his azure eyes, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, "The employer must be hiding here. Am I correct? If you wish to avoid a grim fate, you ought to reveal yourself. Otherwise, my methods can be rather brutal. Should I inadvertently cause your demise, do not hold me accountable." The underground space was vast and eerily silent. Xia Yuan did not expect the concealed individual to willingly step into the open. With a mere gesture, he unleashed the cursed song, obliterating the entire underground research facility with sheer force. Boom! The azure energy orb of Tsang resembled a miniature black hole, leaving devastation in its wake. Naturally, those hiding within could no longer remain concealed and were forced out. A few spirits of level 80, shielding a woman with cascading golden waves, narrowly escaped. "I found you." A smile played on Xia Yuan's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the woman. The golden-haired lady erupted into maniacal laughter, hee, with just a minor skill. Such extensive damage is wrought. SSR truly possesses formidable combat strength. Her gaze, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden, remained fixated on Xia Yuan, her ample bosom bouncing enticingly. Licking her crimson lips, she sensually caressed her curvaceous form from below upwards, invitingly suggesting, "Xia Yuan, dear brother, how about becoming my spirit? Not only do I possess abundant spiritual power, but I am also quite delightful. As my spirit, I assure you will experience ecstasy beyond compare each day." Xia Yuan had not anticipated that the employer lurking behind him would be such a voluptuous siren. He chuckled. I'm afraid, dear sister, I have a preference for the tender. As soon as the words left his lips, his palm struck forcefully against her waist, and he vanished from sight in an instant, leaving the protective spirits bewildered. The golden-haired woman bent over in agony, fainting on the spot, her creamy form quivering. They immediately launched an attack on Xia Yuan, desperate to reclaim their master. But all their efforts were effortlessly thwarted by his boundless techniques, yielding no effect whatsoever. Xia Yuan, with the unconscious woman clutched under his arm, taunted, "Didn't you want to eliminate Fat You? Allow me to return the favor in kind. There is no need for me to exert myself in ending your lives. Farewell, everyone." Xia Yuan disappeared once more. Upon reappearing, he found himself back at the station. Mo Shiyu and Mo Cheng regarded him with astonishment as they observed the golden-haired woman he held. Mo Cheng inquired, "Who is this?" Xia Yuan unceremoniously dropped the unconscious woman onto the ground, explaining, "This is the employer. From the very beginning, she had devised a plan to teleport me to her side, eliminate Fat You, and then bind me to her. Unfortunately, she was unaware of my capabilities, which ultimately led to her own exposure." The muffled voice from within the helm of the Holy Light Knight echoed once more, "Wait, are you saying that in such a brief span of time, you managed to capture her?" Xia Yuan nodded nonchalantly. Mo City retrieved his phone, took a photograph, and proceeded to identify the woman. Indeed, she was an outlaw, a blonde criminal on the run, with a notorious history of multiple homicides. She particularly favored preying on novice practitioners who summoned high-tier spirit contracts. He glanced at Xia Yuan, noting that she must have had numerous spirit contracts under her command. "Did you eliminate them all?" Xia Yuan shrugged, exuding a sense of resignation. "You underestimate my ruthlessness, my friend. It's merely that those individuals could neither withstand nor keep pace with me." The Holy Light Knight sighed. The ability to teleport is truly remarkable. It simplifies matters considerably." Xia Yuan raised a hand to shield his eyes and inquired, "By the way, is this gentleman entirely obscured?" "Your SR?" The corner of the Holy Light Knight's mouth twitched slightly as he retorted, "Obscured? This is what I call the Holy Light. Do not liken it to the unsightly scenes from Sakura Country's action films." Xia Yuan gasped in surprise. "I had no idea you possessed such interests. It seems this world bears some resemblance to mine. Please share a few URLs. I wish to study the differences." The Holy Light Knight, now equally excited, remarked, "So you are of like mind. Do you have WeChat? Let me add you." The two exchanged WeChat contacts, their conversation taking on an unrefined tone. Mo City, noticing Mo Shiyu's curious expression, cleared his throat to interrupt the two gentlemen's banter. "All right, this matter shall be entrusted to me. The blonde woman may also be acting under orders. I must investigate thoroughly to uncover who dares to target my family." Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. "Then I shall leave it to you, uncle." The Holy Light Knight conjured chains that ensnared both the assassin spirit, the Golden Dragon Man, and the blonde woman. Mo City mounted his winged steed once more and, before departing, could not help but advise Mo Shiyu. The National College Spirit Master Competition is garnering significant attention across the entire Great Xia. Should you manage to secure a position in the top 3, you may very well be directly recruited into one of the 3 premier spirit universities. Prepare diligently. Mo Shiyu replied with confidence. "Top 3? We aim for first place." Mo City chuckled. "That would be splendid." The Holy Light Knight grasped the reins and laughed heartily. "Brother Xia Yuan, the URLs I shared are particularly excellent. Some even feature spirits and spirit masters. Do indulge in them. And when you tire of them, seek me out." Xia Yuan replied earnestly, "I am merely studying the distinctions between this world and my previous one. It is not akin to your pursuits." With a flick of the reins, the winged steed soared into the sky as the Holy Light Knight declared, "I understand completely." Mo Shiyu, however, remained perplexed. "What URLs?" Xia Yuan feigned ignorance, stating it was merely research material. Mo Shiyu, still perplexed, confidently patted her ample chest and declared, "Research material? What do you wish to study? In this world, there is nothing you cannot inquire about with me." Xia Yuan, inadvertently leaving his gaze unguarded, found himself stealing a few more glances. One must admit, Xia Yuan possessed quite the allure, only slightly overshadowed by the golden-haired waves. Otherwise, he would not have affectionately called her Fat Yu. This isn't quite appropriate. You are still too young for such matters, he remarked. Xia Yuan, indignant, retorted, in what way am I still young? I just turned 18 this year. Xia Yuan, slightly taken aback, inquired, did you enter high school so late? Xia Yuan's face displayed utter disbelief as she replied, Xia Yuan, please possess a modicum of common sense. Contract spirit masters typically enter high school only after turning 18, as most of them only acquire sufficient spiritual energy to sustain their contracts by that time. As the two bickered, they awaited the high-speed train's return to the academy. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Yuan, a level 45 contract spirit master, had become an internet sensation after a video showcasing him defeating 3 A-rank contract spirits of level 70 and above went viral, spiraling out of control. A few fearless onlookers at the station had recorded the entire ordeal on their phones. Shocking. 3 A-rank elite assassin contract spirits were ruthlessly annihilated by a level 45 human contract spirit at Chongyang Station. The newly unveiled SSR contract spirits prowess from Chuanbei Contract Spirit Master Academy was exposed, with experts dissecting his abilities frame by frame to reveal their astonishing nature. The newly minted SSR Contract Spirit Master, Xia Yuan, boldly proclaimed her intent to crush the competition and seize first place in the upcoming National College Contract Spirit Master Tournament. As the tournament approached, news of these events prompted various contract spirit academies to strategize against Xia Yuan, the SSR. This effectively leaked crucial intelligence to their competitors. However, deciphering the battle footage proved challenging, and even if they did manage to understand it, formulating an effective countermeasure would be no easy feat. As we enter the verification phase, readers are encouraged to continue following and offer gifts. If you enjoy particular character skills and templates, feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Additionally, a new update incentive has been established. For every 100 gift points received, an additional chapter will be released, with a maximum of 3 chapters added in a single day. Chapter 34. Summer's Breakthrough. Both grind and invest inside the villa. As the morning sun streamed through the windows, Xia Yuan, clad in her adorable bear pajamas, gazed at the wildly circulated video on the official Spirit Master website. Her hands clasped atop her head, anxiety washing over her. Oh no, oh no. Those spectators truly have no fear. They've captured the entire process on film. Now, your skills have been exposed, and it seems the entire world is scrutinizing every frame. During our competition, we will undoubtedly become targets for those with ulterior motives. Having spent the previous night poring over study materials, Xia Yuan emerged from his room, yawning. To his surprise, he was greeted by 2 three-dimensional bears, round, upright, and plump. He couldn't help but marvel at the joys of youth before casually remarking, let them study all they want. If I lose, then I simply lose. Xia Yuan curled up on the sofa, casting him a sorrowful glance, her expression reminiscent of a pet seeking comfort. Xia Yuan chuckled, I'm just joking. I'm the strongest and 1T lose. With a look of concern, Xia Yuan replied, I'm not afraid of ordinary spirits, but those other SSRs really worry me. The disparity in information is alarming. We are oblivious to their abilities while they are already aware of ours. It feels as though we have lost even before the battle begins. Xia Yuan, reclining comfortably on the sofa, smirked in the face of absolute strength. All tactics and strategies are mere jesters' tricks. Besides, if they could devise a strategy to counter me based solely on a combat video, then I must commend their prowess. He teased further, who was it that boldly declared their intention to take first place, thus attracting all this animosity? Xia Yuan, momentarily bewildered, stuck out her tongue and playfully feigned ignorance. Is that so? I didn't realize. Xia Yuan replied, Fat Rain. You must bear the consequences of the flag you planted yourself. With her cheeks puffed and thoughts swirling, Xia Yuan pondered fruitlessly. The reality of Xia Yuan's exposed abilities, making him a public enemy, was now irrevocable. All she could do was strive to elevate him to level 50 before the competition and achieve a breakthrough. Perhaps even acquire a set of spirit power runes for him. She slapped her cheeks, rallying her spirits. With a month left until the competition, reaching level 50 should be sufficient. Let us go, it's time to grind. Xia Yuan lay languidly on the sofa, motionless like a corpse. Fatigue from the previous night's video binge weighing heavily on him, his back aching and his mind buzzing. He called out for Fat Rain, yearning for a massage at his temples. Mo Xiu's recently ignited enthusiasm was doused with cold water. She bit her lip, forcing out the words, Xia Yuan. I am your master, not your masseuse. Xia Yuan threw a playful tantrum, refusing to budge. Mo Xiu sighed. If only I could have formed a slave contract with you. She was determined to subdue this arrogant SSR, teaching him the lesson of who truly held dominion. Xia Yuan counted down, 19, 18, 17 if he reached one without her arrival. He would immerse himself in gaming, having recently encountered a delightful young lady online whose words were particularly sweet. Mo Xiu clenched her fists, a smile illuminating her face as she approached, announcing, Here I come. Your dedicated technician, Xiao Yu, is at your service. Xia Yuan inhaled the enchanting fragrance, relishing the tender ministrations of her delicate hands, finding extraordinary comfort in the experience. He had resolved to cultivate Fat Yu into the world's foremost massage therapist, unrivaled in her craft. Over the course of the month, Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan unleashed their full potential, relentlessly conquering 5-star dungeons daily. They pushed Mo Xiu, who had consumed a few potions, to her limits before finally pausing. Throughout this time, having witnessed the sheer prowess of Xia Yuan, no assassin dared to threaten Mo Xiu anymore. However, Xia Yuan found it increasingly challenging to level up. Even the occasional appearance of a red-named boss yielded little experience. Just 2 days before the National High School Spirit Contract Master Competition commenced, Xia Yuan finally reached level 50. Ready for a breakthrough? The system reward progress bar had impressively climbed to 40. Even the little black charm, who had been merely a passive participant, had completed 3 breakthroughs, reaching level 90. As the moment of breakthrough approached, Mo Xiu, visibly exhausted, wobbled under Xia Yuan's support to the Academy's breakthrough platform. The sight was startling. The power required for Xia Yuan's breakthrough was an astounding 500,000. Mo Xiu nearly gasped in shock upon seeing this figure. With the resources she had amassed through dungeon runs and various rewards, even if she were to deplete everything, she could barely procure 200,000 breakthrough materials. And yet 500,000 was required. It was essential to understand that leveling a spirit contract to its maximum necessitated 3 breakthroughs. The first at level 50, the second at level 75, and the third at level 90. Each breakthrough demanded increasingly more materials. If the first breakthrough required 500,000, subsequent ones would surely require millions or even tens of millions. Mo Xiu finally comprehended why SSRs were so difficult to cultivate. Their power was indeed formidable, yet the investment required was monumental. Lacking sufficient resources at hand, she decided to seek assistance from her family. Mo Xiu, possessing a rather strong-willed character, had intended to be self-sufficient since her departure from home, refusing any financial aid from her family. Nevertheless, to facilitate Xia Yuan's breakthrough, she acquiesced. Seeing the fatigued expression on Mo Xiu's face, Xia Yuan felt a pang of nostalgia for his former self, recalling the relentless grind and expenditure he had endured to nurture a game character. Mo Xiu made a quick phone call, and the Mo family's car arrived at the academy to escort them. Upon returning to the Mo family estate, they needed not utter a word. With a mere wave of his hand, Mo Chang had arranged the remaining 300,000 breakthrough materials by the next day. Moreover, a substantial amount of spirit stones was expended to procure a set of 4-star spirit inscriptions from the official website of the Spirit Contracting Masters. The Mo family is unreserved in their investment in the cultivation of the SSR character, Xia Yuan. They are willing to deplete their fortunes to elevate Xia Yuan to the pinnacle of his potential. It is evident that they are not foolish. Once Xia Yuan reaches his maximum level, the returns to the Mo family will far exceed their initial outlay. A family boasting a level 100 SSR would ascend to the ranks of the elite in the Great Xia, joining the select few at the pinnacle of the nation and acquiring the power that places them just beneath the highest echelons. Given the prominence of the MO family, they have also established a breakthrough platform. The moment of Xia Yuan's breakthrough is set to be a spectacle, drawing the attention of every member of the MO family, creating an impressive display. Had it not been for Mo Shiyu's steadfast objections, Mo Chang had even contemplated sending out invitations to other families to witness the event, aiming to showcase their achievements. The entire Mo family eagerly anticipates Xia Yuan's inaugural breakthrough. Chapter 35 Envy at the table. The competition begins. Breakthrough on the stage. The materials required for a breakthrough, amounting to 500,000, were consumed in an instant. The breakthrough platform radiated a brilliant light. Xia Yuan trembled as a colossal wave of energy surged forth, unleashing a formidable aura that was both exhilarating and terrifying. He sensed that a significant portion of his sealed power had been liberated. Xia Yuan realized something was amiss. At level 50, he could already harness the majority of his peak power. This implied that upon reaching level 100, he would surpass even the original Gojo Satoru. In practical terms, this meant his skills would possess greater potency, and his cursed energy would be more abundant. Indeed, Xia Yuan had not anticipated that he could surpass Gojo Satoru's strength, ascending to an even more formidable pinnacle. The onlookers from the Mo family were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming spectacle during another spirit's breakthrough. Reminiscent of a powerful boss descending upon them, Mo Shiyu approached him, affixing 3 spirit power inscriptions onto his body. With a hum, Xia Yuan felt as though the spirit energy sustaining him had undergone a transformation, becoming richer and purer. 3 luminous inscriptions illuminated behind him, ceaselessly swirling to form the visage of a golden clock. Mo Shiyu was equally thrilled by Xia Yuan's enhancement, her voice brimming with excitement. This set of inscriptions is called the End of Time. Its effect is to refine the spirit energy I provide, amplifying the energy produced and allowing you to expend less when unleashing skills. Additionally, it possesses a unique active effect. Once my spirit energy is depleted, it can turn back the clock, returning half of our spirit energy. Mo Shiyu cleared her throat, slightly embarrassed to speak highly of her own family, but admitted that the End of Time spirit energy set was quite rare. The Mo family had indeed invested significantly to procure it. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, noting the complexity of her feelings toward her family. Thank you, Mo family. From now on, I shall protect you. Should you need my assistance, simply call upon me. Mo Chang chuckled. Senior Xia Yuan, you jest. This is our duty. Xia Yuan glanced around, failing to spot the radiant figure of the Saint Knight, and inquired with curiosity, "Where's the Saint Knight?" Surely, she wouldn't prefer to linger in the spirit space. Mo Chang pointed towards a room within the manor, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation. The Saint Knight is in her own room, and aside from combat, she spends her time gaming at home. Xia Yuan chuckled, surprised to discover that the Saint Knight was a homebody. Truly, a kindred spirit. He promptly dashed over, kicking the door open and bursting inside. Saint Knight, I'm here to play with you. Inside the room, a petite girl radiating a holy white light sat cross-legged before her computer, utterly engrossed in a game. She was buried amidst a mountain of snacks, including chips and spicy strips. The table was cluttered with various treats. On the computer screen, the game displayed exhilarating scenes filled with images requiring censorship, rendering it unbroadcastable. The young girl playfully tapped her delicate, fair feet, calmly exclaiming, "Oh," in a neutral tone. Xia Yuan, I'm currently preoccupied with conquering a boss. Feel free to find a spot to sit. Xia Yuan observed this scene, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, Are you a girl? A loli? The Holy Light Knight cast him a sidelong glance. Of course I am a girl. It's just that my voice leans towards the neutral side. Xia Yuan was taken aback, experiencing a sudden realization that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Wait. Little sister? You, a girl, are watching those Sakura country action films and playing those adult games? Xia Yuan felt deceived. He had come to meet a good friend, only to find that his friend had transformed into a lowly. Who could accept such a revelation? Seeing him frozen in place, the holy light lowly cleared a space beside her by pushing aside a pile of snacks, gently patting his arm. What are you dawdling for? Sit down. This aloof SSR female spirit from 1,000 Loves, 10,000 Spirits was proving to be quite a challenge to conquer. Despite her efforts, she still wouldn't yield. Xia Yuan suddenly realized he had been too judgmental based on appearances. Regardless of her lowly exterior, she possessed a heart akin to his own. Without a hint of disdain, he settled beside her, snatching the controller from her hands. Let me see what character is so difficult to manage. Xia Yuan, with considerable experience in the realm of adult games, quickly navigated the character that had confounded the Holy Light Knight, eliciting her shock and admiration. Is this really SSR? Incredible. Xia Yuan smiled with pride, waving his hand dismissively, indicating no need to apologize. You still have much to learn. Before long, the two were engrossed in their gaming, their laughter echoing through the room. In high spirits, the exuberant Xia bounced over. Xia Yuan, what are you two playing? With a radiant smile, she pushed the door open, only to be greeted by a shocking scene on the computer screen, accompanied by sounds that made her blush. The sound of bumping against the table leg. Her beautiful eyes gradually dulled, and she silently closed the door. A few days before the grand tournament, Xia and Xia Yuan entered a period of rest, temporarily refraining from dungeon runs. They aimed to ensure they were in peak condition for the competition. During this time, they stayed at the family estate. Xia Yuan spent his days with the Holy Light Knight, tucked away in a small room, indulging in various games and reveling in joy. Meanwhile, Xia could only feel forlorn, confined to the other side. She felt as if her husband was straying, consumed by jealousy, praying for the tournament to commence swiftly. Otherwise, her SSR would be led astray by that Holy Light Knight. In just a few fleeting days, the highly anticipated National High School Spirit Master Tournament officially commenced today. The competition format was crystal clear. Each Spirit Master Academy would first conduct internal selections to determine the top 10, who would then compete at the provincial level, ultimately selecting 5 representatives to head to the capital of the Great Xia to vie for the national crown. At this moment, the entire nation's attention is captivated by this grand competition, which will be broadcasted live, attracting unprecedented interest. Various factions from the Great Xia await with bated breath, eagerly monitoring the event. Every collegiate spirit master, along with their contracted spirits, is primed and ready, yearning for the opportunity to shine on this paramount stage and make a name for themselves. The prospects and rewards are unmistakably enticing. At the Northern Sichuan Spirit Master Academy, the Spirit Combat Arena is already at full capacity. Students and faculty alike, along with their spirits, have gathered here. Today, they will select the 10 most formidable spirit masters who possess the strongest teams from the school. As soon as Xia and Xia Yuan make their entrance, they naturally become the center of attention. Likely, she is the only freshman participating in this contest. The other competitors are all seasoned spirit masters from higher grades, who have had ample time to cultivate their spirits, boasting significant advantages in both spirit levels and numbers. Meanwhile, Xia's team is notably modest, consisting solely of Xia Yuan. Chapter 36. One person defends the arena. Standing until the end, the selection rules of our institution are exceedingly straightforward. The 10 arenas for the spirit battles have been established, and over the course of a single day, you may ascend to defend at any time, striving to vanquish the challengers and accumulate your defense time. By 6 o'clock in the evening, we shall rank the participants based on their total defense time. The 10 spirit masters with the longest defense durations will represent our school in the provincial competition. Principal Chuanbei personally elucidated the rules of the competition, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the hall. This method is sufficiently fair, as long as a spirit master possesses ample reserves of spiritual energy and a formidable spirit. Their defense time will naturally increase. Furthermore, it avoids the unfairness that often arises from will battles. Upon hearing the rules, the audience erupted in a chorus of excitement. Engaging in animated discussions is indeed the same as before with rankings determined by the duration of defense. After all, it is exceedingly challenging for one individual to remain as the sole defender until the end. In wheeled battles, even if the spirit's strength is adequate, the spirit master's energy may become utterly depleted. This year's seed contestants undoubtedly include the duo of Mo Xiaohua and Yuan Shun, as they're the only first-year participants. You must have seen that video. Yuan Shun is indeed both handsome and powerful. However, when it comes to the current top spirit master in Chuanbei, it seems that senior Han Guang holds that distinction. His spirit team is remarkably strong, featuring a level 70 SR spirit, along with 2 level 80 A-grade spirits. The arena for the spirit battles is filled to capacity, with tens of thousands of seats occupied. Aside from the students and faculty of the school, many outside spectators have come to witness the competition, including elders and descendants from prestigious spirit master families. They would not miss the opportunity to observe the performances of their young spirit masters in this grand event. Members of the Mo and Jiang families have already arrived. Moreover, numerous television cameras have filled every corner of the venue to ensure that the live broadcast is crystal clear. In the past, Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy did not enjoy such high levels of attention. Typically, only one news outlet would cover the selection event. However, with the emergence of the highly active SSR, Xia Yuan, everything has changed. Not long after his selection, while still under level 50, he participated in tackling the Abyss Dungeon's boss, effortlessly defeating 3 A-grade spirit killers. Such achievements are truly remarkable and demand attention. Having listened to the rules, Xia Yuan yawned in boredom and pointed towards the spirit arena, inquiring, "So, the longer we remain on that stage, the greater our chances of securing first place, correct?" Mo Xiu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Xia Yuan then asked, "What if my strength proves difficult to control and I accidentally harm them?" Mo Xiu, with her rosy lips holding a bundle of rope, tied her cascading black hair into a sleek high ponytail, revealing her smooth, swan-like neck. "They won't die. The spirit arena is specially designed. Spirits defeated in combat will return to the spirit master's space, albeit at the cost of significant spiritual energy." Xia Yuan smiled. "Then, that means I can unleash my strength without hesitation." Mo Xiu contemplated the formidable prowess of his skills, realizing that even the arena barrier might not withstand their might. Unable to restrain himself, he suggested perhaps it would be wise to exercise restraint and refrain from exerting full strength. Such extremes may not be necessary. Xia Yuan waved his hand in understanding. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience. Oh. God Yuan is so handsome. Look over here, we are here. Is my God Yuan participating in the campus competition? Isn't that akin to catching fish? The first move will be ours. I bet no one can breach God Yuan's defenses." Upon turning to look, Xia Yuan noticed the Mo family members waving at him. Both Mo Cheng and the Holy Light Knights had arrived. Interestingly, the Holy Light Knights were not clad in their usual shining armor. However, the petite Holy Light girl seemed to have wrapped herself in a coat to shield her dazzling radiance, leaving only her 2 small eyes visible. Holding a gaming console, she waved excitedly at Xia Yuan, exclaiming, "Xia Yuan, you must secure first place. Otherwise, my efforts to brave this blazing sun to watch you will be in vain." Xia Yuan responded with a cheerful thumbs up. Upon seeing the Holy Light Knights, Mo Xiu wore a look of discontent, feeling that the other party had led her SSR astray by engaging in such frivolous games. Remembering that day, she flushed with embarrassment and, with indignation, declared, "Xia Yuan, you should limit your interactions with the Holy Light Knight. Despite her seemingly pure appearance, she is anything but." Xia Yuan merely responded with a nonchalant hum, as if he hadn't heard her. The grand competition was about to commence. All participants gathered around the 10 arenas, awaiting the start. However, upon noticing Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan, the other competitors promptly distanced themselves, opting for different arenas. They certainly did not wish to confront the formidable Demon King right away. Similarly, on the other side, no one dared to stand beside Han Guang, regarded as the strongest competitor overall. Mo Xiu and Han Guang exchanged glances across the sea of people, tacitly agreeing to avoid the same arena. Both had their considerations, as fellow alumni. They preferred not to engage in a fierce battle at the outset, depleting their energy and allowing others to surpass them. Moreover, revealing their trump cards could provide an advantage to competitors from other institutions. However, Xia Yuan was unconcerned, expressing his boredom. That fellow named Han Guang possesses numerous contract spirits, and I believe he has an SR as well, similar to Xiao Guang. I think I shall challenge him later to assess his contract spirits. And Mo Shiyu promptly interjected, "No need to take on the strong right from the start. That would only waste your spiritual energy." Xia Yuan considered her words, acknowledging their validity, but thought that if there was excess energy left when the time came, he might as well give it a try. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Mo Shiyu sighed, deciding to address the matter later. Standing behind Mo Shiyu, Xia Yuan playfully tugged at her ponytail, thoroughly enjoying himself. "So when do we start?" Mo Shiyu felt as though her ponytail might spiral into the air, and with an annoyed expression, she turned to swat his hand away. "We start immediately and continue until the end." Xia Yuan rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "I have no issues, but how about you, Fat You?" Mo Shiyu took a deep breath and replied, "I will do my utmost." The loudspeaker in the square blared, "Time's up. I hereby declare that the selection competition officially begins." With the principle of Chuanbei's words, 10 platforms were soon filled with challengers. Xia Yuan strolled leisurely, leaping onto the stage, awaiting a brave warrior to challenge him. All eyes were fixed upon him. Upon witnessing Xia Yuan's swift ascent to the platform, several contenders abruptly yanked themselves down from midair, unwilling to face him. What ist? To step up now would be courting disaster. Although one could not perish on the platform, reviving would deplete a significant amount of spiritual energy. Mo Shiyu summoned Xiaohei, and her time as a defender began to count down. The other platforms erupted into fierce clashes, lively and spirited. Yet, on the platform where Xia Yuan stood, all remained tranquil. He stood there alone, hands languidly tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of boredom. The audience began to murmur, "Is this for real? No one dares to challenge him. What are we here to witness? Who would be brave enough? Did you not see the videos?" Even 3 high-ranking A-class spirit contract assassins were ruthlessly defeated. The SSR is indeed far too formidable, but perhaps with a wheel battle to exhaust the spirit master's energy, they might bring him down. It all hinges on whether they possess the courage to come forth. I wish to witness the might of the SSR. Can a few brave warriors rise to challenge this fearsome dragon? Chapter 37. Is there anyone capable of a fight? If not, let us unite. Xia Yuan stood guard at the arena, and for a time, no one dared to ascend the stage to challenge him. The disciples of the Mo clan were in a continuous uproar, each brimming with pride. This was their strongest contracted spirit. Who would dare to dispute this? Who would challenge? The other noble families looked upon the Mo clan, basking in their glory, with nothing but envy and jealousy. Does possessing an SSR grant the freedom to act without restraint? Apologies, but indeed, having an SSR allows one to do as they please. In the audience, the disciples of the Jiang family gazed at the black-clad, silver-haired man on the stage, their expressions filled with regret and dismay. Subconsciously, their eyes turned towards Jiang Li, the unfortunate one. Xia Yuan, this SSR, could have propelled the Jiang family to great heights. Yet now he allowed the Mo clan to revel in their triumph. Jiang Li could barely lift her head, her eyes bloodshot, appearing utterly despondent. She gazed at Xia Yuan with fiery red eyes, gripping her pant leg tightly, a metallic taste of rust rising in her throat. Damn it, even that woman is useless, unable to vanquish Mo Shiyu. The more formidable Xia Yuan appeared, the deeper her anguish and regret, tormenting her to the brink of despair. On the arena, Xia Yuan had not anticipated such cowardice from these individuals. Remaining alone on the stage was indeed rather dull. He casually approached the edge of the platform, his voice dripping with languid mockery. Hey, is there not a single contender among you?" With a genial smile revealing his gleaming white teeth, he provocatively addressed all the contracted spirits. "This guardianship is dreadfully monotonous. How about this? I shall draw a line and remain stationary. If any of you can make me move even an inch, I shall concede and step down myself." Suddenly, a light bulb flickered to life in Xia Yuan's mind, and he clapped his hands in realization. Oh, let me offer you another suggestion. The rules do not prohibit a group from ganging up on one, so you could join forces to knock me off the stage. Wouldn't that be splendid? If you still cower like turtles, then I am at a loss. It is your choice to be timid or to display valor. His demeanor and tone were thoroughly infuriating, provoking a furious response from the proud, contracted spirits. Xiu, witnessing this from below, could not help but facepalm. Yet she understood that if Xia Yuan were truly idle, that would indeed be a rarity. The contracted spirits ultimately could not resist such provocation. They were all filled with pride, eagerly seeking approval from their spirit masters to challenge this SSR and ascertain his true strength. Even in defeat, they could at least prolong their time on the stage and enhance their rankings. They could not continue to suffer such humiliation. In an instant, the spirits rallied, united in their indignation. To underestimate us is utterly foolish. Brothers, can we endure this? I cannot stand it any longer. What if he is an SSR? Let us unite and exhaust his spirit master's energy through a relentless assault. Count me in. His arrogance shall be his downfall today. Roars of fervor erupted from the crowd. The entire audience was taken aback when Xia Yuan boldly provoked them, even establishing an unbreakable rule for himself. His audacious demeanor instantly ignited the atmosphere. Media outlets erupted in excitement. Just when I thought it would be dull, he has gone and made it interesting. The brazen mockery incited a wave of indignation. Could he possibly be a practitioner of mockery? Experts analyzing his battle footage suggested that he likely had an exceptionally powerful defensive barrier, in addition to formidable offensive capabilities. An SSR that is both resilient and powerful. Indeed, his strength was remarkable. The battle commenced. On the arena where Xia Yuan stood, 5 spirit entities surged forward, leading the charge. Most of them were at levels 60 to 70, ranging from D to B rank. Their races and appearances varied widely. Xia Yuan leapt to the center of the arena, stroking his chin, and observed the 5 spirit entities with an odd tone. Only 5 spirit entities? Do you underestimate me? The spirit arena was quite spacious, nearly the size of a football field, allowing ample room for the spirits to unleash their abilities. Even a chaotic melee involving a dozen or more spirits would be feasible. We are more than sufficient. Today marks the moment of my rise to fame. The 5 spirit entities, brimming with fury, arranged themselves in formation, tanks at the front, support at the back, and damage dealers in the center, charging fiercely at Xia Yuan. Their posture resembled that of a raid against a dungeon boss. Iron Fist Judgment, Rampaging Light Beam, Tidal Assault, Amplified Power from all. Xia Yuan intended to engage them playfully, making an exaggerated gesture by spreading his arms wide to welcome their onslaught. Various skills detonated around him, a kaleidoscope of colors. The 5 spirit entities were fervently attacking, darting around Xia Yuan with both melee and ranged strikes. It appeared devastating. A cry of agony echoed from the center. I'm about to die. It hurts so much. You are incredibly strong. The corners of the 5 spirit entities' mouths lifted in triumph, believing they could truly win, and they increased their assault with unabashed excitement. If they could eliminate this individual, they would become renowned. However, after a prolonged barrage, as the residual effects of their skills dissipated, Xia Yuan stood there, hands in his pockets, completely unscathed. He grinned. I was just kidding. Using his fingers as guns, he aimed at each of them, making a boogie sound. The minimalistic spell reversal was activated, unleashing waves of repulsive force. This immense, irresistible power struck the 5 spirit entities, sending them hurtling away, scattered and disoriented. Aside from the tank who remained alive, yet severely weakened, the rest of the spirits were annihilated, returning to their spirit master's realm. The meat shield spirit, quick-witted, hastily raised its hands in surrender upon noticing that Xia Yuan had aimed his pistol at it once more, and swiftly fled the stage. After all, death would require a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy to resurrect in the spirit realm. Xia Yuan, as if merely toying with them, easily vanquished the 5 leading spirits. He casually blew on his finger, his sunglasses slightly askew, revealing sapphire-like eyes that glinted with a hint of coldness. I told you. Are you underestimating me? Just 5 of you? He surveyed the multitude of spirits waiting below, speaking nonchalantly. Is there anyone capable of fighting? If not, I suggest you all come at me together. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spirits below gazed at Xia Yuan as though he were an unfathomable monstrosity. In that moment, they finally bore witness to the overwhelming presence of a supreme SSR. Arrogance? Braggadocio? Diminishment? Hyperbole? None of it existed. What he proclaimed had always been the undeniable truth. In the next instant, the arena erupted with fervent exclamations. Oh ho ho ho. So powerful. Even if the god of abyss stood there and allowed us to strike, we would be incapable of inflicting any harm. What sort of defensive skill is this? It's utterly perplexing. Is that fellow a raid boss? He bears no resemblance to a spirit at all. This is the true worth of SSR. I am utterly captivated. The fingers of the god of abyss are indeed long. If only they could assist me in fulfilling my desires. Chapter 38. Can rewards still be grinded? Then I shall grind you. Xia Yuan has transformed into the ultimate Demon King boss of the selection tournament. The contestants below realize that without strategizing against this formidable boss, they will never ascend the arena. Consequently, they have genuinely united, embarking on various team formations and tactical arrangements. They are resolute in their belief that Xia Yuan, despite being a singular spirit master, cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of so many challengers. Even if they cannot defeat him, at the very least, they must make Xia Yuan budge. Otherwise, what face will the other spirit masters and their spirits have? Thus, a second team of strategists, formed specifically to vanquish Xia Yuan, takes the stage. This time, the number of spirits summoned has reached 10. On the arena, Xia Yuan smirks disdainfully and beckons them forth. In an instant, the 10 spirits each fulfill their roles, roaring as they charge towards him. Explosive flames, water jets. The fire and water skills converge upon the stationary Xia Yuan, but not to attack him. As fire and water meet, their temperatures cancel each other out, transforming into a cloud of steam that obscures Xia Yuan's vision, preventing him from executing that previous move that could decimate them. In the next moment, 5 melee spirits leap into the steam almost simultaneously, launching an assault on Xia Yuan from all directions. Wave fist, flashing blade, absolute speed, pressing palms, superhuman martial arts. They are currently unable to decipher the nature of Xia Yuan's defensive skills. However, every defense has its limits. As long as the attacks are numerous, swift, and dense enough, they're certain to break through. If it were merely ordinary defensive capabilities, this would indeed hold true bang. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless melee assaults rained down upon Xia Yuan like a torrential storm. Yet, in the presence of this absolute, infinite barrier, their attacks devolve into mere spectacles of fireworks. Futile and absurd, whether it be the molecules forming their fists, the crystalline metal of their blades, or the fluctuating particles of elemental energy, all become ensnared in a state of complete stasis, unable to advance even a minuscule distance from Xia Yuan's skin. How amusing. This predicament leaves me in quite the quandary. Xia Yuan lazily raised his right hand, which had been resting in his pocket. Centered around him, an invisible, extremely condensed repulsive force is precisely compressed into a fan-shaped shockwave, suddenly expanding like a flood breaching its banks. Any spirit that draws near is instantly swept away. Heavenly domain. This should suffice as Xia Yuan engages in more battles. He grows increasingly familiar with the abilities of Wuqiao Wujin. He gradually integrates this knowledge, now capable of producing the effects he desires. Moreover, since surpassing level 50 and acquiring the spirit power inscription set, this sensation has become ever more pronounced. The template of Wuqiao Wujin in spirit form, under the continual enhancement of upgrades and system-extracted abilities, can persistently grow stronger, even surpassing the original Wuqiao Wujin. The melee contract spirits were hurled into the air, transforming into vibrant meteors, each tracing its unique parabolic arc, cascading down onto the arena floor and the protective barrier like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Some lay lifeless, while others were gravely injured. Yet, Xia Yuan remained motionless, slowly extending his arms with a smile directed at the remaining contract spirits, urging them, "Come again. Keep pushing. Do not relent. My defenses are on the brink of being breached." Unable to withstand his taunts, the remaining spirits charged at him once more. This time, Xia Yuan did not solely rely on his limitless techniques. He began to employ martial arts to overturn his adversaries. Restricted by his immobile stance, he utilized the strength of his hands and waist, resembling a steadfast warrior, dispatching those who approached with a flurry of punches, straight jabs, horizontal cuts, and knife-hand strikes, efficiently eliminating the contract spirits beneath him. The second assault team effortlessly met their demise once again, as the spectators witnessed Xia Yuan standing still, dispatching the remaining spirits with nothing but his fists. A profound fear surfaced in their eyes, rendering them speechless. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Akin to a roaring tide, thick shell crab, he single-handedly dealt with those level 70 or 80 spirits. Wait, is this guy not only skilled in bizarre techniques, but also a master of martial arts? What is beyond his capabilities? Is the strength of SSR characters this extraordinary? This isn't merely fishing. It's a complete dimensional suppression. The God of Abyss has barely exerted himself. Those destructive skills showcased in his videos remain unutilized. Did Mo Shiyu save the galaxy in a past life to have contracted such formidable characters? To be honest, Xia Yuan was quite eager to test the capabilities of his Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, yet it was of no use against these spirits. A glance at the system panel revealed a surprising development. His reward bar had indeed moved from 40 to 41. Wait a moment. Defeating spirits in the arena can actually increase the reward bar. This thrilled him immensely. Xia Yuan gazed at the spirits below as though they were treasures, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He chuckled heartily. "Continue, do not cease. Bring more this time. 10 is not enough. Let us have 20. If 20 is insufficient, then let us make it 30. I told you, I want you all to come at me. I crave a challenge. I seek to fight." A chill ran through the spirits, sensing an inexplicable intensity in Xia Yuan's gaze. This time, as Xia Yuan wished, the number of spirits surged to 20. Out of 10 arenas, his drew the greatest attention, captivating nearly everyone's gaze. Even the audience unconsciously began to perceive Xia Yuan as the villainous boss, extending their sympathy towards the other spirits, rallying for their support. The battle reignited. Xia Yuan, the boss, faced his third assault. This time, he did not wait for them to strike. In pursuit of efficiency, he took the initiative. The technique activated. Minimal output. Song. Boom. Xia Yuan, drawing upon the blue gravitational cluster, commenced the clearing of the arena. Wherever she passed, the contract spirits disbanded and perished, returning to the realm of contract spirits. A mere 20 contract spirits, barely making their entrance, were swiftly annihilated. With a single skill, Xia Yuan accomplished the daunting task of clearing the field. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such formidable power from her minimal output. What then could be said of her maximum potential? Mo Shiyu, observing her SSR wreaking havoc from below the stage, could not feign displeasure. Her heart soared with exhilaration. Yet, she maintained a fade of serene elegance befitting a graceful schoolbell. Throughout this series of battles, Xia Yuan scarcely exerted herself. Her spiritual power still stood at a remarkable 95, provided no formidable foes emerged in the subsequent rounds. It would pose no challenge for her to endure the wheel of battle from start to finish. The fourth wave of the assault team expanded to 30 members. However, as expected, Xia Yuan remained steadfast, slaying them all without budging an inch. The sixth wave, Xia Yuan resembled a harvester, methodically reaping them one after another. The system rewards soared to 43. Upon vanquishing the sixth wave, Xia Yuan beckoned with a finger, prompting Mo Shiyu to toss her drink onto the stage. He uncapped the bottle and tilted his head back, taking a generous gulp, the water glistening as it cascaded down his throat, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the onlooking girls. After quenching his thirst, Xia Yuan exhaled deeply. his sapphire-like pupils gazing languidly at the multitude of contract spirits below, casually declaring, "Next wave." The once arrogant spirits, who had entertained thoughts of defeating Xia Yuan through attrition, now wore expressions of dread, contemplating retreat. What folly! What manner of monster was this? A world-class bounty boss? By the third wave, it was utterly inconceivable that the individual on stage exhibited any sign of fatigue. Attrition? Even if they exhausted all their strength, they would scarcely deplete Xia Yuan's spiritual power, as they were simply too weak. Before Xia Yuan faltered, they would succumb first. Noticing the silence from below, Xia Yuan's previously joyful demeanor shifted to one of indifference. With hands on her hips, she sighed, "Are you too fearful to challenge me now? Very well." A devilish smile graced her lips as she turned her gaze towards the other 9 arenas, where fierce battles raged. "If that is the case, I shall seek entertainment elsewhere." Chapter 39. The unstoppable god of death. The allure of the system rewards was immense for Xia Yuan, since he could accumulate power by defeating contract spirits in the arena. He would certainly not let such opportunities slip by. Upon reaching a threshold of 50, he would be able to draw a versatile skill to further enhance his combat prowess. When Xia noticed Xia Yuan's gaze drifting to the adjacent table, she paused momentarily, swiftly comprehending his intentions. "Xia Yuan, could it be that you intend to?" The contract spirits beneath the stage were already terrified, knowing that simply resting on the platform would secure them victory. Yet, that fellow could not remain still for even a second, as if afflicted by hyperactivity. Xia bit her lip, feeling a headache coming on. She could only accompany him in his reckless antics. Amidst the crowd's gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, Xia Yuan took the initiative to leap off the stage. With a single bound, he landed on the adjacent platform, which was embroiled in chaos. Instantly, the contract spirits on that stage were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this formidable adversary. "Hey, what are you doing here? You were reigning supreme on the other platform. Why come over here?" Xia Yuan chuckled mischievously. "I was bored, so I thought I'd come over to mediate. I'm quite a nice guy, aren't I?" As the Holy Light Knight set down his gaming device, he witnessed this unfolding scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. Xia Yuan is indeed a battle fanatic. The contract spirits from his academy are in for quite the ordeal. Chung shook his head, feeling sympathy for his niece. Xia, having such a capricious SSR, was no small burden. The audience soon grasped Xia Yuan's intentions. Instead of securing an effortless victory on his original platform, he aimed to subdue all the contract spirits in the school. God Yuan is incredible. The thrill of battle is exhilarating. Other contract spirits dare not challenge him, so he intervenes on other platforms. After so many rounds, he shows no signs of fatigue, truly a boss in every sense. This trip was worth it. Witnessing this is utterly delightful. How audacious. I adore it. Xia Yuan wasted no time and began to mediate the conflicts. This time, he did not confine himself to a single area. Instead, he unleashed his limitless techniques, bathing in a sea of skills, darting about with ghostly agility, systematically eliminating other contract spirits. The contract spirits were completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events, realizing they had no escape. They immediately banded together to confront Xia Yuan. With eyes gleaming with excitement, he showed no fear, transforming into a relentless harvesting machine. With exaggerated physical prowess combined with a myriad of spell-casting skills, he systematically dismantled the contract spirits on the platform. No one could withstand his onslaught. He was an unstoppable force. After sweeping through one platform, he leaped into the next, continuing his relentless crusade. The scene was utterly blood-soaked, no matter which platform it was. As soon as the silver-haired man in black arrived, it succumbed to chaos, resulting in countless casualties. The contract spirits had no choice but to retreat to their spirit space. It was terrifying. Was there anyone who could rein him in? I dare not step onto the stage anymore. We surrender, truly surrender. Please don't kill us. Although we could be revived, the fear of death still lingers. The audience was thoroughly entertained, yet the competing spirit beings appeared somewhat disheartened. Some of the less resolute female spirits even shed tears on the spot. From that moment onward, they would likely endure nightly nightmares. haunted by the absurd and disdainful grin of Xia Yuan. The senior spirit masters could not help but cast eager glances at Mo Shiyu, hoping she would reign in this harbinger of chaos. Mo Shiyu wished to intervene, but could she truly manage such a situation? She felt utterly helpless. After sweeping through the arena several times, Xia Yuan finally seemed a bit fatigued, sitting cross-legged atop the platform to rest while perusing the system. The reward bar had reached 45. He whistled, expressing genuine gratitude for the contributions of those spirit beings. Xia Yuan began to envision the skills he might draw upon reaching 50. With Xia Yuan's relentless onslaught, the previously chaotic brawl across the 10 platforms had dwindled, with only a few daring souls willing to participate, quickly retreating upon sensing Xia Yuan's approach. This was their sole means of securing time on the platform. As Xia Yuan rose, ready to continue his rampage, a boy dressed like a doll stood before him, his youthful voice declaring, "This is where it ends." A hush fell over the crowd. Despite the boy's tender age, no one dared to underestimate him, for he bore the illustrious SR badge, signifying level 70. Below, Han Guang sighed, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Shiyu, remarking that her spirit had gone too far. He had not intended to confront Xia Yuan during the selection rounds, but with Xia Yuan's relentless assault on the platforms, even he found it challenging to secure time, compelling him to take action. Behind the boy, 2 other A-rank spirits joined the fray. An A-rank shadow manipulator, level 80, clad in tight leather, exuded a captivating allure, while an elderly A-rank block magus, level 82, wielded a staff and coughed incessantly. Xia Yuan lowered his head, grinning as he gazed at the boy before him, reaching out to tousle his hair. "Where did this little fellow come from? Where's your mother?" He called out loudly. "Hey, if anyone has lost their child, please come and claim them." The boy, with a stern expression, swatted his hand away and retorted with a scoff. "You are just an SSR. I fail to see what makes you so formidable. Do you take pleasure in bullying the weak? To you, all below SR are mere ants. Do you derive satisfaction from crushing them?" Xia Yuan, unfazed, shook his finger dismissively. "Oh, little brother in a dress, you misunderstand me. I not only relish crushing ants, but also enjoy squashing cockroaches." Their seemingly casual exchange was laced with an intense competitive spirit, igniting palpable tension among the spectators, who instinctively slowed their breathing and fixated on the arena. They had not anticipated such an early clash between the Academy's mightiest contenders. I had foreseen that with Xia Yuan's reckless nature, it was only a matter of time before he collided with Han Guang's spirit beings. Which of the two parties is truly stronger? It is indeed a challenging question. In a one-on-one confrontation, the formidable SSR, known as the Abyssal God, would undoubtedly prevail. However, Senior Han Guang's contract spirit team is not to be underestimated. It boasts a versatile arsenal of damage, support, and control, making it a formidable force in its own right. Senior Han Guang ranked among the top 5 contract spirit masters in our entire Yunchuan province during last year's grand competition and even qualified for the national tournament. This promises an intriguing spectacle, though internal strife could easily expose hidden strategies, putting us at a disadvantage in provincial competitions. On the arena, the two sides stood poised for combat, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. The Superboy spoke coldly. "Sister Shadow, old man, hold off for now. I intend to take him down solo." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan exclaimed in terror. "How terrifying. I never expected this brave young man in women's clothing to be so bold. However, I advise you to reconsider. I do not wish to exploit an unfair advantage. It would only be fair for the 3 of you to join forces." The Superboy scoffed. "One is more than sufficient to deal with you." Xia Yuan clicked his tongue. "You truly are arrogant, and your words are infuriating." The onlookers were left in disbelief. "You're the most arrogant and infuriating one here. What gives you the right to criticize others?" This was Xia Yuan's first encounter with an SR, and he felt a surge of excitement. He had longed to test the waters of SR, curious to see if the saying that all below SR are mere ants held any truth. With his hands in his pockets, he gestured for his opponent to make the first move. The Superboy fixed him with a penetrating gaze, raising his hands. "I will show you that there is always someone stronger." Xiu suddenly recalled his abilities and immediately shouted, Xia Yuan, his power. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a resounding bang echoed. Xia Yuan found himself thrust against the arena's barrier. Xiu gasped, it's a supernatural ability. An invisible force seemed to act directly upon him, pulling him forcibly into the barrier. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and stabilized his posture. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unfavorable. The Superboy grinned triumphantly, declaring, no matter your defenses, you cannot withstand my strength. As Xia Yuan felt the immense power pressing down on him, he grasped the nature of his opponent's abilities. Supernatural? Paranormal? It appeared to defy the laws of science and physics entirely. His limitless technique, grounded in mathematics, seemed ill-equipped to counter such an attack. Indeed, this little fellow could strike him. However, that was where the advantage ended. Chapter 40. The stubborn ones cannot withstand my power. Xiu was slightly taken aback. This was the first time someone had managed to penetrate the boundless technique and strike Xia Yuan. Her delicate brows furrowed as she began to analyze the situation. If the boy's superpower was merely an invisible force, it should theoretically be unable to traverse limitless distances. It appeared to be more complex than it seemed. This seemingly intangible superpower must have been a miraculous force acting directly upon its target. Hence, it surpassed Xia Yuan's boundless defenses. As the audience witnessed the notorious killer finally being struck, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Wow, he finally got hit. The Dark Lord has finally taken a blow. It's about time. Truly deserving of the SR title, breaking through the unique defenses of the God of Abyss. The spirits below felt a sense of vindication, eagerly anticipating further misfortunes for Xia Yuan, even hoping for his defeat at the hands of Han Guang's spirit team. Xia Yuan grinned widely. It's my turn now. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The boy's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Xia Yuan had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his abdomen. Anticipating Xia Yuan's move, the boy swiftly raised both hands, unleashing his superpower to exert an opposing invisible force. Buzz! Xia Yuan's hand halted in midair, their powers clashing invisibly, creating turbulent shockwaves. The boy smirked. I've seen your videos. I know you would employ such tactics up close. After repelling Xia Yuan, he shouted again, directing his power to slam him into the ground. However, due to the nature of the boundless technique, the ground posed no harm to Xia Yuan. His fall abruptly ceased, as if all kinetic energy had vanished in an instant. The technique reversed. Maintaining his suspended position, Xia Yuan initiated a spell. A blue gravitational orb hurtled towards the boy. The boy pushed with both hands, activating his superpower once more in an attempt to block the orb. But the immense force made his arms tremble. Realizing he could not withstand it, he grit his teeth and, with a deft maneuver, redirected Song upwards towards the sky. That won't work, the boy muttered, finishing with Song and looking back at Xia Yuan, only to find him missing from his previous location. His eyes darted around frantically, but Xia Yuan was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the boy spun around, preemptively exerting force towards the rear. His superpower collided with the empty air behind him, still yielding no sign of Xia Yuan. Just as confusion clouded his mind, he looked up to find Xia Yuan suspended above him, poised with a handgun, ready to fire a blast of heat. The girl spirit he referred to as Sister Shadow urgently shouted a warning. Boy, above you. But he had no time to react. Xia Yuan's calm voice resonated. Technique reversal. The boy's hair stood on end as he hastily adopted a defensive stance with his superpower. Yet, the crimson, he was already nearly upon him. Boom! A tremendous repulsive force erupted, the red light blossoming above the boy's head, akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon him. Beneath his feet, the high-quality alloy floor was deeply dented, creating a substantial indentation that enveloped him and his opponent alike. Xia Yuan leisurely landed, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Ah, impressive, you held your ground. Though he had exerted merely 30% of his strength, the ability to withstand such force at such close range was indeed commendable. Within the indentation, the young boy struggled to rise, his doll-like attire already torn and tattered. He was smeared with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The fierce clash between the two ignited a fervor among the spectators, who erupted in ecstatic cheers. Oh, this is thrilling. This ticket was truly worth it. This is a genuine display of powerful contract spirit combat, utterly astonishing. I recall that the arena is made of the hardest material, and yet it has been dented so easily. The god of Abyss appeared to be merely toying with his opponent, showing no signs of exerting his full strength, while the superpowered boy seemed on the verge of collapse. Indeed, he was not up to the challenge. However, the fact that he could endure such an exaggerated strike was already quite impressive. Han Guang furrowed his brows in concern, realizing that Xia Yuan was still not taking the battle seriously, while their own output was faltering. If their power were to diminish, victory would be impossible. Thus, he shouted towards the arena, "Boy, you can no longer act recklessly. Abandon the notion of single-handed combat. Together, you are the strongest." The young boy glared at Xia Yuan through clenched teeth, fully aware that if he continued, he would inevitably lose. Though reluctant, he chose to prioritize the greater good and conceded. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yuan entered a taunting mode. "What's the matter? Is this where you falter? Who is it that proclaimed they would take me down single-handedly? Did your father, saying, merely speak a word, and you complied? Alas, I have only just begun to warm up. As a warm-up opponent, you barely qualify." The young boy's form stiffened in place, veins bulging on his forehead, as he prepared to resume the fight. Yet, he was intercepted by a shadowy companion, forcing him to retort angrily, "What do you know? If it weren't for this arena restricting my abilities, I assure you, I would make you cry for mercy. You clearly used underhanded tactics to strike me. Have the courage to face me in a fair duel." Xia Yuan observed the boy in a state of frenzy and shook his head. All right. I understand. You have won. Please do not weep. The most defiant little one here, had you just used your mouth to shield against my attack, you might have actually succeeded." The boy, infuriated, turned a deep shade of red. The audience was left in a state of amusement. Xia Yuan's words were as if laced with venom. Even a mere taste could lead to dire consequences. It was hard to believe that such a foul-mouthed individual could be an exceptionally powerful SSR. The Holy Light Knight rested her chin on her hand, exasperated. Is Xia Yuan truly just a child? He continues to engage in trivial banter. How tiresome. Mo Chung glanced at her, aware that she, too, was but a young girl. The Holy Light Knight suddenly became serious. "Old man, who do you think would win if I faced off against Xia Yuan?" Mo City pondered, considering that if he could somehow breach the extraordinary defenses surrounding him, the odds would be evenly matched. The Holy Light Knight chuckled, proclaiming, "I shall emerge victorious." Beneath the blazing sun, the clock struck noon, marking the midpoint of the selection trials. Following Han Guang's confrontation with Xia Yuan, the remaining spirit summoners finally mustered the courage to take to the stage, igniting a lively atmosphere across all 10 arenas. Nevertheless, the majority of spectators remained fixated on the most formidable battle. The identity of the top seed from the Chuanbei Spirit Summoner Academy was on the verge of revelation. Xia Yuan, the young boy, boasted with pride, "If my combat prowess is rated 1, then our combined strength as 3 is 6. This time, you shall surely be defeated." A woman clad in a tight black outfit gazed at Xia Yuan with a playful smile, adding flirtatiously, "We even coordinate our outfits in black. I hope you will show mercy, handsome." Xia Yuan, absent-mindedly digging in his ear, glanced at the chaotic brawl unfolding on the nearby platforms. "Enough of this foolishness. My time is precious, and I must continue my conquest of the arenas." He removed his sunglasses and tossed them casually into Mo Shiyu's hands, his cerulean eyes gleaming with excitement as they locked onto the trio opposite him. With a smirk, he declared, "If my combat strength is 1, then when I faced you earlier, it was merely 0. 3. In that instant, the strikingly handsome visage elicited a chorus of gasps from the assembled women. The aura of Xia Yuan, both with and without his sunglasses, exuded entirely different levels of intimidation. Even the typically defiant young boy appeared solemn at this moment. Mo Shiyu assessed her remaining spiritual energy, noting it was still at half capacity, ample for her needs. Additionally, the time-end inscriptions adorning Xia Yuan could be activated once more, potentially granting him nearly half of her spiritual energy. A smile inadvertently crept onto her lips. The top seed of the Chuanbei Spirit Summoner Academy would undoubtedly be hers. Chapter 41. The Boundless Void of Zero. 2 seconds the atmosphere was charged with tension as Xia Yuan prepared to confront the Superboy team. The viewership in the live broadcast rooms of the Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy soared exponentially, with each room attracting over 100,000 viewers, accompanied by a flurry of comments. At that moment, in Daxia's capital, the Gardenia Spirit High School had already determined its #1 seed. Luo Zian, holding her phone, hummed a cheerful tune while watching the live stream. I never expected that little Xiyu would also acquire an SSR, and such a powerful and handsome character at that. Sigh. I truly envy her. I wish I could have a husband's spirit like that. She turned to glance at the girl beside her, who wielded a gigantic demon blade. If only you, Demon Blade Princess, were also a stunning beauty. The girl with blood-red pupils radiating solitude and gloom replied quietly, I'm sorry. She was tall, her skin as fair as snow, and her features exquisitely delicate. Her deep purple hair cascaded down to her ankles, tied high in a bun. The red floral kimono accentuated her enchanting and slender figure, yet she held a colossal long sword that was nearly as tall as she was. Though undeniably beautiful, she emanated a chilling aura of lethality. Luo Zian laughed. I was just joking. However, little Shiyu's SSR is indeed impressive. Among SSRs, I wonder who is stronger? I hope they both do well, and that we can meet in the capital for a proper duel. But I have faith that you, Demon Blade Princess, will prevail. The Demon Blade Princess remained silent, quietly observing the screen where Xia Yuan appeared. She too was curious about who among the SSRs was superior. The selection method employed by Gardenia Spirit High School was straightforward and ruthless, directly choosing the top 50 from the internal strength rankings for a grand melee. The last 10 standing would represent the academy in battle. However, due to the overwhelming slaughter by the Demon Blade Princess, the melee had lost its evaluative standard. She single-handedly eliminated all spirits in a remarkably brief span of time. As Luo Zian watched the broadcast, she suddenly exclaimed, Oh, it's about to begin. Let the fight commence. I want to see what skills this SSR named Xia Yuan possesses. On the arena, Xia Yuan glanced at the opposing team, comprised of children, women, and the elderly, rubbed his neck, and decided to let them make the first move. They did not hold back. Sister Shadow stomped in her high heels, and her shadow abruptly branched out, swiftly spreading across the ground towards Xia Yuan's feet. Noticing this, Xia Yuan stepped back, but the elder sorcerer murmured, weak and feeble. In the next moment, a yellow cage materialized around Xia Yuan, enveloping him and instilling a sense of weakness that significantly diminished both his speed and strength. It was a technique, another direct application of power against the target, an unrestricted technique that was impossible to counter. As Xia Yuan's speed decreased, the forked shadows on the ground swiftly caught up to him. In an instant, he found himself immobilized. Ah, are you Shikamaru from Naruto? It must be said that their abilities fortuitously all belong to the realm of mysterious powers, with limitless techniques that defy defense. Sister Shadow, with her hands forming intricate seals and a beguiling smile, has indeed succeeded. His defensive capabilities are evidently constrained, suggesting that it is not an all-encompassing barrier, unable to withstand our type of prowess. Han Guang felt a surge of confidence within. It seems that his 3 contracted spirits fortuitously counterbalance the opponent's abilities, and Lady Luck is decidedly on his side. The young boy, witnessing this, erupted into laughter. Xia Yuan, you are far too complacent. We have triumphed. He gestured with both hands, mimicking the act of crushing, declaring his intent to vanquish. The elder beside him interjected once more, amplifying the situation. The boy was enveloped in a crimson glow, significantly enhancing his powers. However, before Xia Yuan could be restrained, he had already assumed the incantation gestures for domain expansion. The audience was struck with astonishment. The Dark Lord was under control. Could he be conquered? Everyone's eyes widened, their breaths held tightly, fixated on the arena, fearful of missing even a moment. Mo Shiyu felt a wave of anxiety. Yet upon recognizing Xia Yuan's familiar gestures, she immediately regained her composure. She understood that Xia Yuan had already secured victory in this battle. Just as the boy was about to unleash his power, Xia Yuan grinned widely and spoke first. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Centered around him, a sphere of black void rapidly enveloped the entire arena, ensnaring the young boy. Sister Shadow and the elder sorcerer within its grasp. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of confusion, bewildered by the unforeseen turn of events. They were unable to discern the circumstances within the black barrier. However, in the next moment, the black barrier dissipated swiftly. The audience's view of the arena was restored. They beheld the once aggressive, superpowered boy, Sister Shadow, and the elder sorcerer, now standing frozen in place, utterly motionless. Xia Yuan effortlessly broke free from Shadow's control, unhurriedly beginning to weave his seals. Playing with control, are we? A few minutes is ample time for me to eliminate you all. Indeed, what Xia Yuan executed was the domain expansion of 0.2 seconds. It necessitated a rapid, large-scale opening and closing of the domain within a brief interval. Previously, he had refrained from such a maneuver due to his unfamiliarity with Wataru's template, making precise domain expansion quite challenging. However, since his breakthrough, he had undergone a complete transformation. The 0.2 seconds of infinite void could inundate the minds of living beings within the domain with 6 months' worth of ineffective information. In the realm of sorcery, it could incapacitate special-grade cursed spirits for over 5 minutes, while an ordinary person would be paralyzed for 2 months. And 5 minutes was more than sufficient for Xia Yuan to eliminate them countless times. Moreover, the advantages of this expansion were manifold, such as conserving spiritual energy. The audience gazed at the 3 contracted spirits, standing there in a daze, utterly perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. In the widely circulated footage of Xia Yuan's battle online, there was no depiction of the domain expansion. In an instant, the crowd erupted into fervor. What on earth has happened? Why are those 3 contracted spirits not moving? Xia Yuan. It must be the ability unleashed by the Lord of Abyss, that particular domain he just invoked. What has he done? The expanse of that dark barrier was so vast. Could it possibly be the grand move of Xia Yuan? A control-type ultimate move, perhaps? Goodness, with such formidable output, are you telling me he is actually a crowd control-type spirit? Han Guang appeared even more bewildered, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. The reversal of the situation had occurred with astonishing rapidity. Just a moment ago, he had been uncorking champagne. In a fit of urgency, Han Guang called out, "Boy, Sistering, Master Shu." Yet, the 3 spirits remained unresponsive, frozen in place, utterly motionless. Shun aimed with his finger, gesturing slightly to select a position. Yes, all in alignment. Since the opponent was of SR rank, he decided to extend a modicum of respect and unleash a virtual Z. Typically, after invoking a domain, one would find oneself unable to utilize incantations, entering a state of spell disruption. However, Xuan had previously discovered that he did not experience such a phenomenon upon expanding his domain. This was likely attributed to the unique ethereal state of the spirit. Spell disruption is, in essence, a protective mechanism for the body, yet due to the spirit's peculiar nature, it merely consumes spiritual energy and seemingly does not require protection. This characteristic lifted the constraints of spell disruption, allowing Xia Yuan the freedom to unleash his abilities with greater ease. Chapter 42, The 5-Platform Duel, the God of Death from North Sichuan. Third update. Xia Yuan inhaled deeply, his azure-hued pupils shimmering with a faint light. His hands formed intricate seals, technique sequence, song, technique reversal. Hovering beside him were ethereal spheres of cerulean song energy and crimson he energy. The tempestuous energy emitted a high-frequency resonance. With silver hair flowing, Xia Yuan executed a finger snap, his movements as graceful as a dancer's final bow. Slowly uttering the words, virtual technique. At the moment the 2 spheres collided, a resonant hum reverberated through the arena, causing everyone to shudder. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, as an absolute beam of light surged forth, intertwined with the darkness of warped space, the azure of gravitational pull, and the crimson of repulsion, spiraling out in a deafening roar. The dark violet energy sphere surged toward the three petrified figures. The alloy floor screeched sharply, cleaving a deep ravine. Truly, SR lived up to its name. Just as the Z was about to strike, the young boy took a sharp breath, abruptly awakening to the reality that escape was futile. He could only roar and push forward with all his might, unleashing every ounce of his supernatural ability. Give me. Retreat. Boom. The clash of powers erupted. The psychic boy gritted his teeth, enduring as his hands were relentlessly torn apart, blood spattering. Yet, the violet energy sphere merely slowed slightly. He could only watch helplessly as the spiraling purple orb, imbued with the annihilating weight of virtuality, engulfed the three of them. Even with his desperate strike, he could not shift its course. All he managed to do was delay the inevitable for a few fleeting seconds. The devastating violet light swept through, reducing the trio to ashes, only to be resurrected in Han Guang's Spirit Contract space. Following this battle, the psychic boy developed a profound aversion to the color purple, trembling uncontrollably and wearing an expression of terror whenever he encountered it. However, even after their demise, the virtual technique Z did not dissipate. Instead, its lingering force collided fiercely against the arena's protective barrier. ZZ, even the arena's barrier, designed to prevent harm to others, was shattered into fragments. The dark violet energy sphere continued its assault along the same trajectory, dismantling the defensive barriers layer by layer, crashing into other spirit entities embroiled in combat. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The spherical energy of the virtual technique Z pierced through the barriers of the remaining 5 platforms, decimating all the spirit entities present before finally dissipating. Xia Yuan glanced up, feeling as though he may have overstepped his bounds. Could this be construed as willful destruction of Academy property? Oh well, he would claim it was merely a lapse in control. It was certainly not intentional. His system reward bar successfully reached 48. As the residual energy faded, the arena fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide, faces etched with shock. After a prolonged moment, the audience gradually regained their composure, erupting into a chorus of astonished gasps. The purple. Such terrifying destructive power. Senior Han Guang's spirit companions have all perished. The abyssal god deliberately targeted them. The spirit companions on the other 5 platforms were all annihilated by that purple attack. Truly a harbinger of death, a frenzied slayer. This is the might of an SSR. How formidable. Is that fellow invincible? The domain unfolds, boundless and void, along with the phantasmal style. Such an impressive skill, unmatched control combined with exaggerated output. This is nothing short of perfection. Xia stared blankly at the ruined platforms, her lips twitching slightly. Xia Yuan, you have gone too far. Anger surged within her, wishing to strangle Xia Yuan. Her wallet was about to suffer another substantial loss when it could have been lighter. Han Guang, in disbelief, felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. His once proud lineup of spirit companions was completely obliterated in an instant by a single spirit of the opposing side. In the audience, the Holy Light Knight's mouth hung slightly agape, unable to close. Mo City and the descendants of the Mo family stood up in excitement. The stronger Xia Yuan became, the happier they were. Do you still think you can win? The Holy Light little girl slumped in her chair, waving her hand. I retract my previous statement. How can we fight? It's impossible to even make a dent. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang family wore expressions as grim as death. They cast resentful glances at Jiang Li, as if to brand her with the words, "What foolish act have you committed?" On her forehead, Jiang Li's mind had long since crashed. She had wandered off for quite a while. She knew Xia Yuan was formidable, but never anticipated him to be this strong. She truly felt like she could die. At the Gardenia Spirit Companion Academy, Luo Xian blinked her large eyes, astonished by the exaggerated output. This fellow is rather strong. The blood-red-eyed demon sword mistress's gaze flickered, no longer as lifeless, succinctly uttering two words. Very strong. Want to fight? Xia Yuan's strike obliterated 6 platforms. He turned around, beaming at the remaining 3 platforms. The chaotic spirit companions on the platforms had already ceased their battles, petrified by the terrifying commotion, and scrambled down in fright at his gaze. Don't leave. I still wish to play. His system reward bar was merely too shy of reaching 50. Just as Xia Yuan was about to make his move, the academy's principal and teachers rushed out, immediately announcing, I declare that student Xiu has successfully advanced, becoming the top seed of our Chuanbei Spirit Companion Academy. They felt both joy and concern for their facilities, elated to have such a slayer spirit within their academy, certain to shine brightly in the national competition and elevate the institution's reputation. Yet, they feared Xia Yuan might dismantle the remaining 3 spirit platforms as well. Xiu, sensing their apprehension, promptly called out, Xia Yuan, we have won. We are already first. No need to continue fighting. Please cease. Xia Yuan let out a sound of disappointment, realizing they had fallen just short. Yet, observing the contract spirits nearly paralyzed with fear, it was evident that as long as he was present, they would not dare step onto the stage. Resigned, Xia Yuan slipped his hands back into his pockets and leaped down from the arena. Fat Rain, you still possess spiritual power. Do brush up on your skills. He remarked, but we just finished a match. In a fluid motion, he effortlessly lifted Xiu as if she were a mere doll and proceeded toward the dungeon area. Xiu, in front of so many people, being carried away like this, how could she maintain her dignity? However, considering the might of such a formidable contract spirit who needed dignity, a multitude of contract spirits gazed at Xia Yuan's departing figure with eyes wide in disbelief. Listen, is this even human language? You just obliterated so many contract spirits, and it was not enough for you? Now you wish to engage in another dungeon run? After the departure of this veritable god of slaughter, the selection competition resumed, culminating in the identification of the remaining 9 participants. Due to the live broadcast, the footage of Xia Yuan shattering the defenses of 6 contract spirit arenas sparked a sensation throughout the entire contract spirit community. In a single competition, he had dispatched nearly hundreds of contract spirits. While the arena allowed for resurrection, the kills were undeniably real. The moniker God of Slaughter in Chuanbei now echoed throughout the halls of the Great Xia Contract Spirit Academy. Everyone eagerly anticipated whether this slayer would maintain his nearly invincible prowess and audacious disdain for all as he ventured into the provincial competitions. Chapter 43. The 200 Illusion, the selection tournament in Chuanbei, was still in full swing. Xia Yuan, carrying Xiu, arrived at the instance zone. As nearly everyone was engrossed in watching the matches, the instance area was particularly serene, nearly devoid of people. How much spiritual energy do you have left, Fat You? Only 30. That's more than sufficient. At that moment, they stood before the sole 5-star instance teleportation portal within the academy. This location seldom saw visitors, with weeds growing to waist height. The 5-star instance was deemed far too challenging for the adept spirit masters of the academy. Aside from Xia Yuan, the collective strength of all the spirit masters in Chuanbei Academy could not muster a team capable of conquering a 5-star instance. Nevertheless, Xia Yuan intended to attempt a speed run to minimize time expenditure. Although Xiu's spiritual energy was limited and could not be utilized extensively, he could still engage in a game with the Holy Light Knight for a while longer. Xia Yuan tightened his grip around Xiu's waist, preparing to commence their adventure. However, she voiced her discomfort, lamenting, Xia Yuan, could we not do it this way? It's quite uncomfortable for my waist. Xiu felt her waist growing increasingly sore, a lingering consequence of her drained spiritual energy, compounded by the strain of being held by Xia Yuan. Her slender waist simply could not endure any further exertion from him. All right, since it is the master's command, I shall comply. Xia Yuan tossed her up and shifted his grip to cradle her with his arms, though the sensation felt peculiar, round and soft yet firm. Xiu's face flushed crimson, her mind momentarily blank as she stammered, Xia Yuan. Realizing his unintended gaffe, Xia Yuan quickly adjusted his hold, apologizing. My apologies. It was an accident. It's all your fault for being too plump. Xiya retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Just because I'm plump doesn't mean I've consumed your family's rice. Besides, what difference does this position make? Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Xia Yuan contemplated for a moment and then hoisted her over his shoulder, resembling someone carrying a rocket launcher. Is this better? Xiya appeared dazed, feeling even more embarrassed. Now she had transitioned from being held to being carried. It seemed to underscore her weight. Turning her gaze towards Xia Yuan's chiseled profile, an idea sparked in her mind, and she exclaimed with excitement, Xia Yuan, why don't I ride on your head? That way you can use both hands. Xia Yuan playfully swatted her bottom, catching Xiya off guard as she let out a surprised yelp. You think that's a splendid idea? Are you making wishes here? Let us go. The duo entered the 5-star instance. The environment they were teleported into was quite harsh, resembling the interior of a volcano, with fiery lava flowing alongside the tunnel, radiating intense heat. Xiya fanned her flushed face with her hand and summoned her little black charm, which dangled beside Xia Yuan like a guiding spirit. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she remarked, as expected of a 5-star instance, it feels entirely different. Xia Yuan, we must not be careless. Xia Yuan had assumed a sprinting stance, his face adorned with an expression that bordered on madness. What nonsense! It simply does not exist. I merely seek to expedite this. Xiao He excitedly raised a hand, exclaiming, once more, I have a premonition that my level is about to soar. Without further ado, Xia Yuan hoisted Xiya and dashed forward with fervor. As he ran, he skillfully utilized the ability of Tsang, his form flickering in and out of sight. Both Xiya and Xiao He felt as though they were on a roller coaster, the fierce winds howling past their ears, thrilling and exhilarating. Rustling sounds echoed as a horde of level 80 monsters emerged, launching an assault on the frantically sprinting Xia Yuan. Level 80, Scorching Flame Elemental. Level 82, Volcanic Dragon Lizard. Level 84, Lava Worm. These creatures possessed formidable strength, each comparable to a C-rank contracted spirit of the same level. However, before the current Xia Yuan, the distinction between C, B, or even a ranks was negligible. Technique, Song S Reverse. Technique, He-S Reversal. The two formidable spells were executed by Xia Yuan with such ease that he could have done so with his eyes closed, their power astounding. His efficiency rivaled that of a mere basic attack. Unyielding in his pace, he plowed through the enemy ranks, leaving naught but desolation in his wake. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan. Level up, LV, 50 LV, 51. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Fairy. Level up, LV, 90 LV. 100, level cap reached. Xia Yuan continued his relentless assault until he reached the entrance of the boss lair. With a system reward bar finally reached 49, he exhaled deeply, setting the bewildered Xiya down, shaking his hands as he remarked, still not fast enough. 3 minutes have passed, and these monsters are quite resilient. Let us aim to finish in 5 minutes. Xiya swayed slightly, feeling dizzy, and leaned against Xia Yuan to prevent herself from toppling over. 5 minutes? I hardly know what to say. If such words had been uttered by anyone else, they would have been met with laughter. Yet this was Xia Yuan, her most esteemed SSR. Xiao He twirled in excitement. Level 100. I am also a max-level contracted spirit now. She exclaimed, the 5-star dungeon is exhilarating. It feels as though the experience is overflowing. Xiya gazed at the now max-level catgirl ornament, contemplating acquiring several more to assist Xia Yuan. While the two expressed their various sentiments, Xia Yuan arrived at the boss's door and kicked it open with a flourish. Surprise. The community brings warmth. The silhouettes of 200-level bosses gradually materialized, their terrifying aura pressing down upon the trio. The overwhelming presence was suffocating. Xiya and Xiao He took refuge behind Xia Yuan, using his tall and sturdy figure as a shield, peeking out just enough to observe. 2 bosses. And their red names. Their expressions turned blank as anxiety set in. Xia Yuan exclaimed with delight, oh, what a bonus. Level 100, red name boss. Lord of the Inferno. Level 100, red name boss, Queen of Ashes. The two colossal creatures roared at Xia Yuan, causing his dark cloak to billow dramatically, the oppressive atmosphere reaching its zenith. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He covered their ears, trembling with trepidation. Xia Yuan shifted his body slightly and remarked, "These two behemoths appear to possess considerable vitality. It seems I can attempt my maximum output." A hint of madness curled at the corners of his mouth. "Can I unleash a 200 virtual G without any amplification aids? Let's put it to the test." "Fat you, Xiao He, hold on tight to me and do not let go." Mo Shiyu and Xiao He exchanged bewildered glances, aware that Xia Yuan was about to initiate his domain expansion, and they instinctively clung to him. Wait a moment, maximum output? Could it be that the recent virtual G in the competition was not his fully realized potential? A 200 virtual G? Mo Shiyu's mind raced, unable to reach a conclusion. Her understanding was consistently shattered by Xia Yuan's uncanny abilities. At that moment, Xia Yuan had already formed a hand seal with one hand. Merely 0.2 seconds in the infinite void would surely be insufficient against these boss entities. Thus, he decided to extend it to 5 seconds, which should suffice. The brilliance of his 6 eyes flickered as he achieved an extraordinary mastery over his sorcery and spiritual energy. Before the boss made any move, he silently intoned, "Domain expansion." Infinite Void, Chapter 44. The most powerful strike, drawing the pinnacle of body techniques, the barrier dispersed. Light contracted, and darkness enveloped all around, akin to stepping into the vastness of the cosmos. The domain of limitless void cloaked the two level 100 bosses. As 5 seconds elapsed, the domain faded. In a mere 0.2 seconds, half a year's worth of information and intelligence was instilled, rendering the 5 seconds equivalent to nearly 12.5 years of ineffective data. The two level 100 bosses stood frozen in place, temporarily incapable of launching an assault on Xia Yuan. At this moment, Xia Yuan could serenely chant his incantation. He gently nudged the two kangaroo companions beside him, instructing them to step back, stay behind, don't come too close, for what follows may be somewhat violent. If you fear nightmares tonight, then close your eyes. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He obediently retreated, creating a distance between them and him. A rare serious mode emerged in Xia Yuan. Seeing this, Mo Shiyu surmised his intentions. He aimed to annihilate the bosses once again. But how could that be possible? They were two red-named level 100 bosses. Even the virtual technique Z would find it exceedingly challenging to achieve. Suddenly, she recalled Xia Yuan's mention of a 200 version of Z. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she murmured, "Could it be? Is he capable of becoming even stronger?" Xia Yuan took a deep breath, his expression more earnest and solemn than ever. His body slightly bent as he assumed a horse stance, his hands poised in a state of accumulation. A tremendous surge of spell power gathered and condensed around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. He began to recite the incantation. 9 principles, polarization, black and white statement between inside and outside. With each word uttered, the terrifying spell power escalated, distorting the very fabric of space. The pinnacle of sorcery lies in the art of subtraction. The incantations and hand seals must be streamlined to minimize the steps involved in the formation and execution of the spell, a testament to the sorcerer's skill. For in practical combat, swift suppression of the enemy is paramount. However, this strike of the virtual technique Z omitted none of the spell-casting steps. Under the full ritualistic process, its power could be amplified. The virtual technique Xia Yuan typically executed was not its complete form. In the realm of sorcery, it was due to the songstress bestowing a unique auxiliary spell on Wu Qiao Wu that augmented his total spell power and output, enabling him to unleash a 200 version of Z, obliterating one of Sukuna's arms. Yet, Xia Yuan sought to test whether he could replicate Wu Qiao Wu's former 200 version of Z with all his might. With all preparations complete, Xia Yuan intoned the final judgment, the virtual technique Z. In an instant, the remaining spiritual energy within Mo Shiyu was entirely drained, and she gracefully collapsed to the ground, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Xia Yuan's direction. Something monumental was about to occur. The next moment, the entire dungeon trembled. An infinite juxtaposition of repulsive and attractive forces culminated in a hypothetical mass that erupted before Xia Yuan, annihilating everything in its path. This included the two red-named level 100 bosses. Amidst a cascade of purple light, their colossal health points, amounting to tens of thousands, plummeted to zero. Even after the automatic two-stage revival, its vitality plummeted to zero at an astonishing speed. This formidable attack distorted the very fabric of space, transcending the confines of the instance zone and affecting the entirety of the Northern Sichuan Spirit Master Academy. The onlookers felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to them, they mistakenly believed it to be a minor earthquake. After a considerable pause, the vibrations gradually subsided. Only then did Mo Shiyu and the small black cat dare to open their eyes, discovering that the entire boss room lay in ruins, shattered beyond recognition. The Inferno Lord and the Ashen Queen had vanished, leaving only Xia Yuan standing silently. This was, in fact, his true might at present. Mo Shiyu felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, her rosy lips parting slightly, at a loss for words. This strike, the Virtual Z, was an entirely different concept from anything before. A series of notifications chimed in. 5-star instance successfully cleared. Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV, 51 LV. 54, Spirit Black Cat Sprite, level up, LV, 100 LV. 100 level cap reached. Acquired Lava Core, acquired Mysterious Key, acquired Heart of the Red Name, acquired Queen's Relic, acquired. Mo Shiyu glanced at the time. Indeed, it had taken just 4 minutes and 55 seconds to conquer the 5-star instance. Not even 5 minutes. Xia Yuan sighed, rubbing his arms. Such a pity. He had achieved 200. A maximum of 150 was all he could muster. Indeed, without support, it proved insufficient. The cat girl, Xiao Hei, gulped and exclaimed, "My goodness, Brother Yuan, 150 is still quite formidable. You truly have both the stats and the mechanics. Together, we are undoubtedly invincible." Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they were far from finished. In this era of spirit masters, strength was of utmost importance. Only by becoming truly invincible could one live in peace. The system reward bar surged to 55. Another chance to draw a universal skill awaited. Xia Yuan rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him. Though he had become a spirit master, he could not suppress his exhilaration at the prospect of a draw akin to a card pull. To acquire skills from characters across various dimensions was a thrilling prospect for a former recluse. His youthful fantasies stirred anew. The lottery commenced. The system's splendid wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill 8 Gates of Duanjia from the character Might Guy of the Naruto world. Note: the condition to unlock the final gate, the Death Gate, is that the Spirit Master's spiritual power must be greater than or equal to 50. Otherwise, the Spirit Master will perish. Opening the Death Gate will instantaneously deplete 50 of the current Spirit Master's spiritual power. Use with caution. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's eyes brightened with excitement. This was truly a game-changer. Although his physical prowess was formidable, it was not at the pinnacle. However, the 8 Gates of Duanjia was indeed the ultimate skill in physical techniques. He had longed to acquire this skill and was astonished to have finally drawn it. Recalling that near miss of a decisive kick, he felt a surge of fervor. Moreover, expending merely 50% of Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was indeed a remarkable bargain. In the original narrative, such a feat would have exacted a far greater toll. Mo Shiyu was in the midst of collecting her dungeon rewards when she was abruptly met with Xia Yuan's maniacal laughter, leaving her with an expression of bewilderment. As per usual, she began to scrutinize Xia Yuan's level, only to find that his skill panel had been augmented by a new ability named 8 Gates of Duanjia, prompting her to spring from her seat in astonishment. Xia Yuan, what on earth is happening? Have you learned yet another skill? What are this soul-cutting blade and 8 Gates of Duanjia all about? Mo Shiyu's wide eyes brimmed with confusion. It was her first encounter with a spirit contract evolving to unveil new skills. Xia Yuan chuckled enigmatically, his hands clasped behind his head, adopting a languid demeanor as he replied, "The explanation is rather intricate. In due time, you shall understand. I am no ordinary SSR. An abundance of skills awaits you. Just get accustomed to it." Xiu, struck dumb by his words, let the materials she held slip from her grasp. Like a curious child, she bombarded Xia Yuan with a flurry of questions, her heart tingling with anticipation. Alas, Xia Yuan yawned, declaring his intent to return and indulge in gaming. After all, the Holy Light Knight and his female online friend were eagerly awaiting him. Chapter 45. Summer Yuan in a suit, exuding elegance after a day of selection. The 10 representatives from the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy were chosen to compete. Undoubtedly, Xiu was the top seed. While Summer Yuan was recognized as the god of death in Chuanbei, the sole ace among the contract spirits. Although Han Guang's 3 contract spirits had been completely annihilated by Summer Yuan once, he still managed to dominate the arena and secure a spot due to the formidable synergy of his contract spirits. The schedule for the National College Contract Spirit Competition was quite tight. Summer Yuan did not linger at home to indulge in video games for long. Instead, he accompanied Xiu on a special bus designated for the provincial event, heading towards the central city of Yinchuan Province, Chongyang City. Chongyang City was far more prosperous than Chuanbei City, with superior urban development and a larger scale of contract spirit academies. The contract spirit practitioners from the provincial center naturally exhibited a greater overall strength. For instance, in the local academies of Chuanbei City, there were at most 1 or 2 SR-ranked practitioners, while the major contract spirit universities in the provincial center boasted at least 3 or 4 SRs. However, SSRs remained exceedingly rare. In this edition of the college competition, only 2 SSRs emerged from the entire Yinchuan province. One was Summer Yuan, while the other was the prize contract spirit of the highest-ranked academy in Chuanbei province, the Zōngmàn Contract Spirit Academy, known as the Platinum Dragon King. Inside the bus, Summer Yuan lounged languidly in his seat, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. The contract spirits of the other 9 participants were all stored within their respective contract spaces, with Summer Yuan being the exception. It was not that the others lacked humanoid contract spirits. Rather, they instinctively feared sharing the same vehicle with the god of death. Recalling the vivid memory of that day when he decimated 5 arenas with a single blast. Following the selection, it was reported that Summer Yuan had vanquished nearly 200 contract spirits. Who wouldn't be terrified? They feared that he might, in a fit of excitement, turn his wrath upon them in the bus. Bored, Summer Yuan glanced toward the front of the bus and spotted Han Guang not far away. He immediately greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Isn't this Senior Han Guang? You made it too. I wonder how that stubborn little boy is doing. Why doesn't he come out to chat with me? I'm quite bored." With a hint of regret in his tone, he continued, albeit rather provocatively. "I truly thought he was strong, so I took it a bit seriously. Who would have guessed it was like firing a cannon at a mosquito?" Han Guang maintained a warm smile on the surface, though inwardly he seethed with frustration. The superpowered boy now stiffened at the sight of purple, going so far as to fall asleep at the mere thought of it. The culprit behind his trauma sat right before him. Yet, due to the formidable presence of Summer Yuan, he could only muster a smile, grateful to have advanced. Summer Yuan stood up, placed a hand on Han Guang's shoulder, and sincerely encouraged him. "Don't be disheartened. Your contract spirit is still quite formidable, at least stronger than those who offered no resistance. You provided me with plenty of amusement." He gave a thumbs up, continuing to cheer him on. Han Guang's smile was more akin to a grimace. Did it seem he was being tormented? Fortunately, the duration of their torment was brief. Soon, the private vehicle arrived at the luxurious hotel accommodations provided by the provincial competition authorities, the finest 5-star hotel in Zhongyang City, renowned for its rooftop starry banquet. It often hosted illustrious figures who entertained esteemed guests. Today, Xiu and her companions were to attend a banquet comprising the most outstanding young contract spirit masters from the entirety of North Sichuan province. An opportunity to forge connections and acquaintances. The official competition would commence the following day. Xiu held little enthusiasm for the banquet, viewing it merely as a formality, while Xia Yuan appeared genuinely intrigued. eager to indulge in the festivities. Attending such an event necessitated the donning of sophisticated attire, elegant suits, and evening gowns. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan seized the remaining time to explore the vibrant provincial capital, also taking the chance to purchase suitable garments. Mo Shiyu, brimming with confidence, changed into a new outfit, anticipating compliments from Xia Yuan. However, as usual, Xia Yuan's comments were sardonic. He only begrudgingly praised her when she donned black stockings, remarking that her legs could be admired for a year. The two playfully bantered while shopping to the outside observer. They appeared less as a contract spirit and master, and more like a flirtatious couple. Eventually, Xia Yuan shed his classic black attire, opting for several fashionable casual outfits. Once attired, complemented by stylish sunglasses, his aura was instantly elevated. Whenever he paused on the street, passing women could not resist approaching him, eager to inquire if he was a model or a celebrity. Xia Yuan welcomed all advances, engaging in lively conversations with the young ladies, eliciting their laughter and delight. In Mo Shiyu's eyes, he was nothing short of a scoundrel. After a fulfilling afternoon of fun and shopping, the sky darkened, signaling the official commencement of the starry banquet. Dressed in his suit and sunglasses, Xia Yuan strolled with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of rebellious charm that transformed the suit into a semblance of a rogue or a ruffian. In contrast, Mo Shiyu, adorned in a white evening gown, resembled a pristine and noble snow lotus, showcasing her striking figure. Together, they became the center of attention, captivating all with their beauty and renown. Mo Shiyu gently raised her hand, expecting Xia Yuan to gallantly take it, but after a prolonged wait, she witnessed that silver-haired figure exuberantly dash into the banquet hall, leaving her to contend with the chaos of the wind alone. However, the atmosphere of the banquet proved less harmonious than anticipated, with tensions palpable. Attendees had largely formed cliques based on their regions and academies. Han Guang had gathered with the other 8 representatives from the North Sichuan Contract Spirit Master Academy, alongside their spirits. After all, they were there to represent their academy, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Conversely, the individuals selected from the major city academies often bore an air of superiority, looking down upon those hailing from smaller regions. Xia Yuan, however, paid no heed to this atmosphere, cheerfully greeting everyone. "Hello, brother. Oh, beautiful lady, that outfit is splendid. Hey, let's have some fun." As long as he remained at ease, any awkwardness would fall upon others. As the legendary killer of North Sichuan, recently thrust into the limelight as an SSR, they naturally recognized Xia Yuan. Many people paid him respect, responding in kind. Numerous female spirit contract practitioners, adorned in elegant evening gowns, gracefully approached him to extend their greetings. However, on the other side, Han Guang and his companions did not enjoy such treatment. After all, the majority of them had entered the banquet hall with C-rank and B-rank spirits, instantly drawing disdainful gazes from the local spirit practitioners. In this provincial competition, it seemed that anyone could gain entry regardless of merit. "Is this a joke? C-rank spirits are allowed in?" Someone scoffed. "C-rank spirits are merely entry-level fodder. How is it possible that a third year still relies on C-rank? That is truly unimpressive." Some individuals, astonishingly, lacked even A-rank spirits, yet managed a place in the top 10. What caliber of local academy could be so inept? No wonder the one referred to as the God of Death, an SSR, could single-handedly cut through the competition. It was a gathering of the weak. I could do it too. Chapter 46. I say, all of you present are trash. The faces of the crowd from Chuanbei turned ashen. Some of the lower-tier spirit practitioners could barely lift their heads. Indeed, in overall comparison, their tier of spirit practitioners fell woefully short when juxtaposed with their opponents. Han Guang, as the elder brother, immediately stepped forward to support his companions. "Who do you refer to as trash? I never anticipated that the spirit practitioners from the city would possess such a lack of basic decency, showing no respect whatsoever for the spirits that protect humanity." However, the opposing side also had their own prominent figure, a young man with disheveled blonde hair, clad in a white suit and exuding an air of arrogance. Stood up and scoffed. "The trash I speak of is precisely you." "What of it? Am I mistaken?" Seeing him, Han Guang's eyes flared with indignation. Lin Juanhao, do not involve my fellow alumni in our matters. Lin Juanhao chuckled derisively. Merely a defeated foe, and yet you dare to bark before me? Have you forgotten the pain of your past? At a loss for words, Han Guang stammered you. He indeed could not match Lin Juanhao, for the latter hailed from a renowned spirit practitioner family in Chongyang. The Lin family had invested heavily in nurturing this talented spirit practitioner, who had achieved an astonishing SR spirit level of 85. It is worth noting that the experience required for SR upgrades far surpassed that of other spirits. Few could reach such a level of SR during their educational tenure. In contrast, Han Guang's own psychic boy had merely attained level 75 and had yet to undergo a second breakthrough, rendering him incapable of competing. The escalating conflict swiftly captured the attention of the entire assembly. On one side stood the local institution, Chuanbei, while on the other loomed the prestigious Wangfu Academy, the second-ranked university in the entire Yinchuan province. The disparity was evident. The spirit practitioners from the larger city remained composed, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Xia Yuan, initially enveloped by a throng of enchanting beauties, was drawn by the commotion. My apologies, esteemed ladies. I must excuse myself for a moment. He extricated himself from the floral embrace, only to behold Mo Xiu, her cheeks puffed out like a balloon. Upon noticing Xia Yuan's approach, she immediately adopted an aloof demeanor. Feigning indifference, Xia Yuan reached out to grasp her hand, but she deftly evaded him. Reluctantly, he seized her arm, dragging her along as if she were an inanimate object, leaving traces of her high heels on the ground. Are you a child? Don't sulk. Matters have arisen that require our attention. Meanwhile, on the other side, tensions ran high between Han Guang's group and Lin Juanhao's faction, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Lin Juanhao sneered, pointing towards the adjacent area. What good is puffing out your chest? If you're unconvinced, step onto the PK stage. I could take on all of you single-handedly. Weaklings like you, hailing from the countryside, ought to accept being called trash. I speak the truth, yet you find it unpalatable. The people of Chuanbei could no longer endure the provocation and were about to advance when Han Guang swiftly intervened. He was acutely aware of the opponent's background and strength, unwilling to allow his comrades to suffer defeat. Trash? Who is truly the trash here? A voice, even more brazen and arrogant, erupted from behind, spewing vitriol. I declare you the utmost trash. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld Xia Yuan sauntering over with his hands nestled in his pockets, a casual sway to his stride. Trailing closely behind him was the pouting Mo Xiu. The onlookers from Han Guang and Chuanbei were taken aback by Xia Yuan's unexpected intervention, for in their eyes, he was merely a mindless killing machine. Lin Juanhao pivoted, his expression darkening. What did you say? He recognized Xia Yuan instantly, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Xia Yuan, I know you. You are not entirely worthless, but you have no right to insult me. His tone faltered noticeably. With a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, Xia Yuan approached him and said, My apologies. I'm not targeting you. He raised his middle finger, sweeping it across the gathered townsfolk, then pointed downward, declaring loudly, I mean all of you present, are trash. The crowd had deemed Lin Juanhao audacious enough, yet Xia Yuan's words surpassed even that. His gesture directly affronted everyone. The people from the Wang residence turned ashen, seething with rage, yet hesitant to voice their anger, their eyes fixed on Xia Yuan in fury. Lin Juanhao retorted angrily, Xia Yuan, do not think you can act recklessly just because you are an SSR. He glanced towards Mo Xiu, the young lady of the Mo family. You ought to rein in your familiar. Mo Xiu cast a dispassionate glance his way, having always held disdain for such bullies who preyed on the weak. Xia Yuan shrugged, mockingly observing, apologies, but SSRs do as they please. He cracked his knuckles audibly. What good is posturing? If you have the ability, challenge me to a duel. I alone will take on all of you. The crowd fell silent, having witnessed the live-streamed replays of Xia Yuan's prowess. The title of killing God was not without merit. The thought of his extraordinary skills sent shivers down their spines, leaving them at a loss for how to counter him. Though Han Guang and the others had also been insulted moments ago, they felt a wave of exhilaration. They were well aware of Xia Yuan's fearless temperament. Having a demon lord on their side made the prospect of tormenting others all the more delightful. They found themselves inexplicably emboldened. Lin Juanhao's forehead pulsed with veins. In Chongyang City, he was a figure of immense power, capable of commanding storms. When had he ever been subjected to such mockery? Xia Yuan clicked his tongue derisively. So afraid of me? I thought the townsfolk were braver. He mimicked. Did someone not just claim my reputation as a killing god was unfounded? I can handle this too, right? His expression was the epitome of arrogance. With no real strength among you, how dare you belittle others? It is truly the pot calling the kettle black, a farcical display. Lin Juanhao, now thoroughly enraged, lost his composure. Fine, let us fight. I shall see just how formidable you are, you with your level 50+ familiar. In an instant, Han Guang and the others became animated with excitement. This fool dares to challenge the killing god in PvP. Thus, what began as a splendid feast unexpectedly transformed into a duel of familiars. With the entire lower floor of the Starry Sky Banquet Hall converted into an indoor arena for the contest. After all, this is a place that routinely hosts esteemed contract spirit masters. Everyone at the banquet gathered around the arena, eager to witness the spectacle. The spectators were distinctly divided into two factions, one comprised of local academy students, and the other of townsfolk, each clearly aligned with their respective groups. Lin Juanhao felt a twinge of apprehension, yet accustomed to his daily arrogance, he dismissed it from his mind. After all, he possessed a formidable SR contract spirit at level 85. How could he possibly lose? Even if his opponent was an SSR, they would barely surpass level 50. Reassuring himself, Lin Juanhao grinned wickedly as he summoned his most prized contract spirit. Arise, Crimson Demon. Annihilate him. A towering figure materialized, a demon with 3 heads and 8 arms. Its entire form of vivid scarlet, standing atop the arena. Its imposing presence and terrifying visage sent shivers down the spine. With a slight exhale, it unleashed a tongue of blue flames, and a menacing smile revealed a mouthful of jagged fangs. Xia Yuan, lounging lazily against the edge of the arena, couldn't help but be taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of a demon reminiscent of an upgraded Neza. Good heavens! Indeed, with every contract spirit master comes a corresponding spirit. You two truly bear a striking resemblance. Chapter 47. Who else? Lin Juanhao gazed at the audacious individual before him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He refused to believe that his level 85 SR character could possibly be outmatched by a mere level 54 SSR. Having participated in 2 major competitions and faced numerous SR characters, he had emerged victorious more often than not. His Crimson Demon was among the most formidable entities in his extensive collection of spirit partners. Eliminate him, Lin Juanhao commanded. In an instant, the Crimson Demon sprang into action, its 3 heads simultaneously unleashing energy waves of varying attributes towards Xia Yuan. With a casual flick of his hand, Xia Yuan effortlessly countered the attack using his limitless technique, loosening the collar of his suit as he prepared for a pre-meal warm-up. I hope you prove to be a worthy opponent. Seizing the opportunity to test a new skill, he was eager to gauge the strength of his physical techniques, enhanced by the initial gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The Death Gate was not to be trifled with, but the other gates were fair game. First gate open, Xia Yuan declared, raising his arm with vigor, feeling an invigorating surge throughout his body. The opening of the first gate alleviated the restrictions on his brain domain, allowing him to unleash 100 of his physical capabilities, significantly boosting his attack speed. Mo Shiyu watched in astonishment, her eyes alight with excitement. This was Xia Yuan's new skill, the 8 gates of Duanjia. While the extent of its power was yet to be determined, one could surmise that Xia Yuan's abilities were exceptionally formidable. Roar! During this interval, the second wave of the Crimson Demoness assault surged forth, charging at Xia Yuan while simultaneously bombarding him with ranged attacks. However, Xia Yuan effortlessly deflected these strikes with his limitless technique, rendering them utterly ineffective. As he observed the opponent's advance, Xia Yuan grinned. Come on. He stepped forward to meet the challenge head-on. Lin Juanhao chuckled, incredulous at Xia Yuan's reckless decision to engage the Crimson Demon in close combat. Did he truly believe he stood a chance against a being with 3 heads and 8 arms, naturally endowed with superior melee strength? Neither party wavered, crashing violently into one another. The Crimson Demon unleashed a flurry of punches with its 8 arms, each strike a blur as they descended upon Xia Yuan like a deluge. Even the onlookers felt a sense of suffocation from the sheer force of the encounter. Yet, Xia Yuan's speed of retaliation exceeded all expectations. His fists, imbued with cursed energy, clashed against the onslaught like a tempest. With the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia activated, his physical prowess surged, enabling him to strike with astonishing speed. However, the intensity of his first gate still paled in comparison to the Crimson Demon's relentless barrage. All that he could not counter directly was repelled by his limitless technique. If one gate isn't sufficient, then I'll open more. Xia Yuan continued to unleash a torrent of punches, activating additional gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Rest gate, open. This gate unlocked the fatigue limitations of his stamina, allowing him to exploit his physical capabilities to the fullest while replenishing his energy. Xia Yuan's speed and strength surged to even greater heights. Having gradually matched the Crimson Demon's onslaught, both combatants appeared evenly matched. Xia Yuan fought with exuberance, emitting a fervent aura with each strike. The Crimson Demon seemed equally exhilarated, rhythmically responding with roar. The straightforward yet ferocious exchange of blows echoed like thunder, creating a tempestuous atmosphere that left the spectators in awe. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yet here, Xia Yuan was effectively countering 8 hands with just his 2. Wait, does the Northern God of Death possess such formidable martial prowess? Shouldn't his strength derive from his extraordinary skills? My goodness, his punches land like cannon fire. I fear my spirit companion wouldn't withstand a single blow. The power exhibited is truly extraordinary, transcending mere skill and showcasing remarkable physical prowess. This is the essence of masculine combat, each strike landing with palpable force, igniting my fervor. Who shall emerge victorious? Winning with 2 fists against 8 seems utterly implausible. Lin Juanhao was taken aback. The Crimson Demon had never faced defeat, with other spirit companions always evading its might. How could Xia Yuan confront it head-on without faltering? He bellowed, "Crimson, what are you doing?" Mo Shiyu was also stunned. She recognized Xia Yuan's martial strength, but did not anticipate it reaching such heights. A sudden realization struck her. Could the 8 gates of Duanjia be the skill enhancing his physical capabilities? If that were the case, Xia Yuan's metrics were nearly maxed out. With each successive punch, Xia Yuan's state of being improved, and the probability of unleashing a black flash with each strike began to rise. His power grew exponentially. Gradually, the Crimson Demon exhibited signs of fatigue. A manic grin spread across Xia Yuan's face. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "8th gate, the opening of life." In an instant, every muscle in his body surged with blood, radiating green energy as the potency of his punches soared once more. The balance of their exchange was irrevocably shattered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xia Yuan's punches overwhelmed the Crimson Demon, the force of his black flashes intertwining with a flurry of punches that struck the demon's towering form. The Crimson Demon, caught off guard, found the tide of battle turning rapidly. It soon could not retaliate, becoming a mere punching bag for Xia Yuan. Lacking the limitless techniques to withstand such assault, it was powerless to resist. Bang, 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 bang. The Crimson Demon's body was marred with indentations, green blood splattering as it lost its will to fight. Ora. Xia Yuan was entirely caught up in the thrill of the battle. What's the matter? Don't you enjoy rapid-fire punches? Give me more fun. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with only the sound of Xia Yuan's fists landing on the Crimson Demon echoing through the air. Yet, the Crimson Demon did not resign itself to defeat. Amidst the relentless barrage, its 3 heads opened wide, beginning to gather elemental energy waves. With a cruel smile, Xia Yuan momentarily halted his relentless assault, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful sweeping kick that struck the three heads of the Crimson Demon. The buildup of energy was interrupted. The fiend was nearly rendered immobile. In a ghostly fashion, Xia Yuan appeared behind it, raising a leg to send the creature flying. He then propelled himself upwards, landing atop the Crimson Demon, and, utilizing the four corners of the arena's ceiling, performed a series of 4 consecutive leaps, gathering immense power before delivering a crushing stomp upon it. The corners of the ceiling shattered under the force. He resembled a streak of black lightning executing a fourfold strike. A truly astonishing spectacle. It was reminiscent of Lianhua, but in the style of Xia Yuan. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the center of the arena. The Crimson Demon crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. With one foot planted on its form, Xia Yuan surveyed the crowd below with an air of dominance, tugging at his collar and flashing a triumphant grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, declaring, "Who else dares to challenge me?" In the next instant, the Crimson Demon shattered into fragments, dissipating upon the arena floor. Chapter 48. Do not flee, O points of reward. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more. The prodigies from various universities within Yunchuan province finally bore witness to the extraordinary prowess of the killing god of Chuanbei. He exhibited not even the bewildering skills showcased in the livestream. Instead, he triumphed solely through physical combat, vanquishing an 85-level SR. The victor upon the stage exuded arrogance, pride, and an air of superiority, embodying an eccentricity that was unparalleled. Had it been Lin Juanhao, their hearts would have been rife with discontent. Yet, they had come to wholeheartedly accept Xia Yuan, for he possessed a strength that could rival theirs, coupled with an extraordinary and captivating charisma that commanded respect. The local contract spirit masters and their spirits no longer dared to underestimate the students from the provincial academies. Years of oppression and prejudice were shattered by Xia Yuan's singular prowess. Han Wang and the others from Chuanbei regained their confidence, standing tall and proud, basking in his glory. They even felt a burgeoning sense of pride. Behold, this is our killing god of Chuanbei. Who can rival him? Though they had quaked in fear of Xia Yuan when in Chuanbei, now, within the province, they were compatriots, reveling in the sight of those from other regions being subdued by him. It was simply exhilarating. The students from the local academies joined in the cheers, finally able to hold their heads high in the central province. Lin Juanhao appeared dazed, disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "How can this be? SSR cannot possibly be this formidable." Even the Platinum Dragon King could not so easily defeat the Crimson Demon. He had never anticipated that the 85-level SR, cultivated with the full might of the Chongyang Lin family, could be so effortlessly crushed, and particularly in the very realm of physical combat where it excelled. Glaring at the triumphant Xia Yuan upon the stage, Lin Juanhao felt a bitter taste rise in his throat. He could only leave in disgrace, throwing his sleeves aside, and before departing, he weakly declared, "Xia Yuan, you, wait for it, were it not for the disdain of the Platinum Dragon King for attending gatherings, he would undoubtedly bring you to justice." Xia Yuan cast a sweeping glance at the other city dwellers, who dared not meet his gaze. Neither did their spirits. "Is there no one willing to challenge me? If so, I shall remain stationary, allowing all of your spirits to engage me. Should I move even a single step, consider it my defeat." He cleared his throat, softening his tone as he proposed, "How about this?" The killing god had gone mad again, attempting to lure all their spirits to their demise. In an instant, the crowd scattered in a panic, fleeing the contract spirit arena and returning to the Starlit Banquet Hall on the top floor. Xia Yuan, attempting to salvage the situation, beckoned them, "Do not depart. If all else fails, I shall even self-impose skills." As he watched the coveted points of reward slip away, Xia Yuan felt a profound sense of loss. Alas, had he cleared the spirits of all contract spirit masters present at this banquet, the system's reward bar would surely have surged significantly. Mo Shiyu shook her head in resignation. "Xia Yuan, have you lost your senses again? Do you still wish to kill?" Xia Yuan resumed his languid demeanor, lazily leaping off the stage. "Fat you don't understand. Do you think I am a rampaging, spirit-slaying demon? I am merely honing my skills. Otherwise, where do you think the techniques I acquired later came from? Shiyu looked at him skeptically. Really? Xia Yuan replied, of course. Recalling Xia Yuan's martial prowess, Shiyu was filled with excitement. The 8 gates of Duanjia is truly remarkable. With that, your physical skills are comparable to the pinnacle. Xia Yuan chuckled and strolled towards the starry sky banquet hall, musing about how far he had come. If the death gate were to open and I kicked Kai, that little girl would certainly be terrified. Shiyu cleared her throat, puffed out her chest, adjusted her flowing white gown, and blinked her sparkling eyes. Xia Yuan, don't you think I look different today? Xia Yuan turned to glance at her a few times. What is different? Have you perhaps worn sheer stockings? He pretended to lift the hem of her dress. Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly pressed down her gown. No, a white dress could never go with black stockings. Xia Yuan disregarded her further, quickening his pace and skipping away cheerfully. Time to eat, I'm a bit hungry. Leaving Shiyu behind, bewildered by the wind. Was she not looking good today? Why was it so difficult to hear a compliment from her SSR? Were sheer stockings that captivating, always on her mind? Shiyu contemplated and concluded that perhaps wearing black stockings more often would not be such a bad idea. Not to please Xia Yuan, but simply because she believed they were more flattering. In the starry sky banquet hall, following the incident involving Xia Yuan and Lin Juanhao, the atmosphere had notably improved. At least the local spirit beasts and their practitioners seemed quite pleased. Xia Yuan found the dining area and began to feast heartily, his cheeks stuffed with food. A shy, sweet voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Brother Xia Yuan, do you remember me? Xia Yuan had grown accustomed to the cliché approaches from women, but to his surprise, he recognized the voice. The speaker wore a red gown that should have appeared dignified and elegant, yet radiated a delightful and charming aura, her small face betraying her nervousness. It was Su Yun, whom he had previously teamed up with in the secret realm. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Xia Yuan responded, and Su Yun hurriedly offered him a glass of red wine, which he drank in one go. Sister Su Yun, you've made it to the provincial competition as well? Su Yun nodded obediently. She had noticed Xia Yuan from the start, but the beautiful women surrounding him had made it impossible for her to approach. Now, she finally had the chance to greet him. Xia Yuan appraised her from head to toe and casually complimented, "This red suits you well. It makes you look even more delightful and adorable." Su Yun's ears instantly turned red. "Thank you. I just watched the match, Brother Xia Yuan. You are becoming more formidable." At that moment, Shiyu, who had just approached while lifting her gown, witnessed this scene and felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. He picked up a chicken leg beside him and took a hearty bite, as if that very bite landed on Xia Yuan himself. While savoring his meal, Xia Yuan pondered whether tomorrow's provincial competition would be another bout. In essence, he yearned to earn system reward points. Su Yun glanced around and leaned closer to him, whispering softly, her breath fragrant, "I have some insider information. This year's provincial competition format differs from the past. It may involve a contest of our speed in clearing dungeons. In other words, the duration taken to swiftly conquer dungeons would determine the slots available for the national competition." Xia Yuan was slightly taken aback. How serendipitous. For his favorite activity was indeed rapid dungeon clearing. Recently, he had completed a 5-star dungeon in under 5 minutes. Nevertheless, even though slaying spirit contracts was no longer an option, defeating monsters could still accumulate system reward points, which was acceptable. At that moment, Shiyu approached, unexpectedly wedging herself between the two with a playful smirk. "Isn't this Su Yun? What a coincidence. By the way, what are you two whispering about?" Chapter 49. The Spinning Top. The provincial competition commences. Su Yun covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Don't misunderstand, I merely shared some insider information about the competition with Brother Xia Yuan." Shiyu smiled brightly on the surface, yet inwardly scoffed at the overly sweet tone, questioning the necessity of such endearments, particularly the repeated mention of Brother Xia Yuan. With a sweet smile, Su Yun observed that seemed quite concerned about Brother Xia Yuan, inquiring into every matter. Shiyu, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "He is my spirit contract, my companion with whom I share my days." "Is there a problem?" Xia Yuan picked up the wine glass she had previously offered to Xia Yuan, taking a dainty sip. I wouldn't restrict my spirit from doing anything. Even seeking a partner is permissible. Xia Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her hand raised and then fell, caught between speech and silence. That was the cup Xia Yuan had used. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan paid no heed to the two, engrossed in his plate, relishing the culinary delights. The rhythmic music of the starry banquet hall surged, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Men and women alike surged to the center, dancing to the beat. Suddenly, Xia Yuan and Xu Yun's gazes sharpened, and they simultaneously approached Xia Yuan. Brother Xia Yuan, may I have this dance? Xia Yuan, feeling quite full and satisfied, let out a contented burp. Upon noticing the two extending their hands, he chuckled. Are you sure you want to dance with me? I'm not skilled in that art. Xia Yuan reassured him. It's fine. Xu Yuan added, I can teach Brother Xia Yuan how to dance. The two spoke in unison. Seeing a throng of beautiful women approaching, Xia Yuan decided to take both their hands, retreating into the dance floor. All right then, let's go. Just a bit of post-meal exercise. Xia Yuan, taken aback, protested, wait, two at once is a bit much. Xu Yuan was equally surprised that Xia Yuan would dance with both of them. As typically, dances are one-on-one. Though inexperienced in dancing, Xia Yuan felt a natural aptitude, believing that becoming the king of dance in Asia was merely a thought away. And so, on the dance floor, two blossoms began to unfurl. One a rose, the other a snow lotus. Xia Yuan, carefree and cheerful, held the hands of Xia Yuan and Xu Yuan, guiding them as they twirled incessantly. Oh, this is delightful. Dancing is quite simple. The two ladies swirled in their flowing gowns, blooming like flowers, captivating onlookers. Yet, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. You're spinning so fast. Can you go even faster? Steady yourselves. I shall make you soar. Xia Yuan, becoming increasingly exhilarated, added his strength to hasten their spins. Xia Yuan and Xu Yuan, dizzy and desperate to cease, found themselves unable to voice their objections. They regretted it. Truly regretted it. Xia Yuan was treating them as spinning tops. The audience erupted in continuous exclamations, fervently applauding the extraordinary spinning top-like dance of the two performers, akin to a mesmerizing acrobatic display. As the starlit banquet drew to a close, Xia Yuan and Xu Yuan had already made their exit some time ago. They had truly endured a grueling ordeal. Before fainting from exhaustion, they had sworn never to dance with Xia Yuan again in this lifetime. The following day marked the official commencement of the provincial competition. A total of 270 young contract spirit masters, selected from 27 contract spirit academies in Yinchuan province, gathered at the Tianding Grand Plaza in Chongyang City. The Tianding Grand Plaza, comparable to the bird's nest of the previous life, boasts an expansive area. The surrounding spectator stand can accommodate nearly 100,000 attendees. Today, it was already at full capacity. The atmosphere was alive with the sounds of a bustling crowd. Vibrant and extraordinary, prominent families of contract spirit masters from Yinchuan province, officials from the Contract Spirit Master Alliance, and even some high-ranking military figures were present to witness the event. This competition was being broadcasted live nationwide, with no corner of the venue left unseen. Major media outlets across the Great Xia were on-site, providing live coverage and commentary. The scale of this event, merely a provincial competition, underscores the immense significance placed on the National Contract Spirit Master Collegiate Tournament. As the future stars of Yinchuan Province, the living force against dungeon monsters and mystical creatures, they entered Tianding Plaza amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd. Within the Chuanbei representative team, Xia Yuan strode forward with an air of indifference, surveying the grand spectacle around him, marveling, indeed, this provincial event is on a scale that dwarfs that of Chuanbei by countless measures. He maintained his relaxed and languid demeanor, but he thought to himself, after claiming first place, it would be best to conclude the competition early and return to the hotel, as he had arranged to meet with his gaming companion and a female acquaintance online. Dama, the nickname for the Holy Light Knight, was how Xia Yuan casually referred to him after they had grown familiar. It was convenient and pleasing to the ear. The female acquaintance was a skilled gamer he had met online. Upon hearing this, The Chuanbei crowd did not perceive Xia Yuan as boasting, for he indeed possessed such prowess. This was Mo Shiyu's first time participating in such a grand competition, and she felt a bit apprehensive yet excited. She pondered how to manage her expressions when Xia Yuan shone brilliantly, and how to evade the envious gazes directed her way. It was challenging to suppress a smile. Mo Shiyu rubbed her chin, realizing that her recent laughter had left her mouth slightly sore. She needed to exercise some restraint. Once everyone had entered the venue, the high-ranking officials from the Chuanbei provincial government approached, delivering a lengthy, albeit tedious, speech of encouragement and expectations. Just as Xia Yuan was contemplating how to dismiss them, the chief examiner of the Contract Spirit Master Alliance, responsible for this provincial competition, finally made his appearance and announced the rules of the contest. This competition would eliminate the traditional arena battles and instead adopt a dungeon racing format. Prior to the start of the competition, 10 special dungeon portals would materialize in the center of the arena. These unique dungeons were created by my SR Contract Spirit, mystical creator Zōngmàn, and the monsters within would be identical, with a difficulty level equivalent to that of a 4-star dungeon. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd, with gasps of astonishment echoing all around. The competitors, equally taken aback, began to murmur among themselves. The chief examiner, a well-dressed and robust middle-aged man, raised his hand to signal for silence before continuing. You must have your spirit companion complete a 4-star dungeon solo in the shortest time possible. However, you are granted 3 chances, allowing you to attempt the dungeon 3 times, with the shortest completion time of the 3 attempts being your score. There are a total of 270 participants in this competition, but only 5 spirit masters with the least time will qualify to proceed to the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty to compete in the national championship finals. He scoffed, remarking that those who cannot even conquer a 4-star dungeon solo should voluntarily forfeit. The finals are not a contest for individuals of your caliber to partake in. Chapter 50. The Strong Break the Rules. The SSR Platinum Dragon King emerges. Xia Yuan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, felt quite satisfied after listening to the news. Su Yun's insider information seemed remarkably accurate. It appeared she possessed considerable connections. Without regard for the ongoing competition, he raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Examiner de Zhuang, may I be the first to participate in the assessment?" Mo Shiyu, drenched in sweat, tugged at his sleeve, cautioning him against his impetuosity. This was the chief examiner of the league, a figure of immense power and stature. How could he dare to nickname him? The chief examiner turned to him, surprisingly unfazed, and with a smile, said, "You must be the SSR Xia Yuan. I've heard of you. You once aided in averting a disaster in the Abyss instance. My colleague Han Yu mentioned you, praising your strength. Personally, I hold you in high regard. But rules are rules. If I allow you to be the first to compete, it would undermine the regulations." Xia Yuan's expression soured. He was eager to conclude the competition swiftly and retreat to the hotel to indulge in some gaming. Time waits for no one, and should he arrive late, other teams would have already claimed the rewards for their first clears. He would surely face ridicule then. Mo Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. The chief examiner's lack of anger was a good sign. As for being the first, that was an unattainable wish. It would mean the chief examiner was giving them preferential treatment in public. However, in the next moment, the chief examiner's words rang out once more. Yet, are rules not meant to be broken? Every SSR is a national treasure of the Great Xia, and I deem you worthy of this exception. Thus, I am willing to bend the rules for you. At this declaration, the entire venue was astounded. In a live broadcast across various news media outlets, viewers erupted with confusion and disbelief. Among the participants, a cacophony of murmurs and discussions ensued. Mo Shiyu was left dumbfounded. She never expected him to genuinely agree. Xia Yuan's demeanor shifted instantly. He brightened with joy. The chief examiner was quite adept at handling matters. "Go on, state your name. I'll remember you. Should you need assistance, perhaps I might be inclined to help you if I'm in a good mood." What a remarkable turn of events. The audacity was astonishing. While the group from Chuanbei had grown accustomed to such arrogance, others had never witnessed such brazen pride in a spirit contract. Xiu frantically tugged at his attire, urgently whispering, "Xia Yuan, you must show the chief examiner some respect." The chief examiner, hands on his hips, showed no signs of irritation. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. "Then I shall not hold back. I am Liu Changhe, T1 level spirit contract master within the league." Among the participants, Lin Juanhao, with gritted teeth, could not bear to see Xia Yuan's fortune. He quickly rallied many followers, shouting, "This is unfair." Exactly. Competitions must be fair. If he is allowed to compete first simply because he is an SSR, the world would descend into chaos. We refuse to accept this. We demand a fair competition. Protest. Liu Changhe's gaze swept over the dissenters with keen intensity, as he solemnly remarked, "I understand your discontent, but if you too possess a spirit contract as formidable as Xia Yuan's, I would be more than willing to break the rules for you as well. How does that sound?" His tone turned icy. "You fledgling newcomers, have you ever faced the calamity of a raid boss? Have you glimpsed the hell that lies along the contract spirit Great Wall? Do you comprehend the terror of a world-class bounty boss?" Liu Changhe's eyes reddened. This brawny man trembled uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. "I have seen. Even my contract spirits, in their presence, are but ants crushed without effort. Only those truly formidable contract spirits can rescue the innocent souls suffering from disaster. I have witnessed them risk everything to snatch life from the clutches of death. The lives saved number in the millions. Is it not just that those who can make such immense contributions to humanity should enjoy the modest privileges of cutting in line?" The arena fell into a profound silence. Liu Changhe took a deep breath to steady his emotions and slowly continued. "Of course, this is merely my personal perspective. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to lodge a complaint against me. I will accept full responsibility." Following this declaration, the participants had no further objections. Xia Yuan was momentarily stunned. After listening to Liu Changhe's words, he found himself inexplicably lost in thought. It seemed this world was far more complex than he had imagined. He must become stronger. Nevertheless, in his leisure time, the game must still be played. Just as the atmosphere settled into silence, a voice rang out. "If SSR has the privilege to take the lead, then my Platinum Dragon King wishes to be first." From the ranks of the Zōngmàn Contract Spirit Master Academy, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing an elegant demeanor stepped forward. This individual was Zhou Ko, the Contract Spirit Master of the Platinum Dragon King. He moved to the forefront of the team, raising his head as a magnificent platinum Western dragon materialized behind him. Its robust body was adorned with taut muscular lines. Covered in platinum scales, its size was not particularly large. Its cavernous maw revealed sharp fangs. Massive wings folded at its sides, and its fiery red, lantern-like vertical pupils stared ahead. Its gaze lacked the characteristic sharpness and imposing aura of dragons, appearing somewhat bewildered, as if unsure why it had been summoned. This was the strongest ace of the top-ranked Contract Spirit Academy in Yunchuan Province, the SSR Platinum Dragon King, level 57. All eyes in the arena converged upon it. Beads of cold sweat, seemingly human, trickled down the Platinum Dragon King's forehead. Yet, faced with such scrutiny, it summoned its courage, held its head high, and emitted a low growl reminiscent of a warning bark from a fierce dog before an attack, putting on a fearsome display. Since the other party had stepped forward to provoke, Xia Yuan leaped to the front of the team, standing defiantly against the giant dragon. Xiu, having no choice, followed suit. Xia Yuan and the dragon locked eyes, both SSRs sizing each other up, weighing their strengths. Truth be told, this was Xia Yuan's first encounter with another SSR, and he could not discern any formidable traits in this dragon. However, as he himself noted, those formidable spirit contracts often possess an extraordinary and enigmatic nature, remaining concealed beneath a faade that reveals little. The more Xia Yuan observed the Platinum Dragon King, the more he perceived its seemingly dull demeanor, prompting him to inquire, "Dull dragon, are you truly certain you wish to contend for the first place?" Upon hearing this, the Platinum Dragon King averted its gaze in a moment of self-doubt, lowering its head to confer softly with its master. Perhaps it would suffice not to vie for first place, I am not particularly eager for such a title, despite its commanding dragon voice. The tone it emitted was undeniably humble and gentle. Zhouke replied coldly, "No, you desire it." The Platinum Dragon King, with unwavering honesty, raised its head and affirmed to Xia Yuan with 2 words, "I desire." As the 2 SSRs made their entrance, tensions escalated, much to the delight of the live audience, who became increasingly engrossed. Lu Changhe cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, "Both of you are SSRs. I could indeed bend the rules for you. However, I cannot dictate the order of your competition. How about a duel?" At this suggestion, the audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A splendid performance awaits. You truly understand what the audience yearns to witness. This chief examiner must be you. Chapter 51, Summer Abyss vs. Platinum Dragon King. Part 3, Summer Abyss, undeterred, had no concept of retreat in his lexicon. The gaming event was imminent. Returning early would afford him ample preparation time. The Platinum Dragon King's eyes widened like brass bells, exuding an air of menace. With nostrils flaring, it raised its head, finally emanating the authority and might befitting of a dragon, radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. The atmosphere was charged with tension. In a chilling tone, it declared, "In that case, let us settle this, human." Summer Abyss clenched his fists, a grin spreading across his face. What splendid timing, for that is precisely my intention. He was genuinely eager to ascertain the true strength of an SSR. After all, the SRs paled in comparison before him. This dragon might indeed surprise him. The atmosphere between the 2 parties once again hung in a precarious balance, thick with the scent of impending conflict, as if they were on the verge of combat. The formidable presence of the 2 SSRs drove away all onlookers. Both the audience on-site and those watching the live stream instinctively held their breath, palms sweating with anticipation. Could it be that these 2 SSRs could no longer contain themselves and were prepared to engage here and now? Summer Abyss had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded dragon would display such tenacity, to dare challenge him in a direct confrontation. Here should one perish, it would be the end. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the dragon's gaze. An intense intuition surged within him. At that moment, Summer Abyss and the Platinum Dragon King synchronized their mental energies, and they both called out simultaneously, "Rock, paper, scissors." Summer Abyss chose scissors. The Platinum Dragon King extended its razor-sharp claws. In an instant, the victor was clear. Summer Abyss erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. I was the first to act." The Platinum Dragon King, visibly disheartened, cradled its head with its claws and lamented, "I have lost." A stunned silence enveloped the gathering. The audience was left in disbelief. They yearned to collapse on the ground, feet flailing. What on earth was this? Just moments ago, they had been so fierce and menacing, and now they were reduced to this absurdity? Zhouke buried his face in his hands, wishing he could disappear into the earth. Xiu felt equally embarrassed and longed to flee. "You two are SSRs. After such a display, the formidable and noble image you once held is utterly shattered." Not just the others, but even Summer Abyss himself finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. Casting aside his victorious delight, he flung his hat in exasperation. "Was this nonsense? You truly resorted to rock, paper, scissors? I yearned for a battle. Do you understand the essence of combat? Simpleton Dragon?" The Platinum Dragon King, scratching its head with a bewildered expression, responded innocently, "What battle? I've watched countless human cartoons, and in situations like this, they usually resolve it with rock, paper, scissors." It sighed in disappointment. "In any case, I have lost. You shall go first, and I will take second place." Facing the foolish dragon, Xia Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to muster any biting sarcasm or sharp retorts. Silence enveloped him. Lu Changhe stepped forward to put an end to the farce. "In that case, let Xia Yuan be the first to undergo the assessment, followed by the Platinum Dragon King. Do either of you have any objections regarding your spirit masters?" Xiu, of course, had no objections. Zhouke, his head hung low, felt as though he had lost all dignity and remained silent. He had entered the scene with such flair, only to be reduced to a mere clown by the antics of the Platinum Dragon King. Zhou Ku turned back, casting a fierce glare at the Platinum Dragon King. You are hereby punished with a month without watching cartoons. The Platinum Dragon King appeared as if struck by lightning, tears welling in its slitted eyes, and it whined. How can you be so cruel, master? I have done nothing wrong. Seeing this, Zhou Ku felt a twinge of compassion and relented. Fine, just 1 week then. The Platinum Dragon King was instantly moved, exclaiming, Master, you truly are a kind person. Zhou Ku. After this peculiar farce, the competition was officially set to commence. Liu Changhe summoned his SR Spirit, the space designer, which bore a most unusual form, resembling a pixelated block figure. Xia Yuan was somewhat taken aback, noting how much it resembled a villager from the game Minecraft. The block figure closed its eyes in contemplation for a moment before producing various tools, such as a hammer and nails, which floated in mid-air as it busily worked. Before long, a pixelated portal manifested, gradually solidifying into a genuine transport gateway. It then busied itself further, crafting a large screen for timekeeping. The remaining portals would be constructed by the designer. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, you may commence your assessments directly, Liu Changhe announced. We will be able to monitor your progress via the large timekeeping screen behind the portal. Remember, you have only 3 attempts. Xia Yuan stretched his limbs and removed his sunglasses, revealing his sparkling 6 eyes. Once is sufficient. Fat you, prepare yourself. Mo Shiyu immediately summoned Xiao He, who perched upon her shoulder. Since this is a race, I have a tactical suggestion. Although it would be ideal if the designer construct a 4-star dungeon with a direct pathway. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do share. The two engaged in a hushed discussion. A slight smile crept across Xia Yuan's lips. Let us give it a try. I hope to succeed on the first attempt, as I have no desire for a second. In the surrounding audience seats of the Tian Ding Grand Square, everyone sat up straight, anticipation filling the air. This time, there should be no mishaps. We will finally witness the true power of SSR. With both Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu prepared, they stepped into the portal amidst the gaze of the multitude. In the next moment, they found themselves within the 4-star special dungeon. The cameras capturing every angle and broadcasting it on the large screen. The instant they entered, Xia Yuan immediately assumed a horse stance, ready for action. He gazed with a smile at the tunnel leading directly to the boss room, realizing that Fat Yu had indeed been deceived. A straight-through dungeon, no convoluted pathways. This would be straightforward. The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Xia Yuan stood motionless before the dungeon. Then, they heard a series of clear and chilling incantations. 9 principles, polarization, between darkness and light. A terrifying and awe-inspiring aura erupted from him. Silver hair danced wildly. His movements were elegant. Virtual style, Z. The full force of 150 virtual style Z was unleashed. Boom! The entire 4-star special dungeon trembled violently. The ground before Xia Yuan shattered layer by layer, as a destructive violet light erupted from his fingertips. An expansive attack obliterated everything in its path, as if the very fabric of space had been shattered. All the minor monsters within the dungeon were instantly reduced to nothingness. The might of virtual style Z remained undiminished, piercing through to the boss room, striking the dungeon boss. Poor creature, it barely had time to reveal itself before being annihilated in an instant. The 4-star dungeon boss, only level 80, could not withstand Xia Yuan's devastating 150 virtual style Z. In the astonished gaze of all, Xia Yuan had successfully conquered the dungeon, with time frozen at an astonishing 15 seconds. Chapter 52. Is the virtual style really that powerful, or is it still concealing its strength? In a mere 15 seconds, while the crowd was still in a state of shock, Xia Yuan had already concluded the battle and was teleported out of the instance. Liu Changhe stood in bewilderment. Was it that fast? Zhou Ku and the Platinum Dragon King gaped with eyes wide as saucers, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. A 4-star instance was a simple feat for them to solo, but 15 seconds was simply outrageous. The Platinum Dragon King swallowed hard. Master, he is incredibly strong. Are you certain he is also an SSR? Perhaps he is lacking an S. I just want to go home and watch cartoons. Zhou was aware of Xia Yuan's prowess, having witnessed his battle footage and live streams. Yet, the opponent had not displayed such cataclysmic output before. Did his previous virtual style possess such tremendous power? The other competitors from various academies were equally dumbfounded. Who could possibly surpass this achievement? It was as if he had already secured first place in advance. Lin Juanhao was utterly astonished. He had been pondering how to exact revenge, but now he felt utterly devoid of courage. An SSR. He yearned for an SSR himself. After a few seconds of silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, as if the roof might lift off. Goodness gracious, 15 seconds? That is just the time it takes to relieve oneself. And he has completed the 4-star instance. Did you see that? One strike of the virtual style shattered the entire instant space, and the boss was obliterated in an instant. This is astonishing, both fierce and stylish. His Spirit Master is truly fortunate. I understand now. The battle videos of God Yuan did not showcase his full strength. He was still concealing his capabilities. Until now, no spirit or boss has compelled Xia Yuan to unleash his full potential. One can only look at other SSRs, such as the Platinum Dragon King, but alas, the two did not engage in combat. After concluding his task, Xia Yuan strolled away with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor cheerful. Xiu followed closely behind, managing her expressions. Lu Chanhe could not help but inquire, "You have 2 more attempts. Are you really not going to try again?" Without turning back, Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'm already in first place, am I not?" Lu Chanhe replied, "Indeed, that achievement of 15 seconds is already remarkable. Even the Platinum Dragon King, an SSR himself, might struggle to surpass it." As Xia Yuan passed by Zhou and the Platinum Dragon King, he took a moment to greet them. "Dull Dragon, keep it up. I hope you can break my record. Just make sure your score isn't higher than mine, at least for the decimal." The Platinum Dragon King appeared flabbergasted, waving both claws frantically. "I'm not as formidable as you, so I may disappoint your expectations. My apologies." Zhou felt exasperated, thinking, "He is mocking you." The Platinum Dragon King, looking confused, responded, "Is that so? I thought he was quite nice, encouraging me." In fact, Xia Yuan found this amusing, chuckling heartily. "You are quite entertaining. I hope to have the chance to battle you in the national competition." The Platinum Dragon King shook its head like a rattle, unwilling to confront this formidable being. From a moment, it emerged from the Spirit Contract space. It sensed the extreme danger posed by the individual before it, an intensity comparable to that of its former superior, the Dragon God. Why engage in a futile battle? It was not foolish. On the contrary, it was quite astute. Having spoken, Xia Yuan cheerfully hummed a tune as he exited the celestial arena. Xiu initially intended to observe the performance of the SSR Platinum Dragon King further, but with Xia Yuan leaving so resolutely, she felt compelled to follow suit. Thus, she took out her phone and began watching the live stream, eager to discover whether Xia Yuan was truly remarkable or if all SSRs shared similar prowess. Noticing her engrossed in the live broadcast, Xia Yuan remarked, "After you finish watching the results of the day's dragon, be sure to let me know." He was equally invested in the outcome. Had he not been in a hurry to return for a gaming event, he would have stayed to witness the Platinum Dragon King's dungeon run to its conclusion. Within the celestial arena, onlookers could only bid farewell to Xia Yuan and Xiu, subsequently shifting their gaze entirely to the Platinum Dragon King. They too were curious about how the SSR Platinum Dragon King would perform. At this moment, it was the most likely candidate to break the astonishing record of 15 seconds. Pressure mounted on the Platinum Dragon King, which curled its massive form, appearing somewhat disoriented. Observing this, Zhou sternly commanded, "Straighten your back. You are a dragon, and more importantly, an SSR." The Platinum Dragon King jolted and straightened its posture. Zhou, with a look of exasperation, earnestly advised, "Big White, you must believe in yourself. You're also an SSR, no less than that fellow. Once you focus, what has 15 seconds? We can secure victory in 10 seconds. The Platinum Dragon King shook its head repeatedly, exclaiming, "I cannot." Zhou insisted, "Then you must give it your all." The Platinum Dragon King limped forward dejected, Murmuring, "I understand," the two entered the portal, preparing for the assessment. Zhouke's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to devise their strategy. The two fellows ahead have already provided us with an excellent tactical foundation. Big White. Once inside, directly chant the spirit word Candle Dragon. Maximize your output and drain every ounce of my spiritual energy. We're all in on this gamble. The Platinum Dragon King glanced at him with concern. But Master, if I drain your spiritual energy, Zhou confidently waved his hand, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Fear not. It's merely a trifling matter. My body may be weaker than most, but I won't perish just yet. Trust me. The Platinum Dragon King fell silent. After finalizing their strategy, they stepped into the portal. The entire arena held its breath in anticipation. The world knew little of the Platinum Dragon King's true strength. The individual in question was only selected as an SSR last year and did not even participate in the National Spirit Master University competition, thus never having the opportunity to showcase their prowess on such a grand stage. Their demeanor is far more understated than that of Xia Yuan. Currently, there is little documentation regarding the Platinum Dragon King's achievements. Firstly, it is the most formidable spirit contracted at Zōngmàn Academy, having emerged as a champion with overwhelming strength. Secondly, during a 5-star dungeon catastrophe, after the crowd had dispersed, it boldly entered to safeguard the cats and dogs at a stray animal shelter. Despite facing an onslaught from a multitude of level 80 monsters, it ensured that not a single animal perished. At that time, its own level was merely 32. On the big screen, the figures of Zhou and the Platinum Dragon King appeared. Their strategy mirrored that of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Upon teleporting into the dungeon, they began to gather energy for a powerful strike, intending to swiftly clear the dungeon in a single blow. Chapter 53. The Spirit Flame Candle Dragon, I am SSS. The Platinum Dragon King, with its clear yet naive eyes, suddenly assumed a demeanor of utmost seriousness. It unfurled its majestic wings and soared into the skies, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar as it danced gracefully in midair. The sound resonated like a distant battle hymn, both sorrowful and enigmatic. A palpable, heart-stirring force began to coalesce as it twirled elegantly. Abruptly, the Platinum Dragon King halted its dance, its belly glowing a vivid red as it ascended. Charging towards its cavernous maw, with a mighty expulsion, a vividly lifelike crimson fire dragon spiraled forth, radiating an inferno that threatened to consume all in its path, crashing relentlessly into the boss chamber. In an instant, the entire tunnel of the dungeon was engulfed in searing flames, piercing through the surroundings. The Spirit Flame Candle Dragon unleashed its fury. All minor foes were incinerated to ash, and the blazing Candle Dragon shattered the entrance of the boss room, colliding forcefully with the creature within. It let out a piercing wail, its health visibly plummeting, though it did not achieve the instantaneous defeat akin to that of Xia Yuan. The decrease in health was nonetheless rapid. However, Zhou suddenly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Observing this, the Platinum Dragon King's fiery breath noticeably diminished. The boss's health decline slowed, and it staggered forward, dragging its burning form towards them. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of the flames, the boss eventually succumbed on the path. The completion time for the dungeon was ultimately recorded at 41 seconds. While it could not rival the monstrous 15 seconds of Xia Yuan, it vastly exceeded expectations, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Oh, how impressive! 41 seconds. Such flames, igniting the entire 4-star dungeon. The Platinum Dragon King may appear somewhat daft, yet its prowess is undeniable. It truly lives up to its SSR status. Despite falling short compared to Xia Yuan's output, it surpassed all other contracted spirits, achieving a remarkable solo efficiency. One can only imagine the wealth of spirit stones and materials a spirit master could amass in a day, given ample spiritual energy. However, it seemed the spirit master's condition was amiss. He felt unable to keep pace with the Platinum Dragon King's output, severely lagging behind. The Platinum Dragon King, anxious, spat out the remnants of fire in its mouth. Leaning closer to inspect Zhouke's state, "Master, are you all right?" Should we visit the hospital? Zhou steadied himself by grasping its snout and, in a weakened tone, replied, Big White, why did you suddenly reduce your power? I told you, don't worry about me. Unleash your full potential and drain my spiritual energy. The Platinum Dragon King offered no rebuttal, merely bowing its head in silent acquiescence. It understood that its master's health had always been precarious, and thus it refrained from recklessly wielding its power. In no time, both master and dragon were teleported back to the celestial arena, greeted by thunderous applause, though they had not surpassed Xia Yuan's 15 seconds. However, the formidable incantation of the Candle Dragon left everyone in awe, revealing the true strength of SSR. In the hotel, Xia, having finished watching the livestream, reported the Platinum Dragon King's performance of 41 seconds to the nearby Xia Yuan, who was busy opening his computer. They employed nearly identical tactics. It seems the opposing team's output was still inferior to yours. Xia Yuan, while preparing for battle, replied with confidence, Of course, I am the strongest. Nevertheless, that dim-witted dragon achieving such a time is commendable. Xia's brow furrowed slightly, yet Zhou appears unwell. His spiritual energy seems limited, which may have hindered the Platinum Dragon King's performance. Xia Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her. Oh, so you believe your spiritual energy does not restrict my performance? Xia puffed her cheeks in frustration, angrily punching his back. I am progressing after all. I have been perpetually drained by you. Other contract spirit masters lack such tenacity. Xia Yuan, treating the blows as mere enjoyment, donned his headphones and entered the squad's voice chat. Upon entering, he heard the weary complaint of the Holy Light Knight. You're too slow. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Xia Yuan retorted with irritation. For heaven's sake. You truly are insatiable. Do you not realize I rushed back, even foregoing that grand tournament? The Holy Light Knight replied nonchalantly. So, did you secure first place? If not, do not call me your brother. I do not have brothers like you. Xia Yuan, grinning with pride, asserted, Naturally, I claimed first place, effortlessly soloing the 4-star dungeon in 15 seconds before returning. The voice of the Holy Light Knight fell silent. Then, a melodious female voice chimed in, tinged with familiar exasperation. Ha! You're boasting again. You previously claimed to be a contract spirit. Do you understand what it means to finish a 4-star dungeon in 15 seconds? Even SSRs of the same level cannot achieve that. Xia Yuan, unaccustomed to concealing his identity, engaged in chat with this highly skilled female gamer without reservation. I'm afraid I did just that. SSR may be the pinnacle of contract spirits in this world, but is not my limit. He pondered for a moment, adding, If I had to insist, I would say I'm SSSSSS. Or, the female voice erupted into laughter. Go play. I could just as easily claim to be a world-class bounty boss, holding the lives of 1 billion in my hands. Do you believe that? Xia Yuan sighed. Well, if you don't believe it, that's fine. If we were to meet offline, I fear you might fall for me. A cascade of tinkling laughter filled the headphones. Meanwhile, the Holy Light Knight was unable to share in the amusement, fully aware that Xia Yuan's claims were indeed true. She had just checked. Damn it, UNZ, how are you so much stronger than me? No way. Let us jump into the game. I must reclaim my superiority and utterly defeat you. The exceptionally skilled female netizen remarked. Ah, you may perform as you wish. I am aware that you seek to showcase yourselves before me, to win my favor, and subsequently to develop an offline connection. The masked figure is merely a subordinate of the abyss, correct? Alas, my wretched charm, solely emanating from my voice, has ensnared you in this manner. This is my transgression. I cannot blame you. The Holy Light Knight, Xia Yuan, he believed his skin was sufficiently thick, only to discover that there are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond his reach. The perspective shifts back to the Tianding venue. The competition is vigorously underway. However, despite the relentless efforts of all participants, they can only vie for the 3rd place, as no matter their exertions. They remain unable to alter the standings of the top 2. In fact, the disparity is quite vast. Following the performances of Xia Yuan and the Platinum Dragon King, the battles of other contract spirits instantly appeared as mundane as children's play. Only a select few SR spirits managed to elicit faint applause from the audience with their meager displays of strength. The results of the provincial competition were swiftly announced. First place, 15 seconds. Second place, 41 seconds. Third place, 1 minute and 51 seconds. Fourth place, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Fifth place, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. The 5 strongest contract masters from Yinchuan province had been determined and were on their way to the imperial capital of the Great Xia to engage in the final contest against monsters from across the nation. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan's remarkable achievement of completing a 4-star dungeon in just 15 seconds stirred considerable excitement within the contract master community. The Chuanbei Contract Master Academy has thus gained significant renown, with its ranking soaring. Simultaneously, in the capital of the Great Xia, within a tavern named World Peace, a proprietor clad in a tailcoat leisurely polished a glass while watching the news broadcasting the National Intercollegiate Contract Master Competition. He murmured to himself, "It seems this year's contract masters are exceedingly formidable. I must devise a means to eliminate a few, lest the current state of world peace be unsustainable." Chapter 54, Spirit Master Online Ranked Match, Scatter, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. As the provincial tournament concluded, the nationwide competition awaited another week to commence. For the time being, they resided in a luxurious hotel in Chongyang City, anticipating visitors from the imperial capital of Daxia. During this week, Xia Yuan had no intention of immersing himself solely in gaming. The influence of Wu Qiaowu's personality had rendered him less of a recluse than in his previous life, making him restless. He glanced over at the black-clad JK girl lounging on the sofa, her legs rhythmically tapping against the cushion. Mo Shiyu was engrossed in her phone, a mysterious allure surrounding her. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, admiring her with satisfaction. "It's quite a surprise to see your fashion sense suddenly improve today." Noticing Xia Yuan's gaze, Mo Shiyu's expression shifted to one of slight anxiety, prompting her to spring up from the sofa. I just felt like dressing up," she retorted. Xia Yuan approached, curiosity piqued. "Was you so delighted?" Mo Shiyu visibly tensed, concealing her phone. "It's nothing. Can't I be happy?" However, her attempt to hide only intensified Xia Yuan's intrigue. Flashing a bright smile, he leaned in closer and effortlessly snatched the phone from her grasp. Mo Shiyu found herself unable to resist. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Help! The spirit is attacking the spirit master." Xia Yuan, let go. "There's nothing to see," she protested. "You're invading my privacy." Regrettably for her, Xia Yuan possessed an audacious spirit, indifferent to her distress. He opened the phone to find a trove of his own handsome photographs, capture moments during the virtual event Z, when the boundless realm unfolded, and even instances of his unrestrained laughter. Feigning fear, he crossed his arms, eyeing Mo Shiyu with mock suspicion. "Where did these come from? I never imagined you, fat you, were a stalker, lurking beside me." Mo Shiyu seized her phone back, her face flushed with indignation. "I'm not a stalker. Those weren't taken by me. They were captured by her fan club online. I merely wanted to print them as punching bags to vent my frustrations. It's not like I cherish them." Xia Yuan regarded her skeptically before adopting a deeply affectionate tone. "Is that so? As your spirit, you can tell me anything you desire. For instance," he began to slowly unbutton his white shirt. Mo Shiyu gulped audibly, instinctively covering her face while peering through her fingers. "Why you? Don't be a rogue. I warn you, I am your master." Xia Yuan burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. "Look at you, I'm just teasing. Why so serious?" Mo Shiyu realized she had once again been played, and, feeling exasperated, unleashed her flurry of chaotic punches upon Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's tone became considerably more serious as he inquired, "All right, no more jokes. Let us discuss something pertinent. Is there a place akin to the spirit arena? Perhaps underground fighting as well? I wish to hone my skills extensively before the national competition." He continued, "Compared to the traditional method of clearing dungeons, the rewards from defeating spirits in the spirit arena are substantially greater. Moreover, it genuinely allows for skill refinement. Thus far, I have nearly mastered the template of Wu Qiaowu. However, I am still somewhat unfamiliar with the universal skills of 8 Gates of Duanjia and the Soul-Cutting Blade, Senbenzakura. Only by integrating all abilities and even developing new techniques can one become stronger. Upon hearing this, Emoshiyu ceased her antics, pondered for a moment, and blurted out, "There has always been one, and it's quite common. The Daxia Spirit Master online ranked matches." Xia Yuan looked slightly taken aback. "Online ranked matches? I am familiar with this. It's akin to the PvP in card-drawing development games." He then playfully trapped Emoshiyu under his arm, gently pressing her forehead, and lamented, "Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier?" Emoshiyu, wincing in discomfort and clutching her head, retorted, "Ouch, that hurts." "Xia Yuan, be gentler. Generally, we college spirit masters do not initiate ranked matches. Rather than expend our spiritual energy on them, it is more beneficial to clear dungeons and level up. Furthermore, the 10 placement matches are crucial, as the win rate determines our initial rank as spirit masters, who would embark on ranked matches before adequately nurturing their spirits." Xia Yuan released her and inquired, "Are there indeed ranks in these matches?" Emoshiyu, rubbing her temples as she sat up, murmured, as expected from someone who plays games daily. "Indeed, the ranks progress from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and king." After contemplating for a moment, Xia Yuan decided to dive into the ranked matches within the week, curious to see how far he could climb. Suddenly, Emoshiyu felt an itch in her legs, and upon glancing down, her cheeks flushed crimson. Xia Yuan, unfazed, removed his hand and stood up, stating that time was of the essence, and they should embark on the placement matches immediately. Emoshiyu bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How does it feel?" Xia Yuan cleared his throat and remarked, "Still plump, but better than pork." Emoshiyu seized his arm and, with her mouth agape, playfully bit down. Xia Yuan winced in pain, exclaiming, "Are you a dog?" After their playful banter, Emoshiyu logged onto the official website for the Daxia Spirit Master online ranked matches to register an account. She found herself struggling with a name selection. "What should I name myself?" "Xia Yuan, do you have any ideas?" Xia Yuan pondered briefly and casually suggested, "How about Rainy Night with a Blade, but no umbrella? My gaming username is Toilet with a Sword, but no toilet paper, a rather amusing combination." Emoshiyu's lips twitched slightly. Only this fellow could conceive such a repugnant name. Upon reflection, Rainy Night with a Knife, but no umbrella isn't too bad either. After creating her Spirit Master account, they proceeded to the teleportation portal setup within the hotel for the Spirit Master ranking matches. Emoshiyu began to elucidate. The online ranking matches for Spirit Masters require entry into a unique space for competition. The fundamental rules of the online ranking matches are akin to those of the Spirit Arena. One does not truly perish, but can expend a significant amount of spiritual energy to revive within the spirit space. However, it allows for impromptu duels with powerful spirit masters from across the Great Xia, facilitating the study of tactics and team compositions. Moreover, the Great Xia provides corresponding spirit stone subsidies for each rank of spirit master, with higher ranks yielding more substantial rewards. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Having played numerous games in his past life, he found this concept easily comprehensible. As the two stepped through the portal, the scene abruptly shifted. They found themselves in a space reminiscent of a virtual gaming environment. After Emoshiyu logged in and bound Xia Yuan as her spirit, a prompt appeared before them, inquiring whether they wished to alter their appearance, to protect their privacy and prevent the disclosure of tactical arrangements and spirit intelligence upon encountering acquaintances. The ranking match space also featured a facial customization system. Emoshiyu felt a surge of excitement, although she had been familiar with these concepts since childhood. This was her first experience in a marvelous ranking match space. Since they were here, why not explore the facial customization feature? Xia Yuan chuckled, well acquainted with such systems. He began to meticulously experiment with the facial customization tool. After a while Emoshiyu was still deliberating, Xia Yuan had successfully transformed his appearance. When she turned to look, she was taken aback to see Xia Yuan had morphed into an exceptionally handsome figure. He possessed striking features and wore a cold expression. Clad in a black and white coat adorned with silver filigree, His dark hair was elegantly styled with a unique accessory that gathered strands and fell gracefully across his forehead. His piercing violet eyes were sharp and commanding. This distinct ensemble was undeniably stylish, stoic, imposing, and regal. Indeed, the persona Xia Yuan had crafted resembled Captain Byakuya from the world of Soul Reapers. In a deliberately cold tone, he languidly uttered, "Scatter, Simmonsakra." But upon saying this, Xia Yuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, instantly shattering the stoic facade. I must admit, I have a knack for acting. Although the universal skills could not alter the original character's appearance, the ability to customize within this ranking match space was truly delightful. Chapter 55. The enchanting and lethal pink cherry blossom. She gazed in a daze as she observed the new creation sculpted by Xia Yuan, exclaiming, "How did you mold it so exquisitely?" Xia Yuan chuckled. "It's merely a matter of practiced hands." In his previous life, he had engaged in games that required character customization, dedicating considerable effort to master the art of shaping his beloved anime characters. Little did he anticipate that such skills would find practical application in this new world. With admiration gleaming in her eyes, Shiyu implored, "Could you create a character for me as well? I desire one that embodies unparalleled beauty and heroic grace." Xia Yuan readily agreed, pondering, unparalleled beauty coupled with heroic grace. Is it? An image began to form in his mind. He commenced his artistic endeavor on Shiyu, ultimately crafting an adorable variant of Saber. The maiden's visage resembled a sculpture carved from ice and snow. Fair, exquisite, and strikingly fierce. Her golden hair was elegantly gathered at the back, save for a rebellious tuft that stood upright, symbolizing her adorably quirky persona. Draped in a deep blue battle skirt and adorned with shimmering mithril armor, she exuded an aura of breathtaking beauty and valor. Shiyu opened a mirror to gaze upon her reflection, instantly captivated. "This is simply the SSR spirit," she exclaimed, "both beautiful and valiant." Staring at her reflection in awe, she genuinely gave Xia Yuan a thumbs up, saying, "Xia Yuan, you are remarkable. Did you design this effortlessly? Or is it inspired by someone from your world?" Xia Yuan pondered for a moment. Well, it could be considered so. In his heart, he regarded her as one of his beloveds. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if his transformative abilities could also yield female characters. After all, various universes in anime featured numerous formidable female warriors. The thought made him uneasy. Transforming into a woman felt somewhat alarming. Although he could revert back, it still felt akin to cross-dressing. Once they were prepared, Shiyu took a deep breath and declared, "Xia Yuan, I shall initiate the ranked match now. We absolutely must not lose in these first 10 matches." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Saber, do you believe you will falter?" Shiyu looked perplexed. "Saber? What does that mean?" Xia Yuan replied, "It's nothing. The character you embody is named thus. She also bears the nickname the King of Adorable Hair." Shiyu glanced at her tuft of hair, finding the name quite fitting. "Matching in progress. Please hold." A mechanical female voice resonated in the space. As the countdown began, 0:01. Xia Yuan couldn't help but survey the wondrous environment around him. Surely, this space offered more than just ranked matches. The gaming experience could not be so sparse. Shiyu marveled, "Truly, you are a tech enthusiast. This space offers not only ranked matches, but also bounty matches, team competitions, and various entertainment contests. The life of a spirit master is indeed quite vibrant." Just then, the mechanical voice chimed in once more. "Match successfully established." The entire space transformed as if by magic, ultimately morphing into an expansive, open arena. The architecture and artistic style of the venue bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, exuding a profound sense of historical significance. Surrounding the arena were the spectator stands, indicating that even the ranking matches could be observed. Upon entering the arena, Xia Yuan and Shiyu were not far apart when their matched opponents revealed themselves. The player, who went by the username Not Eating Cilantro, Silver Tier, was positioned in the bronze rank. The spirit conjurer's avatar was a crudely modeled rabbit officer. The conjured spirits numbered 3, with no hidden ranks, 2 at rank C and 1 at rank B. all maxed out at level 100. The rabbit officer, upon seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, they regained composure and exclaimed, "Wait, your character models are simply exquisite." The rabbit officer blinked with wide eyes and earnestly requested, "May I please have your character creation codes? I am willing to purchase them." Xia Yuan was surprised to learn that character creation codes could be sold, but he was indifferent. However, Mo Shiyu firmly declined, stating, "I'm sorry, but this is not for sale. It is my exclusive personal avatar." She had no intention of allowing her unique character design by Xia Yuan to become commonplace, primarily because she was not lacking in funds. Not eating cilantro, feeling somewhat disheartened, gazed at Mo Shiyu with gleaming eyes and suggested, "If necessary, I can offer spirit stones." Mo Shiyu shook her head, clicked the ready button, and coldly declared, "Let us begin." This character was priceless in her eyes. With no other options, Not eating cilantro resigned to the situation, then turned to observe Xia Yuan's level, noting that he was merely at level 54 and possessed no additional spirits. Curiosity piqued. They inquired, "Yu Dai Dao, do you dare to enter a ranked match with only a level 54 spirit? Is your spirit of a high rank?" Mo Shiyu smirked slightly, resembling a dragon king with a crooked smile, and replied, "You'll find out once I defeat you." Not eating cilantro's rabbit-like face turned serious. Typically, a player would only summon one spirit, especially one of low level. They would either be a top-tier expert at rank A or even an SR rank, or simply a novice who lacked understanding. Sensing the opponent's confidence, it was evident they were a formidable contender. However, once the ranked match commenced, there would be no option to withdraw, compelling her to proceed with determination. Both parties pressed the confirmation button for readiness. The countdown to battle began. 3, 2, 1, fight! The spirits were unleashed, and the assault could commence. Xia Yuan raised his hand unhurriedly, manifesting the Zhang Padao Qian Benning in his grasp. Mo Shiyu stared in astonishment at the long blade that had suddenly appeared in his hand. She could not recall having drawn a weapon for Xia Yuan. Where had the weapon come from? It then dawned on her that among Xia Yuan's new skills was one called Zhang Padao Qian Benning. She felt a surge of excitement. The preceding 8 gates of Duanjia had enhanced Xia Yuan's martial prowess. Thus, the Zampakit seems to have enhanced Xia Yuan's proficiency with weaponry, particularly his swordsmanship. Under her eager gaze, Xia Yuan seized the long blade and began to flail about, clumsily defending against the 3 contract spirits who despised coriander. The display he put forth bore little resemblance to any form of martial artistry. It was merely brute force in action. Surprisingly, he managed to exchange blows with the 3 spirits, albeit in a haphazard manner. The spirit who abhorred coriander burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I once believed your contract spirit's swordsmanship to be formidable, especially with a name like Rainy Night with a blade, no umbrella. But you appear to be an amateur, merely posturing." Mo Shiyu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, taken aback by the unfolding situation. Xia Yuan was undoubtedly up to some mischief again. Even if his swordsmanship was lacking, couldn't he simply employ another skill to secure an easy victory? Indeed, Xia Yuan had his own plans. He intended to rely solely on the abilities of the Zampakit, Senbin Zakura, without employing the powers of the template, Wataru. However, he was unaware that the system had only granted him skills pertaining to the initial and final releases of the Zampakit, without imparting the sword techniques of the original character. Byakuya Kachiki. This resulted in him relying solely on instinct, hacking away with brute force, and ineffectively parrying his opponent's assaults, devoid of any coherent strategy. Nevertheless, even in this disordered state, Xia Yuan held his ground against the 3 fully leveled contract spirits, achieving a tenuous balance. Observing him as a soft target, the spirits began unleashing their ultimate abilities. Xia Yuan found himself in a dire predicament, retreating under their relentless assault. In his overexertion, the Zampakit slipped from his grasp. This elicited gleeful laughter from the spirit who loathed coriander. "Huh, this swordsmanship is pitiful. My dear contract spirits, let us conclude this slaughter." Mo Shiyu pressed her temples, feeling a headache coming on, and couldn't he help but say, "Xia Yuan, Stop playing around. After all her efforts to maintain a FAAD at the start, Xia Yuan had led her to such a thorough defeat. The spirit who despised coriander taunted him. Stop the bravado. Do you think I still believe your tall tales? Why pretend to be a mysterious powerhouse? Xia Yuan swiftly distanced himself, sighing, All right, I shall cease my antics. It seems my self-invented frenzied blade technique is indeed lacking. He grasped the Zampicat, drawing it back into his hand, initially intending to flash a charming smile. Yet, recalling his current persona as the aloof Byakuya Kachiki, he merely smiled briefly before composing himself, reverting to his cold demeanor as he held the blade aloft with one hand. In that fleeting moment, his aura shifted dramatically. The three contract spirits that had been charging toward him halted in their tracks, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The spirit who loathed coriander, bewildered, shouted, My dear ones, why have you stopped? Surely, we cannot let his posturing deter us from attacking. Emoshiyu, too, found the situation peculiar. But in the next moment, Xia Yuan spoke, his voice frigid and magnetic. Scatter. Senbenzakura. As his words echoed, the long blade in his hand transformed into two waves of pink cherry blossoms, gracefully cascading left and right toward the three contract spirits. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a dream or an ethereal vision. Emoshiyu and Buqi Xiangcai stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The three contract spirits wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to discern whether this was an attack or a splendid magical performance orchestrated by Xia Yuan. When the delicate pink cherry blossoms began to drift down, one spirit instinctively reached out to touch them, only to emit a piercing scream the moment contact was made. It was as if his hand had been pierced by 1,000 sharp blades, instantly shattering into fragments of spiritual energy. At that moment, the three spirits realized that the enchanting wave of pink cherry blossoms was both exquisite and lethal. Alas, they possessed no means to resist, becoming engulfed in this stunning ocean of blossoms. Congratulations to Yuye for winning without an umbrella, as the voice declaring victory resonated. Emoshiyu and Buqi Xiangcai finally regained their senses, their eyes wide with shock. They were utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Officer Rabbit wore a bewildered expression, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wait, did I lose? Chapter 56. The Many-Skinned Husband's Contract Spirit. Can you endure it? Xia Yuan merely employed the Shirkai ability of his Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, to conclude the match. With a mere thought, the swirling pink cherry blossoms gracefully returned to his hand. Coalescing into the blade of his Zanpakuto, not only had he dismissed the notion of disliking cilantro, but even Emoshiyu, the master, was taken aback. She had initially feared that Xia Yuan's Zanpakuto ability would falter, yet she was unprepared for such a magnificent display upon activation. It was breathtakingly stunning. At that moment, they comprehended the truth. Those seemingly exquisite pink cherry blossoms were akin to myriad sword energies, capable of assaulting the opponent from any direction, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. After regaining her senses, Buchitsai enviously glared at Emoshiyu, gritting her teeth as she inquired, Yeah, with a blade. What rank is your contract spirit? Emoshiyu was elated within, realizing that Xia Yuan's skills never failed to impress. She feigned mystery, responding, What do you think? Officer Rabbit, in a flurry, speculated, SR? Could it possibly be SSR? Alas, she would never uncover the truth. The ranking match had concluded, and the arena, adorned in ancient Roman architectural style, began to dissipate, returning both parties to their respective spaces. Xia Yuan sheathed his sword, savoring the sensations of the recent Shirkai. One could not deny the sheer exhilaration. He had always found Yucatec J. Sure from Bleach to be exceptionally cool, and now experiencing that feeling himself was simply extraordinary. Emoshiyu, embodying the form of a saber, approached him with sparkling eyes, brimming with curiosity. Xia Yuan, that was your new Zanpakuto skill, wasn't it? Xia Yuan coolly nodded. Emoshiyu reminisced about the breathtaking scene, her face flushed with excitement. Cherry blossoms. Such an aesthetically pleasing skill. The divine being truly designed your abilities to be exquisite. It possesses both strength and beauty, a skill that is both grand and striking. Who understands the joy of having an SSR contract spirit like this? Xia Yuan comprehended. He recalled the moment he drew a newly released SSR character and the thrill of using their skill for the first time, reminiscent of Mo Shiyu's foolish expression. After a fit of giggles, Mo Shiyu composed herself, nudging Xia Yuan's arm. "You're acting strange. Why do you stand so stiffly, and why has your tone changed?" Xia Yuan snorted softly. "What do you know? This is the self-cultivation of a cosplayer. As a young man steeped in delusions, having acquired the body and appearance of an anime character, how could he resist embodying the character's essence and demeanor?" He cleared his throat, adopting a cold tone. "I've resolved it. Upon entering this space, I shall embody Yukite J. Shure's character, not the original Xia Yuan." The usually brash and irreverent individual suddenly transformed into a figure of tranquility and aloofness, leaving Mo Shiyu feeling uneasy and unaccustomed. Leaning closer, she asked, "Are you certain you can maintain this?" Xia Yuan cast a languid glance her way. Naturally, Mo Shiyu's eyes sparkled, eager to draw her sword. She exhaled a few breaths into her hands, then proceeded to tickle Xia Yuan under his arms, creating a series of squeaky sounds. How could one endure such antics? Xia Yuan nearly lost his composure and retaliated by playfully striking Mo Shiyu on the head with a light tap, which finally subdued her. With a shiny bump atop her head and her eyes glistening, Mo Shiyu resumed her placement ranking match. As they waited, Xia Yuan waved at her. "Fat you. My shoulders are sore. Could you massage them?" Initially, Mo Shiyu intended to refuse sternly, but the pain from her bump compelled her to dutifully jog over to Xia Yuan and began to knead his shoulders. This proximity allowed her to appreciate the man's handsome features even more vividly. Mo Shiyu's mouth felt dry. Undoubtedly, despite resembling the character Byakuya Kichiki, Xia Yuan was exceptionally handsome. However, he exuded a different kind of aloof and aristocratic charm this time. Suddenly, Mo Shiyu felt a surge of excitement and admiration within her, as if she were serving not Xia Yuan, but a brand new SSR spirit. She couldn't help but fantasize about having a husband like Xia Yuan, who could don various top-tier handsome skins. Who could resist such a lure? It would never grow tiresome. "Hey, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten?" Xia Yuan's icy voice shattered her reverie. Mo Shiyu wiped away her drool and began to massage with renewed vigor. No matter how good-looking he was, his personality remained as disagreeable as ever. Xia Yuan relished the massage from the Crown Prince and felt quite satisfied. This space was simply marvelous. With just a thought, he could transform Mo Shiyu into any beloved character from his previous life. With a successful match, Xia Yuan rose, temporarily sealing away all the abilities of Wu Tiaowu. He was now merely a spirit wielding a blade, embodying Byakuya Kichiki. The surroundings shifted once more, this time transforming into a rooftop arena atop a tall building. The second placement match commenced. The opponent's rank was slightly higher, having reached silver, and their team composition was outrageous. 3 C-rank spirits and 2 B-rank spirits. 5 distinctly different spirits in total. They held an overwhelming numerical advantage. The opposing spirit master laughed heartily. "This is a sure win. We've encountered a rookie." Xia Yuan was even more delighted, as more spirits meant more reward points. This time he increased his efficiency, having already grasped the prowess of his self-created frenzied blade technique. He no longer wished to play the fool. He immediately unleashed his initial release. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant, it was once again the season of fluttering cherry blossoms. The 5 spirits of the opposing team were momentarily stunned, savoring the beautiful scenery before they were drenched in blood, returning lifelessly to the spirit realm. Congratulations to you, Yi, for winning without an umbrella. The opposing spirit master, Xia Yuan, sheathed his blade, flicked his sleeves, and turned to face the next challenger, Mo Shiyu. The subsequent ranking matches proceeded with ease and joy. Xia Yuan achieved a 5-game winning streak in the placement matches solely by relying on the initial release of 1,000 cherry blossoms, without needing the abilities of Wu Tiaowu. After vanquishing numerous high-level summoned spirits, Xia Yuan's system reward bar finally surged to 57. By the sixth match, his opponents had ascended to the platinum rank, presenting an increasingly formidable lineup. With 4 fully leveled B-tier summoned spirits and 2 A-tier spirits at level 90, a certain pressure mounted on Xia Yuan. At this rank, he had already established himself as a formidable force among ordinary summoners. Consequently, each match of a platinum summoner attracted a multitude of onlookers, either eager to study tactical formations or to relish the clashes between the powerful. The viewing area was now filled with hundreds of spectators. The opponent's summoner ID, which rather aptly revealed his identity, belonged to the esteemed university's ace summoner, young Master Wang. Upon witnessing the exquisite gaming avatars of Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu, the audience couldn't help but express their admiration. Young Master Wang, taken aback, glanced at his own abstract frog-like character and then at the strikingly handsome duo before him. Feeling a twinge of imbalance, with a blade in the rain and no umbrella, where did you acquire that avatar code? If you share it with me, I might ensure your summoned spirits do not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Chapter 57, Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Young Master Wang exuded confidence. He was acutely aware that his opponent, bold enough to engage in a ranking match with a level 54 spirit, must possess an extraordinary caliber. Yet, he remained unperturbed, even facing a level 54 SR. His opulent array of spirit companions posed no threat to him. Surely, it couldn't be an SSR. Young Master Wang found it hard to believe. There were only a handful of SSR spirits in the entire Great Xia, and what were the odds that he would encounter one? Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were entirely indifferent to his presence, promptly clicking to indicate their readiness. They had heard enough pre-match banter, and the outcome was invariably the same. Young Master Wang felt a twinge of humiliation, especially with hundreds of spectators watching. How dare they disregard me? Very well, he commanded, numbers 1 to 6. Do not hold back. Attack him as a group. Xia Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a surge of annoyance. This fellow had the audacity to refer to his spirits as mere numbers, as if they were mere tools. Wasn't he that a slight against him as well? Curiosity overtook Xia Yuan, and he suddenly inquired, what would happen if I were to eliminate that spirit master directly? Mo Shiyu replied, in that case, we would be declared the victors immediately. The defeated spirit would not truly perish, but would be forcibly disconnected for 1 hour as punishment. However, during a spirit master duel, one usually prioritizes their own safety. Considering the number of spirits he commands, he must be quite seasoned, with spiritual energy exceeding 10,000. Naturally, he would employ barriers and various protective measures. Moreover, spirits will fiercely protect their master, making it challenging to secure a victory. Xia Yuan instinctively stifled a laugh, yet managed to restrain himself. He pinched his chin, contemplating, even if it doesn't result in death, the fear of being killed must still linger upon hearing his words. Mo Shiyu discerned his intent and cast a sympathetic glance toward young Master Wang. Young Master Wang, too, was prepared. A battle with a significant disparity in spirit numbers was about to commence. Spectators began placing their bets with spirit stones, predicting the outcome of the conflict. Is there any doubt? The renowned elite spirit master, young Master Wang, will surely win. Even if the rainy night spirit is an SR, defeat is inevitable. Indeed, 2 level 90 A-grade spirits would easily overwhelm a level 54 SR. Yet, it was worth noting that the rainy night spirit, armed yet unprotected, was currently unranked. She had managed to reach platinum after a string of 5 consecutive victories. Quite formidable. Who could say? Perhaps luck would favor her, and she would face only weak opponents. It was worth the gamble. If he bet on SSR, he might just turn the tide. A mechanical female voice resonated within the space. 3, 2, 1. Commence battle. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere electrified. The 6 spirit companions of young Master Wang surged forward like a pack of wolves, their ferocity directed towards the handsome Xia Yuan. Yet, Xia Yuan remained unperturbed, holding his blade with a single hand, exuding an air of calm confidence. His cool voice resonated. Initial release. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. The Zanpakuto transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom waves, assaulting the 6 spirit companions. Simultaneously, he was enveloped by a dense swarm of pink cherry blossoms, forming a circular area with an 85-centimeter radius. Within this domain lay an invulnerable zone, impervious to blades, a remarkable defensive capability of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. As the blade vanished, the Zanpakuto could no longer be wielded in the conventional sense, thus sacrificing its usual defensive properties and introducing a degree of risk. This area formed by the pink cherry blossom blades was designed to shield him from harm. The spectacle left the onlookers, especially those witnessing for the first time, utterly mesmerized, gasping in awe. How beautiful! What is this skill? A magic trick? My heavens, I have never encountered such an impressive spirit skill before. The blade has transformed into fluttering cherry blossoms, and the onslaught is undeniably lethal. Such an elusive attack. The 6 spirit companions momentarily stood in shock, but soon regained their composure, beginning to adopt a defensive stance. In the Platinum Bureau, they would not underestimate this display, dismissing it as mere acrobatics or illusion. However, the cherry blossom blades, nearly omnipresent, launched assaults from all directions. One particular wave stealthily veered towards young Master Wang. Yet, the cherry blossom blades were thwarted by the barrier of the opposing spirit master. The volume of 1,000 cherry blossoms was simply insufficient to breach their defenses. Only 2 B-rank spirit companions fell, while 1 A-rank tank spirit activated a group defense skill, successfully absorbing the attacks and shielding the others. Witnessing this, young Master Wang burst into raucous laughter. You dare to attempt a sneak attack? I must concede, your ultimate move is indeed impressive. The scattered cherry blossoms are relentless and inescapable. Alas, I have discovered your fatal flaw. Your damage is rather superficial. As Xia Yuan manipulated the cherry blossom blades, he endeavored to familiarize himself with this skill. Truth be told, he was still not entirely adept, which hindered him from unleashing the true lethality of 1,000 cherry blossoms' initial release. In the world of soul reapers, after Yucatec, Jay sure underwent treatment and combat training at the Soul King's Palace. The number of petals in the initial release of 1,000 cherry blossoms had escalated to the level of his previous Bankai, that had represented the pinnacle of his combat prowess. The greater the number of cherry blossom petals, the more formidable the damage. Yet, given Xia Yuan's current proficiency, he could not yet achieve a blizzard of blossoms. For now, he could only muster a few moderate waves of cherry blossoms. With a cold snort, Xia Yuan slowly articulated, "What has led you to believe that I have unleashed my ultimate move?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's minds buzzed with curiosity. Could there be an even more powerful skill? Mo Shiyu was even more exhilarated, for she too was in the dark about it. As the summer abyss retracted all the cherry blossom blades, they coalesced once more into a singular blade. Gradually, he inclined the tip downward, relinquished his grip, and uttered the words he yearned to express. The Zanpakuto stood upright, sinking into the ground's rippling surface, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the earth beside summer abyss stirred with ripples. A rustling sound echoed. Thousands of colossal long swords ascended from the void, magnificent and imposing. These blades suddenly disintegrated, scattering into innumerable pink cherry blossom shards, their sheer quantity resembling the tumultuous flow of a mighty river. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped by a flurry of cherry blossoms. The sheer volume of these blades far surpassed the initial release, rendering it incomparable. The crowd stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the spectacle. With a mere thought, summer abyss commanded the cherry blossom blades, swirling and dancing like a river in full flow, creating a breathtakingly majestic tableau. The previous quantity had been insufficient, lacking the desired lethality. But what of the present? The remaining 5 contracted spirits gazed at the cherry blossom rain that nearly consumed the entire space, utterly immobilized. Young Master Wang trembled, his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Beautiful indeed, yet all understood that such a multitude of cherry blossom blades, even a gentle caress, would inflict considerable pain. Chapter 58, Paimon, the Snow King live broadcast. We have also initiated a live stream. Xia Yuan cast a piercing, authoritative gaze upon the languid figure of young Master Wang. who was slumped against the ground. With a mere thought, he summoned all the cherry blossoms to heed his command, converging into a vast torrent that surged relentlessly toward young Master Wang. Never before had young Master Wang encountered such a spectacle. In sheer terror, he cried out, "Quick! Someone save me!" The breathtaking cherry blossoms now resembled a swarm of locusts, intent on devouring him whole. Though he would not meet his demise, the sensation of being overwhelmed was far from pleasant. Desperate, young Master Wang activated every defensive measure at his disposal. Spirit Master Barrier, high-level protective shield, basic defensive magic, premium light shield, layer upon layer of defenses. Yet, faced with the overwhelming and relentless onslaught of cherry blossom blades, his protections shattered like eggshells. Crumbling under the pressure, he found himself encased in a sphere of pink blossoms, with no avenue of escape. The other 5 spirits could not shield him. They charged valiantly to his aid, but before they could draw near, they were rendered incapacitated by the chaotic onslaught. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Young Master Wang met his end beneath the embrace of the cherry blossoms, a rather romantic demise. One by one, his spirits vanished alongside him. Congratulations to Rainy Knight, blade in hand, for securing victory. An announcement echoed throughout the entire server in the Daxiao region, heralding Rainy Knight, blade in hand, as remarkable achievement of 6 consecutive victories. In ranked matches, any player achieving 5 or more consecutive victories would garner server-wide recognition. The current record holder, a woman, boasted an astounding 37 consecutive wins without a single defeat, ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy. The spectators, transfixed by the sight of young Master Wang being buried beneath the cherry blossoms, found themselves in a stupor. A chilling realization dawned upon them. This spirit was a hack, and hacks were often synonymous with SSRs. SSR. He must surely be an SSR. Oh, mother, I've hit the jackpot. I have witnessed the prowess of an SSR firsthand. But which SSR could he be? I follow many SSRs, yet none have displayed such exquisite and resplendent skills. Indeed, Bankai, Senbon Sakura, the name of the skill itself, exuded magnificence. Such an SSR could not possibly remain obscure. They should have long since emerged into the limelight. Ah, Rainy Knight, blade in hand, who are you truly? The onlookers were overwhelmed with excitement, but alas, the battle had concluded, and they had no time to discern the identities of Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu. As the entire battlefield began to dissolve into nothingness, the two returned to their ranked match space. Mo Shiyu, her expression stoic, raised her hand and, in a dramatically cool manner, declared, "Bankai, Senbon Sakura, Kageyoshi." Xia Yuan, at a loss for words, remarked, "Have you lost your mind?" Mo Shiyu's face radiated with delight. "I simply find it incredibly impressive." Xia Yuan, "Are you one of those people who cannot help but show off?" Xia Yuan crossed his arms. "Just tell me, is it impressive or powerful?" Mo Shiyu gave a thumbs up. Her curiosity piqued. "How did you manage to learn such skills? Did you self-study to achieve such prowess? I had never heard of a spirit like you, constantly acquiring new skills." Mo Shiyu pondered, noting that both the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Zanpaka blade, Senbon Sakura, were evidently of a different nature compared to your previous sorceress abilities. Xia Yuan closed his eyes and snorted coldly, asserting that he had mentioned from the outset that he was a hidden character in the card pool, capable of soaring to great heights with her. "These are merely a handful of skills. I can learn many more, so can your spiritual energy keep up, Fat You?" Mo Shiyu sensed her spiritual power. After completing 6 ranked matches, she found herself with only half of her energy left. This consumption seemed amiss. How could I have only half my energy remaining? Xia Yuan was also slightly bewildered. He had only used his Bankai once. The rest of the time, he had relied on his Shurkai. So the consumption should not have been significant. Could it be that universal skills demanded a greater expenditure? That didn't make sense. In the next moment, both realized simultaneously, Little Black. Mo Shiyu suddenly recalled that after entering the ranked space, she had been too preoccupied with introducing and explaining things to Xia Yuan, completely forgetting the fundamental step of summoning Little Black before battle. After all, the little fellow's presence was so minimal, merely a charming accessory. Emoshiu hurriedly released Little Black from the spirit space. Woo woo woo. I knew you would forget about me again. The cat girl's spirit lamented sorrowfully, tears as large as beans rolling down her cheeks. I am useful. I can reduce spiritual energy consumption. You too mustn't dwell in your own world and neglect me. Little Black, after comforting her, Emoshiu swiftly bound her to the spirit relationship and brought her into the spirit team. Subsequently, she requested Xia Yuan to create a more appealing model for her. Xia Yuan regarded Little Black, contemplating briefly before formulating an idea. After a flurry of activity, the former catgirl spirit transformed into a petite figure with exquisite features, resembling a small girl with white hair. Her shoulder-length hair was adorned with a floating crown that sparkled like starlight. On her round face, her gem-like large eyes reflected the vastness of the starry sea. Draped in a cloak resembling a nebula of the night sky, paired with an innocent and adorable visage. Indeed, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Paimon from Genshin Impact. Xia Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed fitting. An emergency food item, Paimon. Emoshiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced Little Black tightly. So cute. Little Black, astonished. Ask, really? More adorable than my original form? Emoshiu nodded vigorously. However, Little Black's mood soured slightly, and she felt a pang of sadness. It seemed that in the Master's heart, her original appearance was deemed less charming than this new guise. With Little Black now part of the team, the ranked matches continued. Match successful. Entering the spirit arena once more, they found themselves in a new environment. They had arrived on a vast, azure sea surface, which was solid enough to stand upon without sinking. Surrounding them hovered numerous pirate ships, already teeming with spectators. The estimated number of onlookers surpassed 10,000. Emoshiu and Xia Yuan exchanged astonished glances. The turnout was indeed overwhelming. The rival spirit master goes by the name Mr. Zhang, unconsciously. The character design is rather peculiar. Summer Abyss feels an inexplicable fondness upon seeing it. Snow King, you've traversed here as well. Emoshiu expresses her confusion, inquiring if he knows this character. Indeed, the likeness of Mr. Zhang, unconsciously, the spirit master, is that of a snowman draped in a crimson robe and crowned with ice. It bears a striking resemblance to the Snow King from Summer Abyss's past life at Honey Snow Ice City. However, the expressions and gestures of this Snow King are exceedingly abstract and exaggerated. It is skillfully reciting live, streaming catchphrases, its voice soaring. Welcome, esteemed viewers, to my ranking match livestream with Mr. Zhang. Oh, to encounter an unranked spirit master this time. Oh yes, how intriguing. Just then, an audience member aboard the pirate ship hurls an enormous golden SSR effect, which explodes above its head. The Snow King, Zhang, instantly beams with joy and hurriedly praises. Thank you to my number one brother for the SSR. Everyone, let us fill the public chat with praises for our generous boss. In that moment, the audience aboard the island ship chimes in. Our boss is generous. I recall that gifting an SSR requires 1,000 spirit stones. What wealth. The big shot is impressive. The streamer has struck gold. The boss is extravagant. Summer Abyss gazes at the shower of gift effects, momentarily bewildered. Goodness. Though delayed, the live stream has indeed arrived. It seems that no matter the realm, the streaming industry remains ever vibrant. Emoshiu explains. It appears we have encountered a major streamer. The ranking space can initiate live streams, attracting more spirit masters to watch. Many spirit masters earn spirit stone gifts through live ranking matches, which they use to cultivate and summon spirits. Summer Abyss acknowledges this, then begins to ponder. Fat Rain. Since we can earn spirit stones for free, why don't we start a live stream as well? We might as well capitalize on this opportunity. Emoshiu had intended to maintain a low profile, not wanting to overly expose Summer Abyss's skills. However, Summer Abyss has completely transformed, wielding the abilities of the soul-cutting blade. Senbin Sakura, and with a face-concealing avatar, who could possibly recognize them? There would be no risk of their opponents studying them in the competition. She nodded in agreement, conceding, yes, that makes sense. Chapter 59. The high-stakes match, although Mr. Zhang appears to be a comical Snow King doll, his rank is not to be underestimated. For he is a diamond. It is noteworthy that this is merely the 7th ranking match for Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. The audience aboard the pirate ship began to scrutinize Mo Shiyu's spirit formation. Upon closer inspection, laughter erupted. Wait a moment, did I see that correctly? There are only 2 spirits, and one of them is a level 100 C tier. However, their game avatars are quite stunning. I wish I could obtain the code. That dashing figure wielding a blade must be an SR. Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to compete at the diamond tier in a ranking match. Rainy Knight carries a sword but no umbrella. Ah, that name seems to have been announced before. 6 consecutive victories. The streamer is indeed fortunate. Even if the opponent is an SR, they are only level 54. After graciously acknowledging the gifts, the Snow King, Zhang, turned his serious gaze toward Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. As a seasoned spirit master, he had long cultivated the habit of observing his opponent's spirit team before battle. Tactical arrangements must be precise to prevent the opponent from devising strategies based on his own spirit lineup. Zhang had always revealed his team only in the final moments before battle commenced. Clearly, they are novices. However, encountering me in a ranking match indicates that your SR is formidable. A wise expression graced the cartoonish features of Zhang's face, composed of large eyes and a carrot-like nose. Although I am uncertain how you have managed to secure victories thus far, I shall not take this lightly. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses its full strength. Mo Shiyu, growing impatient, interjected, "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and prepare, Snow Prince." It has nearly been 5 minutes, and the opponent still hasn't clicked ready. Zhang called out to the audience, "Dear viewers in the live stream, pay close attention to how I will clinch this match. I am about to enter battle mode, and will temporarily disable gift effects." Next, his tone and demeanor resembled that of a wedding host. "Now, allow me to present my most beautiful and powerful SR spirit wife." With his words, a snow woman adorned in a red dress and a bow materialized out of thin air, armed with a shield and a longsword. Her beady eyes glared confidently as she struck a striking pose, declaring with imposing authority, "With my blade in hand, I shall impose judgment upon all. With walls before me, no magic shall breach. I am General Dawnbreaker." The opponent was indeed an SR spirit, and impressively, she was at level 89. Both her presence and lines were filled with grandeur, yet her simplistic snowman visage diminished the intimidation factor, rendering her somewhat comical. The audience erupted in cheers. "Oh ho ho ho! Dawnbreaker! Dawnbreaker! Dawnbreaker!" She wields the sharpest sword and the hardest shield in the world, a perfect spirit embodying both offense and defense. Zhang Xuan, the illustrious Emperor of Luck, has not only summoned the formidable spirit, Dawn, but has also wed her, truly a winner in life. The most delightful aspect is that she accompanies him during live streams, engaging in playful antics that evoke deep emotions. I too yearn for a spirit of such caliber as a partner. Yet alas, my spirits lack human form. Zhang Xuan gradually introduces his remaining 5 spirits. Unsurprisingly, they all belong to the Snowman family. 2 of them are A rank, while 3 are B rank. 6 uniquely adorned snowmen stand upon the spirit arena, rendering the scene utterly absurd and comical. And Mr. Zhang, as the spirit master, is their Snow King. Mo Shiyu's lips twitch, barely suppressing a chuckle. Finally, the snowman family is all here. Shall we commence? Xia Yuan can hardly contain his applause, but in order to maintain his persona, he restrains himself and remarks nonchalantly, "As expected of a streamer, it's all about the live broadcast effect. Fat you, take a page from your senior's book." Mo Shiyu, unperturbed and full of pride, retorts, "If we are to stream, we shall follow the path of strength, not merely comedy." Xiao He, visibly annoyed, stomps his short legs and points angrily at the others, exclaiming, "How dare you underestimate me?" Xia Yuan, give them a little shock, so they know we are not to be trifled with. After the grand reveal of Zhang Xuan's spirits, they quietly strategize before being fully prepared. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Xia Yuan raises his Zanpakuto, initially expecting to be overwhelmed by the snowmen from the Milk Snow Ice City. However, he is surprised to find that only the Sword and Shield SR initiates the attack, while the other 5 spirits remain behind her, seemingly unwilling to engage. Mo Shiyu's pupils constrict as she discerns the situation, urging caution. Watch your back. Those 5 are likely support and control types. Zhang Xuoang smirks slightly. Oh, quick on the uptake, but alas, it is too late. Indeed, Zhang Xuoang is an unequivocal devoted husband, having expended nearly all his wealth to create a team of spirits specifically designed to bolster his beloved Dawn. With the assistance of the 5 supportive spirits, Dawn's combat prowess is elevated by nearly 50%. Prison. The snowman clad in a red dress, adorned with a bow, raises her hand, conjuring an iron cage from the ground to ensnare Xia Yuan. Simultaneously, she thrusts her sword forward, piercing through legions with a single stroke. Buzz! A razor-sharp beam of sword light races towards Xia Yuan's face, moving with such speed that it is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Xia Yuan possesses extraordinary observational skills, and with his heightened reflexes and crisis awareness, he instinctively deflects the attack with his Zanpakuto. Bang! Xia Yuan tilts his head slightly, redirecting the sword light, which now arcs upward towards him. Phew! That strike nearly struck the limitless technique. Losing his disguise would be disastrous. It can only be said that, as an SR, she indeed possesses a modicum of strength. Zhang Xuoang let out a sharp exclamation, nearly achieving success. The audience erupted in astonishment. Oh dear, so close. The opponent reacted quite swiftly. Had they been any slower, the battle would have concluded prematurely. This is truly captivating. The fierce clash of SR contract spirits. It seems that Rainy Knight stands little chance, armed only with a blade and devoid of an umbrella, while Dawn boasts 5 exceptionally powerful supportive contract spirits. On the other hand, there exists merely a C-rank little fellow, more ornamental than functional. This exemplifies the contract spirit lineup of a devoted husband, fully unleashing the entire combat prowess of SR. Xia Yuan severed the confines of the iron cage with a single stroke. However, in the next moment, the ground beneath him became viscous, rendering him immobile. Surely, it was yet another control-type contract spirit exerting its influence. Nevertheless, Xia Yuan had no intention of moving. Before Dawn could reach him, he had already activated his initial release. Scatter! 1,000 cherry blossoms. As his blade transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, the entire audience was momentarily entranced, captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the skill. In that brief moment of distraction, the cherry blossom blades surged toward Dawn. She raised her shield to block, but the blossoms came from all directions. Witnessing this, she decisively shouted and charged at Xia Yuan, shield raised high. The speed of the cherry blossom blades was momentarily unable to match hers. The blossoms before her were entirely deflected by the shield. One must admit, it was a clever choice. However, a subtle smirk played on Xia Yuan's lips. She would make it through. Surrounding him, within a radius of 85 centimeters, a multitude of cherry blossoms hovered, his protective, invulnerable circle, embodying a rule that rendered the blades utterly incapable of passing through. Chapter 60. Apologies for not allowing you to unleash your full potential as anticipated. General Dawn found herself unable to approach, thwarted by an invisible barrier, and crashed against it. Behind her, the cherry blossom blade had already pursued relentlessly. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Yet, in this moment of dire urgency, both Zhang Xuoang and General Dawn displayed no signs of panic. On the contrary, their expressions were filled with anticipation. Xia Yuan detected an unsettling discrepancy. This was decidedly amiss. Mo Shiyu also sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared and cautioned Xia Yuan, be wary of those auxiliary spirit contracts. Just as the cherry blossom blade was about to pierce through the red-skirted snowman, a swift sound resonated, and the positions of Xia Yuan and General Dawn abruptly switched. Fortunately, Xia Yuan had received a warning. At the instant of their exchange, he halted all the cherry blossoms in their tracks. This maneuver spared him from being struck by his own blossoms. Zhang Xuoang, regrettably slapping his thigh, lamented, "So close. Always so close. How do you react so swiftly?" Xia Yuan turned to glance at the 5 auxiliary spirits standing behind, noticing one snowman raising its hands towards them, drenched in sweat. It seemed that the effort required to switch their positions was considerable. Mo Shiyu, blushing with embarrassment, remarked, "Zhang Xuewang, for such a prominent streamer. I never imagined you'd resort to such underhanded tactics." Zhang Xuewang chuckled. "This is merely a tactic of war. My dear girl, you are still quite young." The audience on the pirate ship displayed expressions of regret, fully aware of Zhang Xuewang's penchant for employing devious spirit abilities, which was precisely why they relished watching his ranked matches. Many powerful SR spirit contracts had met their demise at his hands, primarily due to the element of information disparity. Xia Yuan cast a casual glance at the 5 auxiliary spirits behind him. Indeed, a group of auxiliary-type spirits with unknown capabilities posed a genuine nuisance. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through. "What are you looking at?" In the blink of an eye, General Dawn surged forward again, a streak of sword light lunging toward him. Xia Yuan narrowly evaded by pivoting his head, and with an empty hand, he resolved to engage in hand-to-hand combat. 8 gates of Duanjia. 3rd gate, the life gate, opens. A vibrant green aura enveloped Xia Yuan as he began to brawl with General Dawn, his fist striking relentlessly against her shield, producing resounding thuds. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to manipulate the cherry blossom blade, launching a side attack on General Dawn. Have you ever witnessed the martial prowess of Byakuya Kachiki combined with the coordinated assault of Senbenzakura? Xia Yuan achieved just that. The crowd was left in astonishment. Neither Zhang Xuewang nor General Dawn anticipated that this swordsman would be so formidable in close combat, rendering them momentarily unable to suppress him. However, due to the multitude of buffs surrounding General Dawn, Xia Yuan found it challenging to inflict any damage upon her. After forcing her back with a sudden punch, Xia Yuan seized the opportunity to invoke his Bankai. He reformed his battle spirit blade, which stood upright and sank into the rippling ground, and declared, "Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi." Mo Shiyu was exhilarated. It's happening. The scene she had longed for was about to unfold once more. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless enormous blades of cherry blossoms rose on either side of Xia Yuan. Immediately following, the blades danced in unison, scattering like cherry blossoms, their numbers reaching into the millions. The petals unleashed during the Bankai surpassed the Shurkai by several billion times, creating a magnificent ocean of cherry blossoms. Simultaneously, under his deft manipulation, the attack speed of Senbenzakura quadrupled. The previous Platinum Spirit Master had been utterly defenseless, depriving him of the opportunity to fully experience the might of his Bankai. Now, he had no choice but to turn his blades upon the snowmen of Mishuai City, for he had an undeniable fondness for their lemon water. Xia Yuan skillfully divided the ocean of cherry blossoms into 2 streams. One encircled General Dawn, while the other surged toward the 5 auxiliary spirits behind him. Uncertain of the capabilities of those auxiliary spirits, he deemed it prudent to launch a simultaneous assault, lest they deploy some peculiar strategy to aid General Dawn's escape. The cherry blossom sea bewitched the onlookers, yet Zhang Xuewang remained acutely aware. He swiftly consumed several potions to replenish his spirit energy and joined forces with the 5 auxiliary spirits, beginning to coalesce a barrier and countless forms of defense. Quickly, utilize every defensive measure at our disposal. The 5 auxiliary spirits, united with the Spirit Master, fortified their defenses to safeguard themselves. In that moment, even the swirling ocean of cherry blossoms could not penetrate their combined might. Hold strong. We cannot allow my wife's passive buff to falter. She is our sole hope of victory. Zhang Xuewang bellowed. As Xia Yuan diverted his attention, a bloodied figure burst forth from the circle of cherry blossom blades. She fought valiantly, not targeting Xia Yuan, but instead fixating on Mo Shiyu in the distance, roaring, "This sword shall pierce the stars." The long sword in General Dawn's hand radiated with blinding light. A beam of sword energy, far thicker than before, surged forth like a thunderbolt. Mo Shiyu had already activated her Spirit Master barrier, and employed multiple defenses, including premium items. Little Black hid behind her, stealing glances at the battlefield. The first principle of a spirit master is to always protect oneself. However, unexpectedly, one of the besieged auxiliary spirits, under the cover of its companion's attacks, briefly pushed back the cherry blossom blades, creating an opening. He aimed towards Xia Yuan and began to chant, "Barrier collapse." Skill. Their coordination was seamless. The spirit master barrier of Xia Yuan shattered in response, just as the thunderous sword light reached her. All eyes were glued to the scene, hearts racing. "I've succeeded," General Dawn proclaimed triumphantly. Zhang Xuewang, too, wore a smile, declaring victory. This was the difference born of combat experience and the harmonious synergy of spirit masters. Even if you're a rookie, a winning monster, possessing an extraordinary SR, I can still employ tactical measures to prevail from a position of weakness. This is the remarkable prowess of Mr. Zhang. In Xia Yuan's eyes, the sword light drew ever closer, her mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. I am doomed. However, just as this thought emerged, a tall figure stood before her. Xia Yuan effortlessly deflected the brilliant sword light with a single hand, activating an unlimited technique. Underestimating them was a grave mistake. Indeed, relying solely on the power of the soul-cutting blade, Senbenzakura, was insufficient. Moreover, he was not yet fully adept at wielding it. The onlookers were utterly astonished, gazing in disbelief at this surreal spectacle, bewildered by the unfolding events. That terrifying sword light, seemingly capable of obliterating anything, was effortlessly subdued by the man clad in a black and white coat. This was no mere trickle of water from a faucet. This was the ultimate move of an SR spirit from General Dawn. Was it truly so easily thwarted? Oh, this felt akin to riding a roller coaster. It seemed that Zhang Xuewang had encountered a formidable opponent. Was this what a high-level match entailed? I was utterly confounded. Could someone please elucidate what had transpired? How did he manage to block General Dawn's ultimate move with such apparent ease? Wait, I have an inkling that I have encountered such an unreasonable defense before. Though Xia Yuan employed the unlimited technique, at that moment, no one immediately recognized him as Xia Yuan. The seven snowmen widened their round, beady eyes, equally incredulous at the scene before them. Although Zhang Xuewang was equally astonished, he maintained his composure to analyze the situation that had just unfolded. That fellow just teleported, didn't he? And he concealed such a trump card defensive skill. It appears we are defeated. Taking a deep breath, he uttered a shocking revelation that made General Dawn, the spirits present, and the audience collectively gasp. If I am not mistaken, that individual is an SSR. Furthermore, he has concealed his true strength, not exerting his full power against us. Chapter 61. The Profound Art of the Thousand-Blade Blossom. Zhang Xuewang, ever the rational one, decisively proclaimed, "My dear, let us concede. There is no need for further conflict. We should conserve our spiritual energy for another match." However, General Dawn unequivocally rejected this notion. A glimmer of exhilaration illuminating her visage, marred by countless wounds from the cherry blossom blades. "No way. It's not every day we encounter an SSR. I must engage." Zhang Xuewang gazed at her battered form, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, and he earnestly implored, "But the odds are heavily stacked against us. Why persist? What is the point?" General Dawn shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. Resolving to accompany his spirit partner in her fervor, he braced himself for the ensuing chaos. The audience aboard the island vessel looked on in disbelief at Xia Yuan. The streamer claims he is an SSR. At this strength, it might very well be true. The mere fact that he could withstand General Dawn's ultimate move with his bare hands attests to his prowess. An SSR seems plausible. In such a high-stakes match, it is not uncommon for elite practitioners from top academies or treasured spirits from renowned families to make an appearance. The emergence of an SSR would hardly be surprising. Goodness, he is already this formidable without exerting full effort. If he unleashed his true power, the arena would surely be upended. An SSR is indeed terrifying. Xia whispered, "Xia Yuan, your identity." Xia Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Fear not. A single display will not reveal any discernible clues. General Dawn, poised for battle, exhibited a hint of madness in her expression. Come, show me the full extent of your power, SSR. In an instant, the once floating sea of cherry blossoms surrounding the arena converged around Xia Yuan. Pink petals emanated from either side, encircling half of the stage, entrapping General Dawn, Jiang Li, and his spirits within. All of your strength? Xia Yuan, as countenance remained icy as he intoned, you are not worthy. He raised his hand, his eyes glinting with cold light. It is time to conclude this battle. Bankai, annihilation scene, 1,000 cherry blossoms. As the words fell, all the cherry blossom blades in the arena coalesced into elegantly arranged pink swords, blanketing half the field. They swirled and danced around the combatants. A magnificent display that left the audience in awe. Zhang Xuang, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, looked up at the myriad of cherry blossom blades and thought, can such a technique truly be wielded by a level 54 spirit? The depth of SSR is unfathomable. No wonder it is revered as a national strategic weapon. Mo Shiyu and the little black spirit also gazed at the spectacle, captivated by its beauty. They remained calm and boldly admired the scene, reassured that the cherry blossom blades posed no threat to them. However, Zhang Xuang's spirits felt immense pressure, bracing themselves defensively once more. General Dawn, seizing the moment, charged toward Xia Yuan, exclaiming, "You are completely abandoning defense, aren't you?" Xia Yuan could not help but admire the keen insight of his opponent. He directed his finger towards the approaching snowman clad in red, coldly remarking, "Your reflexes are impressive, but it is too late now." Ultimate technique. 1,000 blades bloom. With a flick of his fingertip, the cherry blossom swords formed a lethal array, their blades aimed at the moving figure of General Dawn, and then surged forward. A torrential downpour of cherry blossom swords descended like a tempest, a magnificent spectacle that shook the heavens. In an instant, General Dawn felt the hair on her body stand on end. She swept her sword across her shield, sparks flying as it ignited the entire shield. Invulnerable to all, her shield suddenly expanded several times, enveloping her entirely. Then, the storm of cherry blossom swords rained down, thundering with relentless ferocity. Seeing this, King Zhang Shui gestured vigorously, urgently commanding all supportive contracts to unleash their powers and bestow every enhancement upon her. Yet even so, General Dawn was swaying in the deluge of swords, unable to rise. Her shield was already bristling with a multitude of pink cherry blossom swords. Yet she continued to resist fiercely, using her sword to prop herself up in a bid to stand. The fans in the live broadcast room snapped back to attention, cheering her on in unison. "Go, Dawn. Don't lose. You are the strongest. Hold on. As long as you endure this wave, you will have the chance to counterattack. SR defeating SSR will etch your name in legend." Listening to their encouraging shouts, General Dawn let out a mighty roar, as if truly imbued with newfound strength. Rising once more, just as the audience believed she would withstand the onslaught, Xia Yuan's gaze turned icy. He snapped his fingers, his voice cold and indifferent. "Without my permission. Who allowed you to rise? Kneel." The frequency and speed of the pink cherry blossom sword attacks escalated relentlessly. They penetrated with unerring precision, a 360-degree assault. Even though General Dawn's shield could withstand the blows, the defensive field surrounding her was on the brink of collapse. The moment she had stood, she was once again forced down to the ground, kneeling on one knee. She had persevered for so long, but ultimately could not hold on. The defenses around her shield were breached, and the pink cherry blossom swords pierced her body, presenting a splendid farewell. King Zhang Shui felt a pang of sorrow. Yet he understood this was his beloved's choice. In this scene, she must have compelled her opponent to unleash their full SSR power, right? After all, in King Zhang Shui's mind, a skill like ultimate technique, 1,000 blades bloom must have been executed with utmost effort, even by an SSR. The opponent's claim of ineligibility was merely bravado. With this in mind, King Zhang Shui felt an instant swell of pride for his wife's contract spirit. As General Dawn's form faded away, returning to the contract master's realm, He stood tall and proclaimed with vigor, "I concede." Once the contract arena's judgment was complete, a mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations to you, Ye, who wield a sword but not an umbrella, for winning." In the grand announcement of the Daxia District's ranking space, congratulations are in order for Rainy Knight, who has achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories. As Xia Yuan relinquishes his bankai, he sheathes his blade once more. The opposing team demonstrates a commendable sense of timing. Although King Zhang Shui faced defeat, the audience aboard the island vessel erupted in applause for him. "You were remarkable, having fought for so long against an SSR. Indeed, it was an extraordinary performance, even compelling the opponent to unleash their ultimate move, the Dawn of Eternity." Tears were shed. Long live the Snowman clan. This live broadcast was utterly breathtaking. The opposing team was astonishingly powerful, and their skills were resplendent beyond measure. I too wish to follow their battles. Truly, this is a high-level arena, a contest of wits, from which I have learned so much. Upon hearing these remarks, King Zhang Shui felt a surge of confidence. His spirit partner, after all, was a formidable general capable of contending with an SSR. He immediately called out to Xiu, "Young lady, that was a splendid battle. Your SSR must have exerted tremendous effort as well. Remember my name? I am Mr. Zhang." Xiu, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Full strength? Xia Yu's full strength? He had merely employed a newly acquired skill, one he was still quite unfamiliar with. Nevertheless, the opponent was indeed a respectable contender, so she decided to extend him some courtesy and convey the truth. Adjusting the stray strands of hair from her forehead, she replied, "Well, I suppose it could be considered that I used roughly 30% of my strength. Uncle, even so, your spirit partner is undeniably resilient." King Zhang Shui laughed heartily. There was no need for bravado at this moment. Such a powerful secret technique could not possibly have been executed with merely 30% of one's strength. Xiu sighed, no longer inclined to elaborate. The combat prowess of Xia Yuan was beyond the comprehension of a typical spirit master, and it was understandable that the opponent could not fathom it. After all, time would reveal everything. Xiu recalled that her next match would also be a live broadcast, and just before the arena's ground shattered, she called out loudly towards the observation seats, her hands cupped around her mouth. "I have an announcement. We will also be starting a live broadcast shortly, so please search for the Rainy Knight, Blade Without Umbrella. Thank you all for your support." This was her first live broadcast, and her speech felt somewhat naïve. King Zhang Shui was bewildered. "Wait, my friend, are you serious? You announced this at the last possible moment, pulling my audience into your live stream? Do you not understand the rules?" He unleashed one final roar. "Young lady, you accuse me of cunning. You're the one truly lacking in martial ethics." Alas, the arena had already dissolved, and his words could not reach her. Chapter 62. Evacuation. This is the safest place. With 7 consecutive victories in the ranking matches, Xiu hummed a tune, her spirits soaring. She found herself pondering what rank she would achieve after a 10-game winning streak. Her SSR was akin to a treasure trove, revealing delightful surprises with each excavation. Xiao He, too, was filled with pride, thinking, "How dare they underestimate us? Now they know the might of my master, Xia Yuan." Xiu intended to continue her ranked matches, but suddenly her stomach growled. She suggested they step out for lunch before resuming their games. Xia Yuan agreed. Although he did not feel hunger, the habit of 3 meals a day from his previous life urged him to eat something. Xiao He, donning a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Can we not confine me to the spirit master space?" Before she could finish, Xiu casually tossed her into the spirit master space. Noticing Xiao He had said something, she turned to Xia Yuan and inquired, "Did she just say something?" Xia Yuan shrugged, indicating he was unaware. The two exited the spirit master ranking space. Xia Yuan stretched lazily, rubbing his stiff cheeks, and chuckled. Portraying other roles is truly no easy feat. Maintaining a composed expression without revealing teeth is quite the challenge. Being natural is so much more comfortable. Xiu retorted playfully, "I find the aloof SSR quite appealing. At least they speak less." They made their way to the hotel restaurant, where the finest delicacies awaited them for lunch in the best hotel in Chongyang City. Upon entering, they found other young spirit masters who had participated in the peak competition already present. Seeing Xia Yuan was akin to spotting a ghost. Everyone quickly made way. After all, with the Demon King in attendance, one must show respect. Otherwise, who knows what might happen if he took a disliking to you. Though they were also esteemed talents from Yinchuan province, they genuinely felt as if they existed in a different realm from Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. The record of 15 seconds in the 4-star dungeon was a mountain they could never hope to climb. Xia Yuan greeted familiar faces with warmth. You all are here for lunch too? Please, come in. You're being too courteous. Despite his words, he swaggered in first, head held high. Upon entry, he spotted someone even more familiar, Zhou Ku, the runner-up of this provincial competition, along with his SSR, the Platinum Dragon King. To Xia Yuan's surprise, the once sizable Platinum Dragon King had now shrunk to a miniature form, roughly the size of a human. It sat obediently beside Zhou Ku, adorned with a white scarf, elegantly wielding a knife and fork to eat. The table was piled high with an array of dishes. The scene was oddly comical. Xia Yuan couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Dull Dragon, I never imagined you could shrink so much." Upon hearing his voice, the Platinum Dragon King's ears perked up and its eyes widened in alarm. It timidly leaned toward Zhou Ku, whispering, "Master, we're doomed. The god of death is coming. What should we do?" Zhou Ku paid no heed to it, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, simply correcting, "It is not called the Dummy Dragon. Its full name is the Platinum Dragon King." After casually selecting some delicacies, Xia Yuan picked up a tray and comfortably joined them at the table, stating, "All right, no problem." Mo Shiyu had no choice but to follow suit. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew tense, as everyone discreetly observed the situation surrounding Xia Yuan, fearing that these two SSRs might clash at any moment. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. As Xia Yuan ate, he inquired, "So, can the dummy dragon change its size at will?" Zhou Ku remained aloof, unwilling to respond. The other party truly lacked any sense of boundaries. Who would want to share a table with them? However, the Platinum Dragon King, sensing the tension, immediately nodded obediently and stealthily shoved a piece of steak into its mouth. Noticing the particularly reserved demeanor of the Platinum Dragon King, Xia Yuan couldn't help but ask, "By the way, have you always been this introverted?" The Platinum Dragon King shyly scratched its head, replying earnestly, "Well, I'm just a bit reserved around strangers. But with acquaintances, I'm quite the chatterbox." Xia Yuan chuckled heartily, patting its shoulder. "You are rather peculiar. You are a dragon, possessing considerable strength, yet you remain so polite." Mo Shiyu, Zhou Ku, do you even have the gall to call others peculiar? Xia Yuan continued, "Do you usually play games?" The Platinum Dragon King's eyes suddenly sparkled. "What games? The Spirit League? Spirit Walker? Or Fearless Spirit?" "I play them all." Xia Yuan had anticipated this. The dummy dragon was clearly a kindred spirit. He promptly took out his WeChat and said, "Add me, and I will pull you into our gaming group. We can play together when time allows." The Platinum Dragon King exclaimed, "Sure, sure," just as it was about to retrieve its phone. It suddenly realized something and glanced nervously at Zhou Ku, asking timidly, "Master, may I add Xia Yuan?" Zhou Ku sighed, "That is your prerogative. You need not ask me." Only then did the Platinum Dragon King cheerfully add Xia Yuan on WeChat, gaining a bit more confidence and shedding its earlier shyness. It felt that those who played games were generally not bad people. Mo Shiyu inwardly scoffed, feeling that Xia Yuan's gaming team was expanding rapidly. One might think he was assembling a professional gaming squad. Observing the atmosphere calm down, the others breathed a sigh of relief and happily indulged in the hotel's culinary offerings. However, their joy was short-lived. The window near the restaurant exploded, shards flying everywhere. Xia Yuan and the Platinum Dragon King almost simultaneously rose to shield themselves from the debris, one using an impenetrable barrier, the other with its wings. The hotel's alarm blared tragically. "Attention! Attention! This is not a drill. A sudden 4-star dungeon disaster has been detected nearby. All individuals must evacuate immediately to the nearest underground shelter." The hotel manager and staff rushed over to begin evacuating the restaurant patrons. However, They observed that the patrons within the restaurant remained remarkably unperturbed, continuing their meals as if oblivious to the alarm. Everyone, evacuate quickly. A 4-star dungeon catastrophe. The staff urged, their voices rising in urgency. Yet, one of the young spirit masters among them smiled reassuringly, saying, "No need to panic or evacuate. There is no place safer than here." Another spirit master chimed in. "A 4-star dungeon, you say? Even if the dungeons in reality are of a higher intensity, by the time you return from a brief respite, those two will have resolved it." Xia Yuan glanced at the shards of glass in his plate, frowning slightly. What a waste. The romantic notion of food waste is indeed shameful. The Platinum Dragon King remarked, "If you're concerned about waste, then allow me to partake. I fear not the glass shards." Xia Yuan replied, "Then go ahead and eat." Without hesitation, the Platinum Dragon King seized the plates from the three of them and, under their astonished gazes, poured the contents directly into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing with a satisfying sound. Xia Yuan gave a thumbs up, utterly astonished. His friend possessed an iron stomach. The 4-star dungeon disaster had arrived. Outside, chaos reigned, a cacophony of sounds erupting all around. Xia Yuan gazed towards the dungeon portal that had manifested not far away, letting out a burp, contemplating whether the sluggish dragon would join. The Platinum Dragon King nodded seriously. "Yes, we must address this promptly. Many will be saddened if we delay." Chapter 63. In Times of Crisis. Remain calm and post on social media with a firm grip around Mo Shiyu's waist. Xia Yuan leaped from the shattered window, her expression one of bewilderment. It is worth noting that they were situated on the 30th floor of the hotel restaurant. Having just finished their meal, they found themselves on an exhilarating plunge. Mo Shiyu, terrified, clutched the waist of the person beside her, too frightened to open her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, here we go." The Platinum Dragon King swiftly lifted Zhou Ku, spreading its wings, excitement radiating as it matched Xia Yuan's pace. This was its first time befriending a spirit partner from outside, and it felt compelled to make a good impression. After all, within their Spirit Master Academy, it was an SSR and no one dared to play with it. One human and one dragon, both accompanied by their spirit masters, elegantly leapt into the air, performing a free fall along the towering hotel. Not far away, the portal to the dungeon had already materialized. Adjusting his direction, Xia Yuan briefly paused in midair, pushing off against the building with a triumphant roar, propelling himself forward in a thrilling rush. The Platinum Dragon King, watching from behind, was filled with enthusiasm and attempted to replicate his stylish leap off the building. However, it quickly quelled that impulse. What if it damaged the building with its jump? Unlike the creature ahead, it could not precisely control its strength. As a refined dragon, the Platinum Dragon King obediently spread its wings, gliding gracefully in Xia Yuan's wake. In the city, chaos reigned on the streets as pedestrians scrambled for safety, crowding together in panic. City defense officials, emergency response teams, and police personnel arrived in succession, striving to disperse the masses. A cordon was established around the portal. Yet, in the bustling city, it proved challenging to evacuate everyone swiftly. Moreover, a multitude of level 60+ monsters had begun to emerge from the 4-star dungeon. Damn it, a 4-star dungeon, landing right in the heart of the busy city. If not managed properly, many lives would be lost. We will first clear out the minor monsters. You all continue with the evacuation. Reinforcements from the Alliance should arrive shortly. Everyone, do not push. Follow our instructions. The city defense officials and their spirit companions were in a frenzy, voices intertwining amidst the chaos. The dungeon portal descended from the sky, taking root. As the level 60+ monsters began their rampage, surrounding them were still many trapped individuals. Particularly in a nearby eatery, numerous civilians remained unrescued, the portal blocking the entrance. A pack of robust giant wolves had already caught sight of them, encircling the establishment. Among them, an elite level 70 wolf king howled, commanding its minions to prepare for an assault. Inside the restaurant, despair painted the faces of the crowd as they broke down in tears, some even resorting to leaving farewell messages via phone. "Mom, I may not return. I will honor you in the next life." I don't want to die so young. Who will come to save us? What the spirit conjurer and the spirit? Come quickly. I do not wish to be devoured by wolves. In times of distress, do not panic. First, record a video to share on your last social media post. Brothers, I may be leaving now. The dungeon portal has just smashed into my face. With a thunderous roar, the Wolf King shattered all the windows of the shop. The majority of the patrons were parents accompanied by their young children, who had never witnessed such a scene and were instantly terrified, bursting into tears. The Wolf King led the charge, bearing its fearsome fangs, preparing to enter the shop and indulge in its feast. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing atop its head with the force of a meteor, instantly driving its skull into the ground. My apologies, little wolf cub. It was purely an accidental misstep. Xia Yuan landed gracefully with Mo Shiyu in his arms, and with a fierce determination, he crushed the Wolf King's head beneath his foot. The king had descended from above, strikingly cool and wickedly charming. The crowd within the shop was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into ecstatic joy, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed up at Xia Yuan. The spirit conjurer has arrived. Wait, I have seen him on the news. He is an SSR. We are saved. Big brother is so handsome. Haha, brothers, I have returned to life, and I shall take a few dashing photos of this SSR for you. The colossal wolves, witnessing their leader being vanquished, were consumed by rage and launched a surprise attack on Xia Yuan's back. Unfazed, Xia Yuan wore a smile. The next moment, an even larger white creature plummeted from the sky, diving down with wings spread wide like razor blades, cleaving the remaining giant wolf monsters in two. The Platinum Dragon King, with a fierce gaze and overwhelming presence, shimmered with its platinum scales under the sunlight, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. However, this imposing demeanor did not last long. It quickly approached Xia Yuan with hurried, respectful steps, bowing its head to inquire, "Great pot, what shall we do? Should we rescue the people first? I can enlarge myself and carry them all out." A question mark appeared above Xia Yuan's head. Great pot. When did he become the other's great pot? Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Xia Yuan adjusted his sunglasses, his piercing ice blue eyes surveying the surroundings, absorbing the situation into his mind. It was unnecessary. There were too many injured and trapped individuals, and rescuing them one by one would be inefficient. He turned to the dungeon portal before him, grinning as he said, "Isn't our assessment about swiftly clearing the dungeon? We shall conquer it with unparalleled speed." Time was of the essence. Thus, it was settled. Follow me. Xia Yuan dashed into the dungeon portal. The patrons, witnessing their savior abandon them once more, felt their spirits plummet, and the children began to cry anew. As the Platinum Dragon King surged into the dungeon, it turned its head and gently reassured them. "Do not cry, everyone. We will be swift. It will be but a moment." The dragon spoke human words, and the gentle reassurance caught them off guard. Did the dragon just speak? What a marvel! It is truly delightful. As Xia Yuan and the Platinum Dragon King and his entourage stepped into the dungeon, a city defense spirit commander, accompanied by numerous spirits, hastened towards the establishment to effect a rescue. What? You say someone has entered the dungeon portal? But the strategy team dispatched by the Alliance is still en route. The city defense commander appeared somewhat bewildered. The difficulty of a 4-star dungeon is not to be trifled with. Even a prestigious university spirit master would hesitate to venture in lightly. They are risking their lives. To challenge a volatile 4-star dungeon is far more formidable than tackling the fixed dungeons at school. Chapter 64. The Fusion Technique, Purple Candle Dragon. The city defense commander was in a state of frantic agitation. Despite his strongest spirit being merely level 80 of B rank, he felt an unwavering duty to rescue those in peril. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to step through the teleportation portal to assess the situation. Just as he steeled himself and prepared to enter the instance portal, the ground and air around him suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, the portal began to collapse. The monsters, once rampaging nearby, disintegrated into fragments. This was a manifestation of a successful instance completion. From the portal emerged a group of figures. Xia Yuan strolled at the forefront with his hands in his pockets, exuding a lazy demeanor. He yawned, feeling somewhat dizzy from overindulgence. Beside him, Xia Yuan lamented with a wry expression. Could you possibly give me a heads up before you embark on your next venture? It would allow me some preparation, she groaned, adding, I'm feeling a bit nauseous. Xia Yuan cheekily replied, It should not be my fault. Xia Yuan retorted with an exasperated expression. Trailing behind them, the Platinum Dragon King followed suit, its large dragon face brimming with joy. Big Pot, our combination technique is remarkable. Shouldn't we bestow it a name? Xia Yuan, striding confidently, mused, that makes sense. I have a splendid idea. Let's call it the Purple Candle Dragon. It seems fitting. The Platinum Dragon King gazed at him in admiration. Purple Candle Dragon, how magnificent! Truly worthy of Big Pot. Not only is he powerful, but also so knowledgeable. It tapped its head, reflecting, unlike me, who is rather dim-witted. Zhou observed his great white dragon's lack of initiative and felt a surge of frustration. Is this how you're going to address him? You didn't even consult him before following others blindly. However, as Zhou sensed the dazed and astonished gazes of those around him, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. This sensation of emerging into the limelight alongside his companions was quite delightful. It was a feeling of camaraderie. Having journeyed alone for so long, he had not anticipated experiencing such a moment. Xia Yuan and his companions strolled leisurely, akin to a casual outing, passing before the city defense commander, the spirits, and the onlookers, making their way back to the hotel. The city defense commander snapped back to reality and called out, Wait a moment. Have you truly completed the 4-star instance so swiftly? Xia Yuan and his group paid him no heed. Only the Platinum Dragon King turned its head back, politely nodding in acknowledgement. The city defense personnel gazed at the levels above their heads, one at level 55 and the other at level 58, falling into deep contemplation. It was simply unbelievable. With such levels, they must possess SSR capabilities. However, had they truly completed a 4-star instance in less than half a minute? The prospect of SSR at such levels seemed unlikely. Could it be that both were equipped with such prowess? Speaking of which, did the Alliance's strategy team operate with this kind of efficiency? Observing their spirit contract practitioners, it appeared that they were quite youthful, seemingly still in academia. Both Xia Yuan and the Platinum Dragon King concealed their ranks. Generally, individuals of SSR caliber would refrain from revealing their identities to avoid unnecessary complications. Not long after their departure, the Alliance's strategy team arrived, albeit belatedly. The team leader exclaimed in haste, We have arrived. Where is the dungeon portal? The city defense commander candidly responded, It was just conquered by 2 passing spirit contractors. The leader replied in astonishment, What? The strategy team echoed, What? Quickly. They had hastened their journey, receiving the notification and arriving in under 5 minutes. The leader reiterated, Under 5 minutes for a conquest? The city defense commander took a deep puff of smoke and replied, You may not believe it, but it was under half a minute, possibly even shorter. On the way back to the hotel, Xia Yuan glanced at Zhou, whose complexion had noticeably paled since before, and couldn't help but ask, Are you unwell? Zhou retorted, Is that polite? Upon mentioning this, the previously exuberant demeanor of the Platinum Dragon King dimmed instantly, expressing a hint of sorrow. My master has leukemia and has been in poor health. Xia Yuan offered, My condolences. Zhou, somewhat speechless, remarked that he was not on the verge of death yet, and noted the two were indeed of similar temperament. Xia Yuan contemplated the medical capabilities of this world, questioning whether treatment was truly unattainable. After all, were there not spirit contractors capable of healing the body? Zhou, with a wry smile, stated, Mine is rather unique, caused by a genetic mutation. Can a spirit contractor really reassemble my genes? Xia Yuan immediately thought of a reversal technique that could facilitate healing. Regrettably, the reversal technique derived from the template of Satoru Gojo could only heal oneself and not others. Even within the world of sorcery, the only individuals capable of using the reversal technique to heal others were Sukuna, Itadori, and the formidable Shokoyeri. Moreover, whether a genetic mutation could be remedied by the reversal technique remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Xia Yuan felt compelled to explore this possibility. Just because Satoru Gojo in the original world could not achieve it did not imply he could not. Learning to utilize the reversal technique for the benefit of others would serve as a precaution. I shall give it a try. Suddenly, Xia Yuan placed his hand on Zhouke's shoulder, startling the other three. Do you possess the ability of a healer? They exclaimed in unison. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan endeavored to apply the reversal technique. It required a profound understanding of bodily formulas, which was rather intricate. Mo Shiyu was genuinely surprised, wondering if there was anything this individual could not do. Under the expectant gazes of the trio, Xia Yuan abruptly spread his palm, exclaiming, "Oysters. It's exceedingly difficult. Grant me some time. Perhaps once I reach level 100, I shall be able to accomplish it." He patted Zhouke's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "So, do your utmost to hold on until then." Zhouke began to cough, hoping for the best. The Platinum Dragon King diminished his size, gently patting Zhouke's back with his claws to help him catch his breath. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xia Yuan and the Platinum Dragon King arranged to play games together in the evening before parting ways. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan naturally returned to the Spirit Master ranking space, preparing to commence their journey of live streaming and climbing the ranks before the pinnacle matches. Xia Yuan glanced at the system, noting that the reward bar stood at 58. He resolved to press on. He could already see the next SSR ceiling character template beckoning to him. With a double SSR template, Xia Yuan truly could not fathom how he might lose. Mo Shiyu furrowed her brow, contemplating what title to bestow upon their livestream. She initially settled on 10 consecutive wins in placement matches, only competing in high-tier matches. Observing this, Xia Yuan sighed and shook his head, saying, "Fat you are still too young. How could such a title attract viewers? Allow me." He took it upon himself to revise the title. When Mo Shiyu looked again, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It boldly proclaimed, "The most powerful cherry blossom swordsman. Live challenge for the highest winning streak in ranked matches. If I lose one match, I'll eat." Mo Shiyu exclaimed, "You eat?" Xia Yuan smiled indulgently, responding, "You eat." Mo Shiyu flustered insisted, "You eat, you eat." Xia Yuan laughed heartily, offering a comforting head pat. "Rest assured, how could I bear to let such an adorable fat you eat something distasteful? I want to lose, you want to have to." Chapter 65. The Enigmatic Realm of Sakura. The Unyielding embarked upon a live stream entitled The Mightiest Sakura Blade Master, a challenge to achieve the highest consecutive victories. I shall feast upon defeat. As the broadcast commenced, numerous spirit masters, who had previously taken an interest in her, flocked to the observation room. Noticing their arrival, cleared his throat a few times, swiftly embodying the persona of the character, his expression gradually transforming into one of icy detachment. The observation room buzzed with excitement. A cacophony of voices erupted. First, I finally caught the live stream of the illustrious Rainy Knight, the blade-wielding deity. Her character design is stunning, utterly captivating. After witnessing so many abstract streamers, at last, I have feasted my eyes upon beauty. The skills of the Spirit Master are so dazzling and exquisite. The cherry blossom sword energy is utterly devastating, akin to watching a cinematic masterpiece, simply breathtaking. Without further ado, I shall commence my irreverence. However, many onlookers express skepticism. Goodness, Rainy Knight with a blade. Has she truly achieved 7 consecutive victories and still in the placement matches? This title is utterly exaggerated. Challenging for the highest consecutive victories, relying solely on a level 55 spirit. To the bystanders, may I inquire, does she truly feast upon defeat? I eagerly await the host's downfall. As the observation area filled with various small gifts raining down upon, and the special effects illuminated the space. Being her first live stream, felt somewhat overwhelmed, uncertain of what to convey. After a moment of contemplation, she declared with haughty nonchalance, "I appreciate your meager gifts. If you are impoverished, there is no need to contribute. As for those questioning our prowess, simply observe. We shall not falter, nor shall we indulge in defeat. We are now prepared to commence our ranked matches." Closed his eyes to meditate, finding the host's arrogance somewhat amusing. Had always been this way, a delicate girl at home, yet exuding a proud and aloof demeanor in public. Moreover, having spent considerable time together, she had begun to articulate her thoughts more eloquently, seemingly molding herself into his likeness. Is the host truly this audacious? She even mocks us. She finds our contributions lacking. Oh, I feel slighted, yet somehow it feels invigorating. With each victory, the opponents would grow stronger, the challenges increasingly formidable. Thus, the host was destined to encounter defeat. Fortunately, the spirit masters in the observation room had long since embraced a rational admiration for her beauty, even when, under the guise of saber, resorted to insults. She radiated an unparalleled charm, rendering any aversion impossible. Conversely, some individuals found themselves even more exhilarated, summoned and initiated the ranked matches. With a sulky expression, appeared decidedly displeased. She felt utterly overlooked. In this household, she seemed to have lost her place. The positioning matches between and continued. A successful match was found. This time, their opponents were formidable warriors of the diamond rank. Within the ranks of diamond, regardless of the strength of the team composition, there would almost always be an SR spirit. At this level, spirit masters, upon exiting the ranked space, were typically individuals of considerable status and prestige. Both parties prepared themselves, eschewing any superfluous banter, and directly plunged into battle. 3, 2, 1. The clash begins. The mechanical voice resonated. Xia Yuan had already positioned his blade downward, relinquishing it to the ground, initiating his bankai. Since he was live-streaming, he intended to deliver an impressive display that would silence any skeptics and provide them with a moment of astonishment. Bankai, Senbenzakura, Kagyoshi. The long blade ascended majestically, awe-inspiring and grand. The blade dissipated at an astonishing speed, transforming into a sea of pink cherry blossoms that enveloped the arena. As the spectators remained momentarily stunned, Xia Yuan's lips moved slightly as he quietly intoned, Kangsh, Senbenzakura, Kagyoshi. Kangsh represents an alternate form of Senbenzakura, Kagyoshi. Unlike the pink cherry blossom sword array of Shanjing, it encompasses the myriad cherry blossom blades of Senbenzakura Kagyoshi into a spherical formation, enveloping the enemy. Then, it strikes from all angles, shattering the opponent without mercy. Boom! Just as the audience was captivated by the beauty and grandeur of this technique, the arena was entirely cloaked by a colossal sphere of cherry blossom blades. The blossoms swirled, a testament to life's persistence. Xia Yuan, along with all his spirits and their master, was enveloped within. Yet, Mo Shiyu and Xiao He found themselves isolated outside. The two gazed in awe at the gigantic cherry blossom sphere before them. Another new form of skill from Xia Yuan. What other secrets did he possess? At this moment, the opponent's spirit master and spirits finally reacted. This is dire. We're trapped. Quick, we must eliminate him. The spirits surged towards Xia Yuan, and to their astonishment, the opposing SR was a control-type spirit, executing a powerful move to restrain Xia Yuan. However, Xia Yuan regarded them with indifference, slowly uttering, "You've worked hard. The battle has already concluded." As his words echoed, the entire sphere of cherry blossom blades began to move erratically, continuously contracting. A brilliant pink radiance erupted. A tempest arose upon the arena, cherry blossoms swirling wildly, eliciting gasps from the audience. Bang! The cherry blossom blade sphere was compressed to its utmost limit before suddenly exploding. Under the relentless cutting force of myriad blades, the opponent's spirit master's defensive barrier faltered and collapsed, leading to their demise. The remaining lower-tier spirits were instantaneously obliterated. Only the SR managed to endure for a brief moment, but with the spirit master's death, he too departed peacefully. Congratulations to Yu Yi, who wields a sword without an umbrella, for his victory. An announcement echoed across the entire server in the Great Xia region. Congratulations to Yu Yi for achieving an astounding 8 consecutive victories. Xia Yuan materialized, his robes billowing. The cherry blossom blades converged into a mighty river, reassembling in his grasp, transforming back into a Zanpakuto. He nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had become increasingly adept. Bankai. Mo Shiyu had grown somewhat desensitized to the new techniques that Xia Yuan periodically unveiled. However, she suddenly realized that Xia Yuan seemed to possess the ability of the Bankai, Senbenzakura, allowing him to effortlessly crush some ordinary SRs, nearly approaching the strength of an SSR. The arena fell into an utter silence. All the spectators widened their eyes, their mouths agape, rendered speechless by the shock. It was not until the arena dissipated and they returned to Mo Shiyu's ranking space that they began to react, a cacophony of voices erupting. Wang Defa, is this how you win? Goodness, the opponent is no mere amateur. He is a formidable diamond tier. Oh my, the Bankai is explosively impressive. I am utterly captivated. Incredible. I retract my previous doubts. The streamer is indeed a powerhouse, not just a comedian. Those of you who have just entered might still be unaware. The streamer's spirit partner is an SSR. SSR, the ability to slay with cherry blossoms, a power I've never witnessed before. I had heard whispers that some elite spirit masters from top-tier families secretly nurture exceptionally powerful SSRs, revealing them only at high levels. The streamer must be one of them. Chapter 66. The 1v1 True Spirit Battle. Familiar faces in an instant. A torrent of gifts descended upon Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan amidst the fervent spectators. As the effects of the gifts erupted, Xia Yuan turned to Mo Shiyu, inquiring about her remaining spiritual energy. Mo Shiyu replied, 20%. After a full day of ranked matches and the elimination of a 4-star dungeon disaster, I can already feel the weariness of my spiritual energy. Taking the opportunity to take credit, Little Black chimed in. Without my assistance, Master would likely have run out of energy by now, so I am indeed quite indispensable. Xia Yuan nodded slightly. Continue on, that's sufficient. Even if I exhaust you, I can still activate the ability of the inscription set. As time drew to a close, once the Spirit Master's energy was fully depleted, it would replenish 50% of the spirit energy for the spirit itself. He had yet to trigger such an effect. It seemed like an excellent opportunity to test it today. However, such a powerful inscription ability would likely have a lengthy cooldown after being used once. Match found. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan proceeded to their 9th rank match. As time progressed, the number of viewers in their live stream soared. A thrilling 9 consecutive victories were on display. An increasing number of people tuned in to witness who dared to boast about breaking that woman's winning streak. In this 9th match, their opponent was still a diamond rank, but clearly much stronger than the previous one. Even with Xia Yuan's initial power unleashed, he could not secure an instant victory. The opponent, noticing the formidable Rainy Knight, who boasted an 8-game winning streak, as well as the substantial viewership, was overly cautious. Employing the ability of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he opened the 4th gate, and combined with the devastating cherry blossom sword formation of Senbenzakura, he ultimately secured the victory. Following their 9 consecutive wins in the ranking matches, the viewer count in the live stream had surged to tens of thousands, with a flurry of gift effects illuminating the screen. Mo Shiyu, overwhelmed by the dazzling effects, chose to silence the gift notifications without a word. Then, they commenced their final ranked match. The audience was eager to witness the birth of a perfect 10-game winning streak, a historic achievement for a level 55 Spirit Master. Match found. The arena materialized, set atop a towering mountain, perfectly capturing the atmosphere for the climactic final match. The information of their opponent appeared. Master rank 11 points. ID, Black Flame Spirit. In the Spirit Master ranking matches, upon reaching Master rank, each victory grants 1 point. Upon achieving 100 points in Master rank, one ascends to the pinnacle of Spirit Masters. The King rank. Aside from the high rank, the opponent's character design was equally impressive. 2 striking women, one clad in a resplendent black gown and the other in white, stood poised. The woman in black was the Black Flame Spirit Master, while the one in white was a level 96 SR Spirit. The woman in black glanced at Mo Shiyu's ID, placing a hand on her hip, and smiled slightly. Ah, we've encountered a tough opponent. Isn't this the Rainy Knight with an 8-game winning streak? The white-gowned Spirit Master scoffed. I take great delight in interrupting others' winning streaks. In a moment of instinctual thought, Jiang Li bit her snow-white fingers, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her opponent was undoubtedly formidable, having achieved 9 consecutive victories to face them. There could be no doubt that an SSR was in play. The white drape's eyes gleamed with excitement as she brandished her sword, the air around her growing frigid. An SSR? Splendid. I have been yearning for a chance to vent my frustrations upon one. Jiang proposed. Shall I summon the other? The white drape shook her head, her tone resolute. No need. I wish to engage in a 1v1. I can see the strength of my opponent at a glance. It is precisely for this reason that he will serve as the sharpening stone for my second awakening. With a sigh, Jiang acquiesced. After all, one must cherish their own SR. She was not particularly concerned about ranking points. What she valued more was the growth and strength of her SR. The enhancement of A's combat prowess could be achieved not only through leveling up in dungeons and equipping runes, but also through a more advanced method. Relentless battles teetering on the brink of death, awakening the very essence of their soul. Much like a boss that undergoes 3 stages of evolution, a 2 could experience 3 awakenings. Generally, only at level 90 and above could achieve soul awakening. Each awakening significantly boosted their power and attributes. On the other side of the arena, Xia and Xia Yuan observed the black-skirted biting her finger with a familiar analytical expression. They exchanged glances. Could it be the infamous Wasabi? Xia Yuan grasped his blade, suppressing a laugh. Whether it was her or not, they would find out once they faced her. This ranking match promised to be more straightforward. With the little black trinket excluded, it was a true 1v1 battle of. The viewers in Xia's live stream were captivated, their excitement palpable. Suspense hung in the air. One was a level 55 SSR, and the other a 96 level SR of master rank. Both were unequivocal powerhouses, so the outcome would be no surprise, regardless of who triumphed. On the arena, Xia Yuan and the white-draped locked eyes from a distance. With both sides prepared, the thrilling countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. The battle began. Whoosh! As the countdown concluded, both participants sprang into action simultaneously. Xia Yuan wasted no time and unleashed his. The white-draped also acted without hesitation, her sword flashing as she closed in on Xia Yuan. Clang! Her frost-laden blade clashed against the invulnerable barrier Xia Yuan had activated, producing a resounding ring. The white-draped reacted swiftly, attempting to maneuver her blade from another angle, yet remained obstructed. Why? She paused momentarily, puzzled by this peculiar defensive ability that mirrored that of her opponent. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan had completed his, towering blades rising behind him, scattering like cherry blossoms as they surged toward her. The white-draped quickly created distance, exhaling frosty breath, and swung her sword at the approaching flower-like blades. The chill was palpable, piercing through the air. The icy sword aura swept through the cherry blossoms before him, carving a path through the encircling blades of petals. Upon hearing the familiar name of the skill and the chilling sword energy, Xia Yuan immediately discerned the identity of his opponent. Miss Ice Cream, a member of the Alliance's strategy team. As for the one known as Black Flame Spirit, the black-clad spirit master with a penchant for biting her fingers. It must indeed be Hanyu. What a remarkable coincidence, akin to encountering a multifaceted performer. Unable to contain himself, Xia Yuan revealed his signature grin. From a distance, the Ice Queen caught sight of that exceedingly irritating smile, her golden eyes filled with astonishment. That smile was etched in her memory. How could he smile so similarly to that insufferable Xia Yuan? The Ice Queen gazed at the flurry of cherry blossoms, momentarily lost in thought. But it was impossible. Xia Yuan's skills were never so flamboyant. Xia had also recognized their adversary's identity and could hardly suppress a chuckle. However, it seemed unlikely that their opponent would uncover their identities, for Xia Yuan wielded abilities that were entirely distinct. Chapter 67. The reversal of techniques combined with the 8 gates of Duanjia, Summer Abyss in the Hulk form, however. Why do you smile like that? It truly infuriates me. The Ice Queen, wielding her twin blades, exuded an overwhelming aura, frost spreading beneath her feet, a chilling expanse that promised the utmost devastation. She stepped forward, her white gown billowing, revealing a glimpse of her fair thigh, and slashed with her sword. Crack! 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 As the frigid sword energy coursed through the air, it crystallized into icicles, nearly enveloping the entire arena. The cherry blossom blades were scattered and frozen, ensnaring even Summer Abyss within their icy grasp. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. Indeed, the SR Spirit of the Master rank was an entirely different caliber compared to the previously encountered Diamond rank SR. Frozen solid, had they encountered an insurmountable challenge, threatening their winning streak. The sword-wielding elder brother, do your best. Hanyu released her bitten finger, laughing loudly at Xia, proclaiming that SR and SR were not the same. A top-tier SR could rival an SSR. Rainy night, with your sword but no umbrella, I shall claim your winning streak. Xia remained composed. Clearly, their opponent had not discerned their true identities. The Ice Queen did not believe that a single strike could conclude the match. Her golden eyes were fixed intently on the direction of Summer Abyss, sensing the impending danger. Buzzing, the icicles that had previously blanketed the arena were suddenly eroded by the cherry blossoms, adorned with a layer of pink luminescence. With a resounding crack, all the icicles shattered simultaneously, crumbling from within under the assault of the cherry blossom blades. The arena was reclaimed by a sea of blossoms. At the heart of this floral ocean, the elegantly aloof and handsome figure reemerged. He gazed skyward at an angle of 40 to 50 degrees, seemingly admiring the scenery, when suddenly he recalled a particularly striking verse, murmuring softly, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom and slay the 100 blooms." The fragrant aroma wafts through Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Xia felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking to herself that this fellow could not help but flaunt his pretentiousness. What about fighting? Why must he recite poetry? Yet, she found herself inexplicably captivated by his charm. What a model he was. Regardless of what he said, he was undeniably handsome. The Ice Queen gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy was indeed reminiscent of Summer Abyss. Utterly nonsensical. Having mused poetically, Summer Abyss seamlessly transitioned into another line. Annihilation scene. 1,000 cherry blossoms in bloom. The cherry blossom blades obeyed his command, forming a perfectly aligned array suspended in the air, encasing the Ice Queen within, crafting a world for the two of them. The Ice Queen surveyed the grand spectacle around her and snorted dismissively. It was merely flashy and of no practical use. Once more she raised her swords, icy energy swirling around her, leaving frosty imprints beneath her feet, and then relentlessly unleashed a barrage of frigid sword energy towards Summer Abyss. 18 consecutive strikes. The sword energy transformed into a flurry of sharp ice blades, darting towards Summer Abyss with the swiftness of the wind. With graceful poise, Summer Abyss raised a hand. As the surrounding cherry blossom blades formed a line, autonomously targeting the ice blades launched by the Ice Queen, resulting in a series of clashes in mid-air. As the cherry blossom blade fended off the opponent's assault, Xia Yuan remained undeterred. With his other hand raised, he began to conjure a colossal sword made entirely of cherry blossom blades through the power of his will. This technique was unknown even to the likes of Kiraku Shunsui. It was a creation of his own, born from his familiarity with the Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, and to his astonishment, he succeeded on his very first attempt. This was the advantage of not relying on Gojo Satoru's template, but rather continuously mastering new skills. He adeptly integrated the abilities of Senbenzakura, even developing new techniques that enhanced the diversity and potency of his methods. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the gigantic cherry blossom blade surged forth towards the Ice Queen. Even her ice blades were shattered in succession by the oncoming assault, swiftly aiming for her face. The Ice Queen, wielding her sword in defense, found herself pushed backward by the immense force. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yuan raised his finger once more, targeting her with his ultimate technique, one bite of 1,000 blades of blossoms. All the pink cherry blossom blades adjusted their angles, pointing directly at the Ice Queen. A torrential downpour of blades surged forth, nearly sealing her fate. Gasps erupted from the spectators. It seems victory is imminent. I'm utterly captivated. No wonder it's an SSR. The skill is not only dazzling, but also incredibly powerful. I envy him. If only I had such a familiar spirit, I could feast on rice without care. Even a pound. The livestream audience had swelled to 50,000 and continued to rise. Newcomers were left awestruck, their scalps tingling in the wake of the cherry blossoms. Just as all believed the outcome was certain, the Ice Queen's aura erupted anew, her expression wild with fervor. Without the slightest hesitation, she chose to awaken. All attributes heightened. She transformed into the Ice Valkyrie. Boom! A piercing chill surged into the sky. The temperature in the entire space plummeted. Even the audience felt the cold, huddling together and shivering uncontrollably. The myriad cherry blossom blades had yet to approach the Ice Queen before they were encased in ice. Even the massive cherry blossom blade that had restrained her was eroded by the frost, cracking and shattering to the ground like frozen sticks. Now clad in a stunning blue ice armor, the Ice Queen exuded grace and beauty. Her attributes soared, and with a flourish of her long sword, she created afterimages, intercepting every cherry blossom blade that dared to approach her. A smile unconsciously crept onto Xia Yuan's lips. Miss Ice Cream unveiled her ice cream form, a sight both invigorating and refreshing, evoking a desire to take a bite and savor the chill of summer. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Queen had escaped her predicament, reappearing behind him. The speed of the cherry blossom blades could no longer keep pace with her. Your cherry blossom domain is rather special, isn't it? My blade shall be obstructed. Then, what of long-range attacks? The Ice Queen's lips exhaled a cold breath as she concentrated her power on her longsword, unleashing a formidable aura. Frost of Silence, Blade of Frost Moon. With a charged strike, the icy blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a crescent-shaped glacier that surged towards Xia Yuan from behind. Xia Yuan abruptly turned, confronting the vast and lethal crescent ice glacier. He realized that employing those cherry blossom sword formations would be futile against such overwhelming force. Thus, he decided to engage with greater seriousness. 8 gates of Duanjia. The 6th gate, the Gate of Yu, opened. A radiant green energy enveloped Xia Yuan as he maximally ignited his life force. Simultaneously, he utilized a reversal technique to mend the injuries afflicting his body. In this manner, both processes achieved an infinite cycle. Xia Yuan felt an inexhaustible surge of power welling within him, akin to an endless supply of invigorating elixirs, his fervor reaching an exhilarating peak. The vigor of youth even caused his eyebrows to thicken unconsciously. This Gate of Yu transcended its counterpart in the world of Naruto. It manifested as a more potent and lethal reversal technique. The green energy igniting from Xia Yuan intensified as his physical limits continued to be surpassed. His current state could be aptly described as the green giant form. This terrifying wave of life energy surged forth, engulfing the surroundings and shocking all present. Xiaohei, with a visage of astonishment, exclaimed, "The great Xia Yuan has transformed into the green giant. How remarkable!" Mo Shiyu, equally exhilarated, found herself at a loss for words. Never having anticipated that the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia could rival the prowess of the Soul Reaper's 1,000 cherry blossoms. Chapter 68. Towards the upgraded peacock. Towards the phoenix. Xia Yuan was brimming with youthful vigor, completely disregarding the roleplay, and passionately roared. Open the Jingmen. Ascend to the upgraded peacock. Toward the phoenix. He leaped into the air, hovering as he unleashed a barrage of punches against the incoming glacial sword energy. His fists moved with such speed they left behind afterimages, breaking the sound barrier and generating intense flames through friction with the air. A multitude of fiery meteors radiated outward, covering a fan-shaped area of approximately 120 degrees in front of him. The spectacle, thunderous. The upgraded peacock is a technique unleashed after opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, known as the Jingmen. This technique generates flames through high-speed punches, creating a fiery assault that blankets the battlefield. The name Upgraded Peacock derives from the flames fanning out like a peacock displaying its plumage. However, under Xia Yuan's enhanced reversal technique, his Ola punches exceeded the power and quantity of the Upgraded Peacock by leaps and bounds. The flames emitted from his fists were dense and expansive, resembling a fiery phoenix diving downwards. With a sizzling sound, The crescent glacial sword energy unleashed by the Ice Queen was effortlessly shattered and melted by the Fire Phoenix, releasing a copious amount of white steam. Even after destroying the glacier, the Phoenix maintained its momentum, continuing its descent toward the Ice Queen. She was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you a swordsman? Why have you suddenly switched to physical techniques, launching Ola punches?" Having encountered countless spirits in her career, numbering in the thousands, she had never witnessed such a vast disparity in skill sets before. This was utterly illogical. The Ice Queen had no choice but to swing her sword again, unleashing another wave of glacial sword energy to withstand the oncoming Phoenix. The clash of ice and fire created a steamy haze that obscured their surroundings. From within the white steam, the green giant Xia Yuan emerged suddenly, his fiery fist aimed directly at her abdomen. The Ice Queen's passive skill, superhuman perception, activated just in time, allowing her to barely raise her sword to block his punch. Bang! The force of that punch was tremendous. Even with her sword as a barrier, it felt as if she had been struck by a speeding train, sending her flying backward. The Ice Queen was momentarily dazed. Whose fists are so formidable, with such immense power? As she inserted her sword into the arena to steady herself, Xia Yuan's other fist was already upon her. With a fierce cry, she swung her sword upward, dissipating the force of Xia Yuan's punch with her glacial sword energy. The two then became entwined in close combat. Sword and fist collided. The intensity of their confrontation was palpable. The speed of their strikes, whether with the sword or the fist, reached unparalleled heights. To the onlookers, only green and white figures could be seen interweaving in a web of chaos, erupting from one side of the arena to the other. While delivering punches, Xia Yuan did not neglect to manipulate the surrounding cherry blossom blades. The coordinated assaults allowed him to maintain the upper hand against the Ice Queen. As time passed, the Ice Queen accumulated more wounds, her cheeks grazed by cherry blossom blades and her body battered by the winds of his punches. As the two parted ways once more, the Ice Queen had been thoroughly battered, her white gown torn with numerous slashes, revealing her delicate, snowy skin beneath. Her curvaceous form heaved violently, each breath coming in sharp gasps. Despite being at a disadvantage and suffering severe injuries, her lovely visage radiated a sense of exhilaration. It had been ages since she encountered a formidable opponent capable of overwhelming her. On the other side, Xia Yuan remained unscathed. The youthful fervor began to wane, giving way to a cold demeanor. However, his heart was anything but tranquil. It was a tempest of emotions, for he had successfully combined the reversal technique with the 8 gates of Duanjia. While the 8 gates was undeniably powerful, its usage exacted a tremendous toll on the body. The greater the force unleashed, the more significant the damage incurred. Even for a spirit contract, bodily harm could not be instantly mended, requiring the spirit master to expend spiritual energy for gradual recovery. Yet, Xia Yuan could leverage the reversal technique to instantaneously, precisely, and swiftly mend his physical injuries. The cyclical interplay of these two skills formed a flawless loop, an infinite accumulation of the physical enhancement provided by the 8 gates. This was akin to him substituting the side effects and costs of the 8 gates with the immediate consumption of his spirit energy. Thus, he attained an enduring state of the 8 gates, propelled by a terrifying engine of limitless power. The amplification of strength granted by the 8 gates was immense, tenfold, several dozen times, perhaps even greater. Xia Yuan effectively possessed a perpetually operational human nuclear fusion reactor. The energy output from this reactor no longer relied on the sacrifice of life, but was sustained by the reversal technique powered by his spirit energy. In the world of Naruto, when the esteemed Might Guy opened the 8th gate, there was a temporal limitation, as his life energy could only sustain it for so long. However, if Xia Yuan were to unlock the 8th gate, with the augmentation of the reversal technique, as long as his spirit energy remained intact, he could maintain that state indefinitely. Though the reversal technique consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, it would not pose a problem for Xia Yuan, who could sustain it for 5 or 6 hours. 5 or 6 hours in the 8th gate state. Xia Yuan could hardly fathom it. It was akin to wielding a cheat code. Who could possibly withstand such power? Even Madara would be brought to his knees. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan sought to quell the tumultuous excitement within. This was one of his trump cards. However, as of now, there was no one worthy of his full effort. Meanwhile, the viewership in Mo Shiyu's livestream had surged to 70,000. It was crucial to note that this comprised 70,000 spirit masters rather than mere civilians. The fervor was palpable. The audience of spirit masters erupted in cheers, utterly astounded. What a spectacle! This is mesmerizing, sending chills down my spine. Both combatants were formidable. Yet the SSR Rainy Knight, armed with a blade but no umbrella, was undeniably superior. How could a swordsman wield such ferocity in close combat? Overpowering a swordsman with mere fists? It was astonishing. What an exhilarating display. True men must engage in such intimate brawls. Is this truly the caliber of a Master S match? It is simply an existence from another dimension. Xia Yuan gazed at the elegantly tattered white-skirted female swordsman, extending his hand playfully. What is the matter? Could it be that you are unable to continue? Proceed. The Ice Queen raised her long sword once more. A fierce smile gracing her lips, though it bore a hint of madness. A woman cannot utter the words, "I cannot." She can only declare, "Do not cease." As she spoke, the blade in her grasp swelled dramatically, radiating a dazzling ice-blue light, the air around her turning frigid. The entire arena was cloaked in frost, the temperature plummeting to an unprecedented low, plunging towards the absolute zero of -273. 15 degrees Celsius. Observing her demeanor, Xia Yuan recognized that she was preparing to unleash her ultimate move. He had witnessed its formidable power firsthand, having once vanquished a deep abyss boss with it. Given this, he felt compelled to respond with equal respect. It was time to utilize the most powerful technique of his Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, to conclude this battle. The blade reappeared in Xia Yuan's hand, gripped firmly with both hands, as his spiritual pressure surged to its zenith. In an instant, Mo Shiyu felt her remaining spiritual energy being utterly drained. Skillfully, she knelt upon the ground, having long practiced the art of positioning herself gracefully in the face of depletion. Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu sighed wearily, a bitter smile gracing her features. How many more trump cards do you possess? Chapter 69. The Final Vision. The White Emperor's Sword. Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was utterly depleted. The effect of the time-ending inscription was activated. Xia Yuan felt an immense surge of spiritual power replenishing him, filling him with strength. A formidable aura emanated from his being, overwhelming the entire arena with its oppressive force. The intensity of his presence was unparalleled. The cherry blossom blades that floated above the arena vanished, transforming into pink streams of light that converged upon the Zanpakuto in his grasp. This was swiftly followed by an explosive emergence. A dazzling white light ascended, morphing into magnificent, snow-white wings that enveloped the blade on either side. The final vision, the White Emperor's Sword. The White Emperor's Sword represents the ultimate form of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, a manifestation of overwhelming beauty and destructive power. Upon activation, all scattered cherry blossom blades coalesce into white wings that envelop the sword, creating a luminous weapon of exquisite aesthetic and devastating might. This form maximizes offensive strength by compressing all the power of the Bankai into a singular point. The spectators trembled in awe at this striking scene, their breaths momentarily caught in their throats. Even from a distance, they could sense the terrifying power contained within Xia Yuan's luminous sword. The momentum between Xia Yuan and the Ice Queen collided fiercely in the air, neither yielding, effectively bisecting the arena. Both were poised for action, ready to determine the victor, their combat prowess reaching its zenith. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Every eye widened in anticipation, unwilling to miss a single moment. Mo Shiyu and Hanyu felt the tension rise, their hearts lodged in their throats. They both held unwavering faith in their spirit companions, believing they could triumph over the adversary. The atmosphere became as rigid as ice, as if a storm were imminent. With an arrow drawn, it must be released. The Ice Queen, her fury palpable, her garments billowing, raised her colossal ice sword high, frost marks illuminating beneath her feet, and loudly chanted her ultimate technique, Ice Silence. Absolute zero judgment. Sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, the chilling brilliance manifesting. Centered around her, ice rapidly enveloped the entire arena, the deep blue sword energy brimming with a sense of annihilation, hurtling towards Xia Yuan. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xia Yuan's eyes. He retaliated with the radiant blade, sparkling like the stars. The final vision, the White Emperor Sword. He wielded the White Emperor Sword, confronting the vast, icy blue sword energy head-on. The clash of their powers commenced, shockwaves sweeping through the arena. In the Ice Queen's golden eyes, the figure of Xia Yuan wielding the White Emperor Sword drew ever closer. Her prideful, strongest sword energy was seamlessly cleaved in two by the White Emperor Sword, cascading to either side. The two brushed past each other. The residual force from their clash reverberated through the very fabric of space. As the aftermath of their combat settled, the audience raised their eyes once more, discovering the two standing back to back, poised to strike. Xia Yuan lifted his frostbitten hand, first sheathing his sword, his lips curling into a teasing smile as he quietly remarked, Miss Ice Cream, you performed admirably. Alas, you're still a fraction shy of my prowess. In the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of the white-clad swordswoman's mouth as she staggered a few steps and knelt upon one knee. Leaning on her long sword, she erupted into a joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. I concede. Upon hearing the name Miss Ice Cream, she suddenly froze, her pale face a canvas of disbelief. You are. Unfortunately, her body faltered first, dissolving into a myriad of ethereal fragments, returning to the Spirit Contract space. The battle had concluded. On the frost-laden arena, a mechanical voice proclaimed victory. Congratulations to Rainy Knight, blade in hand, for securing triumph. The announcement echoed throughout the Great Xia regional ranking space. Congratulations to Rainy Knight, blade in hand, for achieving 10 consecutive victories. The arena space gradually faded away. Han Yu remained rooted in place, struggling to comprehend that the Ice Queen had been defeated by a level 55 Spirit Contract. Ultimately, a smile broke upon her lips, and she expressed her contentment. Humanity is indeed fortunate. This generation of newly awakened spirits is truly monstrous. I never anticipated such a formidable SSR to emerge alongside Xia Yuan. Han Yu cast her gaze toward Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, along with the flying white entity, suddenly feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered this lineup before. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan returned to their ranking space. The mechanical voice resonated once more. Congratulations to Rainy Knight, blade in hand, for achieving 10 consecutive victories in the placement matches. Your current rank is Master, 001 points. The viewers in the live stream gradually regained their composure from the recent showdown, erupting with excitement. Woohoo! The White Emperor's blade is so dashing. I shall dub you the strongest swordsman. No, it seems this swordsman's martial prowess is equally impressive. 10 consecutive victories in placement matches, a scenario I could scarcely dream of, and straight to master rank. The streamer is invincible with such a powerful SSR. I am utterly captivated. Truly, Rainy Knight, blade in hand, is a divine being. These battles have been a delight to witness. Over the course of the afternoon's live stream, Mo Shiyu's gift value soared to 5,000 spirit stones. The audience continued to swell, on the verge of surpassing 100,000 viewers. Snap! The live stream abruptly ceased. Mo Shiyu, without any farewell, shut down the stream, overwhelmed by fatigue. And the broadcast ended. Though utterly drained, her body weak and her head buzzing, she couldn't suppress her joy upon seeing the master rank insignia. Master rank. Haha, this is splendid. Achieving 10 consecutive victories in placement matches, directly attaining master rank. How many spirit masters in the history of Great Xia have accomplished this? I, Mo Shiyu, have done it. As she laughed, tears of joy streamed down her face. Mom, Dad, did you see my accomplishments? Do not worry. I will avenge you. Mo Shiyu swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Xia Yuan quickly crouched down, shielding her with an expression of helpless concern. He had long sensed that there was an intensity within Pang Yu that was uncharacteristic for her age, as if something were persistently urging her onward, unwilling to allow her any respite. No matter how many times her spiritual energy was drained, nor how fatigued and pained her body became, she uttered not a single complaint. On the surface, she appeared harmless, a typical individual, yet internally she harbored a fierce fire. As for the nature of this fire, Xia Yuan could surmise a portion of it. Nevertheless, he believed that one day, Mo Shiyu would voluntarily confide in him. Little Black actively returned to the Spirit Contract space. Xia Yuan cradled Mo Shiyu and exited the Spirit Master ranking space, making his way back to the hotel. Initially intending to toss her onto the bed, he noticed the tear stains on her face and decided that a gentler approach was warranted, opting to lay her down instead. After a day spent in the realm of reality engaging in rankings, it was time to indulge in some ranked matches within the game. Xia Yuan gathered his friends from the group, eager to partake in a few rounds of fearless spirit contracts. However, to his surprise, these fellows had already started without him. As soon as he entered the game squad's microphone, he heard the reprimand of the Code Knight. "What is going on, dude? Dull Dragon, what's your problem? I asked you to guard the A point. Why is it so difficult? You keep dying before we even arrive." The voice of the Platinum Dragon King came forth in a humble apology. "I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize, my claws are simply too large, making it difficult to grip the mouse. If I apply too much force, the mouse breaks. I've already replaced several." Chapter 70, A Night of Aches and Pains. "What have you done to me?" The languid voice of the Censor Knight echoed mockingly. More excuses? Just practice more." The Platinum Dragon King replied with trepidation. "Senior, your admonitions are noted." A skilled female gamer clicked her tongue. "Censor, you sly one. Are you picking on the little dragon who's just joined us? Previously, in the Fearless Spirit, you were always at the bottom, and now that you've crawled up to second to last, you think you can pressure others?" The Censor Knight retorted earnestly. "Mei, you are being excessive. I am a holy light knight, a beacon of righteousness. How could I harbor such sordid thoughts? I merely wish to guide the younger players in their gaming endeavors." Mei, the adept female gamer, was a devoted gaming enthusiast, often found online for nearly 24 hours a day. Regardless of when Xia Yuan messaged her, she was invariably engrossed in her games. Her WeChat signature proclaimed, "The real world is a game. The gaming world is reality." This tagline revealed the extent of her gaming obsession. Xia Yuan donned his headphones and adjusted the game settings. "Hey, quiet down. Finish your game quickly. I'm logging on." The Platinum Dragon King, with a tone of excitement tinged with a hint of grievance, exclaimed, "Finally, you're here." Entering a new group, the dragon felt the pressure from unfamiliar faces teaching him how to play. The only familiar presence in the group was Xia Yuan. "Censor Knight, hey, little dragon, don't get distracted. They're about to engage in a..." Platinum Dragon King, Oh. After a moment, the Platinum Dragon King's voice brimmed with admiration and awe. "Mei, you are incredible, a pinnacle." Censor Knight, impressive, as expected of a gaming addict. Mei, basic skills should not be trifled with. Once the trio completed their match, Xia Yuan officially joined the gaming squad. Mei, in a state of boredom, remarked, "Did you see the news in the Spirit Master Circle? Someone achieved 10 consecutive victories in ranked matches, attaining the unprecedented master rank." Xia Yuan reclined with his legs resting on the computer desk, responding lazily, "Oh, such rumors spread swiftly. We've just entered the Spirit Master rank space." Platinum Dragon King, "Did you enter the Spirit Master rank space, Big Pot?" "My master advised that without SSR levels nearing 80 or 90, it's unwise to engage in ranked matches." Mei, UNZ, have you been drinking again? How much did you consume? Xia Yuan, Mei, I never boast. I merely speak the truth. Censor Knight, let me check my phone. Goodness, it's true. Is there an issue with this space? Others are surpassing my rank. Mei laughed, haha. Rainy night with a blade but no umbrella. What a peculiar ID. Whoever chose that name must be a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Xia Yuan felt a vain throb on his forehead, but smiled cheerfully. Mei, don't make me come through the internet to chat with you. Mei stuck out her tongue playfully. Oh, I'm so scared. Just keep pretending. When that day comes, all your pretenses will be the cause of your social demise. Platinum Dragon King. Mei, Big Pot is truly formidable. He is many times stronger than I. Mei found herself at a loss for words. Is it truly remarkable to be many times more powerful than you? The Platinum Dragon King scratched his head, pondering the thought. Stop. The game has begun. I have one final question. Yuanzi, are you on the verge of ascending to the divine capital? Xia Yuan, resting his hands on his head, swayed in his gaming chair and replied, Indeed, in 7 days. The Code Knight chimed in, Lao Deng, and I will also be heading to the divine capital. Apart from providing you with protection, we have some matters to attend to. Xia Yuan chuckled, protection for us? You'd best safeguard yourselves, Fat You, and I do not require your assistance. At that moment, the game commenced. A thud echoed in the room, the sound of someone tumbling down. Xia Yuan glanced back to find Mo Shiyu had rolled off the bed in her sleep, having been placed too close to the edge. He shook his head helplessly. Oh dear, even at this age, you still toss and turn in your sleep. I can't do anything about you. Once I finish this match, I'll carry you back to bed. The Code Knight, with keen perception, inquired. Did a doll fall? Xia Yuan replied. The Platinum Dragon King asked, what is a doll? Surely, De Gua has no children. Married males in cartoons tend to be more composed. De Gua is clearly not steady. Mei interjected, it's an adult matter. Little dragon brother should refrain from prying. The Platinum Dragon King responded, oh. Xia Yuan felt out of place in this group. Surrounded by such eccentric characters, he considered himself the most normal among them. Meanwhile, the live stream of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan competing in the Spirit Master ranking space was gaining immense popularity, with 10 consecutive victories in the level 55 ranking matches. They had soared straight into the Master tier. This was nothing short of astonishing. Throughout the history of the great Xia Spirit Masters, such feats were exceedingly rare. Now, videos of the legendary figure, Rainy Knight, wielding a blade without an umbrella, began circulating wildly within the great Xia Spirit Master community. Douyin even started editing clips of Xia Yuan executing various moves with his 1,000 cherry blossoms, enhanced with captivating background music, raking in millions of views overnight. This splendid and exquisite spirit summoning skill proved to be irresistibly captivating for the general populace. Coupled with the aloof and handsome image of Shuki Byakuya, it was simply extraordinary. In a previous life, this would undoubtedly be a character PV from a game Gacha. The allure of SSR was on full display at this moment. After witnessing it, everyone would yearn to draw. Alas, in this world, even with the expenditure of wealth and effort, obtaining such characters was far from guaranteed. The following day, Mo Shiyu awoke from a deep slumber, feeling a bit sore in her back and waist, as if she had been subjected to rough treatment. She sat up, her gaze vacant as it drifted toward the computer desk. Xia Yuan was still fervently battling. Hey, Code Knight and Dopey Dragon, what are you two doing? You need to use your brains when playing games. Suddenly, Mo Shiyu snapped back to reality, wrapping her arms around herself, her face a portrait of sorrow. Indeed, he has taken action. Her delicate face flushed crimson, radiating allure, as she bit her lip and inquired, Xia Yuan, what have you done to me? Xia Yuan, sensing her sorrowful gaze, removed his headphones and chuckled. Oh, you fell from the bed last night. I intended to carry you back after finishing a game, but I completely forgot and only realized it in the middle of the night. Mo Shiyu exclaimed, So the soreness all over my body is due to that. Her eyes momentarily glazed over, and after a brief pause, she quietly rose to freshen up. Once they had finished breakfast, the two entered the Spirit Binder's ranked space once more. Upon commencing the live stream, the viewer count astonishingly soared to over 100,000. The spirits in the live chat were ablaze with enthusiasm. First, wow, I've finally awaited the Great One's broadcast. After watching the previous ranked matches, I couldn't sleep a wink last night, dreaming of drawing the spirit of the Rainy Knight. I must see the cherry blossom. Bystanders were drawn to the video, eager to witness the prowess of the cherry blossom swordsman. Captivated by the cherry blossom swordsman's martial arts, they sought to learn your techniques. Chapter 71. Luo Xian and the Demon Blade Maiden during this week. Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan have been engrossed in live-streaming ranked matches, striving to accumulate points. Thanks to the power of the Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, and the initial gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Xia Yuan maintained an impressive winning streak, leading to an astonishing 27 consecutive victories. The popularity of their live stream surged exponentially. Not only did they receive nearly 10,000 spirit stones in donations, but Xia Yuan also honed his skills proficiently. As the number of slain contract spirits increased, the system's reward progress reached an impressive 70. The rise was remarkable. It was likely due to the slain contract spirits being exceptionally powerful SR entities, which yielded substantial reward points. Xia Yuan initially intended to continue until reaching 75 to draw a universal skill. However, their scheduled time to attend the National Contract Spirit Master Peak competition in the Imperial Capital had arrived. As seed players emerging from various contract Spirit Master academies in Yinchuan Province, their treatment was once again elevated. A luxurious private jet was chartered, exclusively accommodating the 5 contract Spirit Masters, flying them to the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital, the heart of the Daxia Empire, is a gathering place for countless fortunate contract Spirit Masters and formidable contract spirits. Numerous prestigious contract Spirit Master families thrived here, with various factions in Daxia intricately intertwined. It is also the ideal stage for contract Spirit Masters to showcase their talents. Among the 3 top-tier contract Spirit Master academies in the country, 2 are located in the Imperial Capital. On the plane, Mo Xiu held her phone, sending messages. It was the first time Xia Yuan had seen her so cheerful while chatting with someone else, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you chatting with?" With a joyous expression, Mo Xiu replied, "An older sister who took great care of me when I was young, Luo Xian. She studies at the Jasmine Flower Contract Spirit Academy in the Imperial Capital and is also a contract Spirit Master who drew an SSR, just like me, making it to the national finals." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, that sounds interesting. An SSR should indeed be formidable and worthy of attention. Especially after defeating it on the Contract Spirit Arena, it should yield a significant amount of reward points. For instance, the Dai Dragon. Although it appears rather dull, Xia Yuan felt that defeating it would still require some effort. The main issue was that it persistently followed him, making it difficult to take action. During these gaming days, he attempted to lure it into the Contract Spirit Arena under the pretense of friendly sparring to earn points. After all, it wouldn't truly die. Unfortunately, the Dai Dragon remained unfooled, refusing to fall for any trick. It was anything but dull, quite the clever one. Truly, it embodied the saying of appearing wise while being foolish. Mo Xiu, cradling her phone, couldn't help but smile, reflecting. Sister Luo Xian drew the SSR Demon Blade Maiden a long time ago. I envied her so much back then, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. She turned to Xia Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Yet who would have thought that I would also possess an SSR now? Upon hearing this name, Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Fat Yu, did you say the SSR she drew is called the Demon Blade Maiden? Mo Xiu nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is the matter? Do you not recognize her?" Xia Yuan could not help but scoff internally. Of course, he recognized her. This character appeared in many games of his previous life. However, he wondered if she was indeed the YD key he had envisioned. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter any characters from the myriad dimensions of his past life, only faintly similar ones. If Sukuna could be summoned as a contracted spirit, and he were to be bisected, becoming a mere fragment of Gojo Satoru. Xia Yuan shook his head with a smile. He was overthinking it. He was not Gojo Satoru. Rather, he was Xia Yuan, possessing all of Gojo's abilities and numerous extraordinary skills. Even if Sukuna were to appear, he could only apologize, saying, "I could not allow Lord Xia Yuan to unleash his full power." Thus far, Xia Yuan had distinctly felt that, apart from himself, no characters from the dimensions of his past life had emerged in this world. SSRs were exceedingly rare and difficult to summon, hence not a reliable reference. Yet among the low-tier contracted spirits, which were summoned in greater numbers, there were none resembling the minor characters from his previous life. Therefore, Xia Yuan found himself increasingly intrigued by this YD key. Was it merely the similarity in name, the resemblance in character design, or was she a YD key from an alternate parallel universe? He would soon find out upon meeting her. Mo Shiyu stretched elegantly, showcasing her enchanting figure. After disembarking from the plane, her sister, Ziyin, would be there to greet them and take them on a delightful tour of the capital. They decided to skip the banquet, as it would only entail tedious socializing and scrutiny. With her strikingly expressive eyes casting a glance at Xia Yuan, she muttered, "And you, troublemaker, let us simply rest for the night to prepare for tomorrow's national competition." Xia Yuan playfully extended his fist from behind her, playfully pressing against her cheek, exclaiming, "What do you mean by trouble? If others don't provoke me, there won't be any trouble. I am quite reasonable." Mo Shiyu retorted softly. "Whoa." Xia Yuan asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Mo Shiyu forcefully pushed his hand away, turning her face to regain her aloof demeanor, choosing to ignore him. The plane swiftly arrived in the capital. Mo Shiyu declined the official arrangements, leading Xia Yuan away from the airport terminal as she sought out Luo Ziyin via her phone. It seemed Ziyin had arrived early and was already waiting for them at the arrival area. Sure enough, as they exited the terminal, they spotted an enormous red banner stretching over the crowd, creating a striking spectacle. The banner proclaimed in bold characters, "Welcome my most adorable, beautiful, and endearing sister Mo Shiyu to the capital." At the center of the red banner hung a charming photograph of a little girl with rice grains on her lips, beaming with joy, a reflection of Mo Shiyu's childhood likeness. The grand display drew the attention of onlookers, eliciting various curious glances from the throngs within the airport. Xia Yuan, upon finishing the reading, found himself somewhat astonished and chuckled playfully, exclaiming, "Ha! Little Fat You is quite adorable. How did she transform so drastically as she grew up?" The image of the little lowly radiated warmth, reminiscent of the gentle sun in early winter. One could discern from her smile that she was enveloped in happiness, and even those who beheld her could not help but be infected by her joy, sharing in her delight. Where one might wonder, is the icy demeanor and distant aura of Mo Shiyu that we see now? As Mo Shiyu observed this scene, she transformed into a red steam engine. At that moment, a lively and charming female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Oi, little Shiyu, I'm over here, come quickly." Both Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu turned toward the sound and spotted a petite figure bouncing amidst the throng. Luo Ziyin, diminutive in stature, sported twin ponytails that bobbed with her every leap, exuding an air of cuteness. Her small mouth revealed glimpses of tiger teeth as she beamed radiantly and waved at them. Beside her stood the stunning and statuesque Yao Daoji, adorned in a vibrant red dress, exuding an aura of elegance and poise. A striking contrast to the overwhelming crowd that engulfed the others, leaving them feeling lost and disoriented. Chapter 72. The Law of Equality Among Spirits. The imperial capital of multitudes, Xia Yuan gazed in astonishment at the lively girl with twin ponytails, exclaiming, "Bang you! Are you certain she is your sister? She appears so small and diminutive." Mo Shiyu quickly hushed him, warning, "Xia Yuan, you mustn't mention her height in her presence." Xia Yuan nodded in understanding. The two parties convened in the grand hall. Mo Shiyu and Luo Ziyin, longtime friends, were overjoyed to reunite, their emotions palpable, tears glistening in their eyes. Just as they finished reminiscing, the warmth was fleeting. Mo Shiyu could no longer contain herself as she pointed at the exaggerated banner, indignantly demanding, "Sister Ziyin, explain that absurd banner. It's outrageous that you've displayed my childhood photo. I don't possess your thick skin." Luo Ziyin chuckled, playfully ruffling Mo Shiyu's hair, her two small canine teeth particularly striking. "It's adorable. I simply wish to share such a lovely little Shiyu with everyone. What fault is that of mine? Besides, this way, you can immediately feel my enthusiasm upon your arrival." Mo Shiyu waved her arms in protest, insisting, "Just hurry and take it down." With a beaming smile, Luo Ziyin soothed her emotions, tilting her head slightly as she finally regarded Xia Yuan, who stood behind her. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight. She promptly shoved Xia aside, speaking rapidly, "Excuse me." Then, with a fervent demeanor, she rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, "Little Xia, this must be your SSR. So tall." She looked up at Xia Yuan, her excitement barely contained, whispering, "Ah, you truly are tall and handsome, quite dashing. Your name is Xia Yuan, right? Come, allow your sister to check your physique." Xia observed her sister's infatuation with exasperation. This girl remained unchanged, utterly captivated by handsome men, just as she always had been. Xia Yuan looked down at the ponytailed little girl, grinning as he reached out to tousle her hair. "Sister? Little sister. Such adult jokes are not appropriate. One would never guess you are Bang Yu's older sister. You truly are quite short. Perhaps you should eat better to grow taller." Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey, Xia Yuan, didn't you nod in agreement? You promised not to say that." Luo Xian's expression shifted from delight to indignation, her eyes slowly losing their sparkle. Enraged, she lunged at Xia Yuan, intent on biting him. Fortunately, the swift demon blade maiden intervened, pulling her into an embrace to restrain her. At that moment, Luo Xian, akin to a frenzied piglet, thrashed her short legs in the demon blade maiden's grasp, struggling and shouting at Xia Yuan, "You, how dare you call me short? Am I unaware of my own height? I eat properly, yet I simply do not grow. Can you blame me for that? How dare you come to provoke me? Don't think that just because you are handsome, I won't bite you." Xia Yuan found amusement in watching the once adorable cat transform into a fierce creature ready to attack. And he couldn't help but laugh. He was indeed a source of worry, mockingly patting his rear and exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am so frightened, come bite me." "Oh, the yordle girl, height is not the issue. The real problem lies in your inability to hear the truth, which is rather unfortunate." Xia Yuan chuckled mischievously. For this world can be quite cruel. One must accept their stature and simply stand tall. Xia interjected, giving him a playful shove. "Xia Yuan, do tone it down." Luo Xian, baring her small fangs, wept profusely while declaring, "How infuriating! Let us duel, and I shall demonstrate the might of a human spirit master." Xia Yuan responded, "Oh, how intriguing! Are you intending to leap and strike my knee?" Enraged, Luo Xian retorted, "Little Xia, this fellow is certainly not an SSR. How could an SSR be so immature, lacking any semblance of strong presence, merely bullying young girls?" She was genuinely incensed. As a pampered little princess, who would ever dare to mock her height? Even within the academy, she was a figure of authority, and none would dare underestimate her due to her stature. Xia, observing the bickering duo, felt a headache brewing. The demon blade maiden held the struggling Luo Xian with practiced calmness, evidently not her first time restraining her master. What was initially a touching reunion between childhood friends had devolved into a comical squabble akin to that of elementary school children. Their banter continued, carrying them out to the airport, and only settled once they were in the car, as both parties found their voices somewhat parched, compounded by Luo Xian needing to drive. Xia Yuan took a sip of water, finally realizing he should focus his attention on the demon blade maiden. It was all Luo Xian's fault. It was then that he thoroughly examined the demon blade maiden seated in the front row. At first glance, her appearance indeed resembled that of a character from a familiar spirit game in his past life. For instance, her black and red pattern attire and those stunningly long, fair legs. Even her aura was strikingly similar. However, not long into his observation, he sensed a pair of resentful eyes upon him. Xia glanced at the demon blade maiden's legs and noted that she wasn't even wearing black stockings. Why was he staring so long? She secretly compared herself and concluded that, in terms of aesthetics, her legs were equally as appealing. Just then, the vehicle entered the bustling heart of the city. The scenery outside the window transformed into a dazzling array of neon lights and a vibrant nightlife. Both Xia Yuan and Xia were visiting for the first time and could not help but take in their surroundings. The towering structures of the imperial capital exuded a distinct technological flair, embodying a half-cyberpunk, half-modern aesthetic, unique in its style. Particularly noteworthy were the pedestrians on the streets. Various exotic spirits dressed in fashionable attire, seamlessly blending into the contemporary scene. in a city that was both modern and cyberpunk. A thriving spectacle of coexistence among diverse races unfolded before them. It was no longer like Blue Star. It resembled an alien world straight out of a science fiction novel. Xia Yuan recalled the cities of Yunchuan province, noting that their acceptance of contract spirits was far less pronounced. One could only say that it was indeed the capital of the great Xia Empire, a place at the forefront of the times. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction, remarking on the capital's charm, which stood in stark contrast to other cities. Newcomers often felt as though they had arrived in an extraterrestrial realm. Xiu pressed her face against the car window, her eyes brimming with wonder, marveling at how seamlessly the contract spirits appeared to integrate into human society. As Luo Xian drove, she elaborated, explaining that in order to prevent certain uniquely terrifying contract spirits, whose appearances diverged significantly from that of humans, from alarming the general populace and disrupting their daily lives, other cities across the nation had imposed restrictions on the activities of contract spirits. Apart from necessary combat, these beings were largely confined, seldom allowed to roam freely within urban areas, and had limited interaction with ordinary people. Most of them remained within the confines of spirit spaces, rarely venturing out. However, the capital was different. A few years prior, the Equal Rights for Contract Spirits Act had been proposed and was now in the implementation stage, permitting contract spirits of all races to venture into the streets, as long as they adhered to the laws of human society and did not damage public property. They were welcome. Even the larger contract spirits were accommodated, as the capital had established a dedicated giant's commercial street for their activities. Xiu nodded thoughtfully and began to recount. The Equal Rights for Contract Spirits Act is a legal evolution inspired by the slogans of modern human history. Contract spirits are partners who share both glory and shame with humanity, not mere servants or subordinates. Centuries ago, the relationship between humans and contract spirits was far from harmonious. At that time, human spirit masters predominantly used spiritual energy as a means to threaten and enslave contract spirits, coercing them into assisting humans against dungeon monsters and mystical beings. Chapter 73. You are the enchanted city of imperial capital. Xia Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Oh, there is such a historical account. Xiu raised her snow-white neck, gazing at Xia Yuan with a peculiar expression, and replied, Indeed, in the past, you were my servant and had to obey my commands. Otherwise, I would sever your supply of spiritual energy, causing you to vanish. Xia Yuan chuckled, reaching out to touch her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh. It seemed that fat you had grown rather arrogant lately, even attempting to enslave me, claiming that. Xiu, as if jolted by electricity, began to struggle, laughing heartily until tears streamed down her face. Ha ha, Xia Yuan, I was merely jesting. I never had such thoughts. Luo Xian, glancing at the rearview mirror, wore a look of exasperation. Little Xiu, how can you be so ineffective? Even your own contract spirit can bully you, she proclaimed triumphantly. My Demon Blade Princess is quite obedient to me. The Demon Blade Princess sat upright, her hands resting on her pristine thighs, casting a cold glance at her. Luo Xian instantly broke into a sweat, diverting her gaze to another direction to conclude the topic. At least the Demon Blade Princess possessed a gentle and reliable demeanor, unlike certain individuals who, like children, were rather annoying. Xia Yuan placed his hand near his ear. Huh? Yodel sister, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking. You're too short for me to hear. Luo Xian exclaimed in frustration. The Demon Blade Princess interjected, Please focus on driving. Luo Xian sighed. In the bustling imperial capital, the Luo family owned an exceptionally luxurious villa. As a prominent family of contract spirit masters, the Luo clan had never produced an SSR, but had nurtured a plethora of formidable SR contract spirits. Moreover, due to their connections, their status was considerably higher than that of the Mo family. Thanks to the long-standing friendship between the Luo and Mo families, Luo Xian became acquainted with Xiu. After returning to the villa and relishing a delightful lunch, the four of them took a brief respite before Luo Xian led Xiu and Xia Yuan on a stroll through the enchanting city of imperial capital. This city was a veritable paradise for contract spirit masters and their spirits, boasting superb facilities. The nation's largest offline trading market for contract spirits was located here, where various tiers of initial contract spirits, breakthrough materials, and an array of inscription sets and contract spirit weapons could all be purchased using spirit stones. Furthermore, the highest-ranked contract spirit master universities in the country were predominantly situated in imperial capital. Surrounding the city were numerous fixed dungeons and secret realms, offering contract spirit masters ample opportunities to level up and acquire resources at their leisure. As the day came to a close, Xia and Xia Yuan's initial impression of imperial capital was that it was a veritable haven for contract spirit masters and their spirits. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves visiting the Jasmine Contract Spirit University just as the sun began to set. As the fifth-ranked contract spirit university in the nation, it far surpassed the standards and conditions of the Chuanbei Contract Spirit Academy by countless measures. As they walked, they became the center of attention within the campus. Especially Luo Zian, as the esteemed spirit master of the academy who possesses the formidable demon blade mistress, stands as the undisputed queen of the institution. As she walks through the corridors, throngs of admirers flock to her, eagerly offering greetings and refreshments. Xia Yuan begins to suspect that her intent in showing them around the Gardenia Academy is merely to flaunt her status and influence within the school. The students of Gardenia Academy, intrigued by the identities of Xia and Xia Yuan, soon recognize them due to Xia Yuan's vibrant presence, which has already made waves across the nation's spirit master universities. Consequently, the entire school erupts in excitement, treating them as rare curiosities to be observed. Wow, the god of Chuanbei, the real deal, is simply too handsome. Yuan god, I am your fan. Just look, domain expansion. Panic ensues. Is he here to challenge our academy? They appear to have a strong rapport with big sister Zian. Oh my god. Who can comprehend the pressure of Xia Yuan walking alongside the Demon Blade Mistress, both being SSRs? Oh no, this lineup is aimed at me. You're just boasting. You're nothing but a feather. This lineup is clearly targeting the group boss. Luo Zian initially intended to bask in the limelight, only to find that Xia Yuan was receiving even more attention than she herself was, particularly since Xia Yuan often flirted with the female students, throwing them charming glances and taking photos without his glasses. This made her quite displeased, biting her small canine teeth. She cleared her throat and said with an air of composure, "Even as SSRs, we must not be overly arrogant or reckless. One must remain humble, for there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains and greater individuals beyond individuals." Xia, do you know how many SSRs are competing in this year's National Spirit Master University competition aside from our two spirits? Xia nodded, well aware as a spirit master of the various news and developments concerning SSRs, especially since these SSRs are her rivals in the pinnacle competition. 7. Luo Zian affirmed with a smile, deliberately leaning closer to Xia Yuan. It won't be easy to defeat these 7. Each SSR is a beast among beasts. So we must maintain our humility. This is a reminder from someone who has been through it. Xia Yuan gazed down at her, astonished. You're still holding a grudge. How childish. Luo Zian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in exasperation, "Ha! What do you mean I'm childish? Clearly, you are the most childish." Xia Yuan chuckled, striding forward with an air of confidence, his nose held high, and declared seriously, "Do not equate me with other SSRs. To be precise, I am a UR character, even rarer than SSRs." Luo Zian blinked, her small face filled with disbelief. Xia, how long has your SSR been exhibiting this behavior? Xia sighed resignedly. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, she smiled confidently and added, however, I do believe Xia Yuan is truly one of a kind, the strongest. With a face full of astonishment, Luo Zian clicked her tongue in disbelief, realizing that both were beyond saving. The Demon Blade Princess, sensing the disdain, abruptly halted her long strides, her sharp gaze fixed on Xia Yuan. Her words terse yet potent. Shall we fight? Right now. Xia Yuan, taken aback by her forthrightness, also paused, turning to her with a grin. Sure. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from both individuals, an invisible pressure sweeping across the area, suffocating those around them. The previously curious students and their spirit companions hurriedly retreated several hundred meters away. Mo Shiyu and Luo Zian immediately positioned themselves between the two, pushing them apart and urging them to cease. No, absolutely not. Tomorrow is the grand competition. You must rest today and conserve your energy to be in peak condition for the ultimate contest. Though Xia Yuan and the Demon Blade Princess brimmed with fighting spirit, the two spirit masters steadfastly obstructed them, even threatening to sacrifice themselves. No matter how stubborn they were, a confrontation was rendered impossible. Their clash would have to be postponed until the grand tournament. If they were both vying for the championship, they would inevitably face each other. Gradually, the atmosphere softened. After relishing the floral embrace of the Gardenia Spirit Academy, dusk had fallen. In the waning hours, Luo Zian drove Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan to the underground city of the imperial capital, often referred to as the City of Eternal Spirits. This locale is among the most vibrant areas of the imperial capital, bustling with underground spirit arenas, bars, and taverns. Typically, before retiring for the night, I would visit the taverns of the City of Eternal Spirits for a drink. Trust me, after one visit, you too will find yourself enamored with this tavern. Luo Zian maneuvered her luxury vehicle through the lively main street of the City of Eternal Spirits, eventually turning into a secluded alley. Soon, an unassuming wooden tavern came into view, its entrance adorned with 4 neon characters that flickered brightly. World Peace. Chapter 74. The 4 emotions of maidservants and the drinking skeleton Xia Yuan gazed up at the name of the tavern, reflecting on the proprietor's lofty aspirations. Achieving peace in this world seemed an insurmountable challenge. As they pushed open the door to the tavern, 4 beautiful maidens clad in maid outfits stood respectfully on either side. Greeting them in unison, "Welcome to the World Peace Tavern." One of the maidservants, her smile radiant, beckoned them inside, saying, "Please follow me." The presence of maidservants within the tavern was a rarity indeed. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, instinctively scrutinizing the 4 enchanting maids. It didn't take long for him to notice the distinctiveness among them. Each maid bore a completely different expression, showcasing varied emotions. The one leading them wore a perpetual, beaming smile exuding joy. The others, however, conveyed contrasting sentiments. One seethed with anger, as if owed a substantial debt. Another wore a sorrowful visage, her eyes perpetually glistening with unshed tears, and the last one was in fits of laughter, covering her mouth, as if recalling a delightful memory. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Xia Yuan found this intriguing and remarked, "Do your tavern's maidservants embody distinct personas?" The cheerful maidservant turned back with a smile, replying, "Indeed. Each of our staff embodies a unique character. By the way, my name is Joy." She added with a grin, "Your powers of observation are quite remarkable." Luo Zian rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Xia Yuan, you truly need to broaden your horizons." Xia Yuan stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually complimented. "Your acting is exceptional. It hardly seems like a performance at all." The tavern was bustling with patrons, yet the atmosphere remained pleasantly subdued. Each table was filled with guests savoring their drinks while engaging in hushed conversations, creating a harmonious ambience. Alongside humans, various other races, including elves, orcs, and the undead, mingled seamlessly. The gentle strains of soft music drifted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. The group settled into an empty corner booth. Luo Zian adeptly began to order drinks, specifying that the owner should personally craft their selections. As it was Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu's first visit, lacking experience, she assisted them with their orders. This tavern, while not exceedingly popular in the Spirit Contract City, was a hidden gem. Not many have discovered it yet. I stumbled upon it by mere chance. Luo Zian exclaimed with delight. Xia Yuan sprawled comfortably in his seat, observing the surroundings with a cheerful demeanor, inadvertently pushing Mo Shiyu to the edge of the booth, leaving her with an expression of suppressed annoyance. The ambience truly was splendid, possessing a magical power that invited serenity. For the first time, Xia Yuan praised the establishment. Luo Zian, brimming with joy, seemed even more elated than Joy herself, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Xia Yuan, I didn't realize you had such refined taste." Xia Yuan, what I speak of is true magic, for I am inherently restless, finding tranquility quite elusive. Mo Shiyu strained to carve out a space for herself, not forgetting to quip. Indeed, he exhibits the symptoms of childhood hyperactivity. Xia Yuan had intended to properly educate the plump Yu, but was soon distracted by a patron at the adjacent table. Opposite him sat a skeletal spirit clad in a pink suit, its head adorned with a B-rank insignia, level 30. At that moment, it elegantly lifted a wine glass to its nose, inhaling the aroma before taking a sip. The liquid cascaded from its hollow mouth, drenching its ribcage, before dripping onto the floor. Yet this skeleton, incapable of containing the wine, bore an expression of enjoyment, murmuring to itself, "Ah, the boss's bartending skills have indeed improved recently. The flavor is rich and delightful, lingering on the palate." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xia Yuan could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, pounding the table with his hands. "Ha! Look over there. A skeleton spirit is drinking too. How amusing. Truly fascinating." Luo Zian and Mo Shiyu turned to gaze, nearly choking on their mirth. The scene was utterly ludicrous. Each sip the skeleton took resulted in a spill. Unable to hold any liquid, the wine flowed down its skeletal frame, dripping onto the ground. The demon blade princess also glanced back, the only one present who maintained a stoic demeanor. Not only Xia Yuan and his companions noticed this bizarre scene. Patrons at other tables were also stifling their laughter. Indeed, what a lonely endeavor to drink. It was their first encounter with a skeleton spirit indulging in wine, and they had to admit it was rather elegant. As the pink skull turned its gaze towards him, Xia Yuan took a deep breath. Suppressing his amusement and sternly admonishing the stifled laughter of Luo Zian and Mo Shiyu. "What is wrong with you two? Have you no manners? It is clear that it is so refined. Why do you have to laugh at it? Is this discrimination?" Luo Zian and Mo Shiyu were left with their heads full of questions. "But you laugh the loudest." At that moment, an elderly gentleman with white hair, clad in a tailcoat and exuding warmth, approached with an array of beverages. As he set the drinks on the table, he greeted Luo Zian with a kind smile. "Ah, young Zian has returned. You appear even more radiant than yesterday. Are these to your friends?" Luo Zian was delighted to see the owner. "Indeed, your business seems to be flourishing. Alas, I may need to reserve a table for future visits." The tavern owner chuckled. "It is all thanks to loyal patrons like you. Even if we are fully booked, I shall always reserve a place for young Zian." Once the owner's special concoctions were served, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu, under Luo Zian's heartfelt recommendation, began to sample the drinks. It must be said, the flavors were exquisite. Xia Yuan couldn't help but indulge in a few more drinks, his gaze drifting towards the level 100 tavern owner. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, the capital city was teeming with hidden talents. This proprietor, in addition to crafting exquisite beverages, seemed to possess formidable strength. The demon blade princess glanced at him, asking if he felt the same. Xia Yuan smacked his lips in agreement, noting how, despite his advanced age, the man exuded vitality akin to a youthful lad. Luo Zian chuckled, remarking that the owner was a retired elder spirit from the front lines, concealing his rank, perhaps even an SR. The four of them continued to sip their drinks and engage in lively conversation. Xia Yuan's attention was drawn to a solitary skeleton spirit at a nearby table, emanating an odd sense of incongruity. He decided to approach, inquiring, "Drinking alone? Would you mind sharing a few drinks with me?" The skeleton, clad in a pink suit, expressed mild surprise, but gestured for him to take a seat. Abandoning such beautiful company to drink with a skeleton, do you not consider that a waste of time? Xia Yuan, unperturbed, plopped down and clinked his glass with the skeletons. "I find you quite refined, and I'm curious, can you truly taste the flavors of the wine?" The skeleton spirit erupted in laughter, admitting, "To be honest, I cannot." Xia Yuan replied, "So you're just pretending?" The skeleton philosophically responded, "In truth, drinking is about emotions. Although I belong to the undead, I possess feelings, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight." Xia Yuan chuckled in response, finding the spirits of the capital city remarkably intriguing, as if each one led a vibrant life. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a sorrowful maid approached, informing them, "Excuse me, our owner is now available and wishes to continue discussions with you." The skeleton spirit rose, excusing itself. Xia Yuan nodded, watching it follow the tavern owner into the back room, finally discerning the source of the dissonance. At his level, he could easily perceive the strength of other spirits. Regardless of how well they concealed their power, those sufficiently strong would inevitably exude an intangible aura. Of course, discerning their true nature was no simple task, unless one matched or exceeded their strength. This skeleton spirit, while outwardly a level B, rank 30, clearly did not align with the aura it projected, hence Xia Yuan's sense of incongruity. In contrast, the tavern owner emanated a higher essence, almost devoid of any aura, reminiscent of a master who had returned to simplicity. He bore no resemblance to a level 100 spirit. Truly, the spirits of the capital were each leading remarkably vibrant lives. Xia Yuan couldn't help but marvel at this. To be candid, he found himself tempted to invite these two to the spirit arena, curious about the potential rewards that awaited him. Chapter 75. The Food Chain. The world shall tremble for me inside the World Peace Hotel. The skeleton surveyed the surroundings and inquired with curiosity, "Can we conduct our discussion here? Are we not concerned about eavesdroppers?" The elderly tavern keeper gestured for him to take a seat, his hands clasped together as he replied gently, "Rest assured, the entire tavern lies within my domain. No one can overhear us." The skeleton nodded slightly, taking a graceful seat, and immediately addressed the matter at hand. "You summoned me because you wish for me to take action, correct? I have concealed myself for far too long and find it rather monotonous." The tavern keeper chuckled softly, a flicker of obsession gleaming in his dim, aged eyes. Indeed, recently, an abundance of powerful human spirit practitioners has emerged, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. If we do not diminish their numbers, the balance of power between us may be disrupted. Humans are exceedingly greedy. They surpass us in their insatiable desires. Once they perceive their strength as sufficient to crush us, they will not hesitate to wage a cleansing war to eliminate us, the ticking time bombs among them. The skeleton laughed at this assertion. Is that so? Can they truly? Were it not for our desire for sustainable development, granting them time to grow and multiply, they would have been eradicated centuries ago. After all, beings like us, the raid bosses, can only gain strength and prolong our existence by reaping human lives. It took a sip of its drink, spilling some in the process. Our relationship resembles a singular food chain. Do you truly believe that the lesser beings at the bottom of the chain can vanquish those at the summit? The tavern keeper methodically articulated his perspective. "I never underestimate the power of human spirit practitioners. While individually they may be weak, their numbers are formidable and united. They constitute a significant force. For the tranquility of my existence to remain unthreatened, the world must be at peace." The skeleton waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to delve further into the peculiar thoughts of the creature before him. "All right, enough of that. Currently, I have slain 650,000. If I eliminate another 350,000, I shall achieve the milestone of 1 million, thereby becoming a globally sought-after bounty boss, correct?" The tavern keeper nodded in agreement. "Indeed, O Lord of the Undead. Though you have only recently come into existence, you are a remarkably ambitious raid boss, and I hope you will join our ranks." The skeleton inquired, "When and where?" The tavern keeper produced a promotional poster for the National Spirit Practitioner Collegiate Competition, the Imperial Capital Peak Contest, and presented it before him. The venue will accommodate 100,000 spectators, along with all the residents of the surrounding areas, easily surpassing 350,000. Additionally, assist me in eliminating the living forces of this year's collegiate spirit practitioners. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. At last, that day has arrived. I have longed for this moment. It rose gracefully, adjusting its pink suit, and declared slowly, "Await the good news from me. Tomorrow, the world shall tremble for me." The tavern owner suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment. If it is at all possible, spare the petite girl seated across from you, with twin ponytails. The skeleton was utterly astonished. How could such ancient beings harbor compassion for humans? The tavern owner, with a cheerful grin, replied, "She has spent quite a sum in my establishment. If you were to kill her, I would lose a wealthy patron. To be candid, I have always yearned for a daughter. But you see, individuals like us, bosses, have long had our procreative rights stripped away by the deities." After hearing this, the skeleton's jaw nearly unhinged. "Very well, I shall do my utmost." After their revelry at the World Peace Tavern, Xia Yuan and his companions returned to the villa. As for their mode of transport, Luo Xian was an experienced driver under the influence. With the Luo family's license plates, no officer lacking in discernment would dare to investigate. Upon arriving at the villa, Luo Xian mentioned a grand artificial hot spring built within, perfect for soaking away fatigue. However, a dilemma arose. With only one hot spring available and 3 females present, what would Xia Yuan do? Xia Yuan promptly declared, "Then I shall take the greater loss and join you all in the bath." Luo Xian and Mo Shiyu blushed intensely, with Luo Xian exclaiming, "I could perhaps accommodate." No, that is quite an unrealistic proposition. It's simply one tea do. We shall bathe first, and then you can join us." The Demon Blade Princess remained silent, regarding these trivial matters with indifference. She did not even comprehend why the other two felt embarrassed and resisted. With a thick skin and a resigned sigh, Xia Yuan remarked, "Can't you or something? Perhaps swimsuits? I cannot wait. Time is of the essence, as I still have a game to play tonight." Saying this, he stripped down to his swim trunks, disregarding the presence of the other 3, and merrily dashed into the hot spring room. With a resounding splash, he elegantly plunged into the water. Luo Xian, true to her nature as a more extravagant heiress than Mo Shiyu, relished the luxury of the grand artificial hot spring. Xia Yuan never shunned such pleasures. Having finally embraced a new life, he would not deny himself indulgence. Before long, the other 3, each adorned in colorful swimsuits, stealthily entered the room. Mo Shiyu and Luo Xian were both exceedingly bashful, resembling brides on the verge of marriage. Only the Demon Blade Princess entered the hot spring without a hint of expression, boldly immersing herself. Out of chivalry, Xia Yuan silently admired the figures of the ladies. It must be said, their fair and delicate forms were quite a sight to behold. The weight of fat rain continued to rise, and, astonishingly, she was the heaviest among them, until Xia Yuan's gaze fell upon Luo Xian, at which point he burst out laughing, exclaiming, "So small." Luo Xian's face flushed instantly, her shyness evaporating as she transformed into a swimming rocket frog, angrily splashing toward him. "Xia Yuan, let us settle this once and for all. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine." Mo Shiyu and the Demon Blade Princess could not restrain her. Xia Yuan, with an air of playful mockery, laughed heartily while splashing water at her. The hot spring erupted into an intense water battle, with droplets flying in every direction. After a day of well-deserved rest, the highly anticipated National Spirit Contracting Master College Championship was finally set to commence. Mo Shiyu rose early, refreshed herself, and donned her most spirited spirit master robe, complemented by elegant black stockings, before stepping out of her room. Xia Yuan, clad in an exquisitely fashionable jacket and cool sunglasses, radiated an almost luminous aura as he waited for her in the living room. "Good morning, Fat You. Let us seize the championship decisively today and show them what true strength looks like." Xia Yuan's arrogance and confidence were as pronounced as ever. Mo Shiyu found herself momentarily lost in thought. Even now, it felt surreal that such a striking SSR was her very own spirit. Having someone so trustworthy by her side, protecting her, was truly a blessing. It was reminiscent of her childhood, when both her parents were present, and she felt that same sense of security. A wave of long-forgotten happiness washed over her, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Chapter 76. The Golden City. The Peak competition commences. In the heart of the imperial capital lies the Golden City, a venue synonymous with opulence and steeped in history. Renowned for hosting the pinnacle of the great Xia National College Spirit Master Competition. This grand arena, while not literally constructed of gold, is a testament to wealth, embodying the essence of a city made of gold. Thus, it is aptly named the Golden City. Today marks the inaugural day of the peak competition. Within the Golden City, over 100,000 spectators have already taken their seats. The cacophony of voices has coalesced into a fervent wave, nearly lifting the magnificent dome above. The ticket prices for the live event have soared to astronomical heights, with tickets on the black market fetching an astonishing 100,000 great Xia coins. Even in spirit stones, the cost amounts to a staggering 1,000. Moreover, the scarcity of tickets has rendered them priceless. After all, the number of SSR participants gracing this stage reaches an impressive 9, marking a historic year for the Great Xia College Spirit Master competition, surpassing the previous maximum of 6. Unsurprisingly, this promises to be a feast for the senses, a celebration of both visual splendor and raw power. Destined to drive the entire nation of Great Xia into a frenzy, the audience capacity of the Golden City may be limited to just over 100,000. Yet the viewership from various news media outlets has swelled to nearly billions since the broadcast began. In this world, the majority of humankind lacks spiritual energy and cannot aspire to be spirit masters. Yet, these spirit masters represent humanity's primary defense against the monsters of dungeons and the arcane beasts of secret realms. Even the common folk, amidst their mundane lives, remain acutely attuned to the significant developments within the spirit master community that directly affect their existence. Those formidable spirit masters, who have once turned the tide to protect the populace, have ascended to the status of heroes and national icons in the hearts of the people, wielding considerable influence in the secular world. In the waiting area for contestants in the Golden City, within the chamber of the Yunchuan Province representative team, Xia steadies her racing heart amidst the tumultuous atmosphere, taking deep breaths. The audience for this grand competition comprises nearly the entirety of the Great Xia populace, who wouldn't feel a pang of anxiety at their inaugural participation. Except for Xia Yuan, he remains in his usual laid-back demeanor, exuding an extraordinary sense of relaxation as he lounges in his seat, bored, and expresses his impatience. How long is this opening going to take? It's a bit slow. Besides Xia Yuan, the diminutive Platinum Dragon King trembles with unease, its dragon visage reflecting anxiety and trepidation. With a quavering voice, it stammers, "Are you not afraid? We are about to face an audience of billions. Everyone in Great Xia will be watching us." Xia Yuan chuckles lightly. What's there to be afraid of? The larger the audience, the better. It brings me immense joy to know that more people will witness my handsome and elegant demeanor. The Platinum Dragon King's fangs clashed within its mouth, producing a rhythmic sound. Furthermore, competing alongside so many SSRs will undoubtedly lead to a painful defeat. Suddenly, it shuddered and gazed at Xia Yuan, pleading, "Big Pot, if you encounter me, please show mercy. I've been afraid of pain since I was young." Xia Yuan, somewhat speechless, patted its shoulder and earnestly advised, "Dull dragon, you must remember that you are of the dragon lineage. You must embody the majesty befitting a dragon." Upon recalling the scene from yesterday, the Platinum Dragon King trembled. "Big Pot, you missed the banquet. Those SSRs were fierce and formidable, all above level 60 or 70. We are only in our 50s. How can we possibly compete?" Zhou Ku, exasperated, interjected, "In such competitions, typically only third-year students participate, so naturally, there is a level disparity due to their longer developmental time." Xia Yuan confidently crossed his legs. "Is that so? Level differences mean nothing to me." Zhou coughed twice, shaking his head in resignation. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness." Xia Yuan chuckled, unwilling to elaborate. Soon enough, the strength of those SSRs would be revealed. In fact, he hoped his opponents would be stronger, as defeating them would yield greater system rewards. At that moment, within the Golden City arena, the official commentator from the Spirit Contract Alliance was passionately shouting, his voice echoing to their waiting room. "Good morning to all the audience present and to those watching the live stream. The annual National College Spirit Contract Master Competition has commenced. I know what you're all most concerned about. In the capital's peak competition, we are witnessing an unprecedented 9 SSRs who will claim the title of champion in this year's contest. Let's await the outcome. Instantaneously, the venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, causing the entire Golden City to tremble with excitement. This fervent atmosphere made the individuals in the waiting area increasingly anxious. The commentator, having exerted himself too much, began to cough violently. After gulping down a sip of water, he continued with a voice like thunder. This year's participating provincial cities total exactly 20. Each province's representative contestants have been meticulously selected from countless Spirit Contract Master Academies, showcasing the 5 strongest. This means that in this peak competition, there are a total of 100 college Spirit Contract Masters participating. They are the elite of the younger generation, the backbone of the future of the great Xia. These 100 young Spirit Contract Masters will hone their skills and shine brilliantly on the glorious stage of Golden City, which is under the watchful eyes of the masses. The vast territory of the great Xia originally comprised 37 provinces. However, the arrival of dungeon monsters and mystical beings has consumed over 10 provinces of Great Xia's territory. Currently, the safe havens for humanity have dwindled to merely 20 provinces. The resounding voice of the official commentator echoed through the Golden City as he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Next, let us extend a warm round of applause as we welcome the seed contestants from each province to enter one after another." Naturally, the first to grace the arena is our historically strongest representative team from the imperial capital. In an instant, the venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the space. The 5 spirit masters of the imperial capital, accompanied by their spirit companions, made their grand entrance into the Golden City. Among the ranks of the spirit team, the 3 dazzling SSR emblems shone brilliantly, igniting an exhilarating atmosphere among the crowd. Oh, how magnificent Lord Alcaz appears! And the Demon Blade Princess is simply breathtaking. I am utterly spellbound. With 9 SSRs, the imperial capital claims 3 positions for itself, each one more formidable than the last. Setting aside the Demon Blade Princess and Mr. Nightmare Clown J, who could possibly rival last year as champion. The SSR Alcaz of Eternal Night? The SSRs from the imperial capital consistently boast higher levels than those from other provinces, an inherent advantage. It is unavoidable. The resources available to spirit companions in other provinces, whether from monster dungeons or magical realms, pale in comparison to those accessible to the imperial capital. Over the course of 10 years, the imperial capital has secured victory in 7 championships, and this year, it is highly probable that the spirit masters from the imperial capital will once again claim the title. I have a premonition that Alcaz will achieve an unprecedented dual championship, as the vampire race is simply unbeatable. Chapter 77. The Emperor's Chosen Spirit Master, crowned King Alcaz in the waiting room of Yunchuan Province. Xia Yuan reclined with his hands behind his head, leisurely watching the live broadcast of the imperial capital representative team on television. He pointed at the stern man with silver hair and crimson eyes striding at the forefront and inquired, "That fellow is the last champion, right? What was his name again? I recall you mentioned it last night, something about a vampire." Beside him, Emoshiu shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "It's Eternal Night, Judgment Alcaz. Xia Yuan. He is the top contender for this year's championship and our greatest adversary. At least remember his name." Xia Yuan shrugged, unable to suppress his sarcasm. With such a lengthy name, who can possibly remember it? Though I must admit, the addition of such a flashy prefix like Eternal Night Judgment is rather impressive. He pondered aloud. Perhaps I should also adopt a grandiose title to sound more formidable, like Supreme Ruler of the Cosmos Xia Yuan or King of the Gods Xia Yuan. Emoshiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking it was a bit excessive. The Platinum Dragon King, anxious and fidgeting, perked up at the mention of titles. Adding a title? I'm well versed in that. There are plenty in animated series. Ruler of the Grassland, Platinum Dragon King. King of Bear Mountain, Platinum Dragon King. He scratched his head. They seem fitting, though they lack a certain rhythm. For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Zhou Ku hesitated to speak, ultimately deciding against it, fully aware that his spirit partner lacked any remarkable qualities. The commencement of the competition was unbearably slow. The representatives from 20 provinces had to take turns showcasing themselves. Xia Yuan, disinterested in the proceedings, took out his phone to listen to music, humming to himself in a self-entertained manner. In the waiting room, the others were rife with anxiety, while he remained blissfully carefree. Xiu, accustomed to Xia Yuan's carefree demeanor, took out a notebook to record details about other SSRs. At the Golden City Arena, the representatives of the 20 provincial universities gradually made their appearances, their formidable spirits evoking thunderous applause. Yunchuan Province was slated to appear last, a grand finale of sorts, as this year. It astonishingly boasted 2 SSRs, just one shy of the imperial capital, which housed countless elite spirit masters. Xia Yuan was rhythmically tapping on Xiu's little head when she abruptly stood up, removed his headphones, and anxiously exclaimed, "Xia Yuan, it's our turn to perform." Subsequently, she waved her hand to unveil Xia Yuan's hidden rank, revealing the resplendent SSR once more. In such an occasion, there was no need to conceal their level. It was essential to display their SSR to bolster their presence. Outside, the fervent voice of the official commentator resonated. Next, let us welcome our final group of competitors to the stage. They are the refreshed representatives of Yunchuan Province. Boasting 2 SSRs, the applause and cheers from the audience reached a deafening crescendo. Xia Yuan rose from his seat, stretched leisurely, and chuckled, "Ah, I am indeed the grand finale. It appears the organizers possess quite an understanding, aligning with my esteemed status." With that, he grasped the anxious Xiu's hand and strode forward with an air of indifference, leading the way to the forefront. Zhou Ku and the Platinum Dragon King followed closely behind. The remaining 3 spirit masters and their spirits from Yunchuan Province then trailed in their wake, establishing a clear hierarchy. They were acutely aware of their standing, having experienced a substantial time gap during the previous provincial competition. It was evident that the 2 leading SSRs existed in a different realm altogether. Now, to bask in their glory and become the only region aside from the imperial capital to possess 2 SSRs was indeed a stroke of fortune. Over the past decade, the Yunchuan provincial team had not made a remarkable impression in the National College Spirit Master competition, ranking among the bottom 20 provinces. However, this time, Yunchuan Province finally had the chance to stand tall, shedding its previous obscurity. The crowd followed suit, heads held high, sharing in the honor. As Xia Yuan and his entourage stepped into the arena, they were met with an overwhelming wave of cheers and shouts, the atmosphere electric. All eyes were fixated upon them. With over 100,000 spectators, alongside representatives from other provinces and those formidable SSRs, scrutinizing their every move. In that moment, the pressure felt immense. Fortunately, with Xia Yuan, the epitome of relaxation, leading the charge, he strolled with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence as if he were a leader on an inspection tour, or a lion surveying its domain, cheerfully waving to the audience. Xiu, walking beside him, gradually calmed her nerves. With him by her side, she felt fearless. The Platinum Dragon King, nestled behind Xia Yuan, mirrored his steps, benefiting from the presence of such a radiant sun, which considerably alleviated his own pressures. With 2 SSRs hailing from Yunchuan Province, it was likely that their feats were already well known. The killing god of northern Sichuan, Xia Yuan, alongside the Platinum Dragon King, were the spirit masters of Xiu from the Northern Sichuan Spirit Master Academy and Zhou Ku from the Zōngmàn Spirit Master Academy, respectively. The official commentary brimmed with enthusiasm. It is said that Xia Yuan evolved from an R-card character. He ventured into the Abyss dungeon at just over level 30, making remarkable contributions to conquering the Abyss's ultimate boss. Subsequently, he dominated the selection trials at Northern Sichuan Academy in provincial competitions, securing first place with overwhelming strength. In a mere few months since his emergence, he has ascended to level 55 through sheer determination. Xiu, as a first-year Spirit Master, also participated in this grand tournament. Truly a legend in her own right. What remarkable achievements might they attain in this pinnacle competition, where formidable challengers abound? Let us await the unfolding of events. Under the gaze of the multitude, Xia Yuan led the representatives of Yunchuan province past the other provincial teams, guided by the officials, into their designated waiting area. As they passed by the team from Daijing, a deep, resonant female voice abruptly pierced the air. Mo Shiyu. I refuse to acknowledge your identity as a European Emperor contract master. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu halted in their tracks, turning to face the speaker. A girl with heterochromatic eyes and short hair was gazing at them with utmost seriousness, continuing, "You did not summon an SSR through your own fortune. Rather, you merely stumbled upon one." With a haughty snort, she declared, "Therefore, I shall never concede that you hold the same status as a European Emperor contract master." Her name was Mu Xiao, a student from the esteemed Daijing Contract Master Academy, renowned for having summoned the SSR Nightmare Clown, Mr. J. She was a princess from one of the top contract master families in the Great Xia. A moment of tension hung in the air. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan exchanged bewildered glances at the girl who had so suddenly interjected. Mo Shiyu pondered aloud. What did she just say? What does she mean by recognition and European Emperor contract master identity? Xia Yuan shrugged, gesturing to his head. I have no idea. Perhaps there is some issue here. Let us just move on to avoid any trouble. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Luo Xian unabashedly laughed out loud. Haha, Mu Xiao. They think you're a lunatic. Mu Xiao glanced left and right, hearing the suppressed laughter around her, and in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot and pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Shiyu, exclaiming, You all. In any case, I will never acknowledge you, you lucky fool." Indifferent to her outburst, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu continued their way, treating her as if she were merely a barking dog by the roadside. In a fit of exasperation, Mu Xiao turned to her SSR companion and declared, "Mr. J, if we encounter those two again, make sure to teach them a harsh lesson." Mr. J, the nightmare clown, silently changed his smiling mask for a sad one, his deep voice resonating. "Master, am I the clown, or are you the clown?" Mu Xiao blinked. "Of course you are. How could I possibly?" Suddenly realizing the implication, she felt wronged. "Even you are bullying me. I am not the clown. You are the clown." Mr. J erupted into hearty laughter. All right, I'll help you teach them a lesson." Among the team, the vampire noble Alkaz observed Xia Yuan as he passed by, not diverting his gaze until he entered the waiting area. His contract master, Ma Yunfei, could not help but inquire, "What do you think of that, Xia Yuan?" Alkaz scoffed lightly, his demeanor nonchalant. "He is not as handsome as I am." Ma Yunfei responded incredulously. "Is that what I asked you? I meant to inquire about his capabilities." He took a deep breath, the innate refinement of a top-tier, noble upbringing preventing him from uttering any crude language. Chapter 78. The most powerful contract spirit ascends 100 floors. Upon the elevated platform, the official commentator glanced at the schedule, cleared his throat, and continued. Originally, the competition rules were to be declared by the chief examiner of the Contract Spirit Alliance. However, due to the unforeseen emergence of a 5-star dungeon disaster outside the imperial capital, the chief examiner and the Alliance's contract spirit practitioner stationed in Golden City were compelled to depart. We ask for your understanding regarding their arduous circumstances. Therefore, I shall now announce the rules for this year's Imperial Capital Peak competition. The once boisterous Golden City gradually fell into silence, as everyone eagerly anticipated the rules of this prestigious competition, wondering if they would witness a thrilling showdown among the SSRs. This year, the format will involve a tower climbing mechanism with randomized opponent matching. The ultimate champion among contract spirits shall ascend the heights of 100 floors. 100 contestants will enter the Contract Spirit Arena Tower, where each floor will feature randomly assigned opponents. Victors will ascend a level, while the defeated will descend. Furthermore, upon reaching a new floor, competitors will continue to be matched against opponents with corresponding victories. There is no time limit for the competition, which will persist until all contract spirit practitioners exhaust their spiritual energy. Rankings will be determined based on the heights achieved in the tower. Contract spirit practitioners may prudently carry the maximum quantity of spiritual energy replenishment potions they can consume, carefully managing their limits. For the event shall bear no responsibility for any demise resulting from excessive potion consumption. Though spiritual energy potions are beneficial, one must not indulge excessively. This contract spirit arena tower is constructed from a dimensionally distinct space, akin to the ranking space for contract spirits, capable of withstanding any assault without affecting the external environment. Furthermore, whether a contract spirit practitioner or their spirit perishes within the tower, they shall be revived at the cost of a certain amount of spiritual energy. Thus, formidable spirits, unleash your skills and showcase your utmost power before the world. The official commentator exuberantly concluded, and a thunderous cheer erupted once more within Golden City. Viewers in various news media live streams fervently engaged in discussions. This competition format is fantastic. The tower climbing battle offers each contract spirit practitioner a chance for a 1v1 encounter, or even consecutive fights. The combat is exhilarating. The one who ascends to the highest floor the fastest must be an extraordinary SSR. The fierce contests among SSRs will be incredibly thrilling. I'm already brimming with excitement. I can't wait for it to begin. I've got my sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beer ready. Even when exhausted, one can still consume potions. The official rules this time are remarkably lenient. There are just too many choices. I hardly know which SSR's battle stream to watch. My top pick is undoubtedly last year's champion, Eternal Night Judgment. After listening to this, Xia Yuan could no longer contain his enthusiasm. This is splendid. He could vanquish numerous formidable SSRs, and the reward bar from his system would surge dramatically. Currently at 70. If he could reach 75, he might draw a prize. If he could hit 100, that would be exhilarating. Just thinking about it filled Xia Yuan with excitement. His eyes gleamed as he surveyed the competing spirit partners, breaking into a broad grin, chuckling with glee. Such grand competitions should be held daily. The more, the merrier. Beside him, the Platinum Dragon King felt the menacing aura emanating from Xia Yuan, causing beads of sweat to trickle down its back. It gulped nervously, inching closer to Xia Yuan, rubbing its claws together, and with a face full of ingratiation, it said, "Master, let us not forget our pact. Please go easy on me, and at least grant me the chance to concede gracefully." Zhouke was incensed, exclaiming, "Come on, Big White. Can you not be so defeatist? Are you certain you will lose?" The Platinum Dragon King let out a cold snicker, its demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. With its vertical pupils gleaming red, it spoke with unwavering confidence, "Master, you must trust me on this. I will lose. To battle someone of Xia Yuan's caliber, the former dragon god? What a farce. Engaging with Xia Yuan earnestly would surely lead to nightmares, even after watching countless animated series." Zhouke began to cough violently, at a loss for words due to his frustration. Both Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were left speechless. Was there a misunderstanding regarding the confidence displayed? Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuan responded, "Dumb dragon, I will do my best." The Platinum Dragon King gazed at him with gratitude. "Master, I will remember this kindness. If you ever find yourself in peril, I will undoubtedly rise to your defense, bravely facing any danger for you." At that moment, in the heart of Golden City, a towering structure ascended majestically, suspended in mid-air. The dazzling light at the base enveloped all the participants. The official announcer's voice resonated once more. "All competitors, please prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, you will enter the portal at the base of the tower, and the competition will officially commence. If anyone needs to use the restroom, now is the time." "Ah, how considerate." Xia Yuan glanced at Mo Shiyu, signaling a desire to take a quick break. Mo Shiyu shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Participants from various provinces, accompanied by their spirit partners, leaped into the portal above in an array of dazzling displays. Xia Yuan wrapped an arm around Mo Shiyu, adopting a more respectful demeanor, and in a flash, they both entered the portal. As the scene shifted dramatically before them, they found themselves inside the tower, standing within a soaring metallic elevator. The elevator began its ascent from the ground level to the first floor. Meanwhile, the audience in Golden City donned the smart AR glasses prepared by the Spirit Master Alliance, allowing them to experience a real-time, high-definition 3D view of the 100 competitors inside the tower. They could also adjust settings to choose which Spirit Master to watch. Major news media outlets broadcasted the live footage of the 100 competitors within the tower. Viewers from the Great Xia could select whose live stream to enter and watch. Moreover, for each battle, the officials provided professional commentators to enhance the viewing experience for the audience. After all, the battles between spirit contracts of this caliber are beyond the comprehension of ordinary citizens, who are unable to perceive such events with the naked eye. This necessitates the presence of expert commentators to elucidate the intricacies of the battles. The scene shifts back to the metallic confines of the elevator, where Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu stand. Mo Shiyu summons forth the black cat spirit, Xiao He. The spirited catgirl sprite, brimming with energy, clenches her tiny fists and states with fervor, "Humph, we have finally arrived at the grand finale. Are you ready, Lord Xia Yuan? Let's begin." Xia Yuan stretches his body lightly, a smile gracing his lips, and responds, "Come on, show me who the first fortunate contender is." The elevator gradually comes to a halt, and with a chime, the doors slide open. Both spirit masters and their spirits step into an enormous arena, where battle is imminent. Xia Yuan finally discerns the composition of the opposing spirit masters lineup. 1 level ADSR spirit and 4 A-tier spirits. A hint of disappointment flickers across his expression. A mere appetizer, but sufficient for a warm-up. The opposing spirit master and their spirits break into a cold sweat, as they had not anticipated such misfortune, encountering the infamous killer of Chuanbei right from the start. Chapter 79. The True God of Slaughter, Universal Jackpot. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast of the talented Spirit Master Mo Shiyu and her extraordinary SSR spirit, the Northern Kill God, Xia Yuan. I am his dedicated combat commentator, Xia Yuan. From this moment forth, I will provide a comprehensive commentary on all of Yuan Shen's battles. A melodious and captivating female voice resonated within the arena where Xia Yuan stood, brimming with excitement and fervor. As a highly sought-after SSR, it was only fitting to have a specialized commentator to elucidate the combat. Indeed, the number of viewers tuning in to witness Xia Yuan's live battle had soared to several million and was steadily approaching the 10 million mark. Alas, his opponent was a spirit master from the prestigious Daijing Gardenia Academy. Truly an unfortunate encounter for him, facing a formidable adversary right after emerging from the novice village. However, his spirit roster was quite luxurious, and it was not entirely impossible for him to contend against an SSR. Could we witness the Northern Kill God's inaugural battle? On the towering spirit arena, Xia Yuan observed the sheer terror etched on his opponent's face and sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to make his move, the opposing spirit master suddenly shouted, "I forfeit this match." Xia Yuan was taken aback. His burgeoning magical power had just cooled down. Can one truly forfeit? The commentator Ziyue exclaimed, "Oh dear, she has forfeited," allowing the Northern Kill God to advance to the next level. However, this was indeed a wise choice. Encountering an insurmountable enemy early on could lead to a complete obliteration, draining a considerable amount of spirit power. Even when faced with equally matched opponents later, there would be no chance of victory. Xia Yuan let out a resigned sigh. Come on, is this what it means to be a cowardly lizard? Mo Shiyu wore a peculiar expression. Isn't it better to advance without exhausting spirit power? Let us go. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Xia Yuan certainly understood the merits of conserving spirit power, yet he not only aimed to ascend the tower, but also sought to reap the rewards of the system. If his opponents kept surrendering, what was the point of the endeavor? As he turned around, idly following Mo Shiyu, he began to ponder a new strategy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xia Yuan, a broad smile illuminating his face. He had a plan. If his opponent had a countermeasure, he too would devise a clever tactic. He was determined to accumulate those system rewards. As the elevator ascended, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan reached the second level. Ziyue's excited voice echoed, "Once more, come on. Who will be the next fortunate contender?" Just as Yuan Shen expressed, "Let's hope the opponent does not shy away. We crave a thrilling battle." Before the elevator doors opened, Xia Yuan raised his hand and inquired, "Mo Yu, once this door opens, the battle is automatically deemed to commence, correct? Xiu nodded. Indeed. What do you intend to do? Without responding, Xia Yuan merely smiled and awaited the moment. Ding! The instant the elevator doors swung open, he had already vanished from his original spot. Before his opponent could fully comprehend the situation, Xia Yuan's hand had already struck a spirit, reducing it to a mere shrimp, while his voice resounded with magnetic authority. Technique: spiraling transition, azure. Boom! The azure gravitational cluster erupted suddenly, sweeping away the remaining spirit contracts with a motion of Xia Yuan's hand. Among the adversary's 7 spirit contracts, only 1 control-type SR remained. At that moment, the opposing spirit master finally noticed Xia Yuan's presence, momentarily dazzled by the resplendent SSR above his head. Without hesitation, he prepared to surrender. However, before he could finish his utterance, Xia Yuan had already formed his fingers into a gun and swiftly dispatched the last SR back to the spirit contract realm. The residual force of his attack also sent the opposing spirit master back to the spring waters. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Xia Yuan hadn't even shed his ink realm, yet in an instant, he had cleared the field. His mocking voice resonated. Apologies. Your surrender came a tad too late. It doesn't count. Such was Xia Yuan's strategy. As long as he eliminated them all before they could utter their surrender, the matter was settled. As for their desire to conserve spirit power, that was of no concern to him. He yearned to amass system rewards. Since he had already earned the title of the killer god of Chuanbei, he might as well solidify that reputation. The commentator, Ziyue, was momentarily stunned. The audience was equally bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Even Xiu was left in a daze, not anticipating that Xia Yuan would conclude the battle with such a rapid onslaught. He didn't even allow them the time to surrender. Oh, the divine! Ziyue exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Shen eliminated all of his opponent's spirit contracts, including the spirit master, in a flash. The speed was so astonishing that the opponent barely had time to surrender, even failing to discern his identity. Her voice quivered with excitement. The title of the killer god of Chuanbei is utterly devoid of exaggeration. Yuan Shen seems to possess an intense obsession with annihilating all adversaries, willing to expend greater spirit power to achieve it. But how thrilling and impressive. I absolutely adore it. Let us congratulate Spirit Master Xiu on successfully advancing to the 3rd level. The live stream audience erupted in fervor. Awesome. This is how battles should be fought. Is this the worth of the killer god of Chuanbei? Love it. Why didn't the opponent surrender? Haha, surrender? Would Yuan Shen even grant you the opportunity to speak? The elevator door had barely opened before he was already upon them, leaving them no time to react. Roar! How magnificent! I've become a fan. Such decisive slaughter is essential. Otherwise, if everyone surrenders, what would we, the audience, have to watch? SSR is simply invincible. Just a few minutes passed, and they ascended to the 3rd level. After completing his task, Xia Yuan tucked his hands into his pockets and turned towards the lift. Observing the 1 increase in his system reward bar, he felt elated. Fat you, Xiao He, stop dawdling. Didn't we say time is of the essence? Let us hasten our ascent. Only then did Xiu and Xiao He snap back to reality and quicken their pace to follow him. Although Xiu was unsure of the reasons behind Xia Yuan's actions, she held a firm belief in his character. Despite his abrasive demeanor, he was by no means a cruel or merciless individual. There must be a rationale behind his conduct. Moreover, the battles on the spirit arena did not equate to the true killing of one's opponent. The elevator ascended to the 3rd floor. The ensuing moments were solely Xia Yuan's time for hunting. His terrifying explosive power rendered ordinary adversaries utterly incapable of responding. He could even instantaneously eliminate the spirit masters in the back row, securing victories with ease. However, he refrained from such tactics, opting instead to eradicate all of his opponent's spirits with overwhelming force before subsequently dispatching the spirit masters. Insufficiently powerful SR spirits were no match for him. Xia Yuan embarked on a frenzied winning streak, rapidly scaling the building. The passionate commentary of Ziyue resonated continuously, and the viewers in the live stream were utterly enthralled. An ever-growing audience flocked to witness the spectacle. The number of viewers in Xia Yuan's livestream surged past 50 million, catapulting him to third place in popularity rankings. Only two contenders remained ahead of him, both formidable SSR champions, the Demon Blade Princess and the reigning champion, the Eternal Night Arbiter, Alcaz. Wherever they went, many chose to surrender, a more time-efficient and less strenuous option compared to facing Xia Yuan. However, as these overwhelmingly powerful Spirit Master contestants climbed higher, the likelihood of their encounters multiplied exponentially. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Xia Yuan employed certain tactics to eliminate a formidable SR opponent, and the system reward bar finally reached 75. He activated the lottery for universal skills once more. Without hesitation, he proceeded to draw. He had faith in his fortune. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a universal skill, the complete abilities of the Marine Admiral Kazuru from the world of the former Pirate King. The Logia type Pika Pika no Mi. Nice. He had drawn an excellent prize. Chapter 80. The Encounter with SSR, the Lava Blacksmith. The Nature System, Shimmering Fruit. What a delightful discovery. The shimmering being, capable of transforming any part of its body into light. It possesses the speed of light, enabling both light-speed attacks and movements. Xia Yuan was in high spirits, never imagining he would one day become light itself. Inside the elevator, Mo Shiyu observed Xia Yuan's sudden burst of joy with a puzzled expression, murmuring softly, "What mischief are you plotting now?" Xia Yuan replied with a grin, "Oh, nothing much, just thinking about becoming light and giving someone a kick." Mo Shiyu was even more bewildered. Transforming into light. How could that be possible? Ding! The elevator reached the 10th floor. Xia Yuan initiated a surprise attack, his figure vanishing from sight. However, this time his assault was thwarted as he struck against a fiery red hammer, producing a resounding crash. Before him stood a stout, bearded dwarf spirit, gazing at him with a serious demeanor, remarking, "I never expected the renowned god of killing from Chuanbei to charge in without a word and attempt a sneak attack. Isn't that rather impolite?" The glowing rank above his head revealed him to be an SSR, level 74. The commentator, Xia Yuan, gasped in astonishment, her voice echoing through the livestream. Blocked. My goodness. The opponent is also an SSR. As the floors ascended, the epic confrontation between SSRs commenced. The SSR that Xia Yuan faced was none other than the formidable Lava Blacksmith, a veteran ace from Zhejiang province, who had secured 4th place in the previous national competition. The livestream exploded with excitement. Oh my, the big guns have arrived. An SSR encounter. Whoever loses